Chapter 1. How to choose the starting point as a zombie maternal body. Waiting online urgent. Wei Gong slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his sight was a striking McDonald's logo. At that moment, he sat in a corner of a McDonald's restaurant, a burger and a cup of cola placed before him, reminiscent of the familiar poor man's meal. Wei Gong reached out to touch the cup of cola. The icy chill surged through his fingertips and instantly invigorated his mind. This game feels surprisingly realistic. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in his mind. Welcome to the apocalypse contest. The zombie apocalypse will commence in 1 week. Please prepare yourself. To secure the staggering prize of 500 billion, Wei Gong had entered this game known as the apocalypse contest. 100,000 players would step into a virtual world on the brink of apocalypse, where they must portray either human survivors or zombie maternal bodies. Should the humans eliminate all zombies and maternal bodies, the survivors would emerge victorious, sharing the immense prize of 500 billion. Conversely, if the zombies triumphed, they would claim the same sum. Though the prospect of 500 billion in winnings was immensely enticing, the penalty for failure was equally horrifying: death. Should one perish in the game, their real-world counterpart would meet the same fate. It was indeed a game of death. Your identity is that of a zombie maternal body. Upon hearing his assigned role, Wei Gong couldn't help but furrow his brow. This identity seems rather challenging. Despite the cinematic portrayal of zombies wreaking havoc in apocalyptic scenarios, the difficulty level for maternal body players was exponentially higher than that of survivor players. Firstly, there were only 1,000 maternal body players pitted against 100-fold of survivors. Secondly, maternal body players were not only up against survivor players, but also had to contend with the human society within the game. Especially in the early stages, both maternal bodies and zombies had relatively low combat capabilities. Encountering armed human forces would spell certain doom. Having just infected a handful of individuals, the army would arrive with its advanced weaponry. Under absolute firepower, as long as you remained a carbon-based life form, it mattered not if you were a mere zombie or even a zombie king, you'd be swiftly dispatched. As a zombie maternal body, you may choose one buff to commence your journey. Option 1. Physical enhancement, elevating your physique to that of a level 1 athlete, enabling rapid recovery from damage. Option 2. Randomly acquire one class superpower. Option 3. Randomly receive 10 NPCs who will be 100% loyal to you. Gazing at the 3 options that appeared in his mind, Wei Gong fell into a brief silence. The first option was a buff that would enhance his attributes, aiding the maternal body in better infecting humans in the early stages, granting him a fighting chance even against armed personnel. With robust vitality, he would be less prone to swift demise. However, therein lay the dilemma. Even with physical enhancement, should he be shot in the head, death would still befall him. Pathetic abandoning it. He then shifted his focus to the second option, where the system kindly laid out old-class superpowers before him. Invisibility for 30 seconds, releasing a mist to envelop oneself. Berserk mode, gaining explosive speed and strength. Life regeneration. As he scanned a lengthy list of superpowers, a frown creased Wei Gong's face. While several of the powers appeared useful, the overwhelming majority were utterly useless. The selection was random. Should he draw a worthless power, it would render his efforts futile. Abandoning the second option. What on earth is this? Organizers, are you genuinely trying to thwart the maternal bodies? Reluctantly, Wei Gong placed his final hope upon the third option. 10 100% loyal NPCs, he mused, stroking his chin. This implies I would receive 10 zombie farmers to assist in the infection process. This thought inevitably evoked memories of the farmers generously bestowed at the beginning of games like Warcraft, Red Alert, and StarCraft. Not exactly useless, but rather of no real utility. What am I to do? Chop wood, mine, or build houses? What purpose do all these farmers serve? Just as Wei Gong was about to voice his complaints, an idea suddenly flickered through his mind. Wait, are the identities of these NPCs randomly assigned? Upon posing his question, he promptly received a response from the system. All identities are random. They can be male or female, a vagabond, a driver, or even a doctor or lawyer. Then, could I not leverage these individuals' identities? If he infected these NPCs, he would merely acquire 10 utterly non-combative zombies. But if he refrained from infecting them and instead utilized their identities wisely, he could potentially gain 10 100% loyal and obedient pawns. I choose the 10 NPCs. The moment Wei Gong made his choice, 10 information cards materialized in his mind. Delivery person, nurse, teacher, janitor, bus driver, travel agency owner. Upon glimpsing the final information card, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zhang Xiaoyu, daughter of the mayor of Shaodin City and also the mayor's secretary. An overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him. If the delivery person and janitor were akin to mere napkins and umbrellas from the card pool, Zhang Xiaoyu was nothing short of a luxurious flat-screen television. System, how can I control these NPCs? You may command them through sheer thought regardless of distance. Your orders will be executed. A map materialized in Wei Gong's mind, detailing the locations, activities, and appearances of the NPCs under his control. Min Xingye, come here and procure a portion of McNuggets for me. Wei Gong selected the nearest NPC and issued the command from afar. Simultaneously, at a private travel agency, Min Xingye, who was dining with his wife, abruptly paused with his chopsticks midair. Responding to the command, Min Xingye grabbed the keys to his electric scooter and dashed out. Honey, continue eating. I have something to attend to. His wife, bewildered, stared at her departing spouse. What has gotten into him? Approximately 15 minutes later, Min Xingye arrived at the McDonald's where Wei Gong was situated. He presented a portion of McNuggets before Wei Gong. Master, here are your McNuggets. They can think independently. As long as I give commands, they will find ways to accomplish tasks. It seems this NPC possesses a degree of intelligence. Wei Gong felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. The first phase of the game has officially commenced. What followed were the rules pertaining to the first phase. The first phase, dubbed the dormancy phase, would last 1 week. During this period, survivor players must gather supplies, weapons, and construct secure shelters. Conversely, maternal body players are tasked with expanding their influence in preparation for the impending apocalypse. Throughout the dormancy period, maternal bodies may infect zombies, but must remain undetected by the outside world. Should the existence of zombies be revealed, the exposed maternal body player would face immediate annihilation. The same applies to survivor players. Revealing any information about the zombie apocalypse to NPCs would result in their eradication. At the end of the first phase, rewards will be calculated based on the number of infected zombies and the quantity of stored supplies. Furthermore, those who achieve the highest infection and supply counts will receive additional rewards. If one wishes to distance themselves from other players, seizing this opportunity is crucial. Very well, time to get to work. Just as Wei Gong prepared to rise and commence his endeavors, the system's voice echoed in the minds of all maternal body players. Player XXX's maternal identity has been exposed and has been eliminated. What is happening? Not just Wei Gong, but the hearts of maternal body players worldwide skipped a beat. They summoned the maternal player list in their minds, and amidst a flurry of question marks, a gray player name emerged. Accompanying the player's name was the number 10, denoting their count of zombies. Clearly, this player had, like Wei Gong, opted for the third choice. Perhaps in pursuit of reward for the first phase, they had immediately infected those 10 NPCs, only to be discovered by the outside world and met with ruthless annihilation. A perfect illustration of the adage, haste makes waste. Wei Gong frowned. System, will that individual's exposure affect the NPC society? If the NPC society became aware of the zombie's existence, they would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance. This would constrain all subsequent actions of the maternal body players, complicating an already challenging start. It will not. Upon receiving the system's response, Wei Gong heaved a sigh of relief. Had the existence of zombies been exposed, he and the other maternal body players would surely have words for that fool's entire lineage. However, with this cautionary tale in mind, I must indeed exercise greater vigilance. Wei Gong cast a glance at the cameras mounted on the restaurant ceiling. In this era of advanced technology, where cameras were ubiquitous, should Wei Gong wish to infect zombies, he would need to evade these electronic eyes. Chapter 2. Learning from Northern Myanmar. This travel group is truly worth every penny. A week of homestay and agritourism for just 500 yuan. Indeed, accommodation and meals included, plus complimentary agricultural products. What a delightful bargain. Inside a tour bus, a lively group of individuals engaged in animated discussions about their journey. Among them were men and women of varying ages, from the youthful to the elderly, despite their diverse backgrounds. They shared a common trait, a penchant for seizing every opportunity to save a bit of money. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? As the chatter continued, Wei Gong, seated at the front of the bus, stood up that we are approaching our destination, and I have a few announcements to make. That moment, Wei Gong donned a tour guide's hat, wore a vest emblazoned with the travel agency's logo, and held a small red flag, embodying the quintessential tour guide. As soon as Wei Gong spoke, the bus fell silent. With a cheerful smile, he tipped his hat slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Wei, but you can call me Xiao Zhang. I will be your guide for this trip. Should you have any questions during our journey, feel free to approach me. All right, Xiao Zhang. With his youthful charm and amiable demeanor, Wei Gong instantly endeared himself to everyone on the bus. Our destination lies in the mountains. Where the signal is notoriously poor, I suggest that everyone post a message on their social media, letting friends and family know they are vacationing in the mountains and may be unreachable. This could prevent undue worry if they cannot get in touch with you, right? The passengers exchanged glances, realizing they had not considered this potential issue. Xiao Zhang. That is a brilliant suggestion. We hadn't thought of that. One by one, the passengers pulled out their phones and followed Wei Gong's advice, posting their updates. Wei Gong glanced ahead and noticed a tunnel ahead. The cameras there had been vandalized, and several signal jammers had been installed, creating a perfect surveillance blind spot. After a long journey, I imagine everyone is feeling tired and thirsty. Here, I have some freshly squeezed juice from our farm for you to taste. Just as the bus entered the tunnel, Wei Gong produced a box of vibrant red juice to share with the passengers. Seeing Wei Gong's enthusiastic hospitality, the passengers were touched. Xiao Zhang, you're so thoughtful. You knew we'd be thirsty. They eagerly tried the juice, eager to provide feedback on its flavor. However, upon tasting the juice, some frowned, sensing something was amiss. Xiao Zhang, this juice tastes a bit peculiar, doesn't it? Oh, really? It might be due to our special ingredients. Wei Gong replied with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, the juice contained a sinister secret. His own blood, the essence of a zombie progenitor, like consuming wild bat, the moment the passengers ingested the juice. The viral infection coursed through their veins. Of course, this method of transmission was only effective with small doses of liquid. Consuming too much would dilute the potency of his blood. Xiao Zhang, you haven't added any strange additives. Have you? Before anyone could question further, a blood-curdling scream erupted within the bus. The passengers turned to see a man savagely gnawing at his female companion. Blood and flesh everywhere. A wave of panic swept through the bus as people frantically, so Wei Gong did not open the box for inspection. He had unwavering faith in the loyalty of NPCs and strode directly toward the factory. Ascending the dilapidated staircase to the second floor, he encountered several timid middle-aged men. Although these men varied in appearance, they all shared a common trait. They were ensnared in the throes of a midlife crisis, burdened by suffocating debts, and in dire need of money. Faced with Wei Gong, who was younger than themselves, these middle-aged men instinctively shrank back. This clearly indicated their lack of courage and resolve. Still wearing his mask to obscure his true identity, Wei Gong reassured them, "Do not fear. I have merely come to request a simple favor from you." As he spoke, the teacher behind him opened the box to reveal stacks of cash. The sight of the crisp bills caused the men's eyes to widen in astonishment. What do you need? We won't engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. Wei Gong replied as he patted one of the men's shoulders to ease their tension. I just need you to stage a traffic accident tomorrow night at 8. The men were taken aback but relax, it's not like something out of a drama or movie. Just a light scrape with any vehicle will suffice. Wei Gong chuckled. If that proves too difficult, you can simply pretend your car is broken down and park it in the middle of the road. Upon hearing this, the men were even more perplexed that we are a media group conducting. Wei Gong hurled a glass bead towards the individual. The bead struck the intercom in that person's hand with precision. simultaneously unleashing the zombies contained within. The staff member had yet to utter a word before the zombie severed his throat, leading to his untimely demise. The perfect assassination would entail eliminating anyone who had witnessed him. The same principle applied during the lurking phase. As long as Wei Gong could dispatch everyone before the news spread, his identity would remain concealed, and he would avoid the wrath of the system. I do not wish to perish. The consecutive deaths of two individuals ignited a frenzy among the remaining staff, who fled towards the exit in a mad rush. However, Wei Gong would not allow them to escape so easily. Another 2 glass beads, concealing zombies, were launched, ensuring that any staff member attempting to flee the room would be brutally attacked and devoured by the lurking undead. Within a minute, all the personnel in the room had succumbed to Wei Gong's infection, swelling the number of zombies under his control to a staggering 310. Ding! The first phase has concluded. Now, the rewards will be calculated and distributed. Just 2 minutes before the impending zombie apocalypse, the system's notification signaling the end of the first phase resonated in the minds of all players. Player Wei Gong, with a zombie infection count of 310, receives an S-grade evaluation. Reward: C-grade superpower, coordinate ability. Soon, the introduction to the coordinate ability materialized in Wei Gong's mind, similar to a one-time storage orb. The coordinate ability is also a power of the spatial type. By touching any entity, Wei Gong can leave a coordinate mark, with a maximum of 10 marks existing simultaneously, within a radius of 10 meters centered around Wei Gong. He can interchange items bearing coordinate marks at will. Each swap of position consumes Wei Gong's mental energy. If an item marked with a coordinate is destroyed, the mark vanishes as well. For instance, if a bomb marked with a coordinate explodes, the mark will disappear along with by touching again. Wei Gong can also cancel the coordinate mark. After reviewing the skill introduction, Wei Gong touched a nearby zombie, and then a mobile phone on the table. After marking both items, he seized the phone and flung it away. As the phone soared through the air, Wei Gong's eyes widened. Coordinate ability: in an instant, the phone swapped places with the zombie. A slight smile graced Wei Gong's lips, an intriguing ability. Although its lethality is not particularly high, its practicality and potential for development are substantial. In just a few breaths, Wei Gong conceived several applications for the ability. However, for him at present, the energy consumption is somewhat excessive. Given his current mental energy, he estimates he could use it around 10 times within an hour, but if used consecutively, 5 times would be the limit. It would be wise to enhance his mental capacity soon. Just as Wei Gong contemplated this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Player Wei Gong, with an infection count of 310 zombies. Ranks first, earning 3 opportunities for reward selection. Simultaneously, a pop-up window appeared before Wei Gong, displaying the leaderboard for the zombie faction during the lurking phase. To his surprise, Wei Gong was at the top. Aside from his name, he noted the infection counts of other players: 231 individuals, 197 individuals. Wei Gong realized that more than half of the top 20 had infected over 100 during the lurking phase. This indicated that the zombie faction was not lacking in skilled players that he wished to investigate further, but found that due to the system's confidentiality, he could only see the infection counts, devoid of names or specific information. Deciding not to dwell on this, Wei Gong relinquished the inquiry. It is better this way. If he cannot see others' information, then naturally, others cannot see his, ensuring that his intelligence remains secure. Even among the zombie progenitors of the same faction, Wei Gong preferred that they remain uninformed. This was a matter of caution. Chapter 5. The Zombie's Glance. Life and death are uncertain. After closing the leaderboard, Wei Gong opened the reward selection interface. Although the rewards were varied and plentiful, for Wei Gong at this stage, most were of little use. After a swift review, he promptly made his decision. I choose to enhance the zombie level twice and the mental energy once. Next comes the phase of a large-scale zombie outbreak. The higher the strength of the zombies, the quicker they can infect ordinary people, leading to a chain reaction of 1 infecting 10, 10 infecting 100, and so forth. The snowball effect will grow ever larger, ultimately culminating in an uncontrollable and terrifying disaster. Enhancement complete. Wei Gong glanced at the strength of his zombies. Level 3 zombies with a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Possessing low intelligence, capable of ascending stairs, climbing ladders, and exhibiting basic self-healing. As long as their heads remain intact, their bodies will gradually recover. 0.10 kilometers per hour. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. It is worth noting that even amateur runners who regularly train for long distances only manage 9 to 10 kilometers. In the absence of external interference, these zombies could easily slaughter the majority of ordinary individuals. More terrifyingly, the zombies under Wei Gong's command do not experience fatigue. The thought of being pursued by a horde of relentless and faster zombies sent a shiver down Wei Gong's spine. Thankfully, I am the progenitor of zombies. Wei Gong smiled broadly and issued a command in his mind. Everyone, commence action. Although the time spent reviewing the rewards delayed him for a few minutes. Wei Gong felt no urgency, for he commanded a substantial number of subordinates in the auditorium of Shaodang City's first high school. A multitude of students filled the seats, all boarders in their final year. What is teacher you planning? We've been summoned here to sit idle for an hour. This moment. Dissatisfaction simmered among many students. The man referred to as teacher you leaned against the auditorium's entrance. Waiting quietly soon as Wei Gong's command echoed in his mind, teacher you immediately produced a key and locked the door behind him. That door was the only exit. Once sealed, the auditorium would transform into a chamber of confinement. Click. Next, teacher you extinguished all the lights in the auditorium. In an instant, the brightly lit hall was plunged into an oppressive silence. What is happening? A power outage. The sudden change startled all the students present. While they were at a loss, a chilling scream pierced through the darkness. What happened? What happened? Is it haunted? Who is shouting there? Teacher you, where is teacher you? In the pitch-black void, the unexpected scream ignited the fear within each student. Don't panic. I still have my phone for light. A quick-thinking student immediately activated his phone's flashlight. But as the light flickered on, his eyes were met with the sight of a figure resembling a withered tree, currently pouncing upon someone. Gulp. In the darkness, the sound of teeth gnawing on raw flesh echoed ominously. The individual being attacked appeared to be wearing their school uniform. This indicated that the victim was one of their classmates. The student who had turned on the flashlight felt his pupils dilate, a wave of bone-chilling terror coursing up his spine. In the darkness, a monster was devouring his classmate, perhaps sensing the gaze upon it. The withered figure slowly turned its head. It was a bloodied human face, with pupilless, ghastly white eyes and wrinkled, desiccated skin, smeared with bits of human flesh. A zombie! The student who had switched on the flashlight immediately recalled the iconic scene from Resident Evil 1, where the zombie turned its head. That iconic moment he had witnessed countless times. Yet now, witnessing it in reality, he could not help but scream uncontrollably. The scream instantly caught the attention of the zombie, which abandoned its meal and lunged straight at the student. Don't come closer! Don't come closer! The student attempted to flee, but the dual obstacles of darkness and panic led him to inadvertently collide with another person. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was also clad in the same school uniform, and he assumed it was a classmate. Don't just stand there. Run, there are zombies! Just as he shouted this, he saw the classmates slowly turn their head. It was a bloodied face, devoid of pupils, the pale whites taking up the entirety of the visage. Even more horrifying was that a large chunk of flesh was missing from the left side of the face. Crimson blood gushing profusely from the wound. Such a grotesque sight made the student feel a wave of nausea, and he doubled over, retching painfully. Ugh! Immediately, a withered hand rested upon his shoulder, the pain of flesh being torn asunder, the warmth trickling down his neck. Shortly thereafter, he lost consciousness, becoming one of the undead in the darkness. About 5 minutes later, teacher you once again turned on the lights, revealing the auditorium transformed into a blood-soaked hell on earth. Those vibrant students, filled with youthful vigor and endless hopes for the future, had now become mere shells, wandering through the hall in search of potential survivors. As teacher you navigated through the horde of zombies. He meticulously counted the numbers, being a direct subordinate of Wei Gong. The zombies of the same faction did not attack him. Adjusting his glasses, teacher you noted, 240 individuals, plus the 10 zombies I originally brought. Totals 250. The count is accurate. Subsequently, he opened the large doors of the auditorium. The zombies surged forth like students rushing to the cafeteria, pouring out of the hall. Nearby, a residential area of school district houses lay quiet. It was now 8 in the evening, prime time for people to take leisurely strolls. The sheer magnitude of the zombie horde, once unleashed, would undoubtedly trigger a gruesome massacre. Yet, as the architect of this calamity, Teacher Yu felt no turmoil within. Despite his human facade, his heart had long since aligned with the undead army. Compassion, guilt, the fate of humanity, none of these mattered to him. His sole concern was to flawlessly execute the mission assigned by his master. Teacher Yu approached the podium in the auditorium, retrieving a backpack from within. His next task was to masquerade as a survivor, gathering intelligence on other human survivors for Wei Gong, as well as identifying the factions of human players hidden within the city. Chapter 6. Fear of Zombies. Watching the surveillance. The infection mission at Yizhong is complete. The municipal hospital infection mission is complete. The pedestrian street infection mission is complete. The Wontai Mall infection mission is complete. In the surveillance room of the Olympic Sports Center, Wei Gong, the mastermind behind the incident, sipped on his sugary drink while reviewing the task reports sent by his subordinates. Everything progressed as he had envisioned. In a mere hour, the infection count had soared to a staggering 5,000, far surpassing that of his competitors. After turning off his phone, Wei Gong redirected his attention to the surveillance screens. The concert, once filled with the fervor of youth, had devolved into a merciless slaughterhouse. The densely packed crowd had become a breeding ground for the zombie virus, with hundreds falling victim to infection every minute. Those who became infected would in turn attack others, creating an avalanche effect that spiraled out of control. The 7th exit corridor housed a small room with 20 individuals. Dispatch zombies to handle them. Below the stage, an elevator shaft concealed 3 individuals. Send 3 zombies that in the backstage dressing room. A hidden compartment contains 17 individuals. Dispatch 34 zombies. As the saying goes, it's not the number of zombies that instills fear, but the expansive vision they possess. With the assistance of a surveillance system, Wei Gong easily located the vast majority of survivors. At his command, the zombies would launch organized and purposeful assaults on hiding places, leaving the survivors with no escape. Soon, those cowering in corners were systematically hunted down, joining the ranks of the undead. At that moment, Wei Gong received a message. Master, the vehicle is ready. The sender was none other than his most capable secretary. Zhang Xiaoyu. Wei Gong drained the last drop of his sugary drink. The civilian infection mission is complete. Now it's time to target the armed forces of this city in the wake of such a catastrophic disaster. Questions arose. Where are the police? The well-trained, armed police represented the city's strongest line of defense against the outbreak of the zombie crisis. In the initial stages of the outbreak, they could undoubtedly provide a formidable barrier. With their intervention, even if the zombie crisis couldn't be entirely resolved, they could effectively slow the infection's spread and rescue more civilians. However, at this moment, this force was eerily silent. The reason for this situation lay in their entrapment in traffic. Less than 5 minutes after the zombie crisis erupted at the concert, the headquarters had dispatched police forces from various precincts for support. Yet, the majority were stuck on the elevated roads. The multiple traffic accidents orchestrated by Wei Gong had strategically occurred at the city's critical intersections. If only a few intersections were congested, it would not pose a significant issue. The traffic police could easily manage the situation. However, today, all key routes were gridlocked. This was a crippling blow to the city's traffic, and it would take hours to restore normalcy. The armed forces were unable to assemble swiftly, causing them to miss the optimal rescue window. Once the zombie horde had fully formed, it would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary law enforcement. Olden, the driver, furrowed his brow. What is going on with this road today? Is it supposed to be congested at 8 in the evening? While special vehicles do have the right of way during missions, the reality was that the road was utterly blocked. Even with that privilege, one could not simply drive over the vehicles ahead. Sitting in the passenger seat, old Liao remained silent, his expression grave as he stared at his phone. Newly graduated Officer Wang Xia leaned in. Master, what's troubling you? Old Liao displayed his phone screen, revealing the entire traffic situation of Shaodang City, with every critical route marked in deep red. At this hour, the evening rush had long passed. It was implausible for traffic to be this congested. Even if one road encountered an incident, it was unlikely for every route to be affected. Old Liao paused. And now a large-scale violent incident erupts at the Olympic Sports Center. Graduated from the police academy, Wang Xia quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that this congestion is a deliberate obstruction to prevent us from reaching the Olympic Sports Center? Old Liao nodded. Yet he harbored an even more chilling suspicion. He recalled that the concert at the Olympic Sports Center had been scheduled for days prior, but had been postponed due to a sudden fire safety issue. Now, with this incident occurring, it felt too coincidental if it were not mere chance. Old Liao suddenly inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. Once the mission was complete, he would conduct a thorough investigation. Olden, stay in the car. Wang, come with me to the front to take a look. Old Liao unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, heading towards the front. Traffic congestion is often caused by accidents. And where there are accidents, traffic police are typically present. He intended to investigate the individual responsible for the accident and borrow a motorcycle from his police colleagues. Newcomer Wang Xia immediately followed suit. Sure, a 3-kilometer distance is not far for 2 trained officers. They arrived after a brisk 10-minute jog. Just as old Liao had surmised, a vehicle had indeed met with an accident at the front, causing severe congestion throughout the elevated road. Old Liao gradually slowed his pace, glancing over to the other side of the elevated road, where he noticed that the far left lane was undergoing construction, while the accident vehicle was situated in the far right lane. This had effectively transformed the originally 3-lane elevated road into a single lane, forcing vehicles on either side to change lanes towards the center, significantly slowing traffic flow. Moreover, such frequent lane changes were prone to causing fender benders. During his run, old Liao had already noted 2 or 3 disputes arising from collisions. The more traffic accident disputes there were, the more severe the congestion would become. Old Liao's brow furrowed slightly. This situation seemed too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. It felt as though an unseen hand was manipulating it all. Master, I see that those 2 colleagues are becoming overwhelmed. Wang Xia pointed to 2 traffic police officers on site, one directing traffic, the other managing various accidents. Meanwhile, the black SUV that had triggered this series of blockades was left unattended. Wang, go greet our colleagues while I investigate the owner of that vehicle. This matter currently falls outside my jurisdiction, so it's best to inform them first. All right, Chapter 7. The impeccable puppet master Old Liao approached the black SUV, knocking on the window. Sir, please roll down your window. Inside the black SUV sat a balding middle-aged man, nervously smoking a cigarette, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror as if searching for someone. Police! The already tense balding man nearly dropped his cigarette upon seeing the uniformed figure outside. Observing the man's overly agitated reaction, old Liao's expression darkened. It was evident that there were indeed some hidden secrets at play. Old Liao produced his credentials from his inner pocket. Please lower your window and cooperate with the investigation. The balding man, inherently timid, was utterly intimidated by the other party's assertive demeanor, prompting him to hastily open the car door, fearful of even the slightest delay. Yes, there's something wrong, he stammered, his gaze darting nervously towards the rearview mirror. Lao Yao, puzzled, wondered why this individual kept glancing at the mirror. He too took a cursory look, but found nothing amiss. Briefly introducing himself, Lao Liao inquired, Master, is there an issue with your vehicle parked here? The balding man quickly explained, My tire is damaged. It's deflating. Deflating? Lao Liao leaned in to inspect the dashboard, discovering that indeed the left rear tire was losing air. Without further ado, he walked straight towards the left rear tire. Upon seeing it, Lao Liao's brow furrowed in concern. The tire was indeed deflating, but the gash was too neat, suggesting it had not been torn accidentally while driving. Rather, it appeared to have been deliberately cut with a small knife. Measuring the length of the gash, Lao Liao noted it was a good 5 or 6 centimeters long. Such a substantial cut could drain the tire of air in under 5 minutes. Driving onto an elevated road would be nearly impossible, let alone exiting the neighborhood. This indicated that the damage to the tire must have occurred after the vehicle was parked. Lao Liao snapped a photograph and confronted the balding man. Master, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. The balding man attempted to justify himself. Yet each of his arguments was systematically dismantled by Lao Liao's reasoning. As the interrogation progressed, the balding man grew increasingly flustered. Ultimately left speechless by Lao Liao's inquiries. Since you are unable to respond, I must request your cooperation and escort you to the precinct for further questioning. Lao Liao sensed that by firmly grasping this lead, He could unravel the thread and uncover the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing he would be taken into custody, the balding man panicked. What have I done wrong? It's merely a broken vehicle. Lao Yao gestured toward the congested road behind him. You are suspected of deliberately obstructing public transportation, and I possess the authority to detain you. The balding man's face flushed crimson as he spread his hands in desperation. Evidence. Where is the evidence? Lao Yao first pointed to the dash cam in the vehicle. Firstly, your car is equipped with a dash cam. Whether the damage was indeed accidental will be revealed through its footage. Secondly, the implement used to puncture the tire remains in your vehicle. If we locate it and submit it for analysis, we will immediately determine if the substances on it match those of your tire. Finally, taking a deep breath, Lao Yao indicated the surveillance camera mounted on the overpass, speaking with solemnity. In this high-tech society, surveillance cameras are omnipresent. Any malevolence will be laid bare. In the past, it was said that man acts, and heaven observes. Today, it is man acts, and the eyes of heaven bear witness. In contemporary society, any unlawful acts will inevitably face the just wrath of the law. The balding man, as if all strength had been drained from him, slumped helplessly into his seat. Fine, I confess, I was participating in the filming of a social experiment video that he explained that the contract explicitly stated that unless absolutely necessary, the fact that they were filming should not be disclosed, lest it jeopardize the project and waste the investors' resources. Consequently, if the secret were revealed, the person responsible would face a 70 deduction in their wages. Lao Yao was increasingly perplexed, his brow deeply furrowed. A social experiment video? Yes. We even obtained permission from the city government for this experiment. Permission granted? Lao Yao's expression darkened. Given the current situation, it was evident that other routes would likely mirror this chaos, a severely disruptive experiment affecting the entire city's traffic. Those who would consent to such an undertaking must either be utterly foolish or harbor malicious intent. Headquarters, I suspect today's traffic congestion is man-made, orchestrated by the same group behind the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. I request that my colleagues investigate the vehicles responsible for the blockage. Lao Yao promptly reported the matter. The more individuals apprehended in connection with this incident, the closer they would come to identifying the mastermind. Headquarters received, came the response. Lao Yao then turned his attention back to the balding man. What is your name? Age. Occupation. This interrogative tone truly frightens me, the balding man stammered. My name is Shou Kongyu. 46 years old, recently laid off from my job. Shou Kongyu lamented his situation, regretting deeply that had he not been dismissed by an unscrupulous company, he would never have engaged in such a nonsensical endeavor. What do you know about the individuals who instructed you? What are their intentions? I don't know. All I know is that they were filming a video under the account named Social Experiment Group. Headquarters, please investigate the account Social Experiment Group. Truthfully, Lao Yao held little hope for this account's legitimacy. The perpetrator was likely a highly meticulous individual, and the account was probably a fabricated one. What can you tell me about the appearance and name of the person who directed you? Shou Kongyu shook his head. I don't know, he wore a baseball cap and a mask, dressed in long sleeves and trousers. The only thing I know is that he was a young man in his early 20s. A young man in his 20s, Lao Yao mused, furrowing his brow. The mastermind had indeed covered his tracks flawlessly, concealing all identifying features while deceiving those lower in the hierarchy. Even if the lower-tier executors were captured, they would yield no useful information. Master, we have a situation. At that moment, Wang Xia rushed in, breathless and visibly agitated. Xiao Wang, you're just in time. Take this man back to the precinct for questioning. Before Lao Yao could finish, Wang Xia interrupted. Master, it's grave. A horde of assailants has suddenly surged from beneath the overpass, attacking civilians. Those who are attacked are also assimilated and begin assaulting others. Lao Yao's eyes widened. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the incident at the Olympic Sports Center. Was the mastermind's target not solely the sports center, but the entire city? Lao Yao's expression shifted dramatically. If that were the case, the nature of the situation would become exceedingly dire. Lao Yao demanded of Shou Kongyu. What else do you know? I truly don't know, Shou Kongyu replied, appearing bewildered as he hurried to distance himself from the situation. Headquarters, a collective assault incident has also occurred on the northern overpass, requesting backup. Lao Yao set down the radio and turned to Wang Xia. Xiaowang, take this individual to Fine Lao and then escort him back to the precinct. Ensure his safety. He is a crucial lead. What about you, master? Lao Yao's expression grew serious. I will seek out the traffic police to help evacuate the civilians and attempt to thwart those assailants. Their presence is a threat to the safety of the populace. Even knowing that my strength is as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, I shall charge forward without hesitation. Chapter 8. Truth or Deception. A gentle voice pulled Wei Gong from the realms of comics and music. Master, we have arrived. Wei Gong set down his comic book, removed his headphones, and looked up. Are all the tasks you were assigned prepared without flaw? Before Wei Gong stood a young woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old, with a chic short haircut and clad in a black professional suit, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding the charm of a mature woman. This was Zhang Xiaoyu, Wei Gong's most capable secretary. The successful implementation of the zombie infection plan hinged on the contributions of the 10 NPCs under Wei Gong's command. However, if accolades were to be bestowed, Zhang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be the most significant contributor. Many tasks were completed successfully thanks to her leveraging her authority to facilitate matters and forge documents. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. I've checked 3 times. I assure you there will be no oversights. The forthcoming task was exceedingly perilous, where even a minor flaw could plunge them into an abyss of irretrievable consequences. Wei Gong's expression was particularly grave, for they were about to breach a military base located 20 miles outside Shaodan City. This base was the closest military installation to Shaodan City, housing nearly 500 troops, should armed suppression of the zombies commence. This military force would undoubtedly be the most formidable asset. Therefore, Wei Gong had to eliminate them before they could act. Zhang Xiaoyu reiterated her assurance. Absolutely flawless, Wei Gong nodded. Then let us depart. Wei Gong and Zhang Xiaoyu entered the front car, with a large truck bearing the logo of Green City Pharmaceuticals following closely behind. This pharmaceutical research company had numerous collaborations with the Shaodan City government. The 2 vehicles traveled without incident, soon arriving at a heavily guarded military base. As they approached, the sentry on duty promptly stepped forward to halt them. This is a military facility. Please leave immediately. Zhang Xiaoyu exited the vehicle, retrieving her credentials and several documents from her briefcase. I am Zhang Xiaoyu, secretary to the city government, here to transport important supplies. The sentry compared the documents and found no discrepancies. We have not received any orders regarding incoming supplies. Without a directive from above, the Sentinels would undoubtedly deny entry to Wei Gong and his companions. As Wei Gong disembarked, he cast a fleeting glance at the military base, noting the soldiers within swiftly assembling. Various heavy weaponry being mobilized. It was clear that preparations were underway for a firepower suppression of the zombie insurrection plaguing the city. Wei Gong approached, saying, "Greetings, we represent Green City Pharmaceuticals. We are here for an urgent, impromptu operation, hence formal orders from above have yet to be transmitted. However, I assure you, this batch of medication is of paramount importance for the mission you are about to undertake." He continued, "I hope you can relay this to the commanding officer of the base, so we may explain in person. At this moment, Wei Gong was clad in a white lab coat, donning black frame glasses, his face still concealed by a mask, exuding an air reminiscent of a laboratory researcher. The Sentinel glanced at the large truck behind them, then at the documents in his hand, before removing his mask. Wei Gong, aware of the nearby surveillance camera, adjusted his position to shield himself from its view, before also removing his mask. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said, and once the Sentinel had completed his verification, Wei Gong promptly donned the mask again. The documents were genuine, bearing the seals of the city government and Green City Pharmaceuticals. The mission Wei Gong referred to as classified military information, never disclosed to the outside world. His clarity on the matter indicated their legitimacy as emissaries from above, someone to be trusted. "Please hold on. I will notify our battalion commander." Approximately 5 minutes later, 2 impeccably composed soldiers emerged from the military base. Point 1, equipped with a helmet and fully armed, appeared ready for deployment. "Please explain the situation," he commanded. The Sentinel saluted and replied, "Commander, they claim to be from Green City Pharmaceuticals, here to transport operational supplies. I have compared their documents. They are authentic. However, we did not receive any orders regarding incoming supplies." The man addressed as Commander Gao Yin was the highest authority at the military base. He scrutinized the documents presented, finding no discrepancies, and then turned his gaze toward Zheng Xiaoyu and Wei Gong. "What supplies are in the truck?" he inquired, his eyes sharp as a dagger, revealing the instincts of a seasoned veteran, marked by acute perception and vigilance. Wei Gong adjusted his glasses, responding, "It is an antibody agent to suppress viral infection." Upon hearing this, Gao Yin's wariness intensified. That if this medication is of such significance, why was there no prior notification? Due to the confidential nature of the medication's development, we cannot disclose any information unless the viral infection escalates. Otherwise, it would incite unnecessary public panic. As he spoke, Wei Gong handed over a forged research report documenting the study of the zombie virus and its antibody. The virus currently in outbreak was highly contagious. Once news leaked, it could trigger widespread societal hysteria. In such a scenario, the true menace would not merely be the infected, but the panic-stricken populace. A radiation incident overseas could lead to a rush on iodine salt. A mere flu outbreak could deplete all cold medications from the market, regardless of their efficacy. In the face of panic, rationality often dissipates. Should malevolent individuals exploit a society gripped by fear, it could precipitate a catastrophe rivaling the zombie crisis. Gao Yin furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity in Wei Gong's reasoning. Yet he remained apprehensive about the origins of the medicine. If the antibody has already been developed, why not distribute it in advance to prevent an incident? The antibodies currently produced are merely prototypes and not entirely effective. Given the unforeseen urgency, we can only provide this as a temporary measure. Wei Gong retrieved a vial from the truck, although labeled as a medication. It was merely saline solution. The number of prototypes was limited, sufficient only for military personnel and key city officials. Gao Yin pondered Wei Gong's explanation. Initially, he considered contacting superiors for confirmation, but the confidentiality of the matter suggested that few were privy to the truth. Even if he verified the authenticity, it would likely cause significant delays, jeopardizing their mission timeline. Gao Yin gazed at the vial in Wei Gong's hand for some time. How can you assure the safety of this agent? If Wei Gong spoke truthfully, it would necessitate the vaccination of all soldiers, as it could effectively safeguard their lives. Quite simply, I can administer an injection before your eyes. Wei Gong exhibited no hesitation as he unwrapped the injection, drew saline into the syringe, and administered it into his arm. His actions were fluid, akin to an experienced researcher. Turning to Zheng Xiaoyu, he instructed, "Please bring experiment subject 1 over." "Understood," she replied, proceeding toward the large truck. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals in lab coats appeared, pushing a large iron cage. Inside the cage was a fearsome zombie. Upon witnessing the presence of a living person, the zombie emitted low, guttural growls. Had it not been for the chains and iron bars restraining it, it would have lunged to attack. The sight of the zombie instantly heightened the soldiers' vigilance, all raising their weapons to aim at both the creature and Wei Gong. Seeing their reaction, Wei Gong chuckled softly. Although they were trained soldiers, it was their first encounter with such a perilous, infectious being, a natural response to feel tense. Wei Gong raised both hands, reassuring, "This specimen is entirely under our control. There is no need for concern." The zombie was bound by chains at its limbs, its head firmly secured by a collar, rendering it incapable of biting, let alone turning its head. Gao Yin did not permit the soldiers to lower their weapons, but instead commanded, "Continue with your demonstration." Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, extending his arm toward the zombie. As everyone anticipated the creature to seize Wei Gong's arm and bite, they were astonished to see the zombie ignore him completely. Its vacant eyes fixated on the soldiers outside the cage. Wei Gong retracted his arm. "After administering this antibody, the infected will mistakenly perceive you as one of their own and will not initiate an attack." Gao Yin's brow furrowed deeply. Based on Wei Gong's research report and demonstration, his claims appeared credible. If they could administer this antibody, the risk associated with their mission would significantly diminish. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his instincts honed from years of service warned him that something was amiss. How to choose? Gao Yin found himself in a dilemma. That moment, a silent soldier standing beside him spoke up. "Commander, we cannot trust his words just yet." Gao Yin turned to the soldier. "Does Vice Officer Sure have any insights?" I cannot pinpoint any specific issues, but that does not guarantee everything is as it appears. Vice Officer shook his head. Documents can be forged, and the demonstration could easily be faked, provided he had injected the antidote beforehand. Gao Lian nodded. Indeed, if that is your mindset, then this becomes a futile endeavor, as everything would appear false in your eyes. Wei Gong raised his hands in exasperation. We have already squandered considerable time. I urge you to reach a decision promptly. Wei Gong felt no anxiety regarding their potential rejection of the medication, for it pertained to the safety of the soldiers under his command. Convincing us is quite simple. Vice Officer extended his hand toward Wei Gong. Let me administer an injection first. Gao Lian was taken aback. This indeed seemed the most prudent course of action. Vice Officer was one of their own, unlikely to deceive, nor had he previously administered an antidote. Should Vice Officer show no adverse reactions to the medication, it would indicate its safety. However, should the medication prove problematic, Vice Officer would undoubtedly face dire consequences, essentially offering his life as a trial for the safety of the entire battalion. Gao Lian immediately objected. No, my constitution is stronger than yours. Even if there is danger, I can endure it longer than you, that I shall test the drug. Vice Officer shook his head. You are the commander, the leader of this unit. The upcoming mission requires your guidance. You cannot afford to be harmed. Commander, allow us to proceed. Immediately, several soldiers stepped forward, willing to risk their lives for their comrades. Enough. In our battalion, we do not have soldiers testing drugs for the commander, declared the deputy commander, stepping forward with admirable resolve. Wei Gong smiled slightly, opening his medical kit to prepare an injection for Vice Officer. However, Vice Officer interrupted. I do not want the medication from your kit. I wish to administer the one from the truck, and I will retrieve it myself. He pointed toward the truck. Wei Gong's vial likely contained a placebo. Only the medication from the truck could reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyu immediately grew anxious. No, you are not professionals. You might damage the medication. Zheng Xiaoyu's concern was palpable, due to the presence of a virus-laden serum infused with Wei Gong's blood within the truck. Should Officer administer the injection prematurely and succumb to the transformation, their meticulously laid plans would be utterly obliterated. All, including Wei Gong, would meet their demise. Crack. Yet, in response to Zheng Xiaoyu's plea, the unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered filled the air, with Gao Lian's firearm pressing ominously against Wei Gong's temple. You have no right to refuse. In an instant, dozens of gun barrels were aimed squarely at Wei Gong and his companions. Even with his enhanced physique, enduring such a barrage would likely result in a swift demise. However, in this dire moment, not a trace of panic marred Wei Gong's countenance. He maintained a charming, boyish smile. Our serum poses no issues. How can we possibly refuse? Facing the gunpoint, Wei Gong turned and strode towards the truck. Come, allow me to retrieve the antibodies for you. Gao Lian and Officer exchanged glances, then followed Wei Gong's lead. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers remained vigilant, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest movement from Zheng Xiaoyu or her group. Wei Gong opened the truck's rear container, revealing it filled to the brim with tightly packed medicine boxes. These boxes held the very virus capable of turning humans into zombies. Officer turned to Wei Gong. Is it acceptable for me to select an antibody for myself? Wei Gong shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. Feel free to choose whichever catches your eye. Just be careful with it. Officer stepped into the container, his gaze sweeping across the uniform boxes. They appeared indistinguishable, devoid of any markings, suggesting that the contents were likely identical. He randomly opened one box and selected a vial. I'll take this one. His choice was arbitrary. He did not suspect that Wei Gong could foresee his decision and tamper with it. Very well, Wei Gong said, retrieving a pristine syringe from the box, still sealed in its original packaging. Allow me to assist you with the injection. Officer immediately declined. No need. I can manage it myself. He was wary of any trickery from Wei Gong. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. This serum is still experimental. Self-administration by a layman carries risks. I would recommend letting a professional handle it. Officer scrutinized Wei Gong intently. Every move Wei Gong made was under the watchful eyes of both him and Gao Lian. Any slight misstep would not escape their notice. Allowing him to inject himself seemed feasible. All right, but I shall select my own syringe. Officer Shi randomly picked another syringe and handed it to Wei Gong. Wei Gong chuckled softly. This fellow was indeed cautious, in the face of such monumental stakes. Caution was warranted. Therefore, I suggest you arrange several phones in a circle to record the entire process of my preparation of the serum. This would not only prevent any potential deceit on my part, but also enable the video to be distributed among all soldiers, allowing them to self-administer, thus significantly saving time. Wei Gong spoke with an air of confidence, embodying the notion that a man of integrity need not fear the shadows of suspicion. Gao Lian and Officer Shi exchanged another glance, finding some merit in Wei Gong's proposal. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford further delays. Agreed. Soon, 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, directing their phones towards Wei Gong and commencing the recording. Surrounded by the soldiers, with multiple phones capturing his every move, even if Wei Gong were a world-class magician, he would find it impossible to deceive them. This significantly lowered the vigilance of Gao Lian and Officer Shi. Since the antibody is still experimental, it may exhibit sedimentation. Thus, it requires vigorous shaking. Before all present, Wei Gong shook the vial vigorously, his speed so remarkable that it created an afterimage. Goodness, what speed! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Gong had activated his ability. Coordinate power. Activate. He marked the vial in hand while simultaneously swapping it with a bottle of saline from the box. In the blink of an eye, the vial containing the virus antibody was replaced with one filled with harmless saline solution. Next, he demonstrated how to draw the serum using the syringe and inject it into the outer deltoid of the upper arm, emphasizing that intravenous injection was unnecessary. Subcutaneous administration would suffice. Wei Gong refrained from injecting himself and instead proceeded to instruct. If you cannot locate the right spot, simply remember that it's located 2 to 3 fingers below the shoulder peak on the outer arm. This area is devoid of major blood vessels, making it an absolutely safe zone for injection. Observing Wei Gong's considerate guidance, the soldiers responsible for filming felt a surge of admiration. He was incredibly thoughtful and gentle. How moving. After his explanation, Wei Gong handed the syringe to Officer Shi. You should now be familiar with the location. Chief of Staff. You expect me to administer it myself? Officer Shi was taken aback by Wei Gong's nonchalance. Wei Gong shrugged indifferently. If you prefer, I could administer it for you that I'll handle myself. Officer Shi accepted the syringe, believing that self-administration would eliminate the risk of any foul play from Wei Gong. Following Wei Gong's instructions, Officer Shi located the injection site and administered the injection. Under the scrutiny of all present, the serum was slowly injected into Officer Shi's body. Click. Immediately, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed once more. With Gao Lian's firearm again trained on Wei Gong's forehead, should Officer Shi exhibit any signs of distress, Gao Lian would not hesitate to end Wei Gong's life. All present, save for Wei Gong, felt their tension rising. Gao Lian and the soldiers were concerned for Officer Shi's safety, while Zheng Xiaoyu and her companions shared their apprehension. Any misstep could result in fatal consequences for them. 10 seconds passed, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Zheng Xiaoyu panted nervously, her heart pounding in her throat. From her perspective, Officer Shi was injecting a serum laced with a virus. Why had no transformation occurred after all this time? Could the virus be ineffective? In stark contrast, Wei Gong appeared unfazed, even crouching down to entertain an ant. 15 minutes. Officer Shi glanced at his watch. 15 minutes have elapsed if there were any issues with the antibody. He should have felt unwell by now, yet he exhibited no adverse reactions. Let us test the outcome. Everyone's astonishment. Officer Shi brazenly extended his hand towards the mouth of a caged zombie. What was he doing? Everyone but Wei Gong was in a state of panic. The serum is safe, and you're seeking a way to endanger yourself. Yet, the zombie merely tilted its head, showing no signs of aggression towards the offered hand. Officer Shi's eyes lit up with delight. It truly works. Seeing his chief of staff smile, Gao Lian lowered his weapon from Wei Gong's head. What's your verdict? Officer Shi nodded. It's safe to use. With this affirmation, Gao Lian finally exhaled, turning to the soldiers. Distribute the instructional video and serum to every soldier immediately. Once the antibodies have been administered, the entire battalion will set out without delay. The soldiers were already lined up, and within 3 minutes, every soldier would receive their injection. Gao Yin holstered his firearm and addressed Wei Gong. While the serum appears effective, the procedural protocol needs refinement. We require your continued presence at the military camp for the time being. Following the completion of our mission, we will need to conduct some basic inquiries. The serum was fine for now. But what if complications arose later? To prevent Wei Gong from fleeing, Gao Yin resolved to detain him within the camp. If the investigation concluded and proved Wei Gong's innocence, Gao Yin would then offer his apologies. He was unconcerned about whether this action would offend Wei Gong or draw repercussions from his superiors. His sole focus was the well-being of every soldier under his command. Wei Gong, however, paid no heed to Gao Yin's words. Instead, he retrieved the vial that had been swapped with the virus-laden serum. He extracted the virus serum, his eyes twinkling. "Captain, would you like me to assist with your injection? Or shall I trouble Officer Shi?" "Officer Shi, I'll rely on you." Gao Yin was reluctant to entrust his life to a suspicious stranger. "Very well." Officer Shi took the syringe from Wei Gong and injected it into Gao Yin's arm. As the final drop of the virus serum was delivered into Gao Yin's body, Wei Gong smiled with relief. Despite all calculations, I remain the more skilled. Wei Gong's triumphant declaration filled Vice Officer Shi with a sense of foreboding. A disquieting premonition surging through his mind, if to validate his fears. Anguished cries echoed from the camp behind him. Shi's pupils dilated in horror as he witnessed the soldiers, who had once placed their unwavering trust in him, transform into soulless, ravenous zombies. Some soldiers, perhaps delayed in their response or fortunate enough to have received the serum late, had not yet succumbed to the transformation. Yet their fate was no less grim as they fell prey to their comrades. Even those who had undergone rigorous training were rendered powerless in such chaos. Who could have anticipated that those comrades, to whom they had entrusted their backs, would turn against them in such a monstrous fashion? Infuriated, Vice Officer Shi swiftly drew his sidearm, loading a bullet and disengaging the safety in a heartbeat. His ascension to the rank of Chief of Staff was not solely due to his tactical brilliance, but also because he was a soldier of exceptional caliber. Bang! The gun erupted with fury, the bullet aimed directly at Wei Gong's head. Even in death, Vice Officer Shi was determined to eliminate the architect of this calamity. However, just as the bullet was about to shatter Wei Gong's skull, he vanished like a wraith, replaced by a diminutive ant. During those 15 agonizing minutes of waiting for the serum to take effect, Wei Gong had not been idly toying with ants. He had marked one of them, the precise moment Vice Officer Shi fired his weapon. That marked ant scuttled right behind him. The power of coordinates activated, and their positions were exchanged. Wei Gong stood behind Shi, addressing him. "Your caution is indeed impeccable, but alas, you could never fathom that I possess a unique ability. Had it been anyone else, faced with the impeccable vigilance of Gao Yin and Vice Officer Shi, disaster would have been inevitable. Yet Wei Gong, that scoundrel, had exploited a loophole, using the power of coordinates to swap the crucial serum. A masterstroke. Indeed." Seething with rage, Vice Officer Shi turned to shoot Wei Gong once more, only to be met with a searing pain at his neck. His closest comrade, the very one he had shared countless moments with, was viciously tearing into his throat. The virus coursed through his veins, and the loss of blood sent him spiraling into dizziness, a tidal wave of weakness crashing over him. "You infected Captain Gao with your own hands, and now he has returned the favor. It seems you are evenly matched." This was the final thought that crossed Vice Officer Shi's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. "I have betrayed my comrades, and now I am slain by the one I trusted most." "Ah, how poetic!" He coughed violently, blood oozing from his lips, and with guilt for his comrades weighing heavily upon him, he transformed into a zombie. Vice Officer Shi had betrayed his allies by administering the virus-laden serum, leading them all to their doom as the undead. In turn, his comrades had betrayed him, tearing at his throat and ensuring he too joined their ranks as a mindless creature. Both had betrayed one another. Yet this treachery was orchestrated by a malevolent hand. That moment, Zheng Xiaoyu limped toward Wei Gong a Wei Gong surprise. Out of the 3 NPCs she had brought, only she remained. Zhang Xiaoyu herself bore wounds, evidently struck by gunfire. What transpired? She asked, her heart racing as she patted her chest and could see the onset of the infection. One soldier who had yet to be infected reacted quickly and opened fire on us. Thankfully, I had prepared in advance and, under the pretense of retrieving something from a vehicle, managed to evade disaster. Wei Gong cast a glance around, noticing that his two NPCs lay on the ground. Barely clinging to life that he approached them, a sigh escaping his lips. Such a pity. These two were beyond saving. Rather than allowing them to decay into lifeless husks, it would be more beneficial for them to rise as zombies. Continuing to serve a purpose, Wei Gong plunged his hands into the bodies of the fallen, injecting them with the virus. Soon, they perished, and two newly created zombies stood loyally by Wei Gong's side. Akin to steadfast bodyguards, his gaze shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyu, who, despite her non-fatal wounds, appeared weak and paled in the now hellish landscape of Shaotin City. Healing Zhang Xiaoyu's injuries would prove challenging if this situation persisted. Her demise would be inevitable. Just then, the system's voice resonated in Wei Gong's mind. Due to your successful conquest of the military base, special area, you have earned a reward opportunity. Please make your selection. Wei Gong was taken aback. He had not expected such a boon. It seemed that conquering a fortified area came with its own rewards. However, it made sense. The difficulty of breaching a military base was exponentially higher than other locations. Had Wei Gong not prepared in advance, had he not possessed the crucial power of coordinates, success would have been unattainable. The system was essentially rewarding him for overcoming a challenge beyond his current level. As he perused the available rewards, he noted they were largely the same: enhancing zombies, boosting his own abilities, and acquiring superpowers. Wei Gong pondered aloud, "System, if I can enhance zombies, can I also enhance my NPCs?" Zhang Xiaoyu gasped in surprise. "Ah, is that possible? Then I choose to enhance my subordinate NPCs. Due to the limited number of NPCs under your command, the reward system will automatically balance, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of all NPCs' physical abilities, granting them powerful healing capabilities and mastery over firearms, as well as hacking skills." "You are quite benevolent," Wei Gong mused. Aside from the two who had perished, he was left with only 8 NPCs. Sacrificing a reward opportunity to enhance just 8 NPCs would have been a significant loss. However, the current reward balance allowed Wei Gong to gain 8 formidable subordinates, each well-rounded in various skills, a result that pleased him immensely. Under the influence of the potent healing, Zhang Xiaoyu's gunshot wound began to mend at a visible pace. Soon, apart from the tattered remnants of her clothing, no trace of the bullet wound remained. Zhang Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of shame. "Master, the injury was entirely due to our inadequacy. Death would be no great loss. It is truly wasteful for you to expend a reward opportunity on us." Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. "Not all. It is far from wasteful that in comparison to the numerous zombies, you few are my most vital assets. While the quantity and lethality of NPCs could not rival that of zombies, they possessed advantages in intelligence, independent action, and the essence of humanity that zombies could never match. Many tasks could only be accomplished by NPCs. Not to mention, these NPCs had now acquired a wealth of practical skills. If you feel shame, then let your actions yield profit for me, proving that my decision today was the right one." Wei Gong looked at Zhang Xiaoyu, sensing that, if utilized correctly, these 8 NPCs could become an invaluable trump card. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly bowed in a gesture of loyalty. "I will not disappoint your expectations." Previously, Zhang Xiaoyu had followed Wei Gong merely due to the system's design. Now, however, she was completely captivated by his leadership qualities. "I now assign you your first task: sabotage the military base's surveillance system." Although there was no longer a pressing need for secrecy, Wei Gong's cautious nature dictated this course of action. Understood, with her newfound hacking skills, dismantling the surveillance system would be a breeze for Zhang Xiaoyu. Once she had completed the task, Wei Gong commanded the zombies to destroy all mobile phones, preventing any instructional videos from revealing their identities. Once all matters were in order, he departed the military base with Zhang Xiaoyu. Chapter 12. I am a master of hide and seek master. Where do we go next? Zhang Xiaoyu, driving, glanced at Wei Gong, who was busy searching for something on his phone. They're a company in Shaodan City that specializes in custom safe houses. Having temporarily neutralized the military threat, Wei Gong aimed to shift his focus to the players. Like himself, the human faction players possessed alarming growth potential that if they were not crushed in their infancy, the zombie city he controlled would soon be thrown into chaos. Wei Gong contemplated the players within the human faction. If he were to arrive in this world and learn that a zombie crisis would erupt in a week's time, he would undoubtedly spare no expense in constructing an impregnable safe house. Thus, he intended to utilize a custom safe house company to identify those human players hidden within the city. Zhang Xiaoyu recalled. Indeed, there is such a company in Shaodan City, but its existence is quite clandestine. Only affluent individuals and high-ranking officials are aware of it. This type of company specifically targets wealthy and influential business magnates, disregarding the impoverished entirely. They only serve the wealthy? Each primary player selects a reward at the outset. And undoubtedly, human players have their own choices as well. Thus, becoming affluent and influential is not a daunting task for them. Let us proceed. Show me the way. Understood. Zhang Xiaoyu executed a drift and maneuvered the vehicle in the direction indicated by Wei Gong. It was now 1 a.m., and 7 hours had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Under Wei Gong's meticulous planning, the entirety of Shaodan City had succumbed to the chaos, with the number of infected residents soaring to a staggering 500,000. Have the survivors concealed themselves? Wei Gong, seated in the car, surveyed the desolate streets. Unlike the pandemonium that ensued during the initial outbreak, the city now lay in eerie silence. Survivors were hidden within their homes, refraining from making any noise for fear of attracting nearby zombies. Zhang Xiaoyu halted the vehicle by the roadside. Master, we have arrived. Wei Gong alighted from the car, greeted by the sight of an exceedingly ordinary office building emblazoned with the words Yuan Cheng Building. The company housed within was Anbang Construction Company, Limited, situated on the third floor of Yuan Cheng Building. Zhang Xiaoyu led the way as they ascended to the third floor via the elevator. It was evident that the building had also endured a wave of zombie attacks. Throughout their journey, Wei Gong encountered only wandering zombies, devoid of any living souls. This was fortuitous for Wei Gong. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Anbang Construction Company. Limited. A cursory glance revealed that the entire third floor belonged to the company. Truly, a firm catering to the affluent, replete with opulence. You take the right side. And I shall venture left. Conserve time. Wei Gong and Zhang Xiaoyu opted for separate paths. Concurrently, Wei Gong redirected all zombies within Yuan Cheng Building to the third floor, in search of any survivors. Entering the left office area, Wei Gong spotted the words Design Department. He opened the nearest computer, only to find it locked. Without a password, access was impossible. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. As expected, it would be abnormal for a computer in this field to lack a password. Shifting his focus from the computer, he scanned the Design Department's workspace. These computers likely bore passwords as well. Just then, his gaze abruptly halted. He noticed an open takeout container resting on one of the desks. The entire office area was immaculate, yet this desk alone bore the remnants of takeout. Curiosity piqued, Wei Gong approached the desk and picked up the receipt from the packaging. Delivery time, 8:18 p.m. Wei Gong chuckled. Evidently, a hapless soul had been working overtime. He casually glided his hand across the nearby mouse, and the computer screen sprang to life. Though a password was still required, IT was merely a standby lock screen. Not powered off. Clearly, during the outbreak, the computer's owner had been working late, dining on takeout, and upon sensing something amiss, had hastily sought refuge without shutting down the computer or discarding the meal. Wei Gong rummaged through his memory. To his recollection, no zombies had appeared on the third floor, suggesting that this employee had likely not been infected and remained hidden within the office area. Not so. Where could they be concealing themselves? Wei Gong raised his head, scrutinizing every nook and cranny within his line of sight. That very moment, a designer sporting black-framed glasses was hiding in the corner, observing Wei Gong's every move. Upon witnessing Wei Gong approach his desk, his heart raced perilously close to escaping his throat. The outbreak had unleashed a zombie crisis, and this man, devoid of any protective gear, strolled brazenly into the company. How peculiar. Moreover, he seemed intent on accessing their computer. What could he possibly want? Had it been anyone else, They would have surely engaged this seemingly harmless survivor, forming an alliance or seizing the other's resources. Yet, the designer's instinct screamed that this man was dangerous. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should he become entangled with him. Suddenly, the designer noticed Wei Gong turning, heading toward the entrance, seemingly preparing to leave. Elation surged within him. Oh, is he finally departing? However, before he could revel in his near escape, he observed Wei Gong's footsteps abruptly halt at the doorway. Just one step, and Wei Gong could exit the design department, yet he stubbornly refrained from taking that step. Move! For heaven's sake, move! I implore you! Hurry and leave. The designer felt as though he might weep from anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, his heart raced ever faster, breaths growing labored and heavy. Your heartbeat is accelerating. Wei Gong's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A smile gracing his lips, his ears detected the faintest of sounds. Through the enhancements bestowed by the zombie crisis, Wei Gong's senses had evolved to a formidable degree. Although he could not pinpoint the designer's exact location, he could approximate it. Somewhere above, on the ceiling, the one above. Will you descend on your own, or shall I compel you to come down? Wei Gong's manner was polite, reminiscent of a gentleman. The designer's eyes widened in shock. How had he discovered my presence? No, he must not have detected me. He is merely attempting to intimidate me into revealing myself. I have always opposed violence, yet some compel me to resort to it. Wei Gong shook his head with a sigh and effortlessly lifted the granite coffee table beside him. Come down, he hurled the granite coffee table with great force, akin to a cannonball, striking the ceiling. The plasterboard ceiling was shattered, creating a gaping hole mere meters from the designer. This impact nearly expelled the designer's very soul from his body. What in the world? Is this even human? Chapter 13. Those who have lost their value have no necessity to continue living. I will come down. I will come down. Please do not harm me. The designer scrambled out of the hole, fearing that Wei Gong might crush him in a fit of displeasure. Wei Gong chuckled lightly and settled onto a nearby sofa. Please. Have a seat. Trembling, the designer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering how it was that the intruder seemed to assume the role of host. All right. The designer took a seat across from him. Exuding an air of compliance. I shall pose a few questions. Answer truthfully. Wei Gong raised a finger. First question, from April 23rd to today, has your company received any client requests for the construction of a safe house, with a stipulation for completion within a week? He had entered the game on April 23 RD, meaning that any requests for safe houses would only have been made after that date. The designer nodded vigorously. Yes. He recalled the details with utmost clarity, as he had personally designed the safe house. Had it not been for the final touches on this order, he would not have been working late into the night. Excellent. Wei Gong extended his hand. Please provide me with the design blueprints, location, and the homeowner's personal information. Upon hearing this, the designer's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It's not that I do not wish to provide you with this information. According to our company's regulations, all order information must be completely deleted after completion. Nothing can remain. Wei Gong fixed his gaze upon the designer for a moment, not sensing any deceit. Where might I procure such information? It should be on the boss's computer. The designer ventured without hesitation. Wei Gong rose. Very well. I understand. As Wei Gong prepared to leave, the designer exhaled in relief. Phew. Yet, before he could fully appreciate his narrow escape, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Those who have lost their value have no necessity to continue living. Wei Gong departed with an air of indifference, leaving behind a body on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Proceeding straight ahead, Wei Gong entered the right office area, designated for Onbon Construction Company Limited's administrative functions. This space housed personnel, finance, and other roles, including the boss's office. Zhang Xiaoyu reported to Wei Gong. Master, I have infiltrated most of the computers here, but found no useful intelligence. Let us proceed directly to the boss's office. Wei Gong pushed open the door to the office at the end of the hallway, revealing an office so unremarkable that it was almost mundane. A desk, coffee table, cabinet, and tea set comprised the commonplace furnishings. Yet for reasons unknown, from the very moment he entered, the office exuded an unsettling dissonance, as though something was amiss. Zhang Xiaoyu approached the desk, initiating a hack on the boss's computer. During her infiltration, Wei Gong began examining the trinkets adorning the desk. Hong Wugua, position. Chairman. Wei Gong placed the business card down and turned his gaze to the ashtray, which was crammed with an abundance of cigarette butts, indicating that this Chairman Hong Wugua was indeed a notorious chain smoker. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Master, I have gained access to the computer, but all information is locked within a specialized system requiring facial verification from Hong Wugua to enter. Is it possible to breach it? Yes, but it will take a week to accomplish. Onbon Construction Company Limited is a company dedicated to security services, and naturally, they have invested considerable effort into ensuring cybersecurity, even if Zhang Xiaoyu possesses hacking skills. Infiltrating such a system would require a significant amount of time. Wei Gong was not inclined to squander that much time. A week is ample for players from the human faction to develop and grow. He gazed in a particular direction, where an open window caught his attention. Zhang Xiaoyu, when you first entered this room, was the door locked? No. I simply pushed the door open and came in. Wei Gong narrowed his eyes slightly. Why is there no one in the office to open the window? Is it to ventilate the smoke? Furthermore, a boss like Hong Wugua would never leave his office without locking the door. Zhang Xiaoyu, I recall there is a surveillance camera at the entrance of this company. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, we can view it on this computer. Wei Gong scanned the office once more. Check today's surveillance footage. I suspect Hong Wugua is still in the company. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately began to investigate the surveillance recordings. After entering the company in the afternoon, Hong Wugua has not left since. This means he is still here. Wei Gong paused. No, it should be said he's still in this room. Wei Gong's gaze sharpened. He realized where the odd feeling upon entering came from. The office area on the right was significantly smaller than the design area on the left. There is a safe room in this office, and Hong Wugua is currently hiding in it. Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the owner of a company that specializes in constructing safe rooms would certainly have one for himself. The safe room is likely located just behind this cabinet. Wei Gong, uninterested in searching for hidden mechanisms, simply used brute force to move the only cabinet in the office. A hidden door crafted from pure alloy revealed itself before him. Standing before the concealed door, Wei Gong raised his arm and took a deep breath. The next moment, his muscular arm surged with power, and his fist struck the hidden door like a battering ram. Bang! A tremendous noise reverberated throughout the office. Wei Gong silently withdrew his fist. His full-powered strike had not breached the door. It merely left a conspicuous imprint. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the hidden door. As far as I know, the materials used by this company to construct safe rooms are on par with those of bank vaults. Attempting to force it open might be quite troublesome, given the rate of the onerous growth. Zhang Xiaoyu believed it wouldn't be long before he could punch through the hidden door. But for now, that was not possible. Since brute force would not resolve the issue, it was time to employ intellect. Wei Gong was not the type to be disheartened. He immediately shifted his focus to the ashtray on the desk. Prevent the occupant of the safe room from suffocating. The design of the safe room would certainly include a ventilation duct. What Wei Gong needed to do now was find IT.AS for how to locate it. Wei Gong placed his hopes on the ashtray on the desk. Hong Wugua was a heavy smoker. Even while hiding in the safe room, he would undoubtedly be puffing away. Moreover, in a confined space, anxiety would exacerbate a person's craving for nicotine that, if Wei Gong was correct, then the safe room was likely shrouded in smoke by now. What Wei Gong aimed to do next was discern the intensity of the smoke in the air, following the clues to locate the hidden ventilation duct. Chapter 14. Are you qualified? Within the safe room. Hong Wugua took a deep drag from his cigarette before releasing a long plume of smoke rings. Just as Wei Gong had surmised, the safe room had become enveloped in a haze of smoke. And coupled with the dim lighting, it was difficult to discern the complete view of the interior. Hong Wugua browsed through the news on his phone, filled with reports about the outbreak of a zombie crisis. It appeared that not only in Shaodan City, but throughout the world, there were reports of infected individuals. Hong Wugua extinguished his cigarette, but, his brow furrowing in concern, he was not worried about his own safety, but rather anxious about when a zombie crisis in Shaodan City would be resolved. He was eager to leave this place. The sudden outbreak of the zombie crisis worldwide had sparked an opportunity in Hong Wugua's mind. After this incident, regardless of whether the zombie crisis was ultimately resolved, everyone would harbor the seeds of panic in their hearts. to prevent such disasters from occurring, they would undoubtedly seek to construct safe rooms by any means necessary. When that time came, wouldn't he, a professional safe room manufacturer, stand to profit immensely? He was not the only one eyeing this lucrative opportunity. He needed to think of a way to escape quickly to that moment. Hong Wuguo recalled a recent client he had entertained, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. The young man was peculiar. Despite being a wealthy second-generation heir with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, Hong Wuguo had never heard of him before. Furthermore, his order was strange, demanding that the safe room be completed within a week. As if he had foreseen the impending zombie crisis, Hong Wuguo's brow tightened even further. It seemed necessary to make further contact with that young man. Hong Wuguo had a habit of lighting a cigarette whenever he pondered a problem, and this time was no exception. Just as he was about to light his cigarette, a lighter unexpectedly approached him, igniting the cigarette for him. Thanks, Hong Wuguo instinctively began to express his gratitude, only to be abruptly seized by a wave of dread. There was no one else in the safe room. So who had lit his cigarette? Wei Gong stood beside Hong Wuguo, smiling as he closed the lighter. You're welcome. Hong Wuguo was taken aback, quickly distancing himself from Wei Gong. Who are you? How did you get in here? Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I came through the ventilation duct. In Hong Wuguo's office. Wei Gong utilized his keen sense of smell to discern the intensity of the smoke in the air, leading him to the hidden ventilation duct. Subsequently, Wei Gong marked several small items, such as torn napkin scraps, a few insects, or specks of dust. He placed these small objects into the ventilation duct, using the duct's ventilation system to successfully transport them into the safe room. With these preliminary steps completed, Wei Gong merely needed a thought to enter the safe room effortlessly through the power of coordinates. Hong Wuguo glared fiercely, roaring and waving his hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The entire ventilation duct is only the size of a water pipe, and there are fan blades obstructing it. How could a normal adult possibly fit through? Unless he is not human. How I got in here is none of your concern. Wei Gong pointed at the safe room's door. All I need to do is open the door and access your company system. Hong Wuguo, a seasoned businessman, quickly regained his composure. In that case, how about we discuss a collaboration? I help you access the system. And you, before Hong Wuguo could finish a sentence, Wei Gong's hand tightened around his throat, lifting the tall man effortlessly with one hand. This is an order, not a negotiation. Wei Gong's strength was astonishing. In an instant, Hong Wuguo's face turned crimson from lack of oxygen. If I die, you will never access the system. Hong Wuguo understood well that unlocking the system was his only value. Once the system was compromised, Wei Gong would no longer need him, and his fate would be sealed. Wei Gong tilted his head slightly. Are you threatening me? Yet in the next moment, Wei Gong twisted one of Hong Wuguo's arms like a pretzel, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Whether the system could be opened is of no concern to me. Wei Gong coldly regarded Hong Wuguo. But you will die painfully. The next will be your other arm. Wei Gong's strength exceeded Hong Wuguo's imagination. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, entirely at Wei Gong's mercy. Ugh! Hong Wuguo's eyes widened, his face pale. In the business world, there's only one type of negotiation that is the most difficult. When the other party does not regard your chips as valuable at all, and no matter how you maneuver, it is of no consequence to them that if you are not suitable, they will simply seek another eye. Just as Hong Wuguo was about to speak, he was overtaken by another wave of excruciating pain as Wei Gong forcibly ripped off his remaining arm. To tear off an adult's arm with bare hands, such strength, he was certainly no human. Hong Wuguo's mental defenses crumbled completely. How could one negotiate with a monster over chips? It was utterly impossible. Hong Wuguo's lips turned a deathly white, trembling as he uttered a few words. I will unlock the system. You are wasting my time. Wei Gong single-handedly lifted Hong Wuguo as if he were a dying chick. Emerging from the safe room, he cast Hong Wuguo aside, unceremoniously depositing him onto the chair at the computer desk. Unlock the system in 5 minutes. I want all the information on that individual. The ever-prepared Zheng Xiaoyu nodded. All right. With Hong Wuguo's facial recognition paired with Zheng Xiaoyu's hacking skills, Wei Gong quickly obtained the desired intel. The pain left Hong Wuguo's consciousness hazy. He slumped in the chair like a dying dog. Can you let me die quickly? Wei Gong cast a fleeting glance at Hong Wugua. He had no inclination for torturing others. Since Hong Wugua had cooperated with him, it was only fitting that he honor his promise. Wei Gong's nails pierced into Hong Wugua's neck, and the zombie virus swiftly invaded his body. The process was so rapid that Hong Wugua barely registered any pain before he was transformed into a zombie. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the undead, Hong Wugua's arms began to restore at a visibly rapid pace. Apart from his pallid complexion and the stark whiteness of his eyes, he appeared no different from before to go infect humans. Wei Gong issued a simple command, and the newly minted zombie Hong Wugua instinctively dashed out of the company's premises. Wei Gong perused the intelligence he had just received. Ning Kaifeng. Male, 27 years old, residing at Building 17, CG Garden, Chun Garden. In addition to Ning Kaifeng's basic information, Wei Gong had also acquired the schematics for his safe house. However, upon glimpsing the blueprints, Wei Gong's expression shifted to one of grave concern. It was clear that this Ning Kaifeng had not merely constructed a safe house. He had transformed an entire villa into a fortress. Not only had he fortified the underground safe house, but he had also undertaken extensive renovations to the above-ground structure in the yard. The situation was fraught with peril and absolute danger. This solidified Wei Gong's conviction that Ning Kaifeng was undoubtedly a human player. Chapter 15. Human determination overcomes nature. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, a conference room in Yen City was filled to capacity. Individuals from various sectors, politics, military, healthcare, and logistics, had gathered here. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they were united by a singular purpose: to address the sudden outbreak of zombie attacks occurring nationwide on April 30th at 8 p.m. As the majority of attendees were present. Time was of the essence, and they delved directly into the matter at hand. An elderly voice spoke first, seated at the head of the table. He was the organizer of the meeting, Liang Sun. At 8 p.m. sharp on April 30th, 13 cities across the nation experienced a large-scale malignant infection event. The virus has yet to be accurately named. For now, we shall refer to it as the zombie virus, as Liang Sun spoke. Images of the 13 afflicted cities played on the large screen in the conference room, including Shaotian City. The zombie virus exhibited high infectivity, with those infected demonstrating extreme aggression, posing a significant threat to the populace. The footage was replete with gruesome and horrifying scenes, causing unease among the attendees. Those with weaker constitutions felt their stomachs churn, on the verge of retching. Was there any hope for those infected by this virus? In response to the inquiry, Liang Sun solemnly stated, "It is still unknown, but the military has captured over a dozen live zombies, which have been sent to the Academy of Sciences and the Medical School for dissection and research." Upon hearing this news, the crowd exchanged glances. The outbreak had occurred just hours prior, and already so many live specimens had been captured for research. Was this the power of the state machinery? Was this calamity a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe? If it was the latter, which faction was responsible? Liang Sun signaled to his assistant, and the images on the large screen shifted once more. Not only in our nation, but globally. 131 countries and a total of 873 cities had experienced similar infection events, with the number of victims likely reaching millions. The audience shuddered at this figure. A disaster of such global magnitude could hardly be orchestrated by any single force. Even more terrifying was the fact that this calamity had struck without warning, that if there were indeed a mastermind behind it, then it could only be described as divine intervention. But did such a thing truly exist? Liang Sun rapped the table. Regardless of who the puppet master may be, or how the zombie virus came into existence, our foremost priority is to establish quarantine zones immediately to prevent further spread of the virus and ensure the safety of more citizens. He then issued directives from the upper echelons of Dian. One, that immediately established quarantine zones around the 13 cities to prevent the virus from spreading outward. Point 2, rapidly develop a systematic testing mechanism to accurately and swiftly differentiate between the infected and the uninfected. 3. Mobilize all available armed forces to proceed to the disaster-stricken areas, prioritizing the rescue of trapped citizens, with the safety of lives as the primary concern. 4. Expedite the transportation of disaster relief supplies to the affected areas to ensure basic living standards for the populace. 5. Implement a nationwide curfew, whether in affected or unaffected areas. All individuals should remain indoors and self-isolate, if possible. As these directives were issued, they permeated every facet of society, acting as a calming balm for the frayed nerves of the populace. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. What about the public discourse online? In this age of advanced technology, the zombie virus had become a trending topic within minutes of its emergence, spawning apocalyptic theories and conspiracy narratives that posed significant risks to social stability. Public discourse is a double-edged sword. It can be a beacon of warmth and hope amidst darkness, but it can also lead to destruction. We must manage public opinion, but not by silencing every voice. Liang Sun replied gravely. We need to use public discourse to demonstrate our resolve in tackling this disaster, showcasing our tangible actions to instill a sense of security in the populace. I propose the establishment of an official channel to provide real-time updates on our rescue efforts, making all information available to the public. Additionally, we should create a survivor channel and a self-rescue channel within the official platform to offer guidance to survivors. Only through the collective efforts of the government and the populace can we expedite the end of this calamity. As for those who seek to exploit this crisis to undermine social stability, they must be dealt with swiftly and severely. As Liang Sun concluded his statement, the attendees perceived a lion-like intensity in the elderly man's gaze, a stern and formidable presence. Subsequently, Liang Sun began to relay specific instructions centered around the core directives to the various representatives present. In the final moments of the meeting, a military leader suddenly posed a question. Will we deploy heavy weaponry for this operation? The room fell into a hushed silence. The use of heavy artillery signified that the situation had escalated beyond a mere viral infection. It had evolved into a war. While these 13 cities had become hell on earth due to the zombie virus, they remained their cities, an integral part of their nation. Countless compatriots were still within. Should war break out, the cities would be reduced to ruins, homes would cease to be sanctuaries, and innumerable lives would be reduced to ashes amidst the chaos. An conscientious individual would wish to witness a familiar city engulfed by war. Consigned to the annals of history, Liang Sun's brow furrowed deeply. This was indeed a grave matter. Failing to deploy heavy weaponry could severely diminish the military's combat effectiveness, rendering them impotent against the hordes of the undead and complicating rescue operations. Yet, the deployment of heavy artillery could lead to catastrophic destruction. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Sun resolved, for now, we will refrain from using heavy weaponry. We remain in the rescue phase, and our primary focus must be on saving lives. Liang Sun paused, then continued. While we may abstain from heavy artillery, our soldiers must be equipped. They are permitted to carry individual heavy weaponry during operations, and in emergencies, they may act first and report later. However, a detailed operation report must be submitted post-mission. The military leader nodded in understanding. Understood. The lives of the citizens are paramount, but the lives of our soldiers are equally precious. They must ensure their own safety while carrying out their duties. I will relay the orders. After concluding the dialogue, Liang Sun refocused his attention on the gathered individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is undoubtedly a disaster. Yet I firmly believe that human determination can triumph over nature. As long as we unite in purpose, there is no challenge we cannot surmount. The future of Dian rests in your capable hands. Liang Sun's speech uplifted spirits, invigorating the attendees with renewed resolve. They vowed to fulfill their mission and to confront this crisis with unwavering determination. Chapter 17. The Blind Box Immortal. Let us set aside matters of collaboration for now. Please, step inside, that I fear that your conspicuous presence at the door may attract the attention of zombies. Ning Kaifeng remotely opened the door, while simultaneously disabling the concealed mechanisms hidden in the yard. That Wei Zimo gazed at the open door before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, his task had reached its conclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Zimo swiftly crossed the threshold, traversing the courtyard and entering the interior of the villa. Ning Kaifeng's voice emanated from the intercom. From here on, follow my instructions and proceed to the room on the right at the end of the corridor. Yu Zimo cast a fleeting glance at the villa. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. However, having perused the blueprints of the safe house, he was acutely aware that each room had been transformed into a trap-laden chamber, fraught with peril. The room that Ning Kaifeng referred to was no exception, that Yu Zimo chose not to dispute this. Instead, acquiescing to Ning Kaifeng's directive and stepped into the designated chamber. Just as he crossed the threshold, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Yet, Yu Zimo remained unfazed, surveying his surroundings with a contemplative demeanor. Ning Kaifeng. Is this truly your hospitality? Ning Kaifeng scoffed derisively. Guest? I have never regarded you as one of my guests. Surrender your glass beads, supplies, and weapons at once. And if I refuse, Yu Zimo retorted, and sooner had the words escaped his lips than the walls of the room began to shift menacingly, converging from all sides with the intent of crushing him. Ning Kaifeng's expression twisted into a grimace. Have you not heard the adage? Wealth should never be flaunted. Yu Zimo's countenance darkened, his irritation palpable as he confronted Ning Kaifeng. I came to you in good faith to propose cooperation, yet you seek to end my life. Cooperation? Do you take me for a fool? Ning Kaifeng bellowed, his voice a low growl. You covet my safe house. Intending to usurp it, Ning Kaifeng would never allow an unstable element to infiltrate his sanctuary, especially one armed with a firearm. Recognizing that his intentions had been laid bare, Yu Zimo shot a defiant glare at the security camera. Cease the mechanisms and let me go, and I shall relinquish everything to you. You jest. Once you are dead, all that you possess will belong to me. Yu Zimo clutched a handful of glass beads tightly. These represent my superpower, and I possess the ability to destroy them. Should you refuse to grant me my freedom, I will shatter them all. If I perish, you shall gain nothing, not even that gun. Ning Kaifeng hesitated. Other supplies mattered little to him, but he was unwilling to forfeit the firearm. Very well, leave the supplies and scram. Tempted by the prospect of the gun, Ning Kaifeng ultimately halted the mechanisms. How unfortunate. I have lost both my prize and my soldiers, Yu Zimo thought begrudgingly as he reluctantly deposited all the glass beads from his backpack on the ground. The victor of this contest. Ning Kaifeng erupted into a triumphant laugh. Now, you may leave. Ning Kaifeng, mark my words that I shall settle this debt in due time. With one final scowl directed at the camera, Yu Zimo fled the villa in disgrace. Once Yu Zimo departed, Ning Kaifeng promptly activated all security measures, locking the door securely to prevent any potential retaliatory strike from Yu Zimo. Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? He turned to his companion, Naishi-chan. You stay put in your room. All right, to maintain control over this underground safe house, Ning Kaifeng confined each cosplayer to individual rooms, releasing only one at a time while the others remained locked away, effectively preventing any coordinated rebellion against him. After securing Naishi-chan, Ning Kaifeng hummed a victorious tune as he navigated the secret passage to the chamber where the glass beads lay. He picked up the beads and the gun, reasoning that one should never decline a fortuitous delivery. Subsequently, he returned to the underground safe house. Taking a seat on the sofa, he tossed the handgun beside him and scattered the glass beads across the coffee table. Picking up a bead, Ning Kaifeng examined it closely and noted its resemblance to those from his childhood. From the outside, one could not discern what lay within. The potential contents were a gamble, akin to unboxing a mystery box. Suddenly intrigued, Ning Kaifeng rubbed his hands together in excitement and selected a particularly appealing bead. I wager this one contains sauerkraut fish. If Yu Zimo could extract water-boiled meat slices, surely he could procure sauerkraut fish from his chosen bead. Imagining the tender fish, the tangy pickled cabbage, and the chewy noodles, tears of anticipation welled in the corners of Ning Kaifeng's eyes. How delectable! Without further hesitation, he crushed the bead with fervor. Come forth, my sauerkraut fish! However, the anticipated dish did not materialize. Instead, a pair of shoes appeared upon the coffee table, following the footwear up a pair of legs and a waist. Ning Kaifeng beheld a raven-haired man gazing down at him with interest. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. You've drawn the grand prize on your first attempt. From the very beginning, Wei Gong had concealed himself among the multitude of glass beads. As Yu Zimo deposited those beads into the villa, Wei Gong's Trojan horse plan had already succeeded. He had merely waited out of curiosity to see when Ning Kaifeng would crush the bead that concealed him. Well, finally grasping the situation, Ning Kaifeng cursed under his breath and lunged for the handgun at his thigh. Yet he grasped at emptiness. Nothing was there. Are you searching for this? Ning Kaifeng looked up to find the barrel of the gun aimed squarely at his forehead. A mere squeeze of the trigger would shatter his skull like a melon. His voice trembled with fear. How did you do this? Wei Gong chuckled lightly. Because this gun is mine. It recognizes its master. This handgun had been given to you, Zimo, by Wei Gong. It had long been marked as such, and no matter how swift Ning Kaifeng was, he could not outpace Wei Gong's spatial movement. As he stared into the eyes of the man who loomed over him, a cold sweat trickled down Ning Kaifeng's brow. It dawned on him that this man was the very superhuman capable of creating the glass beads. Chapter 18. The hunter, let us talk this out. Please don't shoot. Ning Kaifeng did not hesitate. Immediately raising his hands in surrender, we can form an alliance. Wei Gong tilted his head. Why would I ally with you? Just spare my life. The safe house is yours, along with all its supplies and women. At this critical juncture, Ning Kaifeng set aside all else. Preserving his life was paramount. As long as I draw breath, I can find a way to thrive. Wei Gong chuckled softly. What need have I for your safe house? I am not human. Ning Kaifeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Not human. You understand the player's world. You must be the zombie progenitor. Ning Kaifeng could scarcely believe that, just 2 days into the apocalypse, the zombie progenitor had come knocking at his door. He had not even emerged from the novice village before being cornered by a boss. How unfortunate. Ning Kaifeng's mind raced, and he quickly proposed, then let us form an alliance. I can be your spy, gathering intelligence on other players. In a conflict between human players and zombie players, intelligence was paramount. The player who secured crucial information first held the upper hand. Wei Gong had effortlessly overrun Ning Kaifeng due to his prior acquisition of intelligence. Wei Gong regarded Ning Kaifeng with disdain. I have no tolerance for unstable elements in my midst. With that, Wei Gong fired a bullet into Ning Kaifeng's heart. To prevent Ning Kaifeng from launching a counterattack, he delayed the infection process, opting instead to severely wound him. Just then, a woman's scream echoed from the room behind Wei Gong, clearly startled by the gunfire. Wei Gong glanced over, noting, this fellow seems to enjoy himself. He has hidden quite a few women in his safe house. Wei Gong held such behavior in contempt, recognizing it as a gross waste of resources and a source of instability, an utterly foolish act. Ignoring the women, he plunged his hand into Ning Kaifeng's body. The zombie virus swiftly invading and assimilating him into the ranks of the undead. Congratulations, you have infected a human player. Please choose whether to convert him into a special infected or a minion. This was Wei Gong's first experience infecting a human player, and he was pleasantly surprised by the special option. What distinguished the two choices? Special infected lacked intelligence, acting purely on instinct, much like beasts. Correspondingly, special infected possessed physical attributes far surpassing those of ordinary zombies, along with enhanced regenerative capabilities and destructive power. Minions, on the other hand, retained the intelligence, personality, and abilities of the infected individual, though their capabilities fell short of those of special infected. Yet, both special infected and minions exhibited unwavering loyalty to their master. Converting to special infected required no expenditure of points, whereas converting to minion necessitated a cost of 200,000 points. Unbeknownst to the human players, the zombie players must continually infect humans to accumulate points. The more humans they manage to infect, the greater the points they earn. If they succeed in infecting special humans, such as soldiers or human players, the points garnered are even more substantial. Currently, Wei Gong has amassed over 600,000 points. These points can be utilized to enhance oneself or to strengthen the zombies. Serving a multitude of purposes, Wei Gong cast a disdainful glance at Ning Kaifeng, who had already transformed into a zombie. 20,000 points? To squander them on him? Frankly, Wei Gong held Ning Kaifeng in contempt. In terms of intellect, capability, and physical prowess, Ning Kaifeng failed to satisfy him in any regard. Spending those 20,000 points on him would be a sheer waste. Transforming into a special infected, commencing transformation. In no time, Ning Kaifeng's zombie form began to swell at a visible rate. In less than a minute, his body had expanded to 3 meters in height, filled with powerful, grotesque muscles, with his arm's diameter reaching a terrifying 20 centimeters. At the tips of his fingers, exaggerated claws formed, and the nails at each fingertip were many times longer than a military knife, resembling a cluster of blades stacked together. The mutation left his heart and spine exposed, presenting an appearance that was both hideous and horrifying. Thud, thud, thud. The mutated Ning Kaifeng took the bullets from the pistol cascaded forth, raining down upon the pursuing creature. Confronted with such a formidable monstrosity, Lao Yao was uncertain whether the meager rounds as firearm could prove effective. Yet retreat was not an option at that moment. The lives of the innocent were at stake. As their protector, he had no choice but to stand firm. Even if the bullets could not inflict significant harm on this behemoth, merely diverting its attention to buy time for evacuation would be deemed a success. Roar! Although the bullets barely grazed the beast, they nonetheless incited its fury to abandon the individuals on the staircase, redirecting its focus onto Lao Liao. Witnessing the efficacy of the bullets, Lao Liao shouted to Wang Xia, "Xiao Wang, fire alongside me," to draw its attention. However, Wang Xia hesitated. Rooted to the spot, he gazed at the 3-meter-tall monster before him, images of being shredded by its steel claws flooding his mind. Am I truly going to confront such a creature? He was indeed a police officer, but he was also merely an ordinary man. Far from a superhero, must I engage in this seemingly hopeless battle? Am I really expected to sacrifice myself for others? Is my own life not of value? The appearance of the pursuer was the last straw for Wang Xia. Shattering his resolve completely, he turned, abandoning all else, and fled towards the back door without a glance back. Chapter 20. Modern Firepower, Kid Xiao Wang. Lao Yao was taken aback by Wang Xia's sudden retreat, but the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder, for the claws of the pursuer were already slashing towards him. With all his strength, Lao Liao rolled forward, narrowly evading the creature's seemingly mundane swipe. Bang! Though Lao Liao escaped, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. The pursuer's claws sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, leaving it in ruins. Rising from the ground, covered in dust and debris, Lao Yao glanced at the devastated wall and couldn't help but wonder if fleeing like Xiao Wang had been the wiser choice. Lao Yao, the zombies are coming in. At the staircase, Olden held his ground, using a single pistol and a scant few bullets to fend off the wave of zombies pouring through the breach. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. How could one pistol withstand such an onslaught? Don't ask me. I have no idea. The situation for Lao Liao was even more perilous. Each attack from the pursuer was lethal, while Lao Liao's bullets merely tickled its hide. The prolonged absence of food and rest had taken a severe toll on his stamina, and he would soon be left utterly exhausted, ripe for the creature's deadly grasp. Just as despair loomed, a voice rang out from behind him. "Duck!" Without a moment's thought, Lao Liao instinctively lowered his head. In that instant, a drone suddenly appeared before the pursuer. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The furious tongues of fire erupted from the minigun beneath the drone, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the creature. Though the caliber was small, the sheer volume of firepower effectively hindered the pursuer's advance. Crash! Following the drone, the nearby window shattered explosively, and 30 well-trained figures surged onto the battlefield. Lao Liao focused intently, his heart finally at ease. These individuals wore standardized uniforms, fully equipped, and each one a testament to rigorous training. More importantly, they bore the insignia of the Great Yin military. Reinforcements had arrived without hesitation. The first soldier to breach the chaos quickly assessed the situation and issued commands. Team 3, suppress the zombies. Team 2, assist in evacuating civilians. Team 1, engage the mutated entity with me. Understood, squad leader. The soldiers sprang into action, functioning like a finely tuned machine. Team 3, armed with machine guns and submachine guns, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the zombie horde. Despite their fearsome appearance, the zombies were rendered mere targets, lacking any means of retaliation against such overwhelming firepower. The barrage of bullets obliterated heads and shattered bodies, leaving them utterly defenseless. Once Team 3 established fire superiority, Team 2 ascended to the second floor. Aware that Lao Liao and Olden were the leaders among the civilians, they inquired directly, "Is there an evacuation route?" Olden responded promptly, "There is a bus at the back door, capable of carrying up to 80 people. It's sufficient for our entire group to escape. Good. The Team 2 leader turned to his squad. You 5, secure the bus. The rest assist in the evacuation of civilians. Understood. As Teams 3 and 2 executed their missions seamlessly, Team 1 engaged in combat with the pursuer. Fire suppression. After relaying orders to his team, the squad leader helped Lao Liao to his feet. How are you? Are you injured? Lao Liao waved dismissively. It's nothing, just superficial wounds, good. Now, do you have any intel on this creature? Lao Liao shook his head. It burst in unexpectedly. We have no information. Just then, a soldier rushed over with urgent news. Squad leader, bullets and grenades are ineffective against this beast. In the heat of battle, various calibers of ammunition had already been unleashed upon the pursuer, yet none inflicted any meaningful damage. The only successful strike had come from a grenade, which had created a sizable hole in the creature's chest. However, before long, the pursuer's formidable regeneration filled the wound, rendering the attack moot. Indeed, the squad leader surveyed the surroundings and quickly devised a strategy. Demolition team. Rig explosives on the building's load-bearing walls. The rest continued to suppress the mutated entity and expedite civilian evacuation. His plan was simple. If I cannot kill you, then I shall bury you alive. The building they occupied was not tall and was relatively old, making demolition a feasible task. Acknowledged, the professionalism of the troops was evident as they executed their orders with remarkable speed within 10 minutes. The survivors and soldiers had all boarded the bus, ready for evacuation. Demolition team, are the explosives set? A soldier holding the detonation device signaled with an OK gesture, ready to detonate at any moment. Roar! The pursuer, sensing its prey preparing to escape, unleashed a furious roar and charged through the hail of bullets towards the back door. Realizing that conventional firepower could no longer deter the creature, the squad leader hefted a 93mm rocket launcher, weighing 12 kilograms. Even the rocket itself weighed 3.6 kilograms and could easily penetrate 50 centimeters of concrete. This was their squad's sole heavy weapon and their most formidable asset. This should do the trick. The rocket shot forth, striking the pursuer head-on. The unparalleled force of impact sent the creature careening away. Boom! The simultaneous detonation of the rocket launcher and pre-placed explosives sent a powerful shockwave through the air. Bang! The explosion not only reduced the entire building to rubble, but also incinerated the nearby zombies. The horde, consisting of hundreds of undead, crumbled before the might of modern firepower. Retreat. The squad leader understood that the explosion would attract even more zombies, and he promptly led Team 1 to the bus, ushering the remaining survivors away from the scene. That on a nearby balcony, Wei Gong furrowed his brow. He had refrained from intervening in the recent battle, opting instead to observe as a bystander throughout the entire ordeal. In terms of results, he found himself thoroughly dissatisfied. Chapter 21. The mirror world. From the moment the soldiers entered the fray, he had anticipated this outcome. Wei Gong's furrowed brow reflected his discontent. I knew we would lose, but I did not expect such a thorough defeat. A 30-man military team could effortlessly suppress a horde of over 100 zombies, and the losses incurred were utterly humiliating. While zombies posed a significant threat to unarmed civilians, they were nothing more than live targets for professionally trained soldiers, provided they maintained distance. Although Wei Gong commanded a sizable number of zombies, they paled in comparison to the firepower wielded by the Great Yin military. Moreover, this time, the Great Yin forces had refrained from deploying large-scale destructive weapons in order to safeguard the civilians. Otherwise, what awaited the pursuer would not have been bullets and rockets, but high-explosive incendiary bombs dropped from bombers. Ultimately, zombies were still carbon-based life forms, as long as one is a carbon-based life form. They are utterly incapable of withstanding the intense heat of high-explosive weaponry. If this issue remains unresolved, the zombie crisis will inevitably lead to the demise of human civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Gong meticulously outlined his forthcoming endeavors. First, he must find ways to enhance his own strength. Even in his current state, enduring a few direct hits from rockets would leave him crawling. Not only must he bolster his physical resilience, but he also needs to augment his supernatural abilities as much as possible. Through previous encounters, Wei Gong has discovered that supernatural powers are indeed miraculous, often conjuring extraordinary outcomes in dire situations. allowing for a remarkable turnaround that, if he can acquire even more formidable powers, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Second, he must devise a method to augment the strength of the zombies. It is not sufficient to merely enhance their mobility. Wei Gong must also find a way to strengthen their resistance to conventional weaponry. He needs the zombies to no longer be mere targets that can be easily struck down. In the near future, a war between zombies and humans is inevitable. That if Wei Gong cannot solve this dilemma before the conflict erupts, then he faces a path that leads only to destruction. Third, he must seek out a few intelligent subordinates, individuals who possess not only great strength but also the capability to command the zombies. Ultimately, Wei Gong has only one mind and cannot simultaneously direct all the zombies. The staggering number of 600,000 zombies is currently in a state of disarray. If he can enlist a few capable commanders to organize the zombies into a cohesive legion, their combat effectiveness would experience a qualitative leap. Fourth, he must find ways to buy time as the situation escalates. The government will inevitably resort to drastic measures, unleashing bombers to cleanse the area. Before all issues are resolved, Wei Gong must delay this impending date. System, I wish to exchange 300,000 points for a supernatural ability. 300,000 points represent half of Wei Gong's total assets, and he is uncertain what type of power he will obtain. Congratulations, you have acquired a B-level supernatural ability. Mirror World as the system's voice resonates. The capabilities associated with the Mirror World flood into Wei Gong's mind. Upon obtaining the Mirror World, the user can open a passage to it through any reflective surface. Wei Gong glances back at the floor-to-ceiling glass door behind him, recognizing it as a mirror of sorts, the Mirror World. As the ability activates, the surface of the glass door ripples. Wei Gong reaches out to touch the glass, only to find his hand effortlessly penetrating through, indicating that the passage to the Mirror World has indeed opened. Stepping into the mirror, he discovers himself transported to another realm. This world, devoid of any living beings, is strikingly similar to the one outside that moment. The system's voice echoes once more in Wei Gong's mind as the master of the Mirror World. The user can freely manipulate the inorganic matter within it. Freely manipulate. An intriguing thought suddenly blossoms in Wei Gong's mind that he draws a pistol from his side and points it at himself. Then squeezes the trigger. Bang! At the instant the bullet exits the barrel, Wei Gong speaks once more. Stop! The high-velocity bullet halts mid-air, as if a pause button had been pressed, suspended before Wei Gong's forehead. Turn around, fly. Under Wei Gong's command, the bullet performs a full 180-degree turn, shattering a nearby flower pot. Wow! Wei Gong exclaims in excitement, whistling in delight. This ability finally grants him a semblance of the creator's power. Wei Gong inquires, can I pull other living beings into this world? As long as the user consents, other beings may also enter the Mirror World through the reflective passage. Conversely, without the user's permission, entities entering the Mirror World cannot leave through the passage. Wei Gong is taken aback. Is it truly that powerful? If human players were to acquire this ability, would it not provide them with an absolute safe haven? How then do I exit this world? The exit remains through the mirror passage. However, one must note that upon leaving the Mirror World, the user does not return to the original entry point, but instead emerges beside whichever mirror they exit from. Is that so? Wei Gong stands on the balcony and leaps across to the balcony of the adjacent building. He reaches out to touch a mirror on the balcony. Passage open upon re-entering the real world through the passage. He finds himself indeed appearing beside the mirror, rather than the glass door. With this characteristic, can I not go wherever I wish? Wei Gong feels a surge of delight. It must be said that the powerful are always full of surprises. At that moment, Wei Gong's phone chimes with a new message. We are heading to Mirror Mountain Park. They seem to plan to leave Shout-In City by boat. Mirror Mountain Park? Wei Gong opens the map navigation app and discovers that Mirror Mountain Park is situated along the banks of the encircling river. By boarding a sightseeing boat, one can seamlessly depart from Shout-In City. Wei Gong cannot help but marvel. Quite a clever plan. With zombies roaming the streets of Shout-In City, attempting to evacuate such a large group by land is undoubtedly perilous. Thus, the water route emerges as the optimal choice, for zombies cannot swim. Roar. A roar emanates from below the balcony, as a hunter buried beneath the rubble is finally unearthed by other zombies. Wei Gong glances down with a slight smile. With new abilities acquired and subordinates gathering, it is time to continue this exhilarating hunt. As a reward for their victory over the hunter, Wei Gong will bestow upon them despair. Chapter 22. The Choice Xiao Wang. If you can still hear me. Come to Mirror Mountain Park. We plan to leave Shaodan City by boat. The intercom in the dim room repeatedly echoes this phrase. How can I face them again? Wang Xia lifts his head. His eyes bloodshot, his pallid, frail countenance etched with guilt. Retreating in the face of danger has indeed allowed him to survive, yet the weight of his guilt gnaws mercilessly at his psyche, rendering him utterly weakened. Wang Xia's voice is hoarse. Am I still fit to be a police officer? Am I still worthy to face those whom I once vowed to protect? Yet, if time were to rewind to that moment, would he make an entirely different choice? Wang Xia himself cannot say. Roar. At that moment, a zombie stumbles through the doorway, standing before Wang Xia. Tormented by guilt, Wang Xia's spirit fractures, extinguishing the last vestiges of his will to survive. Perhaps I am simply a coward. Wang Xia chuckles bitterly, collapsing to the ground. Let me perish in this dark corner. The zombie approaches step by step, and Wang Xia closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, death does not grant him the release he seeks. For some unknown reason, the zombie turns and leaves. Confused, Wang Xia opens his eyes. What is happening? He steps out of the room and discovers that all nearby zombies are ignoring him, converging in a singular direction. This scenario is eerily familiar. It mirrors the behavior exhibited when the horde attacked their refuge, that a sense of foreboding blossoms within Wang Xia as he ascends to the rooftop, where he observes all the zombies gathering towards one point. The sheer number is terrifying. At least a few thousand zombies. Wang Xia's breath catches in his throat. That is the direction of Mirror Mountain Park. Undoubtedly, these thousands of zombies are headed towards his master and the others, that if they are attacked, their demise is all but guaranteed. Scenes of his master and the others being torn apart by zombies flood Wang Xia's mind. He closes his eyes in anguish. What should I do? Wang Xia stands once more at a crossroads. Should he gamble his life to assist his master or retreat like a coward? Without a doubt, retreating presents the highest chance of survival. With the nearby zombies drawn away by his master, he has ample time to construct a safe haven, one that may endure until this crisis subsides. Wang Xia grits his teeth, his complexion ashen that Wang Xia crouches on the ground, his hands frantically tugging at his hair. In the midst of his mental turmoil, his police badge falls to the floor. Upon seeing the emblem, clarity floods Wang Xia's chaotic mind that a torrent of memories surges forth. Master, I will become a competent police officer. For the safety of the people, I fear not sacrifice. I vow to bravely fight for social stability and the peace of the populace for the rest of my life. The echoes of past oaths reverberate like thunder in Wang Xia's mind. His expression gradually solidifies with determination. This time, I shall not evade. On the bus, Lao inquires of Lao Liao. Has Xiao Wang still not responded? Lao Liao sighs. This child, can you blame him? Lao Liao shakes his head. I do not blame him. It is in the nature of living beings to avoid danger. I could see that moment. I was rather relieved he fled. At least he can survive. All individuals are born equal. Each person harbors fear, and each possesses the fundamental right to exist. Thus no one should be subjected to moral coercion. Indeed, the greatness of heroes lies in their triumph over the primal fears and instincts inherent to their nature. The anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. Report, squad leader. We have a situation ahead. The soldier responsible for drone reconnaissance immediately transmitted a clip to the squad leader. Upon viewing the footage, the squad leader's expression soured instantaneously. What nonsense is this? Noticing the distress, Lao Liao inquired. What's wrong? The squad leader presented the drone's footage to Lao Liao, stating, see for yourself. Lao Liao gasped in shock. The footage depicted a wall of corpses, composed of thousands of zombies, blocking the path, with their destination, Jing Mountain Park, looming ominously behind it. Lao Liao's countenance darkened significantly as he pulled the squad leader away from the crowd. I had my suspicions, but I refrained from speaking out. That he glanced back at the survivors. I suspect there's a traitor among the survivors. In an instant, the squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. A traitor among the zombies? In his mind, zombies were mere beasts devoid of intellect, acting solely on instinct. Lao Yao not only relayed the peculiar behaviors exhibited by the zombies prior to their attack, but also shared pertinent information regarding Shou Kongyu. He handed the squad leader a sketch of Shou Kongyu's description. This is merely my conjecture. I fear it may incite unnecessary panic. The squad leader furrowed his brow. This intelligence is of utmost importance. It could determine whether this zombie crisis can be resolved. He turned to the communications soldier. Report this intelligence to headquarters immediately. This information is critically vital, should the mastermind behind this chaos be neutralized. The zombies would be rendered powerless, presenting no threat to a colossal entity like Dian. Setting aside the mastermind's issue for the moment, the immediate concern was how to address the zombies before them. If the bus were to charge headlong into the wall of corpses, it would be halted within mere meters, leading to a fate of being torn apart by the zombies. Lao Liao queried. Is there a way to detour? I fear not. The squad leader shook his head. A detour would squander precious time. The zombies will only congregate more densely, making our escape increasingly difficult. Lao Liao pressed on. Shall we evacuate to another location? Futile. The mastermind has no intention of letting us go. And no matter where we attempt to flee, the situation remains unchanged. Before them lay but one choice: to break through in a straight line with utmost speed. Yet, how? The sight of the densely packed wall of corpses sent shivers down their spines. While bullets might slay zombies, their bodies would still obstruct the bus's passage. If the bus could not proceed, their fate would still be death. Just as despair began to envelop them, a calm voice crackled through Lao Liao's radio. Master, you just keep moving forward. Leave the rest to me. With a thunderous roar, a small truck laden with barrels of gasoline sped past the bus, heading straight for the wall of corpses. Lao Liao instantly grasped Wang Xia's intentions and bellowed. Wang Xia, what are you doing? Wang Xia's gaze was resolute, devoid of confusion. Master, this is the only way. The explosion would annihilate the zombies, and the searing flames would reduce the obstructed bodies to ash. Without a doubt, it was the optimal plan. The price, merely the demise of a coward. The occupants of the bus fell into a heavy silence on the truck. Wang Xia gripped the steering wheel with one hand while using a lighter to ignite a cigarette with the other. Master, do you think I'm a competent police officer? Wang Xia, normally a non-smoker, wished to emulate the tough guy trope he had seen in films, where heroes puffed before their demise. Yes, you have always been a competent officer. Lao Liao smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. Who could deter a hero's resolve to sacrifice? I am proud of you, my disciple. In that moment, the inner demons that had plagued Wang Xia were finally laid to rest. With a swift motion, he tossed the lit lighter into the truck's cabin, which he had filled with gasoline prior to departure. As the lighter struck the ground, the small truck was instantly engulfed in flames. Master, in the next life, I will still be your disciple. Wang Xia grinned widely, flooring the accelerator, charging headlong into the wall of corpses at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Any zombies that approached the truck would be incinerated by the righteous flames. Just as night cannot hinder the dawn's light, Wang Xia's truck soon breached the heart of the wall of corpses. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted at the core of the wall as the flames of judgment consumed all malevolent spirits, determined to eradicate evil in its entirety. On the bus, everyone instinctively stood, their gaze fixed on the explosions, witnessing the hero's final act. All soldiers, salute! Every soldier paid their highest respect to this comrade they had never met. Brother, well done. We'll join you for a drink later. The squad leader turned to the soldier at the wheel. Pushed through at maximum speed, the bus surged forward with an unprecedented velocity. Barreling through the inferno and breaching the wall of corpses, the bus halted at the entrance of Jing Mountain Park, and from there, they would have to proceed on foot, for no vehicle could navigate further. The squad leader handed 2 automatic rifles to Lao Liao and Laoan. We will hold the tide of zombies here. The civilians are in your hands. The sole entrance to Jing Mountain Park was through the visitor center, with the remaining perimeter fenced off by walls several meters high, 8 long, as they could secure the visitor center. The survivors would be able to escape safely. Gazing at the rifles in hand, Lao Liao fell into contemplation. Even with firearms and ammunition at their disposal, facing an endless horde of zombies would still be a perilous endeavor. These soldiers were evidently prepared for sacrifice. Lao Liao extended his hand to the squad leader, Liao Zhongping, second team of the Nanshan District Public Security Bureau. The squad leader smiled knowingly, reciprocating the handshake. Mu Lang, squad leader of the 6th Company, Southern Combat Zone. Take care. After exchanging farewells, they embarked on their respective missions. Mu Lang turned to his soldiers, proclaiming, "Brothers, establish a line of fire. Let these brutes know our might." Understood. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Unlike before, the battlefield was now open, and they need not concern themselves with harming the survivors. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad unleashed a torrent of fire, bullets pouring forth as if they were free. Any zombie daring to advance would be riddled with countless rounds. Even if a zombie's vitality were formidable, if reduced to mush, it would meet its demise in an instant. A vacuum was cleared within 50 meters of the visitor center. Just then, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous sound of pounding footsteps. A 3-meter-tall monster charged into the fray. The pursuer barreled through the zombies with unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the visitor center. Should this flesh-and-blood juggernaut breach their defenses, the line of fire would be shredded to pieces. Fortunately, the 3rd Squad was well prepared. The squad leader of the 3rd Squad barked into the intercom. "All drones, take off and incinerate it." Bang! 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 The glass windows on the 2nd floor of the visitor center shattered as 4 military drones took flight. Switching to burn mode, a new generation of high-tech weaponry. These 4 military drones were equipped with machine gun, reconnaissance, self-destruct, and incineration modes. When dealing with zombies, the straightforward and brutal burn mode was undoubtedly the most effective. Once the flamethrowers ignited, the inferno engulfed the pursuer. Though the beast possessed formidable toughness, it was still composed of flesh and blood, unable to withstand the intense heat of continuous burning. Roar! The pursuer seized a zombie, hurling it like a sandbag at the 4 military drones. However, the drone operators were highly trained experts, deftly maneuvering with ease to evade the flying zombie. Roar! The pursuer unleashed an enraged roar, despite its immense strength. It could not fly, rendering it impotent against the drones above. Just as the pursuer's flesh began to regenerate, it was again reduced to ashes by the flames. If this burning persistently continued, even the pursuer would meet its end. In the distance, Wei Gong shook his head helplessly. In the end, it falls to me to intervene. Taking a step back, Wei Gong slipped into the mirrored world through the shards of glass beneath his feet. While the outside world roared with chaos, bullets flying, the mirrored realm was eerily silent. And oh zombies, no bullets. Only Wei Gong strolling through its depths. With no one to obstruct him, Wei Gong easily made his way into the interior of the visitor center. If I recall, the drones launched from the 2nd floor. The operator should also be on the 2nd floor. Wei Gong strolled leisurely up to the 2nd floor, standing before a glass window, through the reflective surface. He could observe the happenings outside, while those beyond remained oblivious to his presence within the mirror. Behind the glass, a soldier was intently piloting a drone, entirely unaware that danger was silently watching him. Suddenly, Wei Gong's hand shot out from behind the window, grasping the soldier's head with an iron grip. The soldier was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected intrusion, as he attempted to alert his comrades. Wei Gong had already crushed half of his skull, resulting in instant demise. Thud! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, startling the remaining 3 soldiers. Xiao Zhuang. They stared in disbelief at their fallen comrade, baffled by the absence of any apparent threat nearby. What had transpired? Chapter 24. A kill with every step. The terror of the unknown swiftly enveloped their minds. Alert! Fortunately, they retained a shred of rationality, quickly forming a triangular defensive posture, each man guarding a different direction. Yet, would this truly suffice? A pale hand suddenly emerged from the shards of glass at their feet, seizing one soldier by the ankle. Accompanied by a terrified scream, yet another comrade vanished without a trace. Lao Li. The remaining 2 soldiers' minds completely faltered. What was happening? They had just been back-to-back. How could one simply disappear in the blink of an eye? Do not worry. You shall see him soon. A ghostly voice floated in from behind them, reminiscent of the whisper of death. Both soldiers turned simultaneously to find a figure clad in a black robe and mask standing before them. Unbeknownst to them, he had been there all along, silent as a shadow. In his grasp, he held the lifeless body of their comrade, Lao Li. "You bastard!" The two abandoned the drone's controls, reaching for their weapons to retaliate. Swish! Wei Gong's hands sliced through the air, akin to the scythe of death, severing their necks with brutal precision. Blood gushed forth as the virus invaded their bodies. In a mere minute, these seasoned soldiers had succumbed to Wei Gong's infection. Rendered powerless. "Who are you?" Wei Gong turned to find Mu Lang and several soldiers standing behind him, the dark barrels of their guns pointed squarely at his head. Quick to react, I see. The moment the first drone plummeted, Mu Lang realized something was amiss on the second floor. Despite their rapid response, Wei Gong's killing speed was even swifter by the time Mu Lang and his men reached the second floor. They were met only with 4 bodies on the verge of becoming zombies. Young men in their 20s, perpetually shrouded in hoods and masks. Mu Lang's pupils dilated in shock. "You are the mastermind behind this." Wei Gong's voice was hoarse and deep, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. "Correct. Open fire." Mu Lang commanded without hesitation. If they could eliminate this individual, the crisis in Shaodan City would be averted, saving millions of lives. Yet, just as they squeezed the triggers, the bullets had yet to be fired when Wei Gong vanished once more. A soldier at the back let out a horrified cry as Wei Gong seized him. His razor-sharp fingers plunging into the soldier's throat, blood pouring forth. "I am contemplating the reward I shall bestow upon you." The body was carelessly discarded onto the floor and through the mask's holes. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light. "I shall grant you despair." How does that sound? As Wei Gong's words echoed, the 5 corpses on the ground simultaneously rose, like loyal, deathly sentinels, surrounding their king. The term zombie king aptly described the masked figure before them, cold-blooded, murderous, devoid of any mercy. His existence seemed solely dedicated to the annihilation of humanity, the destruction of the world. Not let him intimidate you. Stay calm and continue firing. Mu Lang bellowed to steady his troops. As long as the enemy continued to flicker in and out of existence, it indicated he also feared their bullets. Otherwise, he would have charged them head-on and slaughtered them all. The immediate priority was to uncover the reason for his seemingly effortless mobility. Squad leader, save. Wei Gong's figure vanished again, taking with him another soldier who died without a fighting chance. Mu Lang's eyes widened, desperation flooding his gaze. Yet, even in panic, his mind continued to analyze the situation. Why was he not targeting me? With his intelligence, he must have deduced that I am the commander. If I were to perish, the squad would be left leaderless. By all accounts, I should have been the first to die. Mu Lang suddenly noticed the shards of glass strewn across the floor due to the drone's launch. Several windows had been shattered, and the corridor was littered with glass fragments. Yet, there were none at his feet. He was not refraining from killing me. Rather, he was incapable of doing so without detection. Because there were no glass shards at my feet. Everyone, shatter the glass on the floor and withdraw from the windows and any reflective surfaces. Mu Lang's decision was both decisive and correct. Without the glass shards as a medium, Wei Gong would be unable to approach them unnoticed. Truly an exceptional commander. Wei Gong clapped, emerging from behind a glass window. In such a brief exchange, you discern my movement patterns, impressive intellect, superpowers? Mu Lang's expression grew serious. With the emergence of zombies, the appearance of superpowers was no longer surprising. Yet, how was I to eliminate him? You do not naively believe that merely shattering the glass will render me powerless. Do you? Wei Gong raised his weapon before them all. However, he did not aim at any individual, but rather at the ceiling. What was he planning? Everyone, including Mu Lang, was baffled by Wei Gong's actions. Bang! In the next moment, his bullet pierced the ceiling, shattering a water pipe above. In a structure, such as a visitor center, fire safety measures were undoubtedly in place. Should a fire arise, the sprinklers overhead would activate. Where there are sprinklers, there are water pipes. Water cascaded down like raindrops, forming small puddles on the floor. The water's surface could also reflect light. It served as another mirror. Glass shards could be shattered, but puddles could not. They would merely restore themselves time and again. Wei Gong stepped into the puddles, advancing toward them, appearing like a ghost devoid of substance, flickering with each step. Suddenly, he stood before Mu Lang, less than a meter away, his crimson eyes fixated upon him. Farewell. Wei Gong's voice was flat, akin to death's decree for the departed. Swish! His sharp hand plunged into Mu Lang's body, crushing his heart. As a mere mortal, there was no doubt he would perish in this scenario. Squad leader, the sacrifice of their commander ignited fury within the remaining soldiers, who frantically opened fire at Wei Gong. Oh, not fret. You shall soon join him. Wei Gong's form flickered continuously. With each flash, a new corpse would materialize. Before long, the second floor was devoid of any living souls. A roar echoed from the first floor of the visitor center, signaling the hunters' advance, while the gunfire dwindled, indicating that the hunters and the horde of zombies had breached their defenses. Wei Gong gazed down at Mu Lang's lifeless body and sighed. The system provided no notification. It seemed there was no way to convert Mu Lang into a follower. With his commanding abilities and situational judgment, he could have formed a formidable zombie squad. Alas, it was not to be. The dim streetlights cast a pall over the entire street. For reasons unknown, Wei Gong suddenly felt an urge to hum a certain tune. Next, it was time to seek out others. Chapter 25, Death. Lao Yao, the gunfire has ceased. Indeed, Lao Yao bore expressions of profound sorrow. The cessation of gunfire could yield only two outcomes. Either the zombies had been eradicated, or the entire third squad had perished. Clearly, given the brevity of time, the latter seemed more probable. Wang Xia, third squad. Mu Lang. We will remember them. Lao Yao clenched his fists tightly. Only by guiding the remaining survivors to safety could he honor their courageous sacrifice. Fortunately, they had secured ample time for their escape. The boat had now reached the center of the ring-shaped river, rendering the zombies unable to approach. Lao glanced back, noting that the Shaodan City Ring River was 50 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters deep. Given the current capabilities of the zombies, they simply could not cross. Indeed, Lao Yao glanced back at the survivors behind him. He had long harbored suspicions that one among them was covertly signaling the zombies. To thwart any further sabotage from potential traitors, he gathered everyone together for easier surveillance. However, the suspected infiltrator remained inactive. Meanwhile, Wei Gong arrived at the banks of the Huanqing River and beheld the boats gliding along its center. Although the surface of the river mirrored the sky above, its depths were too profound for Wei Gong to find a foothold. Consequently, he was unable to utilize the mirror world to transport himself onto the boat and had to devise an alternative plan. Wei Gong picked up a stone at his feet, reflecting on how long it had been since he last skipped stones. With that thought, he flung a flat stone into the water. Wei Gong's stone-skipping skills were commendable, producing over a dozen skips and propelling the stone nearly 10 meters away. With a surge of power, he activated his ability. His form shifted, and he appeared above the water's surface, just as he was about to plunge into the depths. Wei Gong calmly tossed another stone as the stone sailed 10 meters away. He executed the same maneuver, swapping places with it. After 3 consecutive exchanges, Wei Gong elegantly landed at the bow of the boat, untouched by a single drop of water. His sudden appearance startled everyone aboard. Lao Yao and swiftly aimed their submachine guns at Wei Gong, demanding, "Who are you?" At that moment, Shou Kongyu, mingling among the crowd, leapt up in alarm, pointing at Wei Gong and exclaiming, "It's him! It's him!" Although he had never seen Wei Gong's true visage, Shou Kongyu recognized him immediately. Wei Gong asked, tilted his head slightly, "I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Since you remember so well, you certainly cannot be allowed to live." Just as he prepared to strike, a bespectacled, seemingly refined young girl among the survivors suddenly produced a syringe with a pinhole needle and plunged it directly into Shou Kongyu's neck. What was happening? The unexpected turn of events diverted the attention of Lao Yao and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Wei Gong seized the opportunity to approach them, ending their lives. His hands pierced through their chests, simultaneously crushing their hearts. The invading virus would subsequently transform their corpses into zombies. Thus, 2 exemplary police officers, who had fought valiantly for survival, and a resolute woman clad in military attire stood at the forefront of the conference room, presenting the recent research findings to the high-ranking officials of Dian. Dissection revealed that the brains of the zombies harbored a previously unrecorded parasite. As the military-clad woman elaborated, images of the parasite were displayed before all attendees. This parasite constituted the essence of the zombies. As long as it remained alive, the zombies could continually rise again. Typically, this parasite only infests the brains of the zombies. However, a few rare mutations exist, in which the parasites within the host body move incessantly in search of a secure location. Beyond these two variations, we also discovered a unique entity, which we designated as the maternal zombie. As this was articulated, a photograph of a specimen resembling a human appeared on the large screen. Upon dissecting the maternal zombie, we found that its brain contained not a parasite, but a crystalline structure of extraordinary hardness. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room erupted in astonishment. What? You not only succeeded in capturing the maternal zombie, but also completed its dissection. How long has it been since the outbreak of the zombie crisis? Perhaps around 50 hours? Indeed, we have successfully eliminated one maternal zombie and captured and dissected another. I have reviewed the briefing. Both operations involving the maternal zombies were personally organized and calm, even Liang Sun, who remained unperturbed even in the face of the collapse of Mount Tai, broke into a cold sweat, for this conjecture was truly terrifying. Should it prove true, and should it become known to the outside world, the entire social order would disintegrate in an instant. Zombies, after all, possess a physical form. They're beings that can be slain, and thus people still harbor the courage to confront them. But if the adversary is an invisible, omniscient deity, who could possibly muster the courage to resist? With a flick of her wrist, Rongyu conjured an object into her palm. This was the item she acquired upon vanquishing the first mother body. As it materialized, a voice echoed in her mind, declaring it a reward for her efforts. In that moment, Liang Sun's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. The emergence of this object unequivocally confirmed Rongyu's hypothesis. Even if there were some discrepancies, the truth was perilously close that if the enemy truly is a god, how are we to resist? The elderly man in his 60s trembled slightly, for this was the first time since the outbreak of the zombie crisis that he had lost his composure. The phrase to confront the divine with mere mortal flesh often appears in various works, showcasing humanity's indomitable spirit and courage against the divine. Yet now, faced with the genuine prospect of contending with a deity, could they still utter such words with equanimity? Chapter 28. All are slain. I believe that the deity does not wish to annihilate us. Rongyu gazed at the object in her hand. If it truly sought our destruction, it would not have gifted me this as a reward. Liang Sun's eyes regained their luster. It is not the outcome that matters to it, but the process, much like the gladiatorial arenas of the Middle Ages, where the affluent reveled in the spectacle of slaves battling one another. They would not only lavishly provide for their sustenance, but also invest heavily in their equipment, all for the sake of witnessing a thrilling slaughter. As long as we continue to emerge victorious, we can not only resolve the zombie crisis, but also grow ever stronger, ultimately confronting the divine and slaying it. Liang Sun clenched his fists, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Not at this juncture, Rongyu proposed yet another conjecture. Since the deity desires to witness carnage, and given the existence of players within the zombie faction, is it possible that players exist within the human faction as well? Single-player game streams will never match the popularity of competitive games, for the clash between individuals is the most exhilarating spectacle. You make a compelling point. I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately. Liang Sun found herself increasingly impressed by the young man before her. He always managed to discern the essence of matters from the faintest clues. More importantly, he possessed an impeccably calm mind and the courage to face any adversity. That I shall proceed to the front lines. I must entrust you with matters at the rear. The dangers of Shaodan City were beyond imagination, and Rongyu was uncertain of what would unfold. She shared her concerns with Liang Sun, fearing that should she perish in Shaodan City, these conjectures would be buried with her, forever unknown. Liang Sun sighed deeply. Rongyu, you are the future of Dian. You must take care. If it were possible, Liang Sun would have preferred not to send Rongyu to Shaodan City. Yet, only she could resolve the crisis there. For the sake of the millions of lives in Shaodan City and the future of Dian, Rongyu had no choice but to go to... As Rongyu approached the door, she paused. I will. Ultimately, with unwavering resolve, she pushed open the door. With that step, she did not merely exit a conference room. She willingly stepped into a den of peril, in the world within the mirror. Flesh and blood writhed incessantly as a brand new body was continuously reconstructed. Wei Gong sat up from the ground, stretching his limbs. Reconstructing a body certainly took quite some time. At the moment the bullet shattered his skull, Wei Gong decisively abandoned his corporeal form and transferred the core crystal to the mirrored world. The bullet did not pursue the core, indicating that she was unaware of his weakness. It merely targeted his head. This underscored the critical importance of intelligence, which had once again saved him from death. Wei Gong scanned the surroundings with the mirror, discovering no bullets trailing him. I should be safe now. Cautiously, he exited the mirrored world, the mirror in hand poised and ready. Should a bullet appear, he would immediately retreat into the mirrored realm. Once he confirmed his safety, Wei Gong finally exhaled in relief. She must realize I am not dead. When she infected human players, there would be rewards. So it stood to reason that human players would also receive rewards upon slaying a mother body. The absence of a reward meant that his survival must have been exposed. However, the fact that she did not continue her assault indicated that her abilities were also limited. From the recent attack, Wei Gong deduced that her powers might involve magic bullets that lock onto targets or a causality-based ability that guarantees a hit. Once the bullet is fired, it would inevitably strike its target, regardless of circumstances. Given that the floors of Linglong Mansion were quite high, the buildings behind would obstruct the view of those in front, suggesting that the assailant must be within the circle of houses surrounding the square. Wei Gong opened the navigation map, identifying 12 suspicious buildings, 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33 that he dialed a number. Zhang Xiaoyu, check the surveillance for buildings 12, 13, 22, 23, 32, and 33, focusing on the time frame around April 30. This period coincided with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. And as a human player, that individual would surely take some action. Understood. After waiting for over an hour, Zhang Xiaoyu informed Wei Gong of a peculiar phenomenon. Building 33 has had no one enter or exit since 5 p.m. on April 30th. No one. Moreover, until today, there had not been a single sighting of a person, nor had a single light been turned on. The absence of entries and exits could be attributed to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, with everyone hiding in their homes, which was understandable. However, the lack of any lights was exceedingly suspicious, unless, apart from that player, there was no one else in Building 33, but that didn't add up at around 3 or 4 p.m. on April 30th. Surveillance had captured numerous individuals entering the building, so it was implausible that no one was present inside. With so many discrepancies, uncovering the truth would likely require a personal visit. Wei Gong arrived at the base of Building 33 in the mirrored world. Discovering the entrance had been barricaded from within in the real world. Gaining entry might have posed a challenge, but in the mirrored realm, such obstacles were trivial, with a mere wave of his hand. The door swung open, and the blockades were reduced to dust. The mirrored world was devoid of other life. To investigate the truth, he would still need to engage with the real world, stepping through a shard of glass. Wei Gong emerged, standing before the now unblocked entrance and a plethora of debris. As he set foot inside Building 33, he was immediately assaulted by the stench of blood and decay. This nauseating odor made even Wei Gong, accustomed to traversing through hordes of zombies, furrow his brow. Many lives have been lost here. Wei Gong first approached room 101. The door was unlocked, and he pushed it open. However, what awaited him was an even more intense stench of blood and decay. Wei Gong knitted his brow. What on earth transpired here? 3 corpses lay in a congealed pool of dark red blood, the gruesome scene unmistakably indicative of a family annihilation. The absence of any activity in Building 33 could not be merely coincidence. Could it be that everyone inside had perished? To verify this hypothesis, Wei Gong proceeded to open the doors of rooms 102, 201, and 202 that without exception, every occupant had been slain, leaving no survivors. Examining the wounds, he noted they were clean and precise, suggesting a singular perpetrator's handiwork. With all nearby individuals deceased, none could have been transformed into zombies. Such brutality was chilling. Chapter 29. an ambush given that she had unleashed a massacre within this building. Locating her should prove straightforward. Wei Gong sought out a household equipped with surveillance cameras and had Zhang Xiaoyu remotely hack into it. Soon, he obtained footage of the massacre. The assailant was a woman clad in a black hood. Her method of killing was exceptionally practiced. Upon encountering a target, she executed a quick and lethal strike without any unnecessary movements. This led Wei Gong to suspect that this individual might have been a professional assassin prior to participating in the game. After cross-referencing resident information, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly uncovered the assassin's name and details. Kalwan, residing in 2302.2302, you say? Judging by Kalwan's modus operandi, it was likely that traps had already been set along the route leading to 2302. Even if these traps couldn't kill Wei Gong, they would certainly alert Kalwan. Time to enter the mirrored world. Just as Wei Gong stepped onto the staircase, he distinctly felt the floor beneath him shift. Immediately thereafter, a loud ping resonated as explosives hidden beneath the floor were triggered. Fortunately, Wei Gong maintained absolute control over inorganic matter within the mirrored world. In the instant before the bomb detonated, he hurled it away. Boom! The explosion ravaged the corridor, leaving chaos in its wake. Thank goodness I made my escape into the mirrored world in time. Regarding the recent explosion, it is not only the residents of the 23rd floor who were startled, but even those in the adjacent building likely heard to prevent such surprises from occurring again. Wei Gong promptly activated his abilities, uprooting the tiles and walls of the entire building to his astonishment. Beneath them lay a cache of explosives. First, there were sniper rifles, and now explosives. Where could this individual possibly have amassed such an arsenal? The sheer quantity Wei Gong uncovered would suffice to arm an entire platoon. Ignoring the explosives, he made his way directly to the 23rd floor. Meanwhile, on the balcony of room 2302, a woman seated on the ground cradled a sniper rifle, her back against the wall. Colin, with her long, wine-red hair cascading down, possessed a strikingly exquisite and frosty countenance beneath her hood. Her gaze remained unwavering, fixed on the door at the far end of her line of sight. He would find this place eventually. Kalin understood that the shot she fired had not killed Wei Gong. Thus, her position being exposed was merely a matter of time. An attack from the shadows could occur at any moment, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in a second. She retrieved an adrenaline syringe from her pocket, expertly injecting it into her thigh. 78 hours had passed since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and during this time, Colin had not allowed herself a moment's rest. Relying solely on willpower and adrenaline to remain alert, she knew that if she closed her eyes during this period, she might never open them again. Just then, a sharp sound echoed through the corridor. The unmistakable alert of a tripwire being triggered. This indicated that someone was moving in the hallway. Having eliminated everyone else in the building, this intruder could only be an enemy from the outside. Colin sprang to her feet, chambering around, the dark muzzle of her rifle aimed squarely at the door. Where will you emerge from? Rather than directing her gaze at the door, Colin focused on a shard of broken glass at her feet. If her assumptions were correct, the commotion outside was merely a diversion. The real attack would likely come from that shard of glass. Following the first attack, Colin had been observing Wei Gong's corpse. The glass shard on his body had piqued her interest. After all, which sane individual would carry a piece of broken glass with them? Although she was unaware of the specifics of his abilities, her intuition suggested that Wei Gong's narrow escape was somehow linked to the glass. With a mindset of experimentation, Kalun picked up a shard of glass and placed it at her feet. If Wei Gong intended to strike her, that shard would serve as the perfect conduit. Sure enough, 10 seconds after the tripwire was triggered, a pale hand shot out from the glass, ghost-like, reaching for Kalun's ankle. Caught you. Without hesitation, Kalun pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet from her sniper rifle made a stunning 270-degree arc in midair, shattering Wei Gong's arm. Seizing the moment while his arm was still extended, Colin drew a handgun from her waist and unloaded the entire magazine into the shard of glass. .7 bullets pierced through the interior of Wei Gong's arm, using it as a conduit to traverse the passageway of the mirrored world. Flying straight toward his head. Was he outsmarted? Wei Gong activated the mirrored world, attempting to command the bullets to halt. However, he was left astonished. The bullets did not cease their trajectory, but continued toward his head. What? This was a confrontation of superpowers. The authority of the mirrored world could not impede the bullet's advance, indicating that Ka-Luan's abilities surpassed those of the mirrored world. She must possess at least an A rank. This individual's growth is surpassing my own. With no time to ponder further, Wei Gong utilized another mirror in the room to escape the mirrored world and shut it down for now. The bullets were unable to penetrate the barrier between the two realms, as long as he refrained from opening the mirrored passage. The bullets could not pursue him further. The price to pay was that he could not re-enter the mirrored world until Ka-Luan was dealt with. Don't move. Ka-Luan stood approximately 10 paces away, her gun aimed at Wei Gong's head at this distance. He could not reach her, while she was poised to blow his head apart at a moment's notice. Perfectly calculated. The shattered arm visibly regenerated, a mere minor injury for Wei Gong. How did you know I would emerge from there? Guesswork. Intuition. Ka-Luan's tone remained utterly devoid of emotion, resembling a machine devoid of feelings. Before the attack, Wei Gong had sent a zombie into the corridor to trigger the tripwire, hoping to distract Ka-Luan. Little did he know, she had anticipated his prediction, digging a pitfall in advance, waiting for him to leap into it. However, Wei Gong's gaze fell upon the shard of glass at Ka-Luan's feet. Her earlier actions were undoubtedly a tactic to serve as bait for a predator. A risky yet effective maneuver. If even the slightest miscalculation occurred, Ka-Luan would pay the ultimate price. This individual was merciless not only to those around her, but also to herself. Time for idle chatter to end. You must die now. Ka-Luan, lacking the habit of engaging in unnecessary dialogue with her adversary, resolutely pulled the trigger. This time, she aimed not only to obliterate Wei Gong's head, but to annihilate every inch of his flesh. Only in such a manner could she ensure his demise. Was it premature to declare victory now? As the bullet soared from the barrel, Wei Gong hurled a reflective shard of glass towards Ka-Luan in the name of the mother entity. I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 30. Boom, boom, boom. The bullet from the sniper rifle traveled at a velocity of approximately 900 meters per second. With only a few paces separating them, it would take but an instant for the bullet to strike Wei Gong. Yet at the very moment the bullet was about to make contact with his forehead, he smiled. Coordinate power. Activate. Wei Gong's position exchanged with that shard of glass. The bullet did not strike Wei Gong. Instead, it shattered the glass. Before the bullet could alter its course, Wei Gong swiftly opened the mirrored passage, imprisoning the bullet within the mirrored world. Mirrored world, closed. Wei Gong executed this series of actions with remarkable speed. So swift that the pursuing bullet from within the mirrored world had yet to emerge by the time he completed everything. Moreover, while deflecting the attack, he also executed a rapid advance. One hand bent Ka-Luan's rifle, denying her the opportunity to fire again. The other hand grasped her head, slamming it forcefully into the ground. This was the second stage of coordinate power. Bang! Ka-Luan's head struck the floor with a deafening thud. After this, a mere flick of Wei Gong's wrist would be enough to transform Ka-Luan into a zombie. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. 7 paces away, the gun was quick. But what about within that single step? Even when cornered in such dire straits, Ka-Luan's face bore no trace of fear. It was as if she were inherently devoid of the capacity to feel fear. Ka-Luan merely gazed calmly at Wei Gong. I believe an explosion is faster. As her words fell, Wei Gong suddenly felt a wave of heat surge beneath his feet. This lunatic had buried explosives beneath the floorboards. A madman. Ka-Luan's nearly suicidal tactic elicited an involuntary exclamation from Wei Gong. Not only the explosives beneath their feet detonated, but those in other rooms also triggered a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave of the explosions engulfed the entire floor, leaving devastation in its wake. Furthermore, the heat from the detonated explosives ignited the gas lines in the kitchen, leading to a secondary explosion. Countless windows shattered from the explosions, and the outer walls were blown out, creating a gaping hole. Debris rained down from above, crushing parked cars on the street below. Someone once said that explosions are art. Well, now the 23rd floor was filled with artistic expression. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the thick smoke, Wei Gong staggered to his feet, charred flesh falling away, while newly formed muscle filled the void. Fortunately, his evolutionary level was high enough to withstand the blast. At the moment of the explosion, Wei Gong had accelerated the metabolism of his outer layer of cells, forming a protective keratinous layer akin to armor. With this layer shielding him, he barely managed to endure the ferocious blast. Once his body had recovered sufficiently, Wei Gong located the barely conscious Colin amidst the rubble. Unlike Wei Gong, she did not possess such terrifying vitality. The shockwave had obliterated her frail body in an instant, leaving no intact flesh on her form. Her once smooth, pale skin was now charred black, exuding a pungent, burnt odor. Her breathing was shallow, and without intervention, it would cease entirely within a minute. Yet even so, Colin's expression remained placid, devoid of any fear of death. She simply stared at the ceiling, awaiting the arrival of her end. Wei Gong crouched beside Colin. "You truly are unafraid of death." In his eyes, Colin's behavior was not merely brave. It bordered on pathological self-destruction. What a shame it would be for such a remarkable individual to perish. The resolute decisiveness in action, the ruthless efficiency in undertaking tasks, the extraordinary powers of observation that surpass the ordinary, the exceptional tactical planning, and the A-grade supernatural abilities that allow for silent lethality, all exemplify the rarity of a talent like Karun. The thought of losing such a perfect asset would keep Wei Gong awake for an entire month. Wei Gong plunged his fingers into Karun's shattered form, attempting to revive her using the virus. Yet, he discovered that the zombie virus was utterly incapable of preserving Karun's flickering life. Her breaths continued to weaken, fading ever more. "System, what is happening?" The system promptly replied. "Her physical body has completely decomposed. The energy of the initial zombie virus is insufficient to mend her form." Has the damage exceeded the threshold? Wei Gong had witnessed similar situations before, even if a regular zombie's head remained intact. If its body was reduced to pulp, it would succumb to death due to insufficient energy for repair. Is there any way to save her? The system continued to respond. "Feed her your flesh and blood. As a mother zombie, your flesh cells contain immense energy that can aid in her recovery." Without hesitation, Wei Gong made a deep incision, allowing his blood to flow into Karun's mouth like plain water. As long as he could reclaim Karun as a valuable ally, any price would be worth paying. Gulping down the blood, under Wei Gong's nurturing, Karun's broken body began to heal at an astonishing rate, reminiscent of parched earth soaking in nourishing rain. Once the wounds closed, Wei Gong made another incision, continuing to feed her blood. He would not cease until Karun fully revived. After nearly 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood had been given, Karun's body finally underwent rebirth. Her charred skin sloughed away, revealing a tender, newborn-like complexion, plump and smooth. Wei Gong knew this was still insufficient. Though Karun's flesh had recovered, her soul remained unhealed. He would need to expend an additional 200,000 points to convert Karun into his vassal. System, spend 200,000 points to convert her into my vassal. With the deduction of points, the conversion ritual commenced. The last 200,000 points vanished. Wei Gong felt a pang of pain. This was all he had left. "Please do not disappoint me, my first vassal." The soul repair was completed, and the connection began to. A milky light emanated from Karun's body, entering Wei Gong's mind. "Upon conversion to my vassal, will her identity be considered that of a zombie or a human? Is she alive or dead in the real world?" Following the conversion, her identity would shift to that of a zombie. Like the mother player, she too would possess the right to exchange points for her original state of being, alive or dead. It rested entirely in your hands. With but a thought, her original self could perish. Naturally, if her original body died, the vassal in the game would also meet the same fate. The system spoke with unwavering clarity, answering all player inquiries truthfully. Wei Gong was thoroughly satisfied with this response. This is acceptable. It implied that the vassal not only had boundless potential for growth, but also ensured absolute loyalty. The expenditure of 200,000 points was indeed worthwhile. The connection was complete. With its completion, Wei Gong not only gained control over Karun's soul, but also synchronized her past memories within his mind. Chapter 31. With nothing or winning everything, grant me another chance. This time, I will surely win back. Didn't you just stake your wife and daughter? What else do you have left to gamble? I can wager my life. Fool, you lost your life in the 7th round. No. Let me gamble once more. In the chaotic underground casino, the same scene repeated endlessly. Clad in a lead gray coat and hood, Karun navigated through the crowd to the front desk. Which betting method yields the quickest returns? This was a gray market casino in an unlawful zone, devoid of the enticing presence of a sultry bunny girl, instead featuring a muscular man adorned with dark tattoos. Unfazed by Karun's inquiry, the muscular man continued polishing his gun. Roulette, poker, dice, horse racing, slot machines, blackjack. Choose any, as long as you bet enough. The speed of returns is similar. Such inquiries were routine, and his ears had grown callous from hearing them. Which one is the fastest? Karun pointed at the prominently displayed sign for Russian roulette. 50,000 per round. At this, the muscular man finally lifted his head, revealing a sinister grin. Going big, are we? Countless gamblers flocked here daily to change their fates, yet very few dared to choose Russian roulette. For in other games, even in defeat, one merely lost chips. But in Russian roulette, should one lose, it meant certain death. Enough chatter. I'm pressed for time. The muscular man leapt to his feet and shouted to everyone in the casino, "Everyone, look here! Someone wants to play Russian roulette." Upon hearing this, a crowd surged toward the front desk, forming a tightly packed circle. Ha ha! Who is this? Playing so boldly? I must see which fool dares to tempt fate. The more bloodthirsty and violent the scene, the more it stimulated the hormones within the observers. They anticipated a reckless individual being shot in the head. The muscular man placed the revolver on the desk. 6 chambers, 5 are empty. 1 contains a bullet. Shoot yourself in the head. If the chamber is empty, you win 50,000. If there's a bullet, don't worry, it's a guaranteed end. If I fire 2 shots, does that mean 100,000? No, if you dare fire 2 shots, that would be 200,000. Dare to fire 3 shots, that is 500,000. 4 shots would be 1,000,000. Of course, if you dare fire 5 shots, that would be 50 million. The prize pool for 5 shots was astronomical. Yet in the history of the underground casino, no one had ever chosen 5 shots, for that was akin to suicide. Karun calmly regarded the revolver on the table. I will fire 5 shots. In an instant, the raucous casino fell silent. A single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Is this person truly seeking death? The muscular man at the front desk was equally stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a mad individual. Are you serious? Serious. The muscular man grinned widely, retrieving a bottle of whiskey that had never been opened. This bottle I have kept for years, unable to bring myself to drink it. If you survive, it will be my treat. Macallan whiskey is an exceedingly expensive drink, with a single bottle worth tens of thousands. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. If one were to fire a single shot, everyone wished for their demise. But if one fired 5 shots, all hoped for their survival. Without further ado, the muscular man loaded the bullets into the revolver's chambers and swiftly spun the cylinder. With a click, the cylinder locked in place, and no one knew where the bullet lay hidden. The muscular man placed the revolver on the table. Please commence your performance. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Karun as she grasped the revolver and aimed it at her temple. That moment. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, backs, and palms. It seemed as though Karun was not the one gambling with her life, but rather they were in stark contrast to the tense spectators. Karun's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any sign of trepidation. Just as the onlookers anticipated that she would hesitate before pulling the trigger, Karun effortlessly squeezed the trigger. Click, 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 click. Even more astonishingly, Karun did not merely fire 1 shot, but resolutely fired all 5. Her eyes remaining steadfastly open. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. This how one plays? Do you think this is a toy gun? Calmly, Karun placed the revolver back on the front desk. Devoid of fear, surprise, or any thrill of having escaped death, it was as if she had merely sipped a glass of water, tasteless and ordinary. The muscular man at the front desk was left dumbfounded. Was the game truly this simple? He began to doubt whether the gun was malfunctioning or if the bullets had jammed. He picked up the revolver, aiming it at an unfortunate soul. With a bang, that unfortunate soul fell to the ground. This confirmed that both the gun and bullets were functional. It was simply that this individual's luck was extraordinarily favorable. Ha! You have won. The muscular man kept his word, uncorking the expensive whiskey and pouring a full glass for Karun. Karun stared at the golden liquid, her expression as placid as a still pond. When will I receive my money? Ha! Don't rush. First, drink this glass. I assure you, you won't lose a single cent. Karun lifted the glass and downed it in one go. I've finished. Now pay me. The muscular man twitched at the corner of his mouth. This drink was worth thousands. Did she think it was just plain water? In one swift motion, she downed the drink without savoring it that moment. A bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses approached. Esteemed guest, our boss invites you to the VIP room for a brief conversation. What about the money? The funds are already prepared and await you in the VIP suite. Lead the way to in stark contrast to the bustling underground casino. The VIP area exuded tranquility and elegance, adorned in lavish decor that avoided any semblance of gaudiness. This indicated that the proprietor of the underground casino possessed an appreciation for refined aesthetics. As Colin stepped into the VIP compartment, a dagger suddenly emerged from the shadows, pressed against her throat. A mere inch forward would enable the blade to sever her jugular vein. Chapter 32, an unprecedentedly splendid beginning. Why do you not flinch? The assailant, a stately woman dressed in opulent attire, stepped from the shadows. I es it because you are unafraid. Despite the knife at her neck, Colin's expression remained inscrutable. Why the absence of fear? Fear is simply absent. How intriguing. The woman withdrew the dagger and settled into the sofa, gesturing toward a card on the coffee table. This card holds 50 million. That the password consists of 6 zeros. There's a POS machine on the table. You may verify its authenticity on the spot. With a stoic demeanor, Kalun took the card and inserted it into the POS machine. The balance displayed 55 million. That she looked at the woman. There's an extra 5 million. That the woman waved her hand, smiling. That 5 million is a gift from me, a token of friendship. The woman had been observing Kalun's display of audacity and recognized her value for potential alliances. Very well, I accept as newfound friends. Respect must be mutual. Kalun took a seat across from the woman. I require some items from you. With that, Colin presented a list before her. The list detailed not only supplies and medications, but also arms and ammunition. In the end, many of these items are strictly controlled contraband, obtainable solely through such illicit establishments. Military rations, adrenaline, firearms, explosives. The woman's brow furrowed. What need do you have for these items? Colin picked up a pen from the table and inscribed a date, the onset of the zombie apocalypse. These items are crucial, both for me and for you. What do you mean by that? Nothing of significance. That it is simply the final delivery date. The woman narrowed her eyes. That Kalun refrained from explicitly stating what would transpire. Yet one thing was certain. On April 30th, a significant event would unfold. Military rations, medications, and adrenaline all bore the same label. Survival. In ordinary circumstances, these items would be unnecessary, as there are tastier or safer alternatives. Only in times of scarcity and dire living conditions would such items be essential. Thus, one can deduce that the survival environment post-April 30th would deteriorate drastically, leading to a shortage of resources. Then came the arms and explosives, indicating the emergence of assailants, necessitating self-defense weapons. Following this line of reasoning, there exists but one possibility. War.it could either be the Third World War among humanity or a conflict with extraterrestrial beings. What else do you know? Colin remained indifferent. I know nothing. It's futile to inquire. Colin merely stated a date and expressed her needs for supplies. These revelations bore no relation to the impending zombie crisis. Hence, even if divulged, she would not face obliteration by the system for breaking the rules. Her disclosure to the woman was solely to gain her trust. Only through this trust could Kalun procure the contraband items she urgently required. Understood. Thank you for the information. The woman need not be informed of the specifics. She simply had to prepare for the impending upheaval. Looking at the items on the list, the woman remarked, these are strictly controlled contraband into yen, and their transportation is somewhat troublesome, requiring a bit of time. Money is not an issue. You may utilize the 50 million in the card as you see fit, but everything must be delivered before April 30th. A few days later, within room 2302 of Linglong Mansion, individuals clad in moving company uniforms began transporting various boxes inside. The supplies you requested have been delivered. Please sign here. These individuals were members of the underground casino's underworld, tasked with delivering Kalun supplies. After inspecting each box and confirming their contents, she stated, all is in order. You may leave. Understood. With the door closing behind them, room 2302 was left solely to Kalun. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in her mind. Death protocol completed. Initiating resource point settlement. Human players, akin to Mother players, are presented with a choice of 3 beginnings at the game's inception: a wealthy and powerful background, extraordinary physical prowess, or a random D-class superpower. However, Kalun opted for none of these. She selected a hidden beginning, Death Protocol, a clean slate, devoid of any background, ordinary physique, lacking special abilities, and possessing only $1,000. Moreover, during her period of concealment, Kalun needed to amass sufficient resources. Otherwise, she would be erased by the system. This was unequivocally a hellish start. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Should Kalun successfully complete her tasks, she would amass a wealth of points. 1 year's worth of individual military rations, 5,000 points. 3 independent generators, 3,000 points. 50 doses of adrenaline, 4,000 points. 6 first aid kits, 2,000 points. 1 AWM sniper rifle, .338 Magnum rifle ammunition, 100 rounds, high magnification optical sight, suppressor, folding stock, 100,000 points. 1 Glock G17 handgun, 919mm parabellum handgun ammunition, 200 rounds, 100,000 points. 30 fragmentation grenades, 60,000 points. The difficulty of obtaining these supplies was immense. Thus, the points earned were correspondingly high. In total, she amassed 400,000 points. With the Death Protocol points doubling, she secured a total of 800,000 points. While others struggled to barely surpass 10,000, Kalun was already in possession of an astounding 800,000 points. In the grand scheme of the world, she stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. 800,000 points could be exchanged for an A-class superpower, a certainty. Just as Wei Gong surmised, it was an inevitable causality. Upon sighting a target, any thrown or launched projectile would strike with absolute certainty. As a causality-based ability, resisting such attacks would require brute force, or, like Wei Gong, confinement in another realm if employed for assassination. This would prove to be a remarkably terrifying power. Armed with formidable weapons and strength, Kalun eliminated all residents of Building 23 and sealed the exits. Her rationale was straightforward. She would not permit any unstable elements in her vicinity. Thus commenced the apocalypse. Kalun relentlessly dispatched nearby zombies from a distance. Her causality ability ensuring an impressive track record. Her points surged, growing, multiplying, skyrocketing, until Wei Gong made his appearance. Chapter 33. Kalun, fortunately, I discovered this early. After perusing Kalun's memories, Wei Gong couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. The apocalypse had only begun 3 days prior, yet Kalun had already evolved to such a degree. If given more time, it might not be he who sought her out, but rather she who would come to eliminate him. Link established. Now commencing synchronization of kin information. Kin. Kalun. Level 1 Zombie Master. Wei Gong destructive power, pure physical strength, E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Defensive power, pure physical defense, E, slightly stronger than an average adult. Vitality, regeneration speed after injuries, C, able to recover quickly even with missing limbs. Agility, pure physical mobility, D, level of a first-class athlete. Intellect, independent thinking ability, A. Special ability, guaranteed hit, A-class superpower, a causality-based superpower, ensuring that any thrown or launched projectile will hit its target with absolute certainty. This ability requires line of sight to the target. If one were to glance at Kalun's attribute panel, it would appear quite disheartening. It is worth noting that the dimensional panel of the Hunter God was uniformly A-class, excluding intellect, which is merely B-class. In comparison, the Hunter God was akin to a supermodel in terms of numerical prowess. Wei Gong scrutinized Kalun's attribute panel. While her stats appeared somewhat lackluster, her special ability compensated for a portion of this deficiency. If she would serve as a frontline combatant, she might encounter situations beyond her capacity. The optimal strategy now would be to position her as an assassin, completing assassination missions while steadily improving her foundational stats. Yes, that shall be the plan. Observing Kalun lying on the ground, Wei Gong suddenly felt as though he were playing a character development game. Nevertheless, it must be said, this individual was quite aesthetically pleasing, due to the extreme nature of the previous battle. Wei Gong had not had the opportunity to observe Callan's appearance. Now, with some leisure, he discovered that Callan possessed a unique allure, both in her visage and her figure, as Wei Gong walked alongside Callan. He removed the obstructive hood, revealing cascading wine-red hair and a face as frigidly beautiful as a glacier. She was stunning, yet seemingly unapproachable, if one were to inquire which feature of Callan's face was most captivating. Undoubtedly, it would be the teardrop-shaped mole beneath her right eye, hinting at the hidden beauty behind her icy exterior. His gaze traveled down her snow-white neck to a lead-gray overcoat. Beneath it lay a deep crimson shirt, accentuated by the fullness of her form, creating an enticing silhouette. Strands of wine-red hair fell gracefully to one side, with a few particularly delicate strands resting atop the taut fabric. As he focused on her, he could discern the profound cleft between the buttons of her shirt. In terms of temperament, beauty, and physique, Callan was unparalleled. It was difficult to fathom that such a breathtaking individual could possess such a ruthless demeanor. At some point, Callan had awakened from her stupor, and their eyes met with an intensity that left no room for doubt. Wei Gong chuckled softly, unabashedly stealing a few more glances. Indeed, she was beautiful. Callan sat up from the ground, flexing her wrist as if acclimating to this new body. Aren't you curious why you have been resurrected? You are drawn to my abilities and wish for my assistance, she stated, her tone as cold and efficient as ever. Wei Gong lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes, a chilling orange-yellow, revealed no trace of emotion. Unlike other companions, Callan's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Zhang Xiaoyu. Wei Gong found himself questioning whether Callan was truly as loyal as the system claimed. There was not a hint of panic in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon him. You need not doubt my loyalty. I have always spoken thus. Wei Gong released her chin. What is your purpose for participating in this game? Both his memories of Callan and their recent skirmish had affirmed her proactive and efficient nature. She eschewed frivolities, focused solely on achieving her goals in the most direct and effective manner. As long as their ultimate objectives did not conflict, even if she were not the most loyal subordinate. She would still be the most reliable collaborator. I wish to experience fear. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, finding her statement both juvenile and pretentious. Callan ignored his scrutinizing gaze and continued. I was born without the capacity for fear, a condition that modern medicine cannot cure. Indeed, whether in the life-and-death struggle just experienced or in memories of the Russian roulette, her words were corroborated. She lacked the emotion of fear, which rendered her incapable of valuing her own life or comprehending the preciousness of others' lives. To her, killing a person was no different from slaughtering a chicken. The organizers claimed this game could cure me. So I came. Wei Gong stroked his chin. Is that a function of this game? Callan's original body had perished completely, and this new form could be considered a fresh creation from scratch. Logically, if Callan had acquired a new body, her fearlessness should have been alleviated. Yet, reality proved otherwise. If it was not a corporeal affliction, could it be a malady of the soul? Wei Gong pondered, stroking his chin. But does the soul truly exist? Since entering this game, a torrent of questions had flooded his mind. What form did this world take? Had his physical body also entered this realm? Or was it merely his soul that had traversed, with his body being a mere construct of data? If this world was but a game, a string of code, then why did the NPCs within it seem so vividly alive? They could think, feel fear akin to a genuine human with a soul. And perhaps the most pressing question, what was the ultimate objective of the organizers? A myriad of chaotic inquiries emerged, entwined like a tangled ball of yarn, becoming increasingly convoluted. At this juncture, Callan suddenly inquired, what is your purpose for entering this game? Wei Gong was momentarily taken aback. His reasons for entering this game were not tangled in complexities. He simply sought to play. After all, who could resist a groundbreaking, unprecedented game? A relieved smile spread across his face. Of course, to play. Yes, that was his sole intention. Since he was here to play, the primary consideration should be how to successfully complete this game. Once he accomplished that, all the perplexing riddles would naturally unravel. Chapter 34. Blitz at Shaojiang Bridge to gamble with one's life merely for the sake of a game? A rare expression of confusion crossed Callan's striking face. She could not comprehend Wei Gong's actions. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow. Precisely. What of it? If it were anyone else, discussions on this subject would inevitably spiral into matters of values, the meaning of life, and other such verbose discourses. Yet Wei Gong was different. He was simply here for the thrill of the game, for the exhilaration of battle. The rest of those concerns were of no consequence to him. Callan chuckled softly at a person like Wei Gong, even a seasoned veteran of the gold mining trade, would acknowledge as an extraordinary find. Did Callan despise such individuals? Quite the opposite. She found herself somewhat drawn to him. His life was imbued with emotional vibrancy, rich and captivating, a quality that she herself lacked. Perhaps by staying close to this reckless madman, she might truly savor the essence of fear. The contemplation of life came to an end. It is time to take you into battle, and let me witness your capabilities. Following the issuance of the city lockdown order by the upper echelons of Dian, the military sprang into action. The first decree being the obliteration of roads that, and no matter how narrow the path or expanse of the highway, if it bordered Shaodan City, it would be annihilated, but that was not the end of it. They also requisitioned nearby construction materials, deploying hundreds of tons of heavy machinery, erecting barriers like iron mountains, severing any chance for zombies and those trapped within Shaodan City to escape, in addition to blocking the roads. The Dian military dispatched thousands of military drones, patrolling the borders of Shaodan City 24 hours a day. Whether one sought to scale mountains or traverse seas, they would be locked onto by the drones at the first opportunity. If the target proved to be a survivor, teams of professional soldiers would escort them back to base. That if the target was confirmed as a zombie, the drones would immediately open fire, eliminating the threat. Wei Gong lowered his binoculars, furrowing his brow. Is the only remaining route the Shaojiang Bridge? Presently, the sole passage leading out of Shaodan City was this very Shaojiang Bridge. The bridge, over 1,500 meters long, spanned the Zhilu River, serving as a vital artery connecting Shaodan City and Pingjiang City. Wei Gong's next objective was to seize Pingjiang City, and the Shaojiang Bridge was an unavoidable obstacle. Can we handle it? Setting aside the formidable tanks and artillery amassed on the opposite bank, the very geography of the Shaojiang Bridge posed a significant disadvantage for a zombie assault. An expanse of flat terrain stretched endlessly, devoid of any obstructions, with a narrow passage offering but one route. Should the zombie horde charge recklessly into the fray, it would be a guaranteed massacre. Wei Gong's gaze fell upon the Shaojiang Bridge, where throngs of people crowded the surface. These individuals were survivors fleeing from Shaodan City, now queuing for inspection to gain entry into Pingjiang City. The military's method for distinguishing between humans and zombies was straightforward. Each person entering the checkpoint would receive a cut on the back of their hand, after which the healing speed of the wound would be observed that if it did not heal immediately, the individual was deemed human. Should it heal on the spot, the military would not execute them on the spot, but would detain the person for observation in a separate isolation unit. After a 72-hour observation period without issues, they would be released. Though this method appeared rudimentary, it was, thus far, the simplest, most direct, and efficient means of detection. What if we launch a surprise blitz while they are unprepared? At that moment, the bridge was teeming with survivors. Should a zombie emerge among them, chaos would surely ensue. Taking advantage of the military's momentary lapse in vigilance to strike Pingjiang City with a sudden assault might indeed yield success. Wei Gong turned to Callan. Callan, it's your time to shine. All right, Callan nodded, producing a sniper rifle from behind her. This weapon was unlike any ordinary firearm. It had been modified by the zombie virus, serving as Callan's inherent weapon after her transformation into a zombie. Click! With a sudden exertion of force, Curran violently dislodged the index finger of his left hand. The severed digit twisted and transformed at a speed perceptible to the naked eye, its bone piercing through flesh, morphing into a sharp and resilient bullet head, while the skin on his finger dried and hardened, safeguarding the vibrant flesh within it. As the flesh bullet took shape, Curran's left index finger regrew anew. With a decisive click, he loaded the sanguine projectile into the chamber of his firearm and slowly aimed at the crowd several kilometers away. A resounding bang echoed as he pulled the trigger, the flesh bullet soaring forth. Empowered by an innate accuracy, Curran needed no aim. He could transcend the limitations of firearm range. Any target within his sight, even 10 kilometers distant, was assuredly struck The flesh bullet penetrated a survivor's body without hindrance. The individual barely reacting before succumbing to the zombie virus contained within, a chilling roar erupted from the newly transformed zombie, which immediately pounced on an unfortunate soul nearby, commencing a frenzied assault. The sudden emergence of the undead instigated widespread panic, with the surrounding populace desperately attempting to flee, seizing the moment while the military on the opposite bank of Shaojiang Bridge remained oblivious. Karun repeated his deadly act, firing several more flesh bullets that turned numerous survivors into zombies. Point 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, and instantly, hundreds of zombies appeared upon Shaojiang Bridge. Witnessing the spectacle, Wei Gong could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "This is utterly phenomenal. An extraordinary long-range assault, with a 100% infection rate, devoid of any risk. This was the very power every zombie dreamt of possessing." "Hurry! There's zombies here, don't crowd. The front is already blocked. You idiot, you stepped on my foot. Who the hell pushed me? Push me again, and I'll kill your whole family." Yet the sheer number of survivors on Shaojiang Bridge had created a suffocating crush, leaving no room for maneuvering, resulting in utter chaos. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of collapse, a stern female voice suddenly emanated from the loudspeakers. "If you want to survive, everyone must crouch down with your hands on your heads." Though it was a woman's voice, it resonated with an undeniable authority. Under this command, the majority of survivors instinctively complied, huddling down in place. Snipers opened fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from above Shaojiang Bridge, an innumerable barrage of bullets raining down, each striking a zombie's head with precision. Amidst the gunfire, the disorderly throng of zombies was swiftly eradicated, leaving not a single one standing. Chapter 35. Is this a targeted attack? Witnessing this turn of events, Wei Gong was taken aback, pondering which formidable entity could so effortlessly dismantle his blitzkrieg operation. Following the trajectory of the descending bullets, he looked up to find the sky above Shaojiang Bridge teeming with armed helicopters. The sheer number was staggering. He counted over 100 with ease. Such a grand display sent beads of sweat trickling down his back. Is this a targeted attack? Have the core forces of the entire Dian Empire been dispatched here? What about the other cities? This scenario resembled a MOBA game, where within the first 5 minutes of play, 5 opponents abandoned their lanes, disregarding minions and turrets, and converged to besiege a lone player. Faced with one adversary, Wei Gong could easily dominate. 2 would not phase him. Point 3 would allow him to maneuver. Point 4 would give him confidence to escape. But 5, I'm done for. Curran glanced at Wei Gong. "Do we need to continue?" Wei Gong, raking his fingers through his hair, regained his composure. "Let us retreat. To mobilize such a large force. The commander on those aircraft is surely no fool." From the earlier commands, it's evident that the Voice's owner possesses exceptional tactical acumen and judgment. If we persist in our assault, she might trace us back here. Our current physical capabilities cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of modern weaponry. For safety's sake, we must not reveal our identities or locations. The best strategy is to withdraw. Once the chaos on Shaojiang Bridge subsided, a helicopter descended onto the open ground behind the checkpoint. The door of the armed helicopter opened, and a military officer named Rong Yu disembarked. "What just transpired?" "Report, Commander." The zombies appeared suddenly, and by the time we reacted, it was already too late. The reporting officer, the checkpoint's commanding officer, bore a ghastly pallor. Nearly turning green, he had been acutely aware of the arrival of high-ranking officials and had ordered his soldiers to remain on high alert, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred. His subordinates had been equally vigilant to prevent any mishaps. Yet, as Murphy's Law dictates, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to happen. Who could have anticipated that the individuals who had appeared normal for hours on the surveillance footage would suddenly transform into ravenous zombies? "Bring me the drone footage immediately." Regardless of rewards or punishments, Rong would not make hasty judgments without a thorough investigation. All right. The checkpoint commander's expression softened considerably as he hastily presented the drone footage to Rong. She took the tablet, adjusting the playback speed to 6 times normal. The footage revealed the first survivor to transform into a zombie, a male appearing to be in his early 30s. He had entered Shaojiang Bridge 5 hours prior. Accompanied by his wife and child, as Rong Yu examined the drone footage, the commander explained, during these 5 hours, this individual's emotional state remained stable, with no unusual behavior observed. 5 hours. This far exceeds the incubation period of the zombie virus. He must have been infected after entering Shaojiang Bridge. Rong Yu swiftly rewound the footage to 5 minutes before the man's infection. The commander gasped, but everyone around him was human as she scrutinized the footage. Rong Yu's eyes narrowed suddenly. Perhaps it wasn't the people around him who infected him. She adjusted the playback speed to 0.1x, causing the video to slow dramatically. Right here, just before the man transformed into a zombie. Rong Yu abruptly hit pause. The footage revealed an unidentified projectile resembling a bullet piercing the man's body. Staring at the screen, the checkpoint commander was left dumbfounded. What is that? It looks like a finger. A bullet made from a zombie's finger. This was the very thing that had infected him. What? Zombies can shoot bullets. At this revelation, the checkpoint commander was drenched in cold sweat. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had stood at the front line of the fight against the undead. He had always boasted that no one understood zombies better than he did. Yet even he, an experienced soldier, had never heard of zombies being capable of firing bullets. Zombies can not only shoot bullets, but also spit fire and spray water. Rong Yu paid no heed to the commander's shock, continuing to observe the footage on the tablet. They can spit fire and spray water? The commander's lips twitched as a frenzied image flashed through his mind. Countless zombies no longer merely running on the ground as targets, but instead, monstrous entities soaring through the skies. Some would breathe fire, others would wield high-pressure water jets, while yet others exhaled toxic mist, each exhibiting their unique powers. He glanced down at the flowing Zhelujian River. Surely, a Godzilla-sized zombie won't suddenly leap out of the water? That's a scene only found in novels and movies. If that were to happen, could their small checkpoint withstand the impending tide of the undead? Rong Yu issued a command. Deploy all drones to conduct a carpet search within a 5-kilometer radius centered on Shaojiang Bridge. Additionally, retrieve and dissect the bodies of the initial infection cases. We may uncover valuable intelligence regarding this zombie. The zombies that launched the attack possessed intelligence, could wield firearms, and had the ability to infect humans from extraordinary distances. Such a perilous undead could very well be the progenitor of the crisis in Shaodan City. Even if not, they were undoubtedly vital assets under the progenitor's command that if they could gather useful intelligence in advance, the chances of a successful decapitation operation would significantly increase. Understood. Before departing, the checkpoint commander suddenly posed a question. Commander, do you think there is still hope for Shaodan City? The zombie crisis had only erupted 5 days prior. Yet he had witnessed countless families shattered, with tragedies of loss and despair accumulating. Not only him, many soldiers at the checkpoint shared this sense of confusion. Rong Yu gazed resolutely at the commander. There is hope. I have come this time to rescue this city. I shall expel all the zombies that ravage it, leaving not a single one behind. Chapter 36. The Grand Scheme on May 6th. Over 50 armed helicopters entered the urban area, establishing a forward military base centered around Shaotan University. According to intelligence relayed by scouts from the front lines, this military base is home to at least 1,000 troops, equipped with formidable heavy weaponry. Given the current combat strength of the zombie horde, it will be exceedingly difficult to conquer this stronghold. Even if they succeed in occupying it, the zombie army will incur significant losses, rendering them incapable of confronting the main forces of Dian. Simultaneously, the Dian authorities issued a communique on the Survivor channel, announcing that the main army has stationed itself in Shaodan City, inviting survivors to seek refuge in this sanctuary. The refuge is not only remarkably secure, but also stocked with ample supplies and medical resources to ensure the survival of the survivors. Within 7 days, the military will use armed helicopters to evacuate the first batch of survivors from Shaotan City. Should the survivors be unable to reach the sanctuary independently, they can initiate contact through phone networks and other means. The sanctuary will dispatch special rescue teams for their salvation. Zhang Xiaoyu stood before the projection screen, reporting to Wei Gong about the movements of the Dian army in Shaotan City. Wei Gong leaned back in his chair, his feet resting on the table. How many survivors have entered this sanctuary? The army's operational efficiency is remarkably high. Preliminary estimates suggest that it has already accommodated tens of thousands of survivors. Tens of thousands of survivors, Wei Gong mused, rubbing his nose. Kalen, what is your perspective? The shadows in the room suddenly began to writhe, taking on a distinct shape. This sanctuary is a trap. Kalen, akin to Wei Gong's shadowy protector, always lurked in the shadows, ready to emerge at a moment's notice upon receiving his command. Wei Gong scrutinized Kalen as she stepped out from the shadows, maintaining her usual air of detachment, enveloped in a lead gray overcoat. The hood and her wine-red hair concealed much of her face, while her cold, orange-yellow eyes radiated a menacing aura that deterred any who dared to meet her gaze. Only her sharply defined chin and a teardrop-shaped beauty mark beneath her right eye hinted at the allure concealed beneath her icy exterior. The dim lighting in the room accentuated Kalen's captivating silhouette, evoking a sense of intrigue. Wei Gong, resting his chin on one hand, smiled faintly. Indeed, this is a cunning scheme to ensnare the unwary. If the survivors are to be evacuated, a staggered withdrawal would undoubtedly be the most prudent approach. Yet the Dayan army has chosen not to do so. Instead, they have amassed tens of thousands of survivors within the sanctuary, clearly signaling, "We have a multitude of survivors here. Will you come?" Should you take the bait and launch an assault on the sanctuary with your zombie horde, what awaits you will be an unending barrage of gunfire and ammunition. Even if you manage to capture this sanctuary, the beleaguered zombie army will be ill-prepared to confront the impending might of the Dayan main forces to mitigate the losses of the zombie horde. The only viable course of action is for the commander, Wei Gong, to intervene. Thus, the Dayan army achieves its secondary objective, to ascertain the true identity of the Mother Zombie. Once Wei Gong appears on the battlefield, the Dayan army will have myriad methods to locate and target you, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower that will reduce you to ashes. The most agonizing aspect is that this sanctuary cannot simply be ignored. If you stand by and watch as the Dayan army evacuates all the survivors, then what Wei Gong and the zombie army will face is a Dayan military unencumbered by concern for the rear. To raze a city to the ground is no challenge for a superpower like Dayan. Their hesitation to act stems from consideration for the civilians within Shaodan City, as long as the sounds of survivors can be heard. Dayan will refrain from deploying large-scale strategic weaponry. However, once all survivors have been evacuated from Shaodan City, Dayan will no longer be inclined to show mercy, resorting to missile strikes without hesitation. Zombies, you say? Resilient, indeed. You claim they can rise again even if only half their bodies remain. Then I shall reduce you to dust. Truly, the mastermind behind this grand scheme is a remarkable talent. This inevitably brings to mind the metaphor of the convoluted twists of fate. One knows the inherent dangers, yet must partake regardless. Master, what shall we do next? The sudden arrival of the Dayan army has escalated the pressure, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. When the enemy approaches, we shall defend. When the waters rise, we shall shield ourselves. Wei Gong replied with a calm smile, straightening himself in his chair, ready to issue commands. Listen closely as I begin to relay my orders. Zhang Xiaoyu, I want your intelligence team to infiltrate the survivor channel as thoroughly as possible, pinpointing the locations of the survivors from their distress signals. These survivors have previously hidden like rats in the sewers, eluding my grasp. Now that they are revealing themselves, it presents a rare opportunity for the zombie horde. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Understood. We will accomplish the task prior to the arrival of the rescue team. We shall set an ambush and strike while they are transporting the survivors. To accommodate these burdensome survivors, the combat effectiveness of the rescue team will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Thus, launching our attack at this moment will be the optimal strategy. Kalen, you shall lead the team. Understood. Wei Gong's intentions behind these actions are twofold. Firstly, to infect the survivors, thereby increasing his points and enhancing both his and the zombie horde's combat strength. Secondly, to infect as many of the rescue team soldiers as possible, thereby reducing the defensive capabilities of the sanctuary before the all-out assault. The sanctuary is your stronghold, and I find myself at a loss. However, once you step outside its confines, it becomes my domain. I will find a way to eliminate you. Cheng Ming, you are clever and possess the credentials of a medical professional. I want you to infiltrate the sanctuary as a spy, aiding me in uncovering the internal dynamics. Most importantly, I need you to identify the commander overseeing this operation in the theater of war. The most effective means of concluding a conflict is through a decisive strike against the enemy's leader. Locate the commander of the opposing forces, and then let Wei Gong deliver a lethal blow. Without the guidance of their leader, even the most fortified sanctuary will inevitably succumb. I will set off immediately. After issuing all commands, Wei Gong rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the sanctuary with a fervor for battle igniting within his eyes. Aside from his encounters with Kalen, Wei Gong's remaining battles have predominantly been overwhelming victories. To be candid, engaging in one-sided matches lacks excitement. Only the thrill of overcoming formidable foes brings a sense of accomplishment. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the sanctuary Shaodin University has transformed into a heavily fortified military bastion. The surrounding walls have not only been reinforced and elevated, but also adorned with countless fixed machine guns, each manned by soldiers on round-the-clock standby. Should any zombie dare to approach, they will be mercilessly riddled with bullets. Unreservedly, this is the safest place in all of Shaodin City, without exception. The survivors clandestinely hidden in the corners, upon seeing this beacon of hope, surged towards Shaodin University from all directions, forming a long queue at the entrance. Including the sentries stationed in the adjacent buildings, this marks the 18th visible watch post I have observed. Changming glanced briefly before immediately shifting her gaze away. Although she has yet to enter the gates of Shaodin University, she has already trespassed into the military's perimeter 2 kilometers away. Centered around Shaodin University, all zombies within a 2-kilometer radius have been purged by the military. During her journey, Changming has already spotted 18 watch posts with her own eyes. These are merely the overt sentries deliberately exposed by the military. Should one account for those concealed in the shadows, the number would undoubtedly double. With such a stringent level of security, not even a bird could penetrate. Changming also noted that the military has set up numerous visual obstructions. Clearly, these screens were designed to counteract Kalen's abilities. Without a visible target, Kalen cannot perform long-range sniping, although Kalen's abilities remain undisclosed. The attack on Shaojiang Bridge has nonetheless heightened the vigilance of the Dian army. Changming whispered softly. As Zhang Xiaoyu's intelligence indicated, the defensive level of this sanctuary is extraordinarily high. Setting aside the assault on Shaodin University itself, merely reaching its front gates presents a formidable challenge that will surely cost the zombie horde dearly. Extend your hand. Unbeknownst to her, Changming had already arrived at the checkpoint at the main entrance. In addition to the personnel conducting inspections, a line of soldiers stood ready, tasked with guarding against zombies while also maintaining order among the line of survivors, regardless of whether one is a survivor or a zombie. Any hint of defiance would prompt the soldiers to respond with gunfire. Changming obediently extended her hand. All right. The inspection personnel tore open a package containing a disposable scalpel, using the blade to make a 5-centimeter incision on Changming's hand. The wound was shallow, inflicting minimal damage, with only a slight seepage of blood. That a wound of this size typically does not require suturing. It merely needs to be disinfected with iodine and will naturally heal within a few days. Though the wound is not large, it is quite conspicuous, allowing for an immediate assessment of its healing progress. After waiting for a minute and confirming that the wound had not begun to heal on its own, the inspector disinfected it with iodine and simply wrapped it up, saying, "That is sufficient. You may proceed." "All right, thank you." Changming quickly passed through the inspection station. "Thank goodness it was me who came. Wei Gong's subordinates are all enhanced. Even if they are not zombies, their wounds heal rapidly. Had it been any of the others, they would likely have been shot on sight by the military as zombies. However, Changming is different. She was a nurse, possessing a wealth of medical knowledge. She knows how to precisely control the cells within her body to temporarily halt the healing process of her wounds. This is one of the key reasons why Wei Gong sent her as an undercover agent. Standing in the middle of the road, Changming pondered her next course of action. Just then, a small team passed by her, carrying a stretcher on which lay a feeble survivor. An idea struck her, and she hurried to catch up with the team. "Hello, I used to be a nurse. Is there anything I can assist with?" One of the individuals, seemingly a military doctor, glanced at Changming. "Who are you?" Changming smiled and introduced herself. "I am Changming, a survivor who just arrived at the shelter today. Before the disaster, I worked as a nurse at the municipal hospital. The military doctor remained somewhat skeptical. No need. Thank you. The survivor can rest at the gathering point ahead. We will handle the rest. Cheng Ming approached the stretcher and began her examination of the survivor. My preliminary observation indicates that this patient suffers from asthma and appears to have gone several days without using an inhaler, which account for their weakness. I recommend intravenous corticosteroids and providing them with an inhaler. Otherwise, there may be a risk to their life. The military doctor regarded Cheng Ming with surprise, as the saying goes. There are priorities in knowledge, and each profession has its specialization. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, and doctors are no exception. Although they are both doctors, their working environments and specialties differ in the realm of battlefield emergency care and crisis management. Military doctors undoubtedly excel. However, in the diagnosis and management of chronic illnesses, Cheng Ming is far more adept. Despite the presence of numerous military doctors on this mission, the shelter houses even more patients. These patients, while not infected as zombies, have suffered varying degrees of physical and psychological harm due to prolonged hunger and dehydration. Additionally, many survivors already suffer from chronic illnesses and in the extreme conditions of the apocalypse. Their lack of medical care has led to a myriad of adverse reactions. The multitude of issues has left the already insufficient military doctors in a state of disarray. The military doctor stared at Cheng Ming for a moment before saying, "Follow me." Following the team, Cheng Ming soon arrived at the temporary hospital within the shelter. Just as she had surmised, the temporary hospital was overflowing with patients exhibiting a variety of ailments. Those with milder symptoms suffered from malnutrition and gastrointestinal issues due to prolonged hunger and dehydration, while those with more severe symptoms, like the survivor on the stretcher, faced life-threatening conditions without treatment. The military doctor handed Cheng Ming a form. "Please fill in your identity information here." Noticing Cheng Ming carefully accepting the form, the military doctor quickly explained, "Please don't take it personally. It's protocol that we need to strictly verify the identity and background of every survivor." Cheng Ming scratched her head. I understand. We have many such rules and procedures at the hospital." The military doctor continued to reassure Cheng Ming. "Rest assured, the state is fair in its rewards and punishments. This form is not only for confirming your identity, but also for your survivor dossier. All of your contributions and efforts within the shelter will be recorded here. Once the disaster passes, the state will issue rewards based on your contributions." Cheng Ming's eyes narrowed into a charming crescent. "Will I perhaps be rewarded with a house? I've yet to afford one in my lifetime." "Perhaps," he chuckled. "Then I must work diligently." Chapter 38. Investigation of Shaodan-based Cheng Ming. This is today's lunch in the temporary hospital of the shelter. The military doctor delivered a boxed meal to Cheng Ming. Opening the box revealed a meal consisting of 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, stir-fried greens, edamame mixed with corn, and a large pork chop. Cheng Ming accepted the meal, pouting, "I'm so hungry." Another pre-packaged meal. I find myself missing hot pot, barbecue dishes, and milk tea. The military doctor laughed heartily. "You should count your blessings. 10 years ago, during disaster relief efforts, we could only eat instant noodles and hard bread, with perhaps a sausage as a treat. Now, with the economy developed, the food is far better than before." Cheng Ming cracked open her chopsticks. "Oh, I'm merely venting my frustrations, just a little indulgence. Although it is a pre-packaged meal, it is undeniable that this lunch is the most suitable food available at this stage. Grains, legumes, cooking oil, fruits, vegetables, and meat provide all the necessary nutrients for human survival. While it may be pre-packaged, it is also warm and cooked, rather than cold and unpalatable like biscuits or bread." The military doctor patted Cheng Ming on the shoulder. "Once the disaster is over, I'll treat you to hot pot, barbecue dishes, and milk tea to your heart's content." Cheng Ming gave the military doctor a cheeky grin. "I'll hold you to that. Just don't try to weasel out of it." "I absolutely will not." This is Cheng Ming's 3rd day in the shelter. And during these few days of collaboration, she has successfully familiarized herself with the personnel in the temporary hospital. The military doctor she has been conversing with is named Ping Gang, a seasoned military doctor with over a decade of experience who has participated in various operations. Truly a veteran. While they were chatting, a helicopter whizzed overhead and landed on a nearby soccer field. The door of the armed helicopter opened, and a woman in military attire boarded with a fully armed team. Cheng Meng had been observing this individual for quite some time. She frequently boarded the armed helicopter for missions, and whenever she was present, she was undoubtedly the leader of the team. Cheng Meng's intuition told her that this person was exceptional. Chewing on her pork chop, she nudged Ping Gang with her elbow. Old Gang, who is that impressive big sister who just boarded the helicopter? Ping Gang shot her a glance. What is it to you? Just curious. After swallowing her bite of meat, Cheng Meng picked up another piece of pork chop. In my impression, the proportion of women in the military is quite low, and commanding officers like her are even rarer. Ping Gang raises chopsticks. That is a gender bias. My wife's rank is higher than mine. So you're living off her success? Ping Gang glared at her. What? Even if my wife has a higher rank, she still has to listen to me at home. Cheng Meng intentionally elongated her tone. Oh, I find that hard to believe. Don't believe it? Once the disaster is over, I'll bring my wife out for you to see. You'll know if I'm telling the truth or not at a glance that you've digressed. You still Haven T answer my question that I think her name is Rong Yu, but I'm not sure. She definitely holds a significant position. As the two engage in their banter, the armed helicopter on the soccer field had already taken off. The pilot asked Rong Yu, Commander, where are we headed? To the Shaodan base outside the city. The cleansing operation there has been completed. The Shaodan base referred to by Rong Yu is the military base that was infected by Wei Gong. After entering Shaodan City, Rong Yu immediately dispatched troops to investigate and eliminate the zombies within the Shaodan base. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shaodan City, the Shaodan base was supposed to become the backbone in the fight against the zombie horde. However, this backbone fell silent within hours of the outbreak, severing all communication with headquarters. Rong Yu firmly believed that the anomaly at the Shaodan base was undoubtedly the work of the Mother Zombie. Understanding what transpired at the Shaodan base would provide clues to capture that Mother Zombie. The armed helicopter landed at the Shaodan base, where an advanced team responsible for exterminating the zombies had been waiting for some time. Rong Yu disembarked from the helicopter. Report the situation. The captain of the advanced team saluted and opened a folder to begin his briefing. When our troops arrived, the entire Shaodan base had already been infected. During our extermination of the zombies, we discovered that the infected soldiers fell into two categories. Point one group was intact, showing no signs of bites. The other group was mutilated, likely having been bitten and infected by the first group of zombie soldiers. Led by the captain of the advanced team, Rong Yu proceeded to the training ground of the Shaodan base. The training ground was now littered with headless corpses, all belonging to soldiers from the Shaodan base. Having been infected and turned into zombies, they ultimately met a fate of dismemberment. The headless corpses were divided into two groups. The left group was relatively intact, showing no signs of bites. The right group was mutilated. Clearly, we examined several corpses and discovered that the outer side of the upper arms of the left batch of bodies bore conspicuous injection marks located 2 to 3 fingers below the acromion. Rong Yu lifted the arm of one corpse and indeed found a needle mark. Do you suspect they were injected with the zombie virus? Yes. Has the advanced team found any syringes? The captain of the advanced team shook his head. No, they have likely been deliberately cleaned up. Given this situation, it appears that the surveillance of the entire Shaodan base may have been compromised. Rong Yu looked up and saw that the surveillance camera in the corner was only half intact, the remaining part shattered into a heap of debris. Not only was the surveillance at Shaodan base damaged, but we also discovered that all the phones in the base had been destroyed, with none remaining intact. The captain of the advanced team presented a sealed plastic bag before Rong Yu, containing a smashed phone. Rong Yu examined the shattered device. The more the perpetrator tries to cover this up, the more it indicates that these devices contained extremely important information. Can the technical department attempt to repair it? The captain of the advanced team shook his head. The technical department has already tried, but these were destroyed through physical means. The hardware is completely ruined and beyond repair. Rong Yu set down the corpse she was holding. Have they located the body of the Shaodan base commander? Yes, follow me. Shaodan base is situated in a remote suburb, where due to the absence of living beings, the zombies have not escaped and continue to wander within the base. That it was not a difficult task for the advanced team to find them. The captain led Rong Yu to 2 headless corpses. The owner of the left one is Captain Gao Yin, and the right one belongs to Officer Shi. Gao Yin has injection marks, while Officer Shi does not. Chapter 39. No sacrifice is ever meaningless. After inspecting Captain Gao Yin's body, Rong Yu began to examine Officer Shi's remains. As she searched the corpse, she suddenly noticed an unusual wound beneath Officer Shi's right rib. This wound did not appear to be caused by a bullet, nor did it seem to be inflicted by a zombie. It resembled a cut made by Officer Shi himself with a knife. "Have you examined this wound?" The captain of the advance team paused, scratching his head. "There are too many wounds on these headless corpses. I hadn't noticed," ignoring the gruesome sight of the bloodied flesh. Rong Yu thrust her hand into the wound. As her hand explored, she felt something hard. "I found it." Grasping the object, she yanked it out, revealing an intact phone that she had extracted from Officer Shi's body. "This is..." Rong Yu conducted a preliminary examination. Aside from being out of battery, it showed no visible damage and could be operational with minor repairs by the technical department. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, her eyes filled with reverence. Even while being gnawed by zombies, he remained alert. He knew that crucial information was hidden within the phone and used his knife to cut open a wound beneath his rib to conceal it. What immense courage it must have taken to stuff such a large phone inside his own body. The captain of the advance team felt a chill run down his spine. Just the thought of it was painful. He considered his own willpower to be formidable. Yet in the presence of Officer Shi, he felt a deep sense of shame. Perhaps it was this very courage that earned him the favor of fate. Allowing the phone to remain intact, days had passed, and the phone had withstood the immersion in blood and flesh while miraculously evading the path of bullets, preserved in a state that defied belief. It is indeed a testament to the greatest miracles of humanity, their courage and willpower. "Send this phone to the technical department, that I want to see what's inside in 5 minutes." "Understood," as Rong Yu surveyed the corpses strewn across the playground. A sense of desolation washed over her. The equipment on these bodies indicated they had gathered and prepared to set out, but before they could leave, they met with misfortune. It evoked a profound feeling of untimely death before the mission could even commence. "Transport all these corpses back and bury them honorably as heroes." Yes. 5 minutes later, within the operational meeting of the Shouten base, the technical department projected the contents of the phone onto a screen. A video played, showcasing a man clad in a researcher's white lab coat and wearing a mask, demonstrating how to inject a serum. Your deductions were correct. The soldiers of Shouten base were infected with the virus due to injections. Rong Yu paused the video, and Wei Gong's face dominated the screen. Though masked to obscure his identity, it was nearly certain that he was the suspect reported by Soldier Mu Lang. Mu Lang, the squad leader of the 3rd Platoon of the 6th Company, had successfully reported Wei Gong's image to headquarters before being killed. Although the image was blurry, it provided crucial leads for identifying the Mother Zombie. No sacrifice is ever meaningless. They are all heroes of humanity. Beyond this intelligence, the video concealed another vital piece of information. Rong Yu slid the progress bar and paused at a particular frame, which, when magnified, revealed a woman's face. It was Zhang Xiaoyu. Although the frame lasted but a fleeting moment and was merely the size of a small, it was successfully recorded. Investigations revealed that this individual was Zhang Xiaoyu, the daughter of the mayor of Shouten City and also his secretary. The mention of her name caused a stir in the meeting room. She held a significant position in Shouten City. The outbreak of the zombie crisis in Shouten City surely could not be divorced from her machinations. The revelation of Zhang Xiaoyu's identity also raised another question: the existence of traitors among humanity serving the zombies. From now on, launch a full investigation into Zhang Xiaoyu. I want to know what she did and who she interacted with during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Understood. The thought that there might be traitors concealed among the survivors filled Rong Yu with a sense of urgency. If these traitors infiltrated the refuge, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating the entire sanctuary at any moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, an armored vehicle sped through the chaotic streets, pursued relentlessly by an endless horde of zombies. Team A3 requests assistance. Team A3 requests assistance. This team had been assigned to rescue survivors at their destination, but just as they had gathered the survivors onto the armored vehicle, zombies surged forth from every direction like a tidal wave, as if lying in ambush. Bang! Suddenly, the ground trembled, as if a colossal beast approached with thunderous footsteps. All units, remain alert, just as the team leader shouted this. A massive mutated creature crashed through the walls. Launching an attack from the left side, It's a special mutated entity, Retreat. In merely 3 days, 8 rescue teams had already been annihilated by the hunter. Its impervious physique, terrifying vitality that seemed impossible to kill, and its devastating destructive power made the hunter a nightmare for every soldier. In their eyes, aside from the yet-to-appear Mother Zombie, the hunter was the most formidable monster in the city. Roar! The hunter let out a growl and collided head-on with the speeding armored vehicle, flipping the vehicle that weighed over 10 tons. Following this, the hunter raised its fearsome claws and tore through the armored vehicle's metal shell as if it were a mere can. Rocket launcher! Rocket launcher! In the instant the armored vehicle was dismantled, 2 rockets flew out. The hunter, relying on its thick skin and high defense, did not even flinch, taking the hits head-on. Bang! 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 The close-range explosions created a shockwave, leaving the humans inside the armored vehicle dazed and ringing in their ears. Before they could recover from the aftermath of the explosion, several bullets, the size of fingers, pierced through the smoke, embedding themselves in their bodies. These were from Kalen's ultra-long-range sniper fire. This was the synergy between Kalen and the hunter. The hunter provided visibility by opening cans, while Kalen was responsible for infection. Efficient and swift, no rescue team could survive this combination. In mere moments. All individuals within the armored vehicle had turned into zombies. Chapter 40. The other shore in the basement of a villa. Wei Gong exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with delight. It worked, to prepare for the impending battle. Wei Gong had secluded himself in the basement for 3 days, researching how to integrate 3 abilities. Today, he finally made a breakthrough. Clenching his fists, he declared, "This technique shall be named Mirage of Flowers and Water." Just as Wei Gong reveled in his successful cultivation, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, your accumulated points have reached 1 million, granting you an A-level lottery draw. Wei Gong was taken aback. Truly, Kalen's efficiency is remarkable. The points acquired by the infected soldiers far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Each time Kalen engages in battle, he manages to bring nearly 10,000 points of revenue to Wei Gong. It is indeed fortunate to have Kalen assisting me. Otherwise, I would scarcely have time to explore new techniques. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reward her accordingly. With a smile, Wei Gong accessed the lottery interface. This A-grade lottery differs significantly from previous ones. Even the least favorable prize in the pool is of A-grade quality. Any item drawn will substantially enhance Wei Gong's combat prowess. The lottery commenced, and a colossal spinning wheel rapidly revolved before Wei Gong's eyes, with an array of dazzling items flashing by until it finally came to a gradual halt on a long blade. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-grade weapon. The other shore, as the lottery wheel vanished, a long sword, concealed within a black scabbard, fell into Wei Gong's hands. The sword was exceptionally lengthy, measuring nearly 130 centimeters. The black scabbard was heavy and profound, resembling a seal that imprisoned a primordial beast within. Does this sword possess any other special abilities? Wei Gong examined the blade, named the other shore, and discovered that apart from its considerable length and striking appearance, it exhibited no discernible advantages or unique powers. Must I first draw it? Wei Gong grasped the hilt and pulled with force. However, at the moment he drew the sword, the other shore awakened like a feral beast, voraciously consuming Wei Gong's strength. What the heck? Wei Gong attempted to release his grip, but the hilt clung to his hand as if magnetized. This is disastrous. As Wei Gong's energy waned, the blade of the other shore slowly elevated a few centimeters, revealing its enchanting crimson edge. This sword is peculiar. The mere act of drawing it compels one to fully extract it, or will incessantly drain your strength. Wei Gong shouted in fury, summoning all his might to completely withdraw the other shore. The bloodthirsty blade finally emerging into the light, he swung the sword, cleaving a path ahead. The other shore sends forth a funeral procession. An invisible wind of the blade surged forward, cleaving anything it touched in two. This was no ordinary blade wind. It was a spatial slash capable of tearing through dimensions. Unlike common ranged attacks, a spatial slash harnesses the power of space to directly assault it. Your defense may be impeccable, but should I tear apart the very space you inhabit, how shall you respond? Phew, phew, phew. Wei Gong hastily sheathed the other shore, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The sword might undoubtedly qualifies it as an S-grade weapon. Yet its insatiable consumption confines it to A-grade status. The strike Wei Gong just executed drained not only all his mental energy, but also completely sapped his physical strength to AT this moment. He could neither rise nor even move a finger. Wei Gong lay on the ground for nearly half an hour before regaining enough strength to sit up once more. He gazed at the other shore beside him. This sword possesses terrifying power. Yet the cost of its use is extraordinary. One strike would surely annihilate an enemy. But Wei Gong would become utterly incapacitated, rendered a mere shell of his former self, without trustworthy allies by his side. He could never wield this weapon. Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, to have acquired such a formidable weapon only to find it unusable. What a predicament! Just then, hurried footsteps approached, causing Wei Gong's senses to heighten. Who is it? At this moment, having just tested the other shore, he was unable to unleash any abilities. Being ambushed by an enemy now would spell disaster. It is I, Zhang Xiaoyu. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhang Xiaoyu's face emerged in the light. Upon recognizing an ally, Wei Gong finally exhaled in relief. Was it not stated that unless there was a matter of utmost urgency, no one may enter without my permission? I have an exceedingly urgent matter to report. Wei Gong glanced up and noted the tension in Zhang Xiaoyu's demeanor. It was evident that she bore grave news. Zhang Xiaoyu spoke. Cheng Ming has conveyed information. The commander of the Dian operation appears to be a woman named Rongyu. Is there any specific intelligence regarding her? Zhang Xiaoyu opened her tablet and presented it to Wei Gong. Specific details are still forthcoming, but we have located 2 reports related to her on Yan's official channel. Upon reading the titles of these reports, Wei Gong's expression turned grave. Shock. Hero Rongyu vanquishes hordes, furiously slaying the Mother Zombie, resolving the zombie crisis in Ning City. A legend reborn. Hero Rongyu successfully captures the Mother Zombie, rescuing the citizens of Litai City from peril. Just these 2 reports already divulged an abundance of critical information. Within less than a week since the zombie crisis erupted, this woman named Rong Yu had consecutively addressed the crises in 2 cities. What was even more astounding was that the second Mother Zombie was captured alive. That it is hard to believe that the mother player in Litai City was so incompetent and embarrassing. As this thought crossed Wei Gong's mind, he shook his head. Statistically, the mother player in Litai City had infected at least 10,000 humans, and no matter how weak, it could hardly result in being captured. Unless this woman named Rongyu is astonishingly powerful. Could it be that this Rongyu is a player? Wei Gong's hypothesis held merit, as only players possess such terrifying growth rates. My lord. I have one more matter to report. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression was grim, clearly indicating that this next piece of news was not favorable. What is it? Intelligence has come in indicating that Yan's forces have entered my residence to conduct a search. My identity is likely compromised. Zhang Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor stemmed not from fear of being killed due to her identity being exposed, but rather from the concern that her exposure could endanger her master. Wei Gong. Chapter 41. The truth gradually unfolds. Although it was already 2 in the morning, the temporary command center at Shaodin University was brightly lit. An atmosphere of tension and urgency permeated the command center. With the sounds of keyboards clattering echoing throughout, everyone was fully engrossed in completing their tasks. Their mission was to unearth the hidden traitors among the surviving humans from the vast sea of intelligence. This task was exceedingly challenging, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, they were resolute in their determination to succeed. Should those traitors infiltrate the shelter or escape Shaodin City, the consequences would be unfathomably dire. Rongyu, your coffee. Rongyu's aide, Luo Wan, placed a steaming cup of coffee before her. Thank you. Rongyu accepted the coffee, taking a sip without even glancing at it. Luo Wan was somewhat taken aback. Hey, isn't this coffee too hot? This cup was brewed with just boiled water, at least 80 to 90 degrees. Wouldn't that scald Rongyu? It was only then that Rongyu realized, apologies for causing you concern. I am perfectly fine. After slaying the first Mother Zombie, Rongyu had clearly sensed that her body had become unlike that of an ordinary person. Not only did her physical attributes far exceed those of others, but she also possessed remarkable resistance to high temperatures. Drinking boiling water now felt no different than sipping lukewarm water. Luo Wan glanced at the table before Rong Yu, which was piled high with numerous dossiers, records of individuals who had interacted with Zhang Xiaoyu before the apocalypse. It is worth noting that Zhang Xiaoyu held the position of secretary in the city government, routinely engaging with people from various sectors. The volume of work required to identify the mastermind among such a multitude of individuals was immense. Rong Yu, you haven't slept for 3 or 4 days. That, if this continues, your body will not withstand it. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Rong Yu had been at the forefront of combating the threat. First, she resolved the crises in Ning City and Litai City, and now she hurried to Xiaodan City to manage an even more complex and perilous situation. Once the issues in Xiaodan City were settled, she would likely need to rush to Donghai City to address another crisis. If this relentless pace continued, even if Rong Yu did not perish in battle against the zombies, she might succumb to exhaustion. Collapsing at her desk, Rong Yu pinched the bridge of her nose to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated over several days. If I exert myself a little longer, the disaster can be resolved sooner, allowing more people to survive this crisis. Luo Wan sighed helplessly, patiently advising, no matter how urgent the matter, one must proceed methodically. That if you damage your health, you will be unable to command the battle or step onto the battlefield, which would be a considerable loss. After a brief silence, Rong Yu replied, "Very well, I will rest after reviewing these files." Just then, a soldier rushed in, clutching a report, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. Report. "Commander, we have located the source zombie in Xiaodan City." Rong Yu's eyes brightened. "Speak quickly." The soldier unfolded the report. "We have investigated several initial outbreak sites of the zombie crisis in Xiaodan City and retrieved footage from all the surveillance cameras in those areas. The earliest manifestations of the undead have been cataloged into a comprehensive database. Through extensive data comparison, we have discerned a commonality among these zombies. In the days leading up to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, they all participated in a tour organized by the same private travel agency. Herein lies all the information regarding this agency. The workload of this investigation is immense, without the support of supercomputers and the technological backing of major internet enterprises. Accomplishing this task would have been utterly impossible. Rong Yu perused the report, and the first page contained details about the travel agency's owner, Meng Qingya. Meng Qing, male, 47 years old. His physique and age starkly contrasted with the intelligence previously gathered. Clearly, this man named Meng Qingya was not the primary zombie, a soldier exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Next, we shall investigate all of Meng Qingya's whereabouts. Sooner or later, we will capture the mastermind behind this." Although Meng Qingya was merely a small pawn, they firmly believed that by following this lead, they would eventually ensnare the greater fish lurking in the shadows. Rong Yu scrutinized the dossier on Meng Qingya. This investigative approach was indeed sound. A human. Meng Qingya could only be transformed into a zombie if the primary zombie intervened directly. Why tracking the movements of the tour group and meticulously reviewing the surveillance footage, they would inevitably uncover the identity of the primary zombie. However, the challenge lay in the agonizingly slow pace of their progress. The operational patterns of this primary zombie indicated a formidable capacity for evasion. Whenever there was a possibility of surveillance, it would undoubtedly conceal itself. Relying solely on frame-by-frame analysis of the footage would likely consume an inordinate amount of time. April 23rd, a date flashed in Rong Yu's mind. This was the date that the primary zombie in Litai City had divulged to her. Initially, she had intended to extract more intelligence, but the primary zombie had succumbed to unconsciousness. Rong Yu commanded, "Retrieve all surveillance footage from April 23rd. I will examine it personally." Understood. Soon a file appeared on Rong Yu's computer. This file contained all the surveillance recordings from April 23 RD, amounting to several dozen gigabytes, if she were to scrutinize it frame by frame. It would take an eternity. Rong Yu opened the first folder, which housed the surveillance footage from the travel agency's store. She located the footage from April 23rd and initiated a playback at quadruple speed. As the footage reached noon, she witnessed an exceedingly peculiar scene. Meng Qingya, who had been dining normally just moments before, abruptly stood up, disregarding his wife at the table, and rode off on an electric bike. He had even placed his chopsticks to his lips. What could have prompted such a sudden departure? Instinctively, Rong Yu sensed that this behavior was highly suspicious, as though he were being manipulated. Rong Yu instructed, "Follow this timeline and ascertain Meng Qingye's next destination." The personnel in the command center promptly set to work, and they quickly discovered Meng Qingye's whereabouts. He appeared in the surveillance footage of a McDonald's. Luo Wan observed the footage with confusion. He was eating so well. How did he end up riding his electric bike to a McDonald's several kilometers away? The answer would soon reveal itself. Rong Yu had a premonition that they were close to uncovering the mastermind behind the crisis in Shouding City. If Meng Qingye's sole motive was to indulge in McDonald's, he would have opted for the nearest location. Yet, the McDonald's in the footage was a full 5 kilometers from his residence in the surveillance. Meng Qingye approached the counter and purchased a box of chicken nuggets, which he then delivered to a young man seated nearby. Chapter 42. Exposure at the moment they laid eyes upon the young man. Everyone in the command room instinctively held their breath. The young male, slender in build, stood approximately 6 feet tall. His physical characteristics aligned perfectly with the intelligence previously gathered. Perhaps even Wei Gong himself could not have anticipated that a minor experiment conducted at the onset of the game would become a pivotal opportunity for revealing his identity. Rong Yu sprang from her seat, her palm striking the table with force. Enhance this individual's image and upload it to headquarters immediately. Yes, joy radiated across the faces of everyone in the temporary command room. Undoubtedly, this was a critical discovery. Once they clarified the appearance of the primary zombie, the military would be able to unleash a relentless barrage of firepower, no matter how formidable one might be. Under the onslaught of a red wind missile, all beings are rendered equal. The demise of the primary zombie would herald the imminent resolution of the crisis in Shouding City. However, before the euphoria in the temporary command room could linger, a soldier burst in, shouting, "Report, Commander! Dormitory building number 5 is on fire." Following the military's occupation of Shouding University, the dormitory buildings within the campus had been repurposed to accommodate survivors to house the influx of individuals. The military had converted 4-person dormitories into 8-person quarters, resulting in a dramatic increase in the population density of each building that a fire under such circumstances could lead to catastrophic casualties if precautions were not taken. Survivors who had evaded the jaws of the undead could easily fall victim to the flames, severely undermining the military's credibility among the populace. Especially during this critical juncture, the public's nerves were exceedingly frayed, making them prone to panic and chaos within the shelters. "Take me to the scene." In no time, Rong Yu arrived at the base of dormitory building No. 5 AT. That moment, the building was engulfed in flames. Thick plumes of smoke billowing from the windows. Numerous soldiers were already engaged in firefighting efforts, but due to the rudimentary conditions, they could only utilize makeshift pots and pans to combat the blaze, significantly slowing their progress. Rong Yu seized a soldier amidst the chaos. How many people are still inside? At least several hundred remain trapped. The fire had erupted in the early hours of the morning, and many individuals were already asleep, completely unaware of the disaster unfolding. Moreover, numerous injured and ailing residents lay within the dormitory, leaving them no opportunity to escape. "Prepare stretchers. I will go in to rescue them." Ignoring the flames and smoke, Rong Yu charged into the inferno. The flames roared like a furious beast, voraciously devouring everything in their vicinity, producing crackling explosions and hissing combustions, a dissonant symphony evoking a sense of dread. The firelight distorted the silhouette of the dormitory entrance, rendering it a grotesque and menacing portal, as if the gates of hell were poised to consume all life. Within the thick smoke, acrid scents and toxic fumes mingled, making it difficult to breathe and causing her eyes to sting. The flickering flames illuminated the panicked faces of those fleeing the scene, their expressions etched with terror and despair as they ran and shouted, desperately attempting to escape the fiery abyss. Rong Yu was uncertain which rooms contained survivors. She could only search room by room. "Help me. I can't move." "Don't be afraid. I'm coming." Upon finding a survivor, Rong Yu effortlessly hoisted them and dashed away from the flames. "Take care of them." After securing the survivor in a safe location, Rong Yu plunged back into the inferno with astonishing speed. Her unique physiology rendered her impervious to fire and heat, allowing her to traverse the flames with ease. Utilizing her superhuman speed, she darted through the conflagration, rescuing one trapped survivor after another. Before long, Rongyu arrived at the highest floor of dormitory building number 5, the only level yet to be searched. Is anyone there? Help! Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the other side of the fiery barrier. Upon hearing the cry for help, Rongyu wasted no time and charged toward the flames. The moment she made contact with the firewall, her entire body was enveloped in a shimmering, ethereal glow. Yet, as she stepped away from the flames, the luminescent aura vanished. Where are the others? Help! Amidst the flames and smoke, a young woman in her 20s struggled to carry an unconscious elderly man, seemingly lost in the raging inferno. This woman was none other than Cheng Ming, the undercover agent sent in by Wei Gong. Finally catching sight of Rongyu, Cheng Ming's face lit up with joy as she waved her arms. Over here. Here, come help. However, just as Cheng Ming waved her arms, a burning wooden beam suddenly fell from above, plummeting directly toward her. Rongyu quickly shouted a warning. Watch out above. Ah. Instinctively, Cheng Ming raised her hand to block the falling debris, astonishingly swatting it away with her bare hands. Noticing the flames intensifying around them, Rongyu disregarded this detail, taking hold of the elderly man Cheng Ming was carrying while also grasping Cheng Ming's arm. Hold on tight. I'll get you both out of here to expedite their escape. Rongyu opted to leap from the 5th floor window rather than exit through the 1st floor entrance, soaring like a superhero. My goodness. A flying person. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless witnesses, Rongyu landed gracefully, gently setting down the elderly man and Cheng Ming. Are you both uninjured? Cheng Ming nodded. I'm fine. Yes, she gazed upon the seemingly superhuman Rongyu. Cheng Ming couldn't help but ponder. It appears that this woman is indeed not an ordinary person, as the intelligence from Zhang Xiaoyu suggested. In truth, the bizarre fire that had erupted was instigated by Cheng Ming herself. Testing Rongyu's capabilities was one of her motives for igniting the blaze. So far, it seemed that she had achieved her first objective. By the way, I noticed you just sent a burning piece of wood flying. Your hand must have been injured, right? Before Cheng Ming could respond to the inquiry, Rongyu seized her hand for inspection. The sight was startling. Cheng Ming's burned skin was rapidly peeling away, revealing new flesh sprouting at an astonishing rate. Rongyu was taken aback. Such a recovery speed was beyond that of an ordinary human. Noticing the unusual expression on Rongyu's face, Cheng Ming quickly withdrew her hand. Laughing nervously, "Haha, I'm fine, really." With that, she fled without a backward glance. Observing Cheng Ming's furtive reaction, Rongyu narrowed her eyes. This extraordinary healing speed was far from normal, yet Cheng Ming's demeanor did not resemble that of an unthinking zombie. Was she a spy among the undead, or perhaps one of the human players I surmised? It seems necessary to investigate this individual further. Chapter 43. Mirage, follow closely. Keep up. As Cheng Ming exited the tent, she witnessed a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushing past her, with armed helicopters taking off one after another from the playground. Old gang, what is the reason for this mobilization? Ping Gang did not respond but exchanged a meaningful glance with Cheng Ming. Cheng Ming touched her face, realizing she bore no signs of food residue. What are you looking at? I heard the command center has pinpointed the location of the Mother Zombie, and half the forces at the shelter have been dispatched. The command center is practically deserted now. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ming felt a surge of suspicion. How do you, a military medic, know so much? Ping Gang diverted his gaze. Because I will be participating in the operation shortly. Hence my awareness. With that, he departed without another word. Cheng Ming touched her nose and chuckled. I smell a conspiracy brewing. She couldn't shake the feeling that Ping Gang's behavior was somewhat contrived. She looked over at the nearby teaching building, which housed the temporary command center. Just as Ping Gang had mentioned, the security presence around the temporary command post had significantly diminished. Should I sneak in for a look? After entering the Shaodan University shelter, Cheng Ming had been devising ways to infiltrate the temporary command center. However, the high alert level had thwarted her efforts. With the guards now reduced, it presented a rare opportunity. Ping Gang's remark lingered in her mind. Could it be that the Dian army has truly identified the Master's identity? If so, she must promptly relay this intelligence to the Master to prevent a surprise attack by the Dian forces. Cheng Ming tucked a small mirror into her pocket. Time to investigate. Navigating through the teaching building, Cheng Ming skillfully evaded patrols one after another. This seems a bit too easy if the previous alert level was akin to a military base. The current one resembled that of a residential security detail. Anyone could stroll in for a look, save for delivery personnel. I remember this place. Changming tentatively pushed open a door, revealing, as expected, the temporary command center. Just as Ping Gang had described, it was utterly deserted, devoid of any personnel. Changming shrugged. All right, I retract my previous statement. This is a public restroom. One can come and go as they please. With no one around, Changming decided to abandon pretense and boldly walked inside, leaving the door ajar. Let me guess, which computer holds the information I seek? Just as she settled down, ready to employ her hacking skills on the computer, a chilling voice emanated from behind her. What are you looking for? Unbeknownst to her, Rongyu had appeared silently behind Changming. In an instant, a multitude of fully armed soldiers surged into the temporary command room, encircling Changming. All the intelligence had been intentionally leaked to her by Rongyu, aimed at verifying Changming's identity. If she were indeed a spy for the zombies, upon learning that the identity of the mother had been exposed, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to infiltrate the command center in Rongyu's absence. What was unexpected was how easily Changming had taken a bait, even with so many guns trained on her. Changming exhibited no signs of panic, coolly stating, "What am I looking for? Aren't you quite aware?" As she spoke, she reached for the mirror in her pocket. Rongyu's keen observation immediately caught Changming's subtle movement. "What do you intend to do?" "Goodbye." Just as Rongyu's hand reached for Changming's shoulder, Changming's form inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a palm-sized mirror. Is this a mirror? Rongyu picked it up, but before she could examine it closely, a ghastly pale hand suddenly emerged from the mirror, reaching directly for Rongyu's head. The scene resembled a horror film's monstrous apparition. Rongyu's reflexes were remarkably swift before the hand could make contact. She hurled the mirror away. The surface rippled, and before all eyes, a handsome man with black hair slowly stood up. "Oh dear, the female heart is indeed elusive. After exhausting efforts to find me, I now arrive at your doorstep. Yet you cast me away. The Mother Zombie." In an instant, the tension among the soldiers escalated, their weapons zeroing in on Wei Gong's head. "Fire!" At Rongyu's command, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Wei Gong's head. "Is this how Yude Yin greet guests?" Quite impolite. Wei Gong raised his hand, gently grasping the incoming bullets. Mirage, in the blink of an eye, the room, once filled with bullets, was rendered empty. What just happened? Except for Rongyu, all the soldiers were left dumbfounded by Wei Gong's seemingly magical feat. What is this? Some kind of magic trick? No. What kind of magic can make so many bullets disappear? This must be sorcery. Observing their astonished expressions, Wei Gong felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the culmination of his days of contemplation. The martial soul fusion technique, known as Mirage. Wei Gong's execution of this technique involved 3 steps. First, using his eyes as the mirror to anchor the entire room space. Second, compressing the entire space into a one-time use storage sphere. Third, marking this disposable storage sphere and exchanging it with a pre-prepared marker in the mirrored world. Thus, Wei Gong could forcibly draw those he could see into the mirrored realm. However, this skill had its limitations. It could only anchor a space of 50 cubic meters, should it exceed that range. Wei Gong would be powerless to entice Rongyu into this domain. He had deliberately allowed Changming to expose her identity. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Wei Gong fully extended his arms, and then clapped his hands together. Mirage. In the next moment, all living beings in the room were transported into the mirrored world, leaving Wei Gong standing alone. Meanwhile, in the mirrored realm, the soldiers looked around in confusion, searching for Wei Gong. Where did that mother go? In contrast to the soldiers' panic, Rongyu remained chillingly composed. "It hasn't run away. Rather, we have been relocated elsewhere." "Commander, how do you know?" The voice. Rongyu pointed out the window. "This world is nearly identical to the real one. The only difference is that apart from us, there are no other living beings in this realm." Chapter 44. The attack begins silence, a deathly silence. Aside from their breathing, no other sounds could be heard, inducing a chilling sensation. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Gong suddenly appeared in the midst of the crowd. Truly impressive to see those who have triumphed over 2 mothers. Your observational skills are indeed keen. This was akin to a brick being thrown into a still lake, instantly stirring a cascade of ripples. Many soldiers had already reached their limits, and now, faced with Wei Gong's sudden appearance, they crumbled. Quick, shoot him! Before Rong Yu could issue the command to fire, the soldiers began to unleash a frantic barrage at Wei Gong. Stop firing! Before she could intervene, the bullets had already begun to rain down upon Wei Gong like a torrential storm at Ah. I have already forgiven your rudeness once. The bullets flying toward Wei Gong seemed to be paused mid-air, frozen in their trajectory. The second time, I shall show no mercy. Wei Gong cast a calm glance, and the suspended bullets all reversed course, returning to strike the very soldiers who had fired them. Ah! In an instant, anguished cries echoed through the air, which was saturated with the acrid scent of blood. A soldier clawed his way out from beneath a pile of corpses. Are they all dead? Positioned further back, he had been shielded from the brunt of the bullets by his comrades in front. Thus sparing his life, he gazed at the remnants strewn across the ground, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Can we truly defeat this foe? This adversary was a seasoned general under Rong Yue, having participated in 2 previous campaigns against the Mother Zombies. Despite the formidable nature of those enemies, they were not insurmountable. Even they bled when struck by bullets. Yet the creature before him was different. Bullets fired at it had no chance of even grazing its skin. Oh! There was still a fortunate one that the soldier stiffly turned his head to find Wei Gong standing behind him like a specter. Then let me reward you by inducting you into the glorious evolution, to become one of the undead. Just as Wei Gong's hand was about to make contact with the soldier, a striking figure lunged forward, rescuing him from Wei Gong's grasp. That Rong Yue's eyes were fixed intently on Wei Gong, not daring to look away for a moment. Are you all right? Commander! The soldier's spirits lifted upon seeing Rong Yue's arrival. After all, she was the one who had triumphed over 2 mother zombies. As long as she was present, there was still hope. Wei Gong looked at his empty palm and grinned. The ones I wished to kill never had the option to survive. Suddenly, a steel rebar burst through the concrete wall behind them, thrusting directly toward the soldier. Rong Yue, with remarkable swiftness, yanked the soldier behind her with one hand while grasping the incoming rebar with the other. Not on my watch. With a surge of strength, she astonishingly snapped the rebar, which was as thick as a finger, in half. Hee, can you withstand this move? Wei Gong raised his palm and made a grasping motion toward Rong Yue. In an instant, the entire building seemed to come alive, countless steel rebars erupting from the concrete walls like spears aimed at the two. Rong Yue did her utmost to defend, but she overlooked what was happening beneath the soldier's feet. Commander, save me! A rebar pierced through the soldier's back, wreaking havoc on his insides before finally bursting out of his mouth in a horrific display of death. Puffed. The soldier's gruesome demise diverted Rong Yue's attention for just a moment. Allowing AR a separate classification of cataclysmic level should be established specifically for Shouten City. Luo Wan inhaled deeply, forcibly calming her tumultuous emotions. She activated the communication device to connect with the headquarters of Dian. The situation in Shouten City has vastly exceeded our expectations. The level of danger is far beyond that of a natural disaster. If the circumstances continue to deteriorate, I request the implementation of the scorched earth plan on the other end. Liang Sun fell silent. Is it truly that severe? Luo Wan gazed upon the seemingly endless tide of corpses and replied solemnly. The situation is only destined to worsen. Although the 2 mother-level zombies have already revealed themselves, their unique abilities remain a mystery. Whether the scorched earth plan can eliminate them is a significant question mark. Very well, I will issue the orders if necessary. For now, let us place our trust in Rong Yu. Trust in Rong Yu? Indeed, at this juncture, there is no choice but to rely on Rong Yu. But where has Rong Yu gone? No, we cannot place all our hopes solely on Rong Yu. This nation, known as Dian, is not only Rong Yu's homeland but also Luo Wan's, and the home of everyone present. For this reason, this battle to defend our homeland is not solely Rong Yu's fight. It belongs to every citizen of Dian. Luo Wan turned to the soldiers beside her and commanded, "Bring me my drone." The soldiers were taken aback. "Commander, are you planning to engage in battle personally? That individual who shot down the helicopter is exceedingly dangerous, one that you cannot confront alone. It must be me who takes action." "But what about the command of the shelter?" Luo Wan sighed helplessly as she faced the encroaching horde of corpses. She understood that the command of the shelter desperately required her presence. Yet the urgency of eliminating that special zombie was paramount. As long as that uniquely capable zombie remains alive, the aerial firepower that the army prides itself on will merely serve as its live target. Without the suppression of aerial firepower, the shelter will inevitably fall. For the sake of ultimate victory, Luo one must make sacrifices. She spoke slowly. This calamity is no longer something any individual can control. I cannot, nor can Rongyu. If humanity wishes to survive this tribulation, self-rescue is the only path forward. War has always been thus. Without the unity of the entire army, what can even the mightiest of beings accomplish? What use is meticulous planning if it is not supported by the collective efforts of everyone? Only by each individual exerting their utmost strength to confront the disaster can we hope to seize a slim chance of survival. Luo Wan's words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present, akin to a bell tolling, awakening every soul. Commander, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us accompany you. That I am well aware of your sentiments. But the adversary we face next is not an ordinary zombie, but a special entity with dangerous abilities. Luo Wan smiled and adjusted her glasses. Compared to battling it, your responsibilities are far more significant. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wan commanded sternly, "All troops, heed my orders. Hold the shelter until I and Commander Rongyu return. Not a single zombie is to set foot here." Yes, in that moment, the morale of the army surged to unprecedented heights, their voices ringing out like thunder, resounding through the air. "Commander Luo, we shall not retreat a single step until you have vanquished the enemy." Luo Wan smiled slightly and performed a gesture of gratitude. "I entrust my life to all of you warriors. I shall not let you down." Chapter 46. Celestial Fire Armor in the Mirrored Realm. A pearlescent transformation device suddenly appeared in Rong Yu's hand. Do not underestimate its power merely because it resembles a child's toy. This is, after all, the reward Rong Yu received upon defeating a Mother Zombie for the first time. A genuine A-class weapon. The emergence of this transformation device led Rong Yu to suspect that a higher dimensional deity lurks behind this calamity, with a press of the buttons on either side of the device. Rong Yu declared, "Come forth and recount your sins." In the next instant, a colossal fiery tempest ignited beneath Rong Yu's feet. Accompanied by the emergence of a vortex of flames, the temperature in the air surged at an observable rate, escalating, intensifying, and amplifying. After engulfing Rong Yu's form, the fiery whirlwind expanded, ultimately soaring skyward and tearing the ceiling apart. Target locked. Engage. As the crimson circle locked onto Wei Gong, a silver-white figure descended from above, enveloped in roaring flames, striking down upon Wei Gong with tremendous force. Boom! At the moment of impact, the ground shattered entirely under the terrifying force. Furthermore, Rong Yu's assault possessed a secondary damage effect. The descending force compressed the searing flames into the ground, culminating in a final explosive release that resembled a volcanic eruption, with flames shooting skyward. Had Wei Gong not evaded in advance, he would have been obliterated by that cataclysmic strike. The flames roared, and the silver-clad knight stood resolutely amidst the inferno. Celestial Fire Armor, such is the name of this A-class weapon. Predominantly black and silver, the armor appears to be a silver suit intricately embedded upon a black bodysuit. The silver of the Celestial Fire Armor is not merely a cold metallic hue, but is interspersed with a hint of radiant white, giving it a luminous quality. Smooth and sleek, it exudes an alluring sheen, embodying both natural beauty and the exquisite craftsmanship of industrial precision. Truly a sight to behold. The dynamic interplay of black and silver outlines the armor's various components, reminiscent of tightly toned muscles, taut and powerful, brimming with strength and vigor. The flowing metallic brilliance of the armor radiates a noble aura, embodying the gallant spirit of night. The helmet of the Celestial Fire Armor features a fully encompassing visor, its sharp, protruding form akin to a devil's mask. Coupled with its angular, well-defined chest and shoulder plates, it emanates an aura of lethal decisiveness. In summary, it is nothing short of striking. Wei Gong scoffed, turning his head aside. "Who are you trying to impress with that flashy appearance?" Though he said this, Wei Gong's body betrayed him, his eyes continuously drifting towards Rong Yu's direction. Witnessing Rong Yu's spectacular entrance, Wei Gong felt a pang of envy, even jealousy. The transformation via the device, followed by the striking armor descending like justice, delivering a resounding blow to the nefarious villain. This is an exhilarating trope that no boy can resist. Wei Gong sighed helplessly. Alas, why must I be born as an inherently evil mother zombie? Staring at Rong Yu's impressive armor, he thought to himself that he too would exchange his points for a set if given the opportunity, with the celestial fire armor enhancing his speed remarkably. Rong Yu appeared before Wei Gong in the blink of an eye. What are you dawdling about? A torrent of fiery energy surged into Rong Yu's gauntlets and fists, and with the assistance of the propulsion from his elbow joints, a swift and powerful punch was unleashed directly at Wei Gong's chest. Bang! The force of the punch was tremendous, sending Wei Gong flying and crashing heavily against a wall several meters away. Cough, cough. Wei Gong coughed twice, spitting out blood. With the celestial fire armor's augmentation, every blow Rong Yu delivered was infused with a fiery hidden force. The punch just now not only shattered several of Wei Gong's bones, but also infused high-temperature flame energy into his body, incinerating his insides. What a fierce punch! It is worth noting that Wei Gong's body had undergone multiple enhancements. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely collapsed to the ground. Wei Gong realized why the mother of Litai City had been captured. It was clear that this individual named Rong Yu possessed considerable strength. You are here. Suddenly, the leg armor of Rong Yu erupted with searing flames, propelling him skyward. What are you staring at? The enraged knight's kick descended like a flaming meteor, striking Wei Gong directly. Guh! This knightly kick possessed far greater power than the preceding punch, shattering a massive hole in the wall behind Wei Gong. Wei Gong himself was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, landing in the outdoor courtyard. That kick likely shattered 60% of Wei Gong's bones, with nearly half of his internal organs suffering catastrophic damage. Staggering to his feet, Wei Gong grinned. I acknowledge your strength. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he did not seem incapable of confronting Rong Yu, one of the most formidable beings among the Mother faction. Wei Gong possessed an extraordinarily terrifying regenerative ability. Bolstered by this regenerative capability, his shattered bones and damaged organs rapidly reassembled and healed, swiftly restoring him to his pre-injury state. Wei Gong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Your attack has concluded. Now it is my turn. No objections, I hope? Humph. Rong Yu snorted coldly. This is not a turn-based game. Who would wait for you to take a punch in return, as long as the enemy remains alive? Rong Yu would relentlessly continue his assault until his adversary could no longer move. Boom, boom, boom. The armor of Rong Yu erupted once more in a blaze, surging towards Wei Gong at an astonishing speed. Yet, just as she reached the midpoint of her charge, a boulder the size of a shipping container came hurtling towards her. This was the mirror world, the domain of Wei Gong. With but a thought, he could effortlessly shift not just this massive rock, but an entire building if he so desired. Just as Rong Yu prepared to shatter the stone with a powerful punch, another boulder of similar size flew towards her from behind. The two colossal stones, one in front and one behind, ensnared Rong Yu like a sandwich. But the onslaught had only just begun. With a resounding clap of his hands, Wei Gong summoned even more boulders from all directions, encasing Rong Yu layer upon layer. Ghana. Wei Gong turned to depart, leaving a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers silently suspended in the sky of the mirror world. Its core lay Rong Yu. Sealed by him. Chapter 47. Modern Warfare Tactics in the Makeshift Hospital Zone. The infection was complete. Several kilometers away, atop a rooftop, Kalen fired another precision bullet, transforming a fleeing doctor within the shelter into a zombie. In this operation, Kalen's objectives extended beyond merely suppressing the aerial forces of the Great Yin Army. She was also tasked with obliterating the critical facilities within the sanctuary. Armed with intelligence maps pilfered by Cheng Ming, Kalen was poised to execute pinpoint strikes with flawless accuracy. No target she locked on could hope to survive. Just as Kalen readied herself to attack the next target, the whirring sound of a spinning propeller reached her ears. Despite the sound being faint as a whisper, it was nonetheless detected by Kalen. Drones. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted towards Kalen's position. Fortunately, she had anticipated the assault performing a quick roll to evade the initial wave of gunfire. Taking refuge behind cover, where, peering around from her hiding spot, Kaylin swiftly scanned her surroundings and finally spotted the drones lurking above. Just as she prepared to bring one down, a deafening buzz from behind alerted her to another drone hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. This one was a self-destructing drone laden with explosives. Without hesitation, Kaylin abandoned her pursuit of the armed drone above and redirected her fire towards the self-destructing one. There was no need for precise aim. As long as Kaylin set her sights on a target, the bullets would find their mark. Bang! Though she struck the self-destructing drone, it detonated less than 3 meters from her, scattering metallic shrapnel like deadly confetti, far exceeding the destructive power of an ordinary grenade. The proximity of the explosion left Kaylin with no time to evade, and a multitude of metal shards tore through her skin, leaving gruesome gashes in their wake. The enemy had no intention of allowing Kaylin a moment's respite to heal her wounds. The gun drone above swiftly redirected its aim, unleashing a frenzied barrage towards her, ignoring the pain coursing through her from the injuries. Kaylin sprinted away, yet she had barely taken a few steps before 2 more self-destructing drones charged at her. Remaining on the rooftop was no longer an option. The rooftop offered too few obstacles, allowing the drones to maneuver freely and launch assaults from all directions. Such a combat environment was decidedly unfavorable for her. Drawing her sidearm, Kaylin fired at the 2 self-destructing drones before they could close the distance. Bang! She ducked into the stairwell, quickly locking the door behind her. Kaylin pulled out her radio. "I've been targeted by drones, and there are many of them. Can you help me locate the drone operator?" Zhang Xiaoyu immediately hacked into the nearby cameras. These are swarm drones. The concept of swarm drone operations is a burgeoning strategy consisting of numerous drones that communicate with one another, possess autonomous perception, and make independent decisions. This enables a diverse range of operational tasks. Depending on the mission requirements, the swarm can flexibly carry various payload modules, including command and control communication, electronic jamming, reconnaissance, and early warning, as well as firepower strikes. This versatility allows swarm drones to perform reconnaissance, precision strikes, relay communications, and efficacy assessments, thereby catering to a multitude of operational needs. Such systems play a vital role in modern intelligent warfare, boasting formidable battlefield survivability, diverse mission capabilities, rapid command and control, cost-effectiveness, and intelligent collaboration. An exceptionally efficient modern tactic. Is there a way to trace them? Yes, but you must help me capture one of the drones first. Due to constraints of structure, cost, and propulsion, the individual performance of swarm drones is limited. Among these limitations, slower speeds, shorter ranges, and poor defensive capabilities are the primary issues. This implies that the operator of the drones is not far from Kaylin's location. What must I do? You need to eliminate the queen drone within the swarm. It serves as the eyes of the entire drone collective. Much like natural bee colonies, swarm drones comprise a queen, worker bees, and drones. The initial gunfire directed at Kaylin came from the worker drones, which are the largest in the swarm and equipped with the most potent weaponry, responsible for offensive strikes. The self-destructing drones that attacked Kaylin were also worker drones, the cheapest and most abundant type within the swarm. Their mission is to cover the soldier drones and the queen through self-detonation.as for the queen drone. It is the smallest in the collective, carrying no weapons. Its sole purpose is to provide situational awareness for the drone operator. The iron door behind Kaylin creaked ominously as the drones outside began their assault. This was no place to linger. Kaylin hastily descended to the lower floors. "I haven't spotted the queen. I suspect the queen is coated in optical camouflage, rendering it invisible to the naked eye." Upon reaching the next floor, Kaylin discovered drones patrolling outside the windows. Just as she set foot on this level, a self-destructing drone crashed through the window. With no time to dodge, Kaylin shielded her head with her arms. Bang! The drone exploded nearby, sending metal shards slicing in her flesh like daggers. Fortunately, her precautions saved her from sustaining critical injuries to her head and eyes. "Kaylin, are you all right?" "Continue." Ignoring the pain, Kaylin yanked the metal fragments lodged in her flesh free. Her physical resilience was far inferior to Wei Gong's. Such incessant assaults significantly delayed her healing process. In no time, Kaylin was drenched in her own blood. The principle of optical camouflage involves utilizing nanocomputers to gather environmental data, allowing the drone to adjust its brightness or color to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. When there is a sudden change in ambient light, the drone can become exposed as the nanocomputer fails to process information promptly. Good. Kaylin kicked open the door to the adjacent room and turned on the lights within. After entering, she dashed to the opposite side of the room and drew the curtains on the sole window. With that, the only source of illumination in the room was the overhead light. Completing this series of actions, Kaylin quietly waited behind the door. Once the operator lost track of her, they would undoubtedly send the Queen drone in to scout the room. That moment would be her prime opportunity to strike. Chapter 48. Tearful cat playing hide and seek. In a small room several kilometers away, Luo Wan was alone, controlling the swarm of drones. Her rise to the position of Rongyue's aide was not due to extraordinary military prowess or exceptional command skills. Rather, it stemmed from her unique ability to single-handedly operate an entire swarm of drones. That a drone swarm typically comprises at least 100 independent drones. Coordinating 100 drones for complex operations would ordinarily require at least 5 individuals, who must also undergo extensive training together. Yet Luo Wan needed none of this. She possessed a self-developed operating system that allowed her to programmatically control the entire drone swarm, executing a variety of complex tasks. It is no exaggeration to say that she alone constituted an army. Luo Wan popped a lollipop into her mouth. Then, "I'll join you in the game." She maneuvered the Queen drone, charging into the room where Kaylin was located. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although Kaylin did not see the drone enter, the faint sound of the propeller told her that the target had indeed fallen into the trap. Without hesitation, Kaylin shattered the light bulb and swiftly shut the door behind her. Instantly, the brightly lit room was engulfed in darkness. In the shadows, Kaylin spotted a tiny drone the size of an egg. Without doubt, this was the queen of the entire drone swarm. Bang! In such a dimly lit environment, others would surely struggle to strike such a small target. However, Karun was different. She possessed an extraordinary ability to ensure her aim was unerring. Once she set her sights on something, the notion of missing was rendered obsolete. Following the loss of the queen bee, the entire drone swarm would succumb to a fleeting state of blindness. Seizing this moment to capture a drone, she was careful not to damage its fuselage. Karun acted swiftly, bolting out of the room. By sheer coincidence, just outside the door, a self-destructing drone was patrolling the corridor. Karun seized the self-destruct drone and swiftly snapped off its propeller blades. Zhang Xiaoyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Karun, what on earth have you done? You've dismantled its wings. How is it supposed to fly over here?" Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot, glaring at Karun through the surveillance camera. Her plan had been to guide Karun remotely to alter the drone's course, allowing it to autonomously navigate to her location. With a nonchalant glance, Karun replied, "It's simple. I'll just throw it over." Zhang Xiaoyu, as Karun's accomplice, was not far away from Karun's vantage point. She could even see the top of Zhang Xiaoyu's head peeking out from behind a distant window. Huh. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression froze. Karun raised her hand, assuming a throwing pose. Target locked. Zhang Xiaoyu's head. Class A superpower, guaranteed hit. Activate. There was no need for a bullet. Anything thrown by Karun would invariably strike its mark. The moment Karun uttered those words, Zhang Xiaoyu's heart sank. Instinctively, she turned to look out the window, just in time to see a dark spot growing larger and closer. What was that? A bird? A superhero? No, it was the drone that Karun had tossed. Hey. Zhang Xiaoyu instinctively tried to dodge, but suddenly she realized that the drone had been imbued with Karun's unerring ability. No matter how far she ran, that drone would inevitably strike her head. No, buddy sis, is this really how you use superpowers? Crash. The drone smashed through the glass window, accurately hitting Zhang Xiaoyu's head. Ping, pong. Is that music to your ears? If it sounds good, it's a good omen. Zhang Xiaoyu clumsily rose from the ground, clutching the self-destruct drone, and roared into the intercom. "This is a self-destruct drone. Aren't you afraid that when it hits me, it will trigger the explosives inside? I lack such emotions." Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. She had merely made a passing comment, but Karun took it seriously. Her heart felt weary. She understood that Karun hadn't intended to hit her. To Karun, this method was simply the most efficient. Karun operated in such a manner. Zhang Xiaoyu was furious but found no justification for her anger. It felt like punching a pillow. Never mind. Ignoring Karun, Zhang Xiaoyu redirected her focus to the self-destruct drone. It was at this moment that she noticed a comically ugly, tearful cat head drawn on the back of the drone. This is not a normal drone. Such insignia clearly belonged to someone unique. Karun, I have a plan to go on. I'm listening. Let me be clear. I absolutely do not wish to take revenge on you. Meanwhile, Luo Wan quickly noticed that 2 drones had lost their signal. Evidently shot down by enemies. Quite capable, aren't they? Luo Wan raised an eyebrow. But I have 100 of these drones. Let us see how many you can take down. Just as Luo Wan was about to deploy new drones, a comically ugly, tearful cat head suddenly popped up in the corner of her computer screen. Under attack from an unidentified signal, MY drones have been dismantled, and their data has been used to trace my location. Luo Wan suddenly smiled. Can I take this as a challenge? Besides her name, Luo Wan possessed another little-known identity. The top hacker of Dian, known as the Tearful Cathead. Years ago, thousands of foreign hackers launched a massive attack on Dian's network, causing significant chaos. Just when the Dian officials were overwhelmed, all attackers suddenly vanished. In the following month, a Tearful Cathead cartoon character mysteriously appeared on every foreign website, regardless of whether it was a personal or official site, consistently appearing in the top right corner. Foreign hackers summoned various experts and exhausted every possible means, yet they could not remove it. Frustrating. Eventually, the foreign hackers publicly admitted defeat and apologized, and only then did the Tearful Cat Head quietly disappear. From that moment on, the legend of the Tearful Cat Head emerged on the international internet. As a proud top hacker, Luo Wan relished the thought of those oblivious to the danger challenging her. Since you enjoy playing, I shall indulge you. Chapter 49. I anticipated your anticipation based on the residual data. This was the hideout of the drone operator. After evading the relentless pursuit of the drones, Karun, guided by Zhang Xiaoyu, arrived at a concealed secret door. All right. After chambering a bullet, Karun slowly pushed open the secret door, revealing a dimly lit small room. At the far end of the room lay a humanoid shape concealed beneath a black cloth, suggesting someone was hiding inside. Where did that fellow run off to? Holding her breath, Karun stealthily approached the figure, taking advantage of the moment when the person beneath the cloth was distracted. Karun abruptly yanked away the black cloth. However, what lay beneath was not Luo Wan, but a cache of explosives composed of self-destructing drones. Above the explosive stash rested a laptop, from which the earlier sounds had emanated. As Karun unveiled the black cloth, a comically ugly, tearful cat head danced across the laptop screen, tauntingly proclaiming, "Did you activate it? I mean the intelligence. You fell right into such an obvious trap." As the mocking voice faded, dozens of drones in the room simultaneously self-destructed. Boom! The violent shockwave obliterated the entire room. Karun, what is happening over there? At the sound of the explosion, Zhang Xiaoyu sprang to her feet on the other end of the intercom. Zzz. However, the only response was a crackling electrical noise, indicating that Karun's intercom had been destroyed. Enduring the self-detonation of numerous drones at close range, even Karun's zombie-like body would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaoyu's computer was infected by a virus, forcing all programs to shut down, leaving only a looping video featuring a meme. If you're a novice, practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. No apprentices or mounts accepted. Luo Wan appeared behind Zhang Xiaoyu, her sidearm pressed against the latter's head. With a mere flick of her finger, she could obliterate Zhang Xiaoyu's skull. Achieving a double kill, Zhang Xiaoyu slowly stood, hands raised above her head. "How did you find me?" Luo Wan chuckled. "You're allowed to use drones to pinpoint my coordinates, but I'm not permitted to use drones to track your location." From the very beginning, Luo Wan had noticed Zhang Xiaoyu's little maneuverings to this end. She had turned the tables, deliberately leading Karun to the wrong coordinates and using a room full of self-destructing drones to eliminate her. Subsequently, Luo Wan employed hacking techniques to infiltrate Zhang Xiaoyu's computer, not only destroying all her programs, but also uncovering her hiding place. That a two-pronged attack. Luo Wan could have remotely eliminated Zhang Xiaoyu using drones. However, desiring to extract more information regarding the Mother Zombie from Zhang Xiaoyu, she ultimately opted for a hands-on approach to capture her alive. This was me anticipating your moves, with Karun's fate uncertain and Zhang Xiaoyu facing the barrel of a gun. The outcome of this hacker duel seemed all too clear. Zhang Xiaoyu slowly turned to face Luo Wan and the gun. How can you be so sure that I didn't anticipate your anticipation? Before Luo Wan could comprehend the meaning behind her words, a figure kicked through the ceiling, crashing down upon Luo Wan and pinning her to the ground. Who was the intruder? It was Cheng Ming, who had been crouched on the ceiling for quite some time. Luo Wan gasped in shock. She had assumed there was only one person in the room, not realizing another was lurking above. How did you end up here? In Luo Wan's mind, Cheng Ming should still have been in the shelter. Perhaps it's because I can't FLY. As Cheng Ming spoke, she smashed Luo Wan's tablet terminal controlling the drones. Zhang Xiaoyu approached Luo Wan, crouching down to grasp her hair. Do you know why you lost? It's precisely because of your so-called arrogance of the victor upon recognizing the insignia on the drones. Zhang Xiaoyu understood who the operator was. Competing in technology with top hackers like the tearful cat head was akin to a novice challenging a master. Zhang Xiaoyu was acutely aware of her impending defeat. Fully cognizant that Luo Wan would employ reverse tracking technology to pinpoint her location. Thus, she had come prepared, deliberately enticing Luo Wan into attacking her. And aren't you afraid I might eliminate you from a distance? Not at all, for in your eyes, I am merely an inconsequential loser. Rather than simply killing me, capturing me alive would yield far greater value. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Haven't you always been this way? One could discern from Luo Wan's past victories that she had consistently embodied a certain arrogance associated with being a victor. Luo Wan scoffed, acknowledging that this indeed was her Achilles heel, a fact that Rongyu had pointed out to her on numerous occasions. Yet, she had never anticipated it would ultimately serve as the prelude to her downfall. However, I wouldn't consider this a complete loss. At the very least, I have exchanged you for a crucial asset. Luo Wan remarked, You may believe you've gained, but I assure you, I will not be at a loss. Upon reflection, one could surmise that this battle was effectively 3 against 1. T.O.P. outmaneuvered and then countered in such a manner. Was this truly how one played the game? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu laughed again. How can you be so certain she's dead? I witnessed her body being obliterated through the surveillance cameras. Yet, you yourself admitted to viewing it through a screen without conducting a physical examination on site. Due to size constraints, the explosive content within the self-destructing drones was minimal. Its lethality primarily stemmed from the shrapnel it dispersed, as long as the core within her head was adequately protected. Even if dozens of drones detonated and reduced Kaylin to mere pulp, she could reconstruct her body through the core, ultimately achieving resurrection. Of course, this method has its drawbacks. Firstly, Kaylin's self-healing capabilities are insufficient. Thus, the reconstruction of her body would require considerable time. Secondly, it is excruciatingly painful, immensely so. After all, her entire body would be reduced to nothingness. Hence, prior to executing the plan, Zhang Xiaoyu had explicitly stated that this was not a personal vendetta. Luo Wan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Damn, in my confidence, I forgot to deliver the finishing blow. Enough chatter. You are now our prisoner. Cheng Ming not only confiscated all of Luo Wan's weapons, but also stripped her of her clothing entirely. Zhang Xiaoyu looked on in bewilderment. Why are you undressing her? It is simply safer this way. As she spoke, Cheng Ming produced a bundle of rope from seemingly nowhere and expertly bound Luo Wan as if she were a large crab. Observing this rather undignified spectacle, Zhang Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush. Is it truly necessary to bind her so? Since she is a trophy for our master, I find it quite essential. Chapter 50. Ignite. Ignite, ignite. It was time to conclude this game. Just as Wei Gong prepared to leave the mirror world, a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld the sphere encasing Rongyu shatter, fiery fragments cascading down like a meteor shower. Creating crater after crater upon impact, to the heart of this celestial display stood a silver knight, engulfed in flames. Unlike her previous form, the heavenly fire armor was now enveloped in an inferno. Resembling a war deity amidst the flames, the intense heat radiating from her scorched the air. warping the very fabric of space around her. Should the heavenly fire armor strike him now, it would not merely result in burns but rather incineration to the point of carbonization. Wei Gong clasped his hands across his chest, gazing up at the night in the sky. How do you still possess a second phase? ISNT that exclusive to bosses. Pondering this, Wei Gong stroked his chin and suddenly grasped the truth. Aha! I see now. I'm the challenger. Rong Yu observed the X-shaped flames erupting from her breastplate, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through her limbs. This was the first time she had activated her backup hidden energy. Entering this state, known as the Molten Core, which allowed her to overclock the heavenly fire armor to attain extraordinary power. In this state, the armor experienced a tremendous enhancement across all attributes, and even gained the ability to fly for a brief duration. It could be described as formidable. However, there were side effects to this transformation. It could only be sustained for 3 minutes. After that, the heavenly fire armor would revert to a dormant state, remaining unusable for a month. The X-shaped flames on her chest served as an indicator. Once they extinguished, it signified the end of the 3-minute limit. 3 minutes. Sufficient time indeed. In a mere second, Rong Yu crossed nearly 100 meters. Appearing directly before Wei Gong, his pupils dilated in shock. How swift! This speed was akin to teleportation. Without affording Wei Gong a moment to think, Rong Yu's fist was already upon him. The force of his blow was not only immense, but also unleashed a towering column of fire upon impact. Had Wei Gong not activated a spatial shift in time, he would have been reduced to ashes. Seizing the moment before Rong Yu could launch a second assault, Wei Gong called forth the metal hidden beneath the earth, transforming it into high-density alloy, which then morphed into countless steel spikes aimed at Rong Yu. Yet he soon found himself at a disadvantage. The ground beneath him concealed only scrap metal, and even when melted into alloy, its melting point was hardly impressive. The moment these alloy spikes made contact with the surface of the heavenly fire armor, they melted away under its terrifying heat. Wei Gong couldn't help but mutter, "What a disgrace! Since you're so fiery, allow me to cool you down." With a sweeping motion, Wei Gong summoned the waters of the artificial lake within Shaodin University, transforming tons of water into a colossal water dragon that surged toward Rong Yu. Water style, water dragon bullet. Do you truly believe that mere water can extinguish a stellar flame? Rong Yu did not budge an inch, unleashing the energy contained within the heavenly fire armor, which radiated like an eternal SUNDAS, she had stated. The notion that floating water could douse a stellar fire was but a delusion. The massive water dragon approached her. It was instantaneously vaporized into steam by the relentless heat. The entire playground was soon shrouded in mist. You are correct, but I never anticipated that the water would extinguish your flames. Suddenly, Rong Yu felt the ground beneath her tremble violently. This time, rather than rising, the earth began to rapidly descend. Within mere seconds, Rong Yu found herself plummeting hundreds of meters underground. Moreover, as she sank, the gap above her was swiftly sealed, leaving no opportunity for escape. Underground, Rong Yu faced not only the gravitational pull of the rocks above, but also the immense pressure exerted by the earth itself. Wei Gong shrugged. If I can't break through your defenses, then I shall bury you alive. The display of power from Rong Yu's second phase was far too extraordinary. Clearly atypical, it was evident that she must have sacrificed something to gain such a fleeting surge of strength. Such enhancements must have a time limit. As long as he could endure this phase, victory would surely be his. The earlier water dragon attack was intended to generate a significant amount of steam, temporarily obscuring Rong Yu's vision and preventing her from escaping. Now that I've buried you 700 meters deep, you certainly can't emerge, can you? Wei Gong exhaled deeply, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. Although the mirror world was his domain, granting him unrestrained control over its inorganic materials, wielding this power came at a cost. The frequent large-scale manipulations were also a burden on him. Watching the spot where Rong Yu was buried, Wei Gong felt a twinge of unease, sensing that at any moment she might burst forth from the crevices like a monkey king emerging from confinement. Perhaps it was best to log out for a while. Once he exited the mirror world, no matter how formidable Rong Yu was, she could not harm him in the slightest. He could return after her strength had waned, making her an easy target. Though fleeing may be shameful, it proved quite effective. Just as Wei Gong prepared to find a mirror to exit the mirror world, a towering pillar of fire erupted into the sky, seemingly intent on tearing through the heavens and reaching the Milky Way. Observing this fiery column that seemed poised to breach the firmament, Wei Gong felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Is this endless cycle beginning anew? Not only was Wei Gong fatigued, but so too was Rong Yu, who had expended a considerable amount of energy in her desperate bid to break through the surface. The heavenly fire armor had drained a significant reserve of power. What had begun as 3 minutes of explosive energy now dwindled to just 1. To be honest, I only have enough energy left for one final strike. And with that strike, I shall end you. She was teetering on the brink of her limits, and there was no need to conceal her intentions any longer. Rather than shrouding herself in secrecy, it was far better to confront her adversary head-on. Fighting with all her might, if she struck true, Wei Gong would perish. If she missed, she would not need Wei Gong to act. She would meet her own demise, gazing at the defiant figure of Rong Yu standing resolutely amidst the chaos. Wei Gong fell into silence. Revealing one's limits to the enemy was undeniably foolish. Wei Gong smiled broadly. For Wei Gong thrived in such scenarios. What was this? It was the final gambit between two formidable opponents. A life-or-death struggle. Passionate, filled with glory, Wei Gong could employ underhanded tactics to secure victory, yet such a triumph would not constitute true victory. The victory he sought, as the saying goes, in the face of death. The notions of dignity and honor are utterly trivial. However, a person's life encompasses more than mere existence and demise. It is also filled with fervor and impulsiveness, should one choose to live in a state of numbness and complacency. Or should one opt to embrace a passionate and impetuous end? How others choose, Wei Gong knows not. But he, Wei Gong, will undoubtedly choose the latter without a moment's hesitation, for he has willingly risked his life to enter this game of hope. Driven solely by that fervor and impulse, with his head held high, Wei Gong strides forward, brimming with a warrior's spirit. I accept your challenge. Chapter 51. A Blade Roar. You dare not flee, but instead approach me. In the heavens, Rong Yu gazes at Wei Gong and cannot help but smile charmingly. You are not as insufferable as I thought. With all her strength, Rong Yu shatters the limits of the heavenly fire armor. Damn it. Complete overload release. 1,000,000 horsepower. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest of flames erupts from behind her, unfurling like a pair of colossal wings. With a gentle flap of her fiery wings, Rong Yu ascends like a rocket, piercing through the troposphere, traversing the stratosphere, crossing the mid-layers, and reaching the exosphere. Here lies the outer realm of Earth, the terminus of the sky. She shall unleash a descending attack to conclude this battle. Rong Yu turns to face the distant sun, extending her hand. Sun, grant me the power to incinerate all darkness. In that moment, the ultraviolet rays and cosmic radiation from the sun, drifting beyond the atmosphere, converge upon Rong Yu as if in a gathering of light energy. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly fire armor, now fully charged, erupts with even greater power. If previously it could unleash 1,000,000 horsepower, now it can wield 10,000,000 horsepower. Bring it down. With this cataclysmic force, Rong Yu, like a miniature star, plunges towards the earth. Accompanying her descent are countless fiery meteors. This finishing move is named Supernova Fall. Meteors, how beautiful they are. Wei Gong gazes skyward at the falling stars. Though it appears as though the apocalypse is upon them, one cannot deny its beauty. Since ancient times, many have sought to strike down the stars, yet few have succeeded. Wei Gong slowly takes a step forward, grasping the blade of the other shore in his hand. Yet, those who sever the stars are exceedingly rare. Wei Gong takes another step, firmly gripping the hilt of the other shore. And today, I shall accomplish this grand feat. Wei Gong slowly draws the other shore, unleashing a terrifying suction force, 100 times more fearsome than a spring breeze, that voraciously consumes Wei Gong's strength. But this time, he reveals not a hint of panic. You wish to consume? Then consume your fill. Today, he aims not only to vanquish the formidable foe before him, but also to completely tame this demonic blade, to make it understand who the true master is. Who is the king? With both hands raised high above his head, The eerie red blade fully unsheathed. Wei Gong and Rong Yu roar simultaneously. With this strike, I shall sever the stars and ignite the heavens. Supernova fall. The other shore delivers the final blow towards the myriad stars. Wei Gong cleaves a dark blade wind. The first time he wielded it, the blade wind extended only a few meters, but this time, the blade wind stretches a full 100 meters. This signifies that he has utterly tamed the other shore. Compared to the vast expanse of stars, this blade wind appears so simple, so ordinary. Yet this seemingly unremarkable blade wind instantaneously engulfs the torrential rain of flames. As effortlessly as a chalkboard eraser wipes away chalk marks. Had it been anything else, it likely would have been vaporized by the terrifying heat of the firestorm before even drawing near. But the blade wind unleashed by the other shore is different. Its target is space itself. Just as one may scrub a stain from a tile floor, no matter how much one rubs. The stain stubbornly clings, refusing to budge. In a fit of frustration, one might smash the tile, and thus the stain would vanish. And no matter how high the temperature, no matter how impenetrable your defenses, I shall directly erase the space you inhabit. How will you respond? The black blade wind obliterates the celestial stars, bringing the curtain down on this battle and ushering an end to Rong Yu's life. Even the mightiest defenses of the heavenly fire armor cannot withstand a strike that severs space itself. The blade wind slices through Rong Yu's midsection, cleaving her in two, as she helplessly plummets from the sky. Birds soaring through the heavens shall one day burn out and descend to the earth. In her final moments, Rong Yu gazes at the sky, watching as the illusory, celestial canopy crumbles and dissipates bit by bit. That single strike exhausted all of Wei Gong's strength, leaving him unable to maintain this mirrored world, forcing both back into the realm of reality. Think. I could see the stars today. After the shattering of the false world, the first sight that Rong Yu beholds is a dimming star. Much like the flickering flame of her life, gradually extinguishing. How many years has it been since I last saw the stars? A year, 5 years, or 10? I cannot recall. Think I could still glimpse them before my demise. How fortunate! Rong Yu wishes to reach out, but discovers her body has grown numb, beyond her control. She can only watch helplessly as the stars drift further away, powerless to intervene. But at the very least, I must complete one final task. With her lips barely parting, Rong Yu utters her last command. Agreement confirmed. Execute the scorched earth plan. After being dragged into the mirrored world by Wei Gong, Rong Yu's communication had been cut off. Now, with the collapse of this world, the radio finally reconnects. Received. Upon completing her final task, Rong Yu casts a sidelong glance at Wei Gong, who is now utterly exhausted. Sprawled on the ground, she notices that Wei Gong is also watching her. In that moment, their gazes collide with an unspoken understanding. They smile, both of them. Though they cannot vocalize any sound, Rong Yu silently conveys a final message. Let us embark on this journey to the underworld together. This statement bears not the venomous curse of an enemy, but rather resembles the last confession of lovers choosing to perish together. Just then, a thunderous sonic boom reverberates through the sky as a supersonic bomber streaks across the night, trailing a long plume of smoke as it arrives on the battlefield. This is the true nature of the scorched earth plan. Rong Yu binds the Mother Zombie in place, while the supersonic bomber carries 15 tons of explosives for a devastating bombardment. To endure a bombardment of 15 tons of explosives, even Yama himself would not collect you. They would blast a hole in his hull and forcibly throw you in. You may not wish to accept, but you shall. Of course, this plan comes at a cost. The sacrifice of Rong Yu and all survivors within dozens of miles. After such a bombardment, whether human, zombie, or structure, all shall be annihilated, reduced to mere scorched earth. It is a last resort, employed only when absolutely necessary. The sword of Damocles, demanding a reckoning, hangs perilously above Wei Gong, yet he finds himself utterly powerless as he struggles even to move a finger. Wei Gong chuckles. Is this the price of fervor? Yet even in such peril, he maintains a demeanor of ease. Drawing a deep breath, Wei Gong summons the last of his strength to call out her name. Colin. I am here. Chapter 52. Seizing the moment. Whenever you need me, I shall surely appear. Just as she promised, as long as he calls her name, she will undoubtedly emerge to assist him. Colin, bearing a rocket launcher, resolutely positions herself to shield Wei Gong. Gazing at her reassuringly beautiful silhouette, Wei Gong smiles. This is not a smile of relief after a calamity, but rather one of pride, as if to say, "Do you see? This is my companion, beautiful, capable, and always at my beck and call. Do you have such a companion? Do you?" Target lock, bomber. Guaranteed hit capability. Activate. Kalun pulls the trigger, the rocket soaring through the air, trailing smoke towards the bomber above. Meanwhile, the bomber's pilot, observing the approaching rocket on the radar, scoffs. Have you been watching too many action films? Firing a rocket at a plane. Do you think your individual rocket can reach such heights? Clearly, this pilot remains unaware of the extraordinary capabilities within the opposing faction. To him, shooting a rocket at a plane is nothing but an absurd exaggeration from the realm of cinema, and thus he has no intention of evading. He continues manipulating the controls, preparing to drop explosives. You think you can take me down? If you manage to shoot me from the sky with a rocket, I will personally consume all 15 tons of explosives on the spot. However, the next instant, the radar's warning signal leaves him dumbfounded. Warning, warning! Unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching. 10 meters, 5 meters. What the hell? What kind of rocket can fly this high? The pilot urgently accelerates the aircraft, barely managing to brush past the rocket. That was a close call. Just as the pilot wipes the sweat from his brow and breathes a sigh of relief, a deafening explosion erupts from behind, causing the entire bomber to shake violently. The bomber's control system blares an emergency announcement. The aircraft has been hit and is about to crash. Please evacuate immediately. At this moment, the pilot's mind goes blank. He even forgets to jump, his thoughts consumed by a single phrase. What the hell? Gun fighting skills. After dispatching the aircraft, Kalun crouches down to check Wei Gong's condition. You have a more efficient means of resolving this battle. Yet you insist on risking yourself to the brink of exhaustion. Are you out of your mind? Kalen's demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Wei Gong felt that the other was not berating him, but rather expressing concern. Are you showing concern for me? Without the slightest pause, Kalen retorted, No, isn't it you who is providing me with a safety net? Regardless, I shall indulge myself to the fullest. It's all about enjoying the game. After a thorough examination, Kalen discovered that Wei Gong bore no serious injuries. At worst, he had merely overexerted himself and was now fatigued. No treatment was necessary. A brief rest on the ground would suffice. However, should he rest, it certainly wouldn't be here. Although Shaodin University had completely fallen, one could not rule out a potential second offensive from Dian. For safety's sake, Wei Gong needed to be relocated elsewhere. Kalen draped Wei Gong's left arm over her shoulder, preparing to assist him away from this place. Yet due to their height difference, Wei Gong's arm naturally hung down, resting against Kalen's chest, and he instinctively touched it. At that moment, Wei Gong furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. With a serious expression, he remarked, It shrunk. How could it have diminished so much? Kalen's expression darkened. This was the first time in her life she felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. Why had it shrunk so much? Was it not to save you, you reckless fool? Under normal circumstances, Kalen's self-healing abilities would require 1 or 2 hours to reconstruct her physique. Yet, in a bid to rescue Wei Gong before the impending aerial bombardment, she sacrificed certain less critical aspects, such as the 2 rolls of excess flesh. As they passed by Rongyue, Wei Gong noticed that she had not yet succumbed, still clinging to life. Perhaps it was due to the heavenly fire armor that had yet to be deactivated, allowing her to maintain her vitality. Kalen, stop for a moment, Wei Gong said. Kalen, having noted the barely alive Rongyue, responded, What? Do you wish to take advantage of her while she is still warm? Wei Gong stared at Kalen in disbelief. You can't be serious. Even if he were to plunge his head into a toilet, he could never have imagined that the typically aloof and earnest Kalen would utter such outrageous words. Had her character collapsed? Moreover, he detected an undertone of acidity in her statement. Unable to contain himself, Wei Gong exclaimed, What are you thinking? I intend to infect her and turn her into a zombie. He had long suspected that Rongyue was a player. If he could transform her into his subordinate, it would grant him 3 maternal-level superpowers on his side. At that point, with the 3 of us united, Who could stand against us? Wouldn't the world be ours for the taking? Oh, what sort of reaction is that? Do you perceive me as such a perverse individual? Kaylin remained silent, merely casting her gaze elsewhere, her expression suggesting she was at a loss for words. Wei Gong glanced in another direction, muttering softly, if we are to take advantage of her, it shouldn't be in this manner. Her lower half is oriented differently. Suddenly, Wei Gong stumbled as Kaylin unceremoniously tossed him onto in his fatigued state. He appeared akin to a lifeless dog sprawled atop her. What are you doing? Ouch! Wei Gong exclaimed, floundering in embarrassment that we must act quickly. She's growing cold. With great effort, Wei Gong shifted his head, managing a weak smile. Just a little assistance. I lacked the strength like a tea that moment. Kaylin felt akin to a victim of circumstance. Her partner was out pursuing other women, and not only could she not express her anger, but she also had to give him a push when he was too weak to act. What a bizarre predicament. Kaylin retrieved a dagger from her waist and, without hesitation, plunged it into Wei Gong's arm. Are you seeking revenge against me? Such a brutal strike. Kaylin's thrust was so forceful that it nearly severed Wei Gong's entire arm. It was worth noting that during his fierce struggle with Rongyue, he had never encountered such a loss of limb. No, Kaylin repositioned Wei Gong's arm near Rongyue's mouth, allowing his blood to flow into her. Just as in the previous instance with Kaylin, the near-death Rongyue required Wei Gong's vital essence to be continuously administered for her salvation. As Rongyue gradually absorbed Wei Gong's lifeblood, the system's voice echoed once more his mind. This time, Wei Gong received two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The bad news was that Rongyue was not a survivor player. She was, in fact, a legitimate NPC character. The good news, however, was that Rongyue was a hero-level unit within the NPC faction, capable of being transformed into a subordinate, with titles like high-ranking commander and savior of human civilization. Her status was vividly apparent, in comparison to other games. Rongyue was akin to the two front gate towers of a base. She represented the NPC faction safeguard. As long as she remained, Diane would not easily succumb. A genuine savior, Wei Gong suddenly understood. No wonder she had drained him dry. Rongyue was a mechanism deployed by the game to suppress player development. Her existence not only prevented maternal players from overly flourishing and expanding their powers, but also maintained order, preventing survivor players from exploiting their uniqueness to seize control of nations. Under normal circumstances, maternal players would flee upon encountering Rongyue, simply relocating to another map to continue their development. Yet Wei Gong, lacking the necessary skills, had directly dismantled the opposing gate tower. Wei Gong sneered. I've resolved the most significant dilemma of the early game. Surely the other maternal players must be grateful to me. Given Rongyue's exhibited strength, any maternal player would have no choice but to flee. It was unlikely they could withstand even the initial phase, let alone the subsequent one. The unfortunate examples of Ning City and Litai City served as the perfect illustration. With Rongyue's physical reconstruction complete, would he like to spend 200,000 points to convert her into a subordinate? Without hesitation, Wei Gong replied, yes. After conquering the Shaodin University shelter, Wei Gong found himself in possession of an additional 600,000 points. Following the deduction, the transformation commenced. Wei Gong felt not a twinge of regret spending the 200,000 points. In fact, it felt like a bargain, with the infection of Shaodin City nearing completion. Wei Gong was now set to depart this place and venture into other cities to expand his territory. Upon his departure, Kaylin, as his devoted attendant, would undoubtedly accompany him. With both of their top-tier strengths gone, who would safeguard their home? Would it be Zhang Xiaoyu? By then, he would likely have just conquered a city, only to receive news that his home had been robbed. At that moment, Rongyue's value became apparent. As a top commander, she not only possessed combat abilities rivaling Wei Gong's, but also exhibited exceptional leadership skills. With her presence, Wei Gong could proceed without concern for his rear flank. She was the perfect guardian hero. Similar to the transformation process with Kaylin, Wei Gong also gained access to Rongyue's memories. However, unlike Kaylin's legendary experiences, Wei Gong prioritized the intelligence revealed in Rongyue's memories, the organizational structure of Diane, the currently exposed leader Liang Sun, and the maternal zombies in other cities. Among these individuals, The one who piqued Wei Gong's interest the most was a bespectacled scientist who appeared utterly harmless. This scientist was named Chu Zhengqing, the individual responsible for all research related to zombies and dying thus far. The essence of zombies, the dissection of maternal zombies, and the study of their crystal cores were all conducted by Chu Zhengqing himself. What troubled Wei Gong even more was Rong Yue's assessment of this individual. Evil disguised as benevolence. If left unchecked, this person posed a danger comparable to any maternal player. Meanwhile, in Liang Sun's office in Dian, the elderly Liang Sun, hollow-eyed, stared at the ceiling, having received news of the shelter's fate, total annihilation. The loss of Rong Yue aged the 7-year-old man further. He had staked Dian's future on Rong Yue, but now he had lost that gamble. The situation in Dian would spiral out of control. Without Rong Yue's restraint, the maternal zombies in various cities would soon launch assaults on others. At that point, it would no longer be a crisis confined to a single city, but rather one threatening all of Dian. Alas, Liang Sun sighed deeply. As a leader, he could not afford to display any negative emotions at this juncture. Every word and action of his would impact the entire Dian system. So he had to compose himself. Liang Sun straightened, concealing his inner sorrow, and displayed the best spirit he could muster. "Secretary, I am here." The secretary entered, having waited patiently outside. "Convey my instructions. First, completely seal off Shaotan City. No one is to enter or exit, including survivors. Second, regularly send drones to Shaotan City to deliver relief supplies. This is the only assistance we can currently provide to the survivors there. Third, designate the area bordering Pingjiang City and Shaotan City as a military exclusion zone, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering or exiting. Fourth, dispatch a legion of troops to garrison the military-restricted zone of Pingjiang City, and remember, strictly defensive, not offensive. Without my command, not a single armored vehicle, nor even a military dog, shall cross the bridge. Fifth, redirect the main forces of the army to various disaster-stricken cities, prioritizing the suppression of other mother zombies. Sixth, accelerate the research institute's pace, striving to develop means of countering the virus as swiftly as possible. Seventh, expedite the search for survivor players and implement special management for those already found, establishing an independent system. Liang Sun's directives are crystal clear. Temporarily abandon Shaotan City and turn the focus to other vulnerable mother zombies. Before other mother zombies can pose a threat, they must be neutralized, minimizing the losses of Dian to the greatest extent possible. Enemies that even Rong Yue cannot resolve must rely on the survivor players for hope. All right, I understand. As the secretary opened the door to leave the office, she happened to see a bespectacled researcher making a knocking gesture, seemingly preparing to enter. The secretary displayed a respectful smile. Director Chu. The researcher, referred to as Director Chu, nodded with a smile as he entered the office. "Thank you for your hard work." The secretary immediately yielded her position to Chu Zhengqing. "You can talk with Minister Liang. I shall not disturb you." With that, the secretary closed the door, leaving only Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing. Upon seeing Chu Zhengqing, Liang Sun sensed that there had been progress in the research, and his mood immediately brightened. "Zhengqing, you've worked hard during this time. That is part of my duty. There is no such thing as hardship." Chu Zhengqing smiled, presenting the latest research report to Liang Sun. "This is the Institute's latest report. Please take a look." Liang Sun perused the report and was instantly elated. "Wonderful. Zhengqing, you have accomplished a great feat again." Chu Zhengqing, however, remained humble. The success of the experiment is largely due to Rong Yue's assistance. She deserves a share of the credit. Speaking of Rong Yue, a hint of sorrow flickered in Liang Sun's eyes. "Zhengqing, Rong Yue has already sacrificed herself. You must take care to ensure your safety. Dian cannot afford to lose another pillar." Chapter 54. Chu Zhengqing to the uninformed. War appears straightforward. Researchers in the rear merely need to conduct experiments and write reports. However, those on the front lines grapple with far more considerations than in reality. Despite being a researcher sheltered in the rear, Chu Zhengqing's work is fraught with danger, no less than that faced by any frontline combatant. Each of his studies involves close encounters with zombies. Every experiment is akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses, speaking bashfully. Rest assured, Liang Lao. The laboratory has comprehensive safety protocols. There will be no issues regarding safety. Liang Sun sighed deeply. That is for the best. Remember, in all matters, safety comes first. Very well. I will emphasize laboratory safety protocols to the other researchers upon my return. Indeed, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As Chu Zhengqing turned to exit, he suddenly halted as his hand reached for the doorknob. Without turning back, he addressed Liang Sun. By the way, before I came, Elder Qin asked me to convey a message to you. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. What message? Could that old fool not say it himself? Chu Zhengqing cleared his throat, seemingly mimicking the elder's tone. Old coward. You are far too fussy about trivial matters. If it were me, I would have resolved it with a nuclear bomb by now. Upon hearing this, Liang Sun's temper flared, and he slammed his fist onto the table with such force that even the teacup atop it jumped. Nonsense. Witnessing Liang Sun's outburst, Chu Zhengqing quickly clarified. Liang Lao. Do not be angry. That was not my remark, but Elder Qin's. As Chu Zhengqing opened the door, a gust of wind swept through, tousling his bangs. Had Liang Sun been more observant at that moment, he would have noticed a surgical scar on Chu Zhengqing's forehead, recently stitched, indicating a procedure that had just concluded. With even greater scrutiny, Liang Sun might have discerned that Chu Zhengqing's right eye was concealed behind a contact lens, while beneath it lay a crimson eye, reminiscent of a mother zombie. Alas, Liang Sun's emotional state today prevented him from noticing these details. Director Chu has returned, but he has returned. Director Chu, I will go to the tea room to brew some tea. Would you like me to bring you coffee? Yes, please. Remember, 3 spoons of sugar. Upon returning to the Research Institute, everyone who saw Chu Zhengqing greeted him enthusiastically, and he reciprocated each encounter. It was evident that Chu Zhengqing, as the director of the Research Institute, was very approachable, with no barriers between superiors and subordinates. No, don't run. Don't run around in the Research Institute. You can't catch me. As Chu Zhengqing walked, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, was running about the corridor with a lollipop, accidentally colliding with him. Ouch! The collision caused the little girl to fall onto the ground, and her lollipop tumbled from her hand. My lollipop. Hearing his daughter cry, the little girl's father rushed over. Director Chu, upon realizing that his daughter had bumped into Chu Zhengqing, the father's expression changed dramatically. Chu Zhengqing ignored the father's concern and knelt down, gently patting the little girl's head. I'm sorry. Big brother was watching where he was going and knocked your lollipop down. He then reached in his pocket and pulled out 1 red and 1 blue candy. Let me replace it. Would you prefer the red one or the blue one? Director, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Just as the little girl's father was about to protest, he was silenced by Chu Zhengqing's glare. This is a matter for children. Adults should refrain from interfering. The little girl, gazing at the candies in Chu Zhengqing's palm, appeared torn, for both looked quite delectable. Big brother, I don't know which one is tastier. Could you help me choose? I can only offer you a choice, but I cannot decide for you. Chu Zhengqing shook his head, just as you will face countless choices in life. Ultimately, the one who must bear the consequences of those choices is you. The little girl, somewhat understanding, nodded. All right then. After looking back and forth, she finally chose the red candy. I choose this one up very well. Chu Zhengqing thoughtfully unwrapped the candy and fed it to the little girl. Her eyes lit up. It's strawberry flavored. It's so delicious. Isn't it delightful? I also love strawberry flavor. Chu Zhengqing unwrapped the other candy and popped it in his mouth. Blueberry flavor. Quite nice as well. The little girl's father looked on helplessly. Director Chu, don't you worry about your blood sugar levels with all that sugar intake. Chu Zhengqing was a fervent lover of sweets. Not only did he add 3 spoons of sugar to his coffee, but his pockets were also filled with candies that a day without sweets left him feeling utterly miserable. With a mischievous grin, Chu Zhengqing remarked, I haven't yet pursued the matter of you bringing a child into the Research Institute, and yet you seek to pick a fight with me first? No. I acknowledge my mistake. I realize my error. Today, Liang Lao just emphasized the safety protocols of the Research Institute to me. You know well what we've been dealing with lately. The little girl's father scratched his head in distress. Director Chu, you are aware of my situation. It's time to reconcile with your wife. As Chu Zhengqing passed by the little girl's father, he patted him on the shoulder. The apocalypse may truly be upon us. Before the sun sets, it is best to be by the side of those you cherish most, lest you leave regrets in life. The little girl's father seemed to have resolved himself. All right, I will seek to remarry my wife tomorrow. Chu Zhengqing beamed with the smile of a good neighbor. I'll grant you a 2-day leave, 1 day for remarriage, and 1 day for a honeymoon, so you can spend quality time with your child. Thank you, Director. I love you. Don't love me. My sexual orientation is normal. After bidding farewell to the little girl and her father, Chu Zhengqing entered the innermost laboratory of the research institute. This laboratory was guarded by numerous fully armed soldiers. Additionally, there were several individuals dressed distinctly from the rest. Indeed, these particularly prominent individuals were the survivor players that Diane had located. Director Chu, unlike the researchers, these survivor players held Chu Zhengqing in exceptional esteem, even harboring a degree of reverence. Chu Zhengqing warmly greeted them. Thank you for your hard work. He walked to the end of the laboratory, where an enormous floor-to-ceiling glass panel stood. Before the glass, an imposing elder with a dignified demeanor awaited him. Director Chu, you are late. My apologies, Elder Qin. I was delayed by matters on the way. This formidable elder was another high-ranking official of Dian, of the same rank as Liang's son. General Qin. General Qin did not press the issue further, but rather gazed toward the cell behind the glass. How is the experiment with the Mother Zombie progressing? Behind the glass lay a creature that still vaguely resembled a human. Its skin had been flayed, its abdomen opened, and its innards were fully exposed to the air. More horrifyingly, the creature's skull had been removed. Its brain laid bare for all to see. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It will soon be completed." Chapter 55, Sin and Promise, Traitor and Savior. As Wei Gong perused Rong Yu's memories. The latter's transformation process also reached its conclusion. Am I not dead yet? Rong Yu opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, filled with bewilderment. Not dead. I've been saved, upon hearing the voice. Rong Yu turned her head only to see Kalen's gun barrel pressed against her temple. After the transformation, Wei Gong would conduct a loyalty test on his subordinates. Kalen was no exception, and naturally, neither could Rong Yu be overlooked. Not only was Wei Gong unscathed, but even the playground of Shaodin University remained intact, indicating that the Scorched Earth plan had evidently failed. Rong Yu sighed helplessly. Did we fail? It carried a poignant sense of futility, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. She looked at Wei Gong. You resurrected me, intending for me to serve you. Is that it? Under normal circumstances, Rong Yu would have immediately attacked Wei Gong, yet she refrained that a command existed in her mind forbidding her from betraying Wei Gong. As long as this command remained, Rong Yu could harbor no malice toward Wei Gong, let alone initiate an attack against him. It was evident, was it not? Rong Yu scoffed coldly. I am the guardian of Dian. Do you think it possible for me to harm Dian at your behest? Rong Yu's reaction was entirely consistent with her character, and it was within Wei Gong's expectations. She would not resist him, remaining absolutely loyal, but she could engage in passive resistance, which was precisely what Wei Gong wished to avoid. Wei Gong shifted to a more comfortable position, facing Rong Yu. You are aware of my identity, are you not? Rong Yu paused, her expression turning exceedingly serious, if her previous thoughts had been mere speculation. After engaging with Wei Gong, she had definitively concluded that he and his ilk were extraterrestrial beings, and that behind this catastrophe lay higher-dimensional deities. What do you wish to convey? This world, this disaster, appears to me as nothing more than a string of code, a mere game. Wei Gong unreservedly elucidated this death game to Rong Yu, revealing the truth of this world to her. Upon learning all this, instead of crumbling under the collapse of her worldview, Rong Yu exhibited a profound anger. What nonsense! We are living beings. We possess emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. We have family we care about. Why should we become toys for others to manipulate? Anger is warranted, indeed. Code? Game? They would never concede to that. They are living beings, and this world is their home. If being enslaved, becoming mere playthings at the mercy of others is their fate, then they shall never accept such a disgraceful destiny. Anger is justified, but your ire should not be directed at me. It should be aimed at the entity above me. Wei Gong pointed to the sky. I am, at most, a mere worker. The boss commands me to destroy the world, and I can only comply. Otherwise, I am the one who perishes. This is akin to the predatory relationships found in nature. You are the harmless sheep of the prairie, while I am the great wolf. And the deity above me embodies the cruel laws of nature. Avoid starvation. To survive, I must consume you little sheep. This is sophistry. Rongyu glared at Wei Gong in fury. Initiating war is an evil act. To live, you indiscriminately take the lives of others and destroy their homes. That is wickedness. In the face of Rongyu's accusations, Wei Gong remained remarkably calm. I do not seek to absolve myself. I admit that I am evil, an irredeemable villain. Once war is declared, once harm is inflicted upon others, no matter the reasoning, it is evil. However, Wei Gong paused, speaking sternly. This world, to me, is merely a string of code. This disaster is nothing but a game. Regardless of how real this world may seem, and how lifelike the NPCs appear, to Wei Gong, it ultimately remains a game, a fleeting dream that I end this dream, in this game. No matter how many lives Wei Gong takes, he feels no guilt, for this is merely a game. Rongyu fell silent. The assertion that waging war is evil and invading others' homes is demonic is an indisputable fact. Yet the truth that they're merely a game is equally undeniable. Ultimately, the fate of this world holds no consequence for Wei Gong and his extraterrestrial I in the end. It is the world and its native inhabitants who will suffer. Yet, this is merely a game. Fundamentally, this world is but a string of code. Wei Gong raised 3 fingers. This is the 3rd time I have emphasized this matter. What exactly are you trying to convey? As long as it is a game, it can be saved, it can be reverted. Wei Gong extended his hand toward Rongyu. I can offer you a promise. If you assist me in winning this game, I will find a way to revert it to a time before the disaster ever occurred. Why should I trust you? It is not a matter of why you should trust me, but rather that you have no choice but to trust me. The survival of the game world means little to Wei Gong. However, in pursuit of a loyal subordinate, he does not mind making this promise. The disaster has occurred. Countless people have been displaced. This is a fact. She cannot overpower Wei Gong. She is powerless to halt this catastrophe. This is also a fact. And from the current perspective, Wei Gong is indeed a formidable contender for the title of ultimate victor in this game. This promise appears to be a transaction for Wei Gong to enlist her service. Yet in truth, it is a benevolence extended from a superior. If she wishes to save this world, Rongyu has no other choice. Creak. Rongyu clenched her silver teeth, producing a grinding sound. This decision is excruciatingly painful, akin to being dragged into a suffocating abyss by a colossal whirlpool. Rongyu extended her hand, but halfway there, she halted. Should she agree to Wei Gong, she would bear the infamy of a traitor. For to save the world, she must first assist Wei Gong in its destruction, even if she succeeded in the end. Should Wei Gong revert the entire world, no one would remember her contributions to I end this world. Only the traitor Rongyu would exist, while the hero Rongyu would be nowhere to be found. Rongyu continued to bite down hard, until blood seeped from her gums due to the excessive pressure. Bang! Rongyu struck her chest with a heavy fist, the force sufficient to injure her own internal organs. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, symbolizing her resolve that I stake my honor and the future of this world on you. I believe in you. Rongyu firmly grasped Wei Gong's hand. For the sake of saving this world, what does it matter if she allies with a demon? For the sake of saving this world, what does it matter if she becomes an unrecognized sinner? P.S. I pondered this chapter for a long time, as I could not escape the essence of the protagonist being an evil villain engaged in heinous acts that I considered erasing memories outright or establishing a direct means to compel Rongyu's submission. Yet it felt unsatisfactory, as it would undermine the character's worth. After much contemplation, I crafted this outcome, which I find relatively satisfactory. Finally, I declare, invasion is evil. Any war that destroys others' homes is wicked. Stacking armor, stacking armor. Chapter 56, Cough, Go Ahead and Kill Me. Wei Gong was quite pleased with this outcome. Excellent, a delightful collaboration. Following this round of negotiations, Rongyu yearned more than anyone for Wei Gong to triumph. For only in that scenario could she salvage this ravaged world. Subsequently, Wei Gong opened Rongyu's zombie panel. Subordinate Rongyu. Level 5 Zombie. Master, Wei Gong. Destructive power, purely physical strength A. Defensive power, purely physical defense A. Vitality, regeneration speed after injury, agility. Purely physical mobility, intelligence. Independent thinking ability, special ability. Purgatory armor. Purgatory armor, a great equipment, the fallen form of the heavenly fire armor. Upon utilizing the purgatory armor, the user's attributes will be elevated to S grade, and they will gain the special ability of high temperature flames. Purgatory core. The purgatory core operates in overload, boosting all attributes to SS grade. Due to the user's fall, they can activate the overload state without concern. Thus, using this state will incur no side effects. The duration extends from 3 minutes to 1 hour, and the cooldown period is reduced from 30 days to 7 days. After reviewing Rongyu's panel, Wei Gong could only slowly express a rating of 6. The phrase blackened triples, washed white weakens by 7 parts now seemed entirely accurate. The thought alone of activating the overload state without hesitation sent shivers down one's spine. As for the attributes of the purgatory armor, even the invincible war god hunter would have to concede. You are indeed the most formidable stat monster in this version. Aside from direct attacks that deal real damage, such as Space Slash, there are hardly any assaults capable of threatening Rongyu in her overloaded state. Wei Gong's expression turned serious as he addressed Rongyu. Rongyu, I am assigning you your first task. What task? Rongyu is the type to take her work seriously. Having decided to follow Wei Gong, she immediately entered a state of readiness that, I need you to. Rongyu was taken aback. What sort of task was this? Rongyu could not help but reminisce about the comics that Luowan had once shared with her. Those vividly colored, yellow-toned illustrations that in these comics, the villains, upon capturing the female knight, would coerce her into performing some deeply humiliating acts. At this juncture, the female knight would typically struggle in vain, and after her futile resistance, she would utter that classic line, "Go on, just kill me." Following this declaration, a series of scenes would unfold, accessible only through a paywall, and if one were to insist, Rongyu's appearance indeed resonated with the archetype of the female knight from those comics. Her long, golden hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing in the night breeze, complementing her ethereal beauty and the strikingly cold elegance of her visage, which exuded a refined and resplendent aura akin to that of a Valkyrie from mythological lore. Despite her slender frame, the exposed areas of her porcelain skin revealed the taut, graceful muscle lines beneath, illuminated by the moonlight, showcasing a perfect yet formidable body curve. Below her delicate waist and ample hips were legs so long and fair that they would incite envy in any woman. It is no exaggeration to say that I could admire these legs for an entire year. With her breathtaking looks, alluring physique, and the predicament of having to capitulate to her foes after defeat, she embodied the quintessential go-kill scenario in its most classic form. Is this really happening here? Rongyu's face flushed crimson. Though she commanded battles with an air of authority, resembling a battlefield Valkyrie, in truth, she was nearing 30, having remained single her entire life, never having so much as held a man's hand. One would assume that a woman as perfect as Rongyu would have numerous admirers. Yet, her formidable presence was so intimidating that men often fled at the mere sight of her. Women exist on 3 levels: girls, female PhDs, and female Saint Seiya's. While a female PhD is already a paragon among women, Rongyu surpassed even that, embodying the terrifying essence of a female Saint Seiya. To tame such a powerhouse, it would take nothing less than a golden Saint Seiya. Ask Rongyu to engage in such acts in public was akin to requesting a swift completion of a grueling trial. However, when it came to Wei Gong, his words held a profound psychological sway over her. She could only comply with his request. It's just Zhu's task. Rongyu had steeled herself, reaching towards her garment's hem, only to hear Wei Gong finish his sentence. I want your transformation device. Lend it to me for a moment. Wei Gong extended his hands towards Rongyu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Truth be told, He had long coveted her transformation device. After a moment of silence, Rong Yue finally typed out 3 question marks. The moment I type a single question mark, it indicates I have doubts, but when I type 3, it signifies you have problems. As Rong Yue stood there, dumbfounded, Kalen, who had remained quietly by Wei Gong's side, could not suppress a chuckle. Kalen, a trained professional, would never laugh unless absolutely necessary, but this was simply too amusing. Wei Gong rubbed his hands together eagerly, exclaiming, "This is the master's command. You cannot defy it. Hurry, lend it to me." In an instant, Rong Yue's face turned a deep shade of red, steam almost visibly rising from her crown. "Warning! Warning! Red alert! Red alert!" Rong Yue glared at Wei Gong with a mixture of anger, shame, and regret. "What do you mean? Is my allure not worth more than a mere metallic shell?" Rong Yue shouted indignantly, "Impossible! There is no way I would ever agree to such a thing." Wei Gong sulked, pouting in discontent. "If you want tea, lend it to me, then just say so. Why shout so loudly? How petty!" Rong Yue's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. "The hell armor is bound to me. It cannot be lent out. So, it's a bound equipment," Wei Gong mused, stroking his chin. "Since I can't transform, can you perform that move once more?" "Which one?" That one. That one." Wei Gong gestured animatedly, striking a dramatic pose. "I shall burn the heavens." Rong Yue glanced at Wei Gong, then at Kalen, her expression seemingly asking, "Has he always been this ridiculous?" Kalen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is a rare gem." Rong Yue silently clenched her fists. "I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to smash this guy's head." Kalen nodded again. "Same here." Under the relentless urging of Wei Gong, Rong Yue had no choice but to transform on the spot. "I shall burn the heavens." For reasons unknown, while reciting these lines during combat ignited her passion. Saying them now made her feel as if she were about to implode from embarrassment. Chapter 57. I believe in the power of bonds. The fervent flames ignited once more, though this time they burned a dark hue, and Rong Yue's armor shifted from pure silver to ominous black and red. If the previous heavenly fire armor symbolized the judgment and justice of a celestial knight, then the current hell armor drew from the depths of the underworld, as if destined to bring ruin to this land. Wei Gong immediately gave a thumbs up. Cool. While the silver-clad celestial knight was undeniably striking. The red and black demonic aesthetic was far more appealing to a youthful, rebellious spirit. "Can I touch it?" Before Rong Yue could respond, Wei Gong eagerly reached out. The metallic texture was simply exquisite, and the lines, truly a perfect embodiment of violent aesthetics. Watching Wei Gong explore her armor, Rong Yue began to question her choices. Why did I impulsively gamble the future of the world on this guy? Just then, Kalen's radio crackled to life. A message from Zhang Xiaoyu. "Master. Don't touch that. We prepared a special gift for you." Wei Gong's interest peaked. "Oh, more surprises? You're sure to like it." However, upon arriving at Zhang Xiaoyu and Chengmeng's location, Wei Gong fell silent. Before him hung a naked girl, bound and suspended from the rafters, comically resembling a giant crab. Wei Gong pointed at Luoan, addressing Zhang Xiaoyu and Chengmeng. "Is this your idea of testing my skills? What kind of candidate can withstand such a trial?" Wei Gong had assumed they had procured something impressive, only to find it was a woman, without clothes, no less. What a letdown. Zhang Xiaoyu and Chengmeng exchanged wary glances, cautiously inquiring, "Master, you don't find this appealing?" Wei Gong stared at Luoan, perplexed. "This girl is as appealing as a block of sandpaper. Who would be interested?" Luoan, wide-eyed in disbelief, erupted. "A soldier could be slain, but not insulted." If anyone were to claim Luoan lacked skill, she would simply smile. However, if one were to call her small, she would surely engage in a drawn-out battle. Wei Gong, unimpressed, turned away and waved at Kalen. "Kalen, turn her into a zombie Wei Gong." Luoan was merely an inconsequential pawn, unworthy of his direct involvement. Understood. Just as Kalen was about to act, Luoan suddenly noticed Rong Yue, who had been keeping her head down. Rong Yue, having previously focused solely on Wei Gong, Luoan now realized her superior stood directly behind the enemy. Rong Yue kept her gaze lowered, silent. She was a traitor, unable to face her once dearest friend. "You wretched monsters. Is murder not sufficient? Do you also wish to desecrate the corpses of the slain? In Luowan's memory, Rong Yue was the type who would rather die standing than live kneeling. For Rong Yue to be here, it must mean these beasts had taken control of her body. It had to be that way. Desecrating corpses? Don't you find it absurd to use that phrase against a group of zombies? Wei Gong shot Luowan a sidelong glance. Moreover, that one chose to follow me of her own volition that moment. It felt as though the sky had fallen for Luowan. Is that true? Luowan could face death with composure, but she could not accept what lay before her eyes. Are you deaf or mute? Answer me, Rongya. Luowan roared in rage, nearly spitting in Wei Gong's face. Wei Gong glanced at Rongyue. Care to explain? No need. Rongyue shook her head, prepared to bear the burden alone, unwilling to drag Luowan into the fray. But if she were to learn the truth, she would undoubtedly seek to follow her in betrayal. One traitor scorned by the world was sufficient. There was no need for another. Rongyue, I'm on the brink of death. Can't you let me die with clarity? I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Gradually, Luowan's furious cries transformed into desperate pleas. You should quiet down. Just as Kalen prepared to execute Luowan, Rongyue grasped Kalen's hand. Master, could you grant me a moment? Ultimately, Rongyue could not withstand her friend's entreaties. Her heart softening. Fine. Wei Gong waved his hand and plopped down onto the sofa, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed an old comic book that IT mattered little. After all, he had ample time on his hands and was not averse to indulging in some amusement. I betrayed Rongyu, revealing everything she had experienced to Luowan, including the climactic confrontation with Wei Gong, the deal struck with him, and her ultimate decision. Luowan fell into silence, rather than directing her ire at Rongyu. She turned to Wei Gong and shouted passionately, I implore you, let me become your subordinate as well. I am capable of anything. Rongyu was momentarily taken aback. No, she preferred that her dear friend perish as a hero rather than be scorned as a traitor. Luowan shot Rongyu a fierce glance. Do not overthink it. I merely fear death. Was it truly fear of death? Both Rongyu and Luowan were acutely aware of the answer. Wei Gong slightly raised his head and glanced over. To be my subordinate? Do you believe yourself worthy? I am the foremost hacker. If I set my mind to it, there is no firewall I cannot breach. Observing Luowan's fervent self-introduction, one might mistake it for a job interview. Wei Gong tossed the comic book aside and crossed his legs. No, you are still insufficient. The IT was not that Wei Gong held a bias against Luowan. Rather, the system had informed him. Rongyu was able to be infected and become a subordinate due to her unique status as the savior. Her soul's strength far exceeded that of other natives, granting her sufficient qualifications for the transformation. Luowan, on the other hand, was on par with Zheng Xiaoyu in terms of soul caliber. Despite Zheng Xiaoyu's subservience to Wei Gong, should she become infected with the zombie virus, she would ultimately devolve into a mindless fool. I beg you, allow me to become your subordinate. I can do anything. In her determination to accompany her dear friend, Luowan was fully committed. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Wei Gong revealed a cunning smile. Do you truly believe you can do anything? His smile sent a shiver down Luowan's spine, an ominous premonition swelling within her. Perhaps yes. That is your claim. So do not regret it. Wei Gong then produced a gooey, unidentifiable substance from seemingly nowhere, the tendrils within writhing ominously. Consume this, and you shall qualify to become my subordinate. What is this? You cannot possibly intend to feed me excrement. No, this is far more repulsive. The parasitic mother nest was the reward Wei Gong received after vanquishing Rongyu. This entity lacked independent power and could only exert its full capabilities once it had successfully parasitized the host. However, the conditions for parasitism were stringent. The host needed an intense will to survive. Should the host lose their resolve during the process, the parasitic mother would lose its efficacy and become a mindless fool. Just like the host at present, Luowan appeared to be the ideal candidate due to the unbreakable bond she shared with Rongyu. Although Wei Gong was a mother zombie, he believed in the power of human connections. As long as he invoked the notion of friendship, Luowan would surely muster her formidable will to endure to this end. He orchestrated this scene to maximize the stimulation of their bond. Chapter 58. Recognizing reality be good. Consume it, and power shall surge forth. Wei Gong maintained a gentle smile as he approached Luo Wan step by step. With every step he took, the viscous substance from the parasitic mother dripped from his hands, pooling into a foul-smelling stain on the floor. "Do not come any closer." The more tender Wei Gong's smile became, the greater Luo Wan's terror grew. It was a smile reminiscent of a demon. Luo Wan struggled desperately, attempting to flee, but Cheng Meng's binding skills were far too adept. And no matter how she fought, the ropes showed no signs of loosening, and after a flurry of futile efforts, Luo Wan found her strength waning. "Master, grant Luo Wan a swift end." This was the first time Rongyu referred to Wei Gong as her master. Wei Gong did not halt his advance. Instead, he continued toward Luo Wan, willing to do anything. "This is what you claimed. I have not coerced you." Luo Wan cast a glance at Rongyu, as if making an enormous decision. "Come now. It is merely a lump of filth. Watch me consume it." Wei Gong was momentarily taken aback, then displayed an approving smile. "Impressive." With a resounding clap, Wei Gong forcefully shoved the entire mass of the parasitic mother into Luo Wan's mouth. Luo Wan closed her eyes, abandoning rational thought, and swallowed the parasitic mother whole. Surprisingly, the anticipated sensation of nausea did not materialize. The texture was smooth and tender. Ignoring the repulsive exterior, the taste was unexpectedly pleasant, akin to consuming a large piece of jellied as for the foul odor of the parasitic mother. Luo Wan had often indulged in stinky tofu and durian, and the smell was not vastly different. However, just as Luo Wan was about to express her triumphant sentiment, an excruciating pain radiated throughout her body. It felt as though she were being torn apart. In an instant, her screams echoed throughout the room. Luo Wan's back was ripped open, flesh churning as vile. Corrupt tendrils writhed out from within. In mere minutes, her body expanded several dozen times due to the terrifying tendrils. Her petite frame Rongyu hung her head low. Although it was Luowan's own choice, one must acknowledge that she embarked on this irreversible path solely to accompany her. Should Luowan ultimately perish, she would bear yet another burden of sin upon her shoulders. Is this the punishment that a traitor deserves? Meanwhile, at the bottom of a deep pit, ensnared by countless tendrils in a realm of perpetual darkness, Luowan weakly shifted her head. Merely moving it a centimeter had already exhausted the remnants of her strength. It no longer hurt, not in the slightest. Why was there no pain? Because every part of Luowan's body below her neck had been ground into a pulp, her bones shattered into fragments. So sleepy, so desperately longing for slumber, an unending wave of drowsiness surged over her, threatening to engulf Luowan's fragile vessel. "Rongyu, I am truly exhausted. Please, allow me to drift into sleep. Good night." Chapter 59. The Zombie Armory. Sleep? How could you possibly sleep? At your age, how could you find rest? Just as Luowan was about to close her eyes, a thunderous inquiry jolted her slumbering spirit awake, rendering her gaze crystal clear with shock. What person? Luowan suddenly awoke, akin to a university student who had missed an early morning class, frantically searching for her alarm clock. Then, she beheld an individual clad entirely in black and white, feasting upon a corpse. Cautiously, Luowan approached this figure, stealing a glance. What she witnessed next was utterly honed. Neither the dead nor the zombies will suffice. It must be uninfected living individuals. According to Luo Wan's preliminary estimation, the parasitic mother nest requires the consumption of at least 10,000 living souls. A considerable figure for Wei Gong that he could easily slay or infect tens of thousands. Yet the task of abducting 10,000 living people proves to be rather troublesome. After all, at his current strength, it is likely that ordinary individuals would succumb before he even exerted himself. Furthermore, the parasitic mother nest operates as a stationary unit, rather than a mobile one, rendering it immobile, even with the use of tentacles. The attack range of the parasitic mother nest barely encompasses half of Shaodan City. Completely failing to reach Pingjiang City, he had contemplated the idea of placing the parasitic mother nest into the mirror world and then airdropping it into Pingjiang City. However, he soon discovered that the mother nest was far too large. Even with the application of the mirror flower water moon technique, Wei Gong could not fit it into the mirror world. Wei Gong also considered abandoning the parasitic mother nest altogether. Given his current strength, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he is the most powerful being in this world. Yet the dilemma lies in his ultimate goal of infecting the entire world. Relying solely on his own strength would result in an exceedingly slow pace. Thus, Wei Gong needs to regroup his forces. Moreover, he also contemplated another issue. The survivor players. The mother body players enhance their strength by infecting humans, while the survivor players undoubtedly elevate their abilities by slaying zombies, with the weakness of these zombies. Even NPCs could easily trample them, that if they were to encounter survivor players one day, these zombies would cease to be mere punching bags and instead become experience packs, treating his subordinates as experience packs for the heroes. Only for those heroes to turn around and slay the Demon King. Such a foolish narrative must not befall him. To avert such a scenario, Wei Gong has already commanded his subordinates to hunt for survivors. However, 3 days have passed, and they have only managed to locate a few hundred individuals, which falls woefully short of the parasitic mother nest's appetite. Left with no choice, Wei Gong has set his sights on Pingjiang City across the river. Very well, let us venture across the river and take a look at there's something wrong with your prostate, frequent urges, and incomplete voiding. Why does it take so long to relieve oneself? Don't rush me. I'm washing my hands. At the sink, a soldier was adjusting his hair in front of the mirror. How did my hair grow so long without me noticing? Suddenly, a ghastly, pale hand reached out from the mirror and yanked the soldier into it. The soldier, having fallen to the ground, looked up in confusion and saw a black-haired man gazing down at him with indifference. "Who are you?" In that instant, as he recognized the face, the man's pupils dilated sharply. Terror overtaking his expression, he remembered this face. It was at the top of the Great Yan's wanted list, the most dangerous evil entity, the mother body zombie of Shaodan City. "You recognize me? It seems my caution was well-founded." Wei Gong's finger pierced the soldier's throat, infecting him and turning him into a zombie. This time, Wei Gong had come to collect intelligence, not to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, so he needed to maintain a low profile and adopt some disguises. Nose a bit flatter, face a tad longer, and the forehead could stand to be a bit wider. As Wei Gong's mother body level increased, his control over his form became increasingly adept. Shape-shifting and disguise had become mere trifles. Before long, Wei Gong's bones and muscles began to morph, gradually resembling the soldier lying on the ground. Stripping the soldier of his uniform, he donned it seamlessly, appearing as the soldier himself. Wei Gong glanced at the soldier's identification. "All right. From this moment on, I am Luo Mingchen." Just as Wei Gong exited the mirror world, he encountered an impatient soldier entering the restroom. "Luo Mingchen, have you fallen into a pit? Why so slow?" Wei Gong rubbed his belly and offered a sheepish smile. "Isn't it because of a stomach ache? I just had a big one." The soldier furrowed his brow. "Luo Mingchen, why does your voice sound a bit different?" "Cough, cough. I've been having some heat lately. My throat is a bit inflamed." The soldier thought nothing of it, as the other's appearance indeed matched Luo Mingchen's. A voice difference could easily be attributed to overreading. "Come on, it's time to patrol." Wei Gong followed the soldier out of the restroom and commenced the patrol mission. Along the way, he observed countless soldiers, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters, transforming the place into a heavily fortified military base. Suddenly, Wei Gong spotted 2 individuals in casual attire approaching. "How annoying! Why do they have to send us here to stand guard?" One remarked. You dare refuse the task assigned by Chu Siyuan?" Scoffed the other. After nearly an hour of patrolling the military base, where everyone else wore uniforms, these 2 were starkly out of place in their casual clothing. Moreover, they seemed particularly lax, standing out in a disciplined military environment. It appeared they had mentioned Chu Siyuan. I recall that fellow named Chu Zhongqing in Rong Yu's memory also wore glasses. What a coincidence. After the 2 in casual attire departed, Wei Gong nudged the soldier beside him. "Aren't those 2 supposed to be apprehended by the inspection team for not wearing uniforms?" The soldier glanced at the duo and whispered, "You don't know? They aren't soldiers. They're special personnel sent from above." Wei Gong feigned surprise. "Special personnel? Whose child are they? Why such an air?" The soldier cautiously surveyed the surroundings, leaning closer to Wei Gong to whisper, "Indeed, these folks live differently than us. We sleep in the barracks, but they reside in villas. Wow. Is there no justice left in this world?" Wei Gong's eyes widened. "Do you know where their villa is?" The soldier scrutinized Wei Gong warily. What are you planning? Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to throw excrement at their window. Let them know what it means to be of noble birth. Chapter 61. The Night Stalker. Point 17 cards. Can you eliminate me? Can you truly annihilate me? If you can take me out with 17 cards today, I will eat this table right here. Go ahead, you little glutton. Dig in. Damn it, I need to pour Annie a cup of cappuccino. Despite it being 2:30 in the morning, the game room in the villa remained brightly lit. Why am I losing again? I've lost 20 times in a row. They can't be teaming up to cheat, can they? Lu Jinghao, with his dyed yellow hair, stepped out of the game room, shutting the door behind him, feeling dejected as he lit a cigarette. I'll grab a bottle of beer from the fridge to quench my thirst. As Lu Jinghao took a step forward, he noticed a red eye glowing in the darkness, standing silently in the shadowy corridor. Watching him intently. Just as quickly, the eye vanished. What is going on? I haven't been drinking much lately. Why am I seeing things? However, in the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Where did the sound go? Lu Jinghao hurriedly turned around and pushed open the door to the game room. The room was empty, with only the lights flickering sporadically. Where did everyone go? No, it's not everyone who is missing. It's me. It seems your reflexes aren't beyond redemption, yet that a black-haired man approached slowly, his crimson eyes particularly striking in the darkness. The mother body. Realizing the situation, Lu Jinghao activated his ability. The hair on his skin began to grow wildly. Standing erect, like a porcupine covered in spikes, so slow. Before Lu Jinghao could complete his transformation, Wei Gong struck first, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. The force was such that it not only shattered the spikes on Lu Jinghao's face, but also bent his nose out of shape. Ah! Lu Jinghao screamed in agony. The spikes were merely his hair, yet the pain from Wei Gong's punch felt akin to having half his hair forcibly ripped out. You truly disappoint me. Wei Gong had taken precautions before entering the villa. Fearing that a skilled player like Cao Wan might be among the survivors to his surprise, he found these individuals to be utterly incompetent and lacking any vigilance. That it was imperative to note that the enemies across the bridge were not only numerous, but also vastly superior in strength. In an environment where the enemy could strike at any moment, they had not only failed to prepare, but had also indulged in card games and pleasure. Hey, yellow hair, don't underestimate me. Wei Gong delivered another kick to Lu Jinghao's chest. The force was just enough to incapacitate him without delivering a fatal blow. Useless. Wei Gong's decision to spare them was not due to any admiration for their abilities, but rather an interest in their nutritional value. Luo Wan had mentioned that survivor players possessed 10 times the nourishment of ordinary individuals. Such high-quality sustenance would be essential for him to bring back for his child. Suddenly, the wall behind Lu Jinghao came to life, resembling a slime, and consumed him whole. Next, who is it going to be? In the game room, a middle-aged man named Li Bei lit a cigarette. Why hasn't Lu Jinghao returned yet? The little glutton must be off searching for food at the table. The young woman, Tingyin, just over 20, stood before the mirror, lamenting, "Oh dear, I've been burning the midnight oil too much lately, and now I've broken out in acne. I'll just step outside for a moment." Li Bei sensed something amiss and rose to head towards the game room door. "Shall I bring you something to drink?" However, as he opened the door, he froze in place. Tingyin, turning back, he realized he was the only one left in the entire game room. Unease washed over him, and just as he opened his mouth to scream, a pale hand clamped over his mouth. The man with black hair and crimson eyes had appeared before him, one hand covering his mouth while the other raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo, it's late. Disturbing other slumber is quite uncivilized." Li Bei felt an irresistible force emanating from the man's eyes, as if 1,000 hands were attempting to pull him into another dimension. The night had fallen. It was time to quietly vanish. The game room lay deserted, save for the cigarette, but smoldering quietly on the floor. Li Bei. Li Bei. Before Li Bei could comprehend the bizarre turn of events, he heard his companion's voice. He turned to see Tingyin tugging at his clothes. "Tingyin, didn't you disappear?" She pointed anxiously in a direction. "Never mind about that. Look over there." Following her gaze, Li Bei spotted Lu Jinghao. But he was deeply unconscious, his entire body seemingly fused with the wall, leaving only his face visible. "Uncle Li, what should we do?" He Tingyan looked at Li Bei with worry, as the eldest in their small team. Li Bei often inquired after the well-being of the younger members, so they relied heavily on him. Don't panic. Let's see if we can rescue Lu Zhenghao from the wall, but there's no need for your assistance. You'll soon join him behind the wall. The glass on the table rippled as Wei Gong stepped through the passageway back into the mirrored realm. Upon seeing Wei Gong, Li Bei wasted no time and activated his ability. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a dense cloud of white smoke that enveloped the entire game room. This was Li Bei's power. He could expel various types of smoke, each with distinct effects. The white smoke not only obscured vision, but also slowed the movements of enemies within it. Well, your performance is slightly better than that yellow-haired fellow, despite being engulfed in the impenetrable white smoke. Wei Gong remained unfazed. 3 razor-like gusts of air sliced through the smoke, targeting Wei Gong's vital points. This was Tingyan's ability. She could manipulate air currents within a limited range. Yet such a minor disturbance posed no threat to Wei Gong, who effortlessly crushed the 3 blades with his bare hands. First, you obscure my vision with smoke, then you attack me with silent, invisible blades. Quite the clever combination. After a brief pause, he glanced in a direction. But that's all there is to it. With a sudden surge of power, Wei Gong shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Got you. Ignoring the smoke's obstruction, he seized Li Bei's head and slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. Bang! Uncle Li, don't mind me. Li Bei gritted his teeth against the pain and dizziness, taking a deep breath before spewing a torrent of black smoke towards Wei Gong. This was the second type of smoke he could produce, sooty smoke. Laden with toxic carbon monoxide and unburned coal particles, the torment inflicted upon you is undoubtedly futile. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Bring his comrades forth. Uncle Li, soon, He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong were unceremoniously tossed before Li Bei by the pursuers. It was evident that you portrayed the role of a dependable father figure within your team, earning the unwavering trust of your companions. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, a chill gripped Li Bei's heart. Panic-stricken, he bellowed. What do you intend to do? I demand to know your intentions. Since you steadfastly refuse to speak, I shall resort to torturing your comrades instead. Wei Gong feigned innocence, raising his hands. Pursuers. Break 1 leg each. A low growl escaped the pursuers as they received the command, their sharp bone claws piercing the ground and forcibly extracting a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds. He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong shook their heads in despair, crying out, Please, don't come any closer. They attempted to flee, but with their limbs shackled by chains, they could only watch helplessly as the pursuers approached. Stone in hand, the 2 cried out in unison, their voices filled with anguish. The sheer weight of the stone was overwhelming, crushing their legs into a gruesome pulp. Chapter 63. Feeding the young master pancakes. What on earth are you doing? Sha Chun? Wei Gong was speechless. He had ordered the pursuers to smash one of their legs, yet they had destroyed both. The pursuers dropped the stone and glanced at the nearly unconscious He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong, then turned their gaze to Wei Gong. Their thick eyebrows and wide eyes seemed to convey, Yes, indeed, both legs are shattered. No fault lies with us. Wei Gong, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. By smashing both legs, I have lost the opportunity to torment them further. Noticing the pursuer's silly demeanor, Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. With your intellect, perhaps you should consider changing your name to Mo Fei Te. My apologies, brother. I miscalculated as compensation. Shall I take another swing at it? Wei Gong turned to Li Bei, forcing a smile. This time, I shall do it myself, ensuring precision and brutality. Li Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Can you believe it? Is this even human speech? He roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Are you even human? Do you have any semblance of humanity left? Wei Gong rested his feet on the table, propping his chin on one hand. I'm certainly not human. I am a zombie. What humanity does a zombie possess? You. Li Bei's teeth nearly ground to dust in his rage. Oh, by the way, you have another comrade, don't you? Gulu. A cylindrical object emerged from the darkness, rolling to a stop before Li Bei. Upon closer inspection, the object was none other than the limbless figure of Lu Zhenghao. Thanks to the exceptional vitality of survivor players, he still clung to life, even in such a dire state. Yet in this condition, What meaning did life hold? Death would be a welcome release. Brother, let me speak candidly. Is it my fault they are subjected to such torment? No, the fault lies with you. Wei Gong paused before continuing. Had you been forthright, they would not have suffered so greatly. If you had been honest, even in death, their passing would have been more merciful. Li Bei glanced at the severely injured He Tingyan and Xiao Xiong, then at Lu Jinghao, his eyes filled with anguish and regret. Uncle Li, I beg you, kill me. The remnants of Lu Jinghao's breath formed a final plea to Li Bei, seeking liberation. This last request became the final straw that broke Li Bei's resolve. He screamed in despair. He had always been the most trustworthy older brother in the team, with his comrades entrusting their lives to him. Yet what had he provided them? Only endless torment. You bastard, what kind of older brother are you? Do you not see the chaos surrounding you? Is this how one earns the trust of their comrades? You have provided no protection whatsoever. Witnessing Li Bei's complete breakdown, Wei Gong smiled nonchalantly. After all, I am not a demon. As long as you cooperate, I may yet offer you a chance at survival. Wei Gong tilted his head towards the shadows behind him. Colin stepped forth from the shadows. I am here. Let me introduce to you my esteemed employee, number 011, Colin. Wei Gong sprang from his seat, rushing to Colin's side, arms outstretched as if presenting a magnificent work of art. Like you, Colin was once a survivor player. She showcased her abilities to me, successfully securing employment and becoming my right-hand. In that moment, Li Bei caught a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. What? Survivor players can transform into zombie players. Let the party involved speak a word. Wei Gong mimicked a microphone, extending his fist towards Ka Luan's lips. Ka Luan shot him an irritated glance, reminiscent of a forced company team-building exercise on a day off. You detest the event. Yet your superior foolishly inquires, are you enjoying yourself? Have you gained valuable insights? You yearn to lash out, to punch this oblivious superior. However, you suppress your anger, managing a strained smile. Colin, her face betraying her displeasure, replied, Indeed, joining the company was the wisest decision I could have made. Li Bei paid no heed to whether Colin was genuinely happy. He only knew he had grasped a lifeline. I will speak. I will reveal everything. Just let me and my comrades live. I will divulge anything. Wei Gong chuckled inwardly, recognizing that he had hooked his fish. Whether through familial upbringing, corporate organization, or national machinery, the methods of wielding both the whip and the carrot are well known. First, the whip strikes fiercely, shattering your psyche. Then the promise of rewards is dangled before you, enticing compliance. Those whose minds have been dulled by exploitation become fervently eager for the promised sweets, zealously toiling away. Yet upon reflection, one realizes these treats were rightfully theirs from the start. Wei Gong returned to his chair, propping his feet back on the table. As long as you contribute, rewards will undoubtedly follow. Will the rewards truly be plentiful? Just think back to whether your promised rewards were ever delivered. I shall speak freely and without reservation. Indeed, young man, I have faith in you. Wei Gong turned to Rong Yu. Begin the questioning. Rong Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wei Gong. It felt eerily familiar, as if she had witnessed similar tactics not long ago. She could not help but suspect that this fellow had previously engaged in pyramid schemes, employing a repertoire of brainwashing techniques, merely lacking the final flourish of applause. Yet what could she do? She had wagered everything to follow Wei Gong. Even if his promises were mere illusions, she had to treat them as reality. Rong Yu stepped forward. Which unit is currently stationed across the bridge? Who is the commander? Li Bei, wearing a bitter expression, replied, I am not entirely certain. All I know is it is the 66th Legion. As an outsider, he was wholly unfamiliar with the military of this nation, and given that these survivor players were directly managed by Chu Zhengqing, they only possessed superficial knowledge. The 66th Legion? Rong Yu furrowed her brow. Wei Gong sensed an anomaly and inquired, What troubles you? The 66th Army is stationed at the northern border and should not be present in the southeast. It is entirely normal to temporarily redeploy northern forces due to a shortage of personnel. Is it not? No. The implications are significant, as this indicates a substantial shift in the command authority of the Dian Army. Rong Yu turned to Wei Gong. You have seen my memories. You must know that the highest commander during this crisis is Liang Sun, correct? I am aware. What of it? Chapter 64. The training room has arrived. The Yin army is divided into 5 major war zones based on geography, with Liang Sun overseeing the central, southern, and eastern regions. The remaining northern and western zones are stationed at the frontier, managed by another commander, Qin Tai Wei. Upon hearing this, Wei Gong immediately grasped the situation. The Northern War Zone's legion has encroached upon the territory that Liang Sun previously commanded, signifying a transfer of military command from Liang Sun to Qin Tai Wei. Qin Tai Wei is unlike Liang Sun. He is a general stationed at the frontier, in contrast to Liang Sun's regard for human life. Qin Tai Wei wields a far more iron-fisted approach. If he were to take control of the situation, it is likely he would resort to deploying hydrogen bombs, resolving matters through nuclear annihilation. At this point, Rong Yu glanced at Wei Gong. In the past, she too would have believed that deploying nuclear weapons would rectify everything. However, it has become abundantly clear that this is a misguided notion. Take Wei Gong. For instance, as long as he hides within the mirror world when the nuclear bomb falls, the zombie crisis in Shaotan City would certainly be resolved, as the entire city would be obliterated. Yet this would be of no consequence. As long as Wei Gong remains alive, the zombie crisis in Yin will inevitably resurface. What then? Shall another nuclear bomb be dropped? Even if an entire city were to be lost to the flames of the Great Yin, Wei Gong would still remain unscathed. The only solution lies in confronting Wei Gong head-on. Yet at present, it appears that no one has managed to best him. The absence of nuclear strikes thus far indicates that the power still resides with Liang Sun. Wei Gong stroked his chin, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It seems an internal struggle for power is imminent within the Great Yin. With external threats looming, internal strife is the height of foolishness. However, history reminds us that humanity is perpetually drawn to infighting. From the perspective of the undead, Wei Gong is more than willing to see events unfold in this manner. Striving for power often necessitates achievements. General Qin has dispatched the 66th Army to Pingjiang City, ostensibly to secure accolades for himself, all while seeking to oust Liang Sun. Since those across the way are eager for glory, they are not a united front. Given the right opportunity, they will undoubtedly take action against me, the cunning villain. The second question arises, what is Chu Zhengqing up to? Compared to the stationed troops across the bridge, Wei Gong is far more intrigued by Chu Zhengqing's activities. Do not underestimate him merely for being the first erudite researcher. The threat he poses to Wei Gong is not to be dismissed lightly. Bei hesitated briefly before uttering a few words. Director Chu. He is raising corpses. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow in surprise. What on earth? He is raising little ghosts. Li Bei continued. Director Chu regularly extracts a batch of death row prisoners from the prison and turns them into zombies. Survivor players earn rewards and points by eliminating these undead. That rascal Sun certainly knows how to play. He has even established a training facility. Wei Gong is quite familiar with this concept. Many of the RPG maps he has previously played featured similar mechanics. First, one would grind endlessly in a training room to level up, and once their skills reach perfection, they would emerge to wreak havoc. Of course, not every Survivor player has the opportunity to participate. Those who join the Great Yin faction are subject to their own set of rules. Periodically, Chu Zhengqing conducts assessments of Survivor players, allowing only those who excel to enter the training room. Additionally, there's a points system in place. Chu Zhengqing regularly issues tasks, and those survivors who complete them earn points, which can be exchanged for time in the training room. These tasks range from challenging missions, such as rescuing important figures in heavily infected areas or eliminating high-risk zombies, to simpler ones, like assisting researchers with experiments or conducting routine patrols. Bei's current assignment to station troops in Pingjiang City was, in fact, a commission from Chu Zhengqing. Wei Gong regarded Li Bei and his companions with disdain. Do you not feel humiliated being dominated by an NPC? Previously, there were those who dared to provoke Director Chu, and by the next day, they had become mere corpses. Rumor has it that they were not slain by other players, but rather by Director Chu himself. Li Bei spoke. A flicker of fear was evident in his eyes. It seems that the Survivor players within the Great Yin faction hold a considerable apprehension towards Chu Zhengqing. Are the higher-ups in the Great Yin aware of his corpse-raising endeavors? The upper echelons of the Great Yin remain oblivious to this. Only we Survivor players are privy to this knowledge. Oh, how intriguing that he operates in secrecy. Having listened to Li Bei's account, Wei Gong found himself increasingly admiring Chu Zhongqing. He perceived a reflection of his own character in Chu Zhongqing, steady yet audacious. Audacious yet steady. Were he in Chu Zhongqing's position, he would undoubtedly engage in similar actions. Naturally, Wei Gong began to regard the threat posed by Chu Zhongqing with greater seriousness. If his training facility were to continue, who knows how many formidable Survivor players he could cultivate. If given the time, he must eliminate this potential danger as soon as possible. The third question remains, are there any particularly formidable individuals among the Survivor players? When this question arose, Li Bei found himself at a loss, that he appeared troubled, explaining, I truly cannot say that to prevent Survivor players from banding together and ultimately rebelling. Chu Zhongqing has instituted a squad system. Survivor players are forbidden from interacting with those outside their squad. Any breaches result in immediate expulsion from the organization. It seems that Chu Zhongqing has another motive for this action, to thwart any potential betrayal from Survivor players, ensuring that intelligence about others is not leaked to the enemy. Very well, I have no further inquiries. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Given the evident weakness of Li Bei's squad, they were unlikely to provide any useful intelligence. Upon hearing this, Li Bei was instantly elated. Since I have been so forthright, does that mean I can join you? After all he had said, this was the moment he had been waiting for. You are correct. However, prior to that, we must conduct an entrance assessment. Wei Gong snapped his fingers. Luo Wan sprang forth excitedly. All right, she had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. With a flourish, she raised both hands, and countless tentacles erupted from the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Bei grew frantic, his words tumbling out in a rush. You tricked me. Did you not say that as long as I was honest, I could join you? Wei Gong feigned innocence, waving his hand. It is perfectly normal to have an entrance assessment before joining the company. The tentacles ensnared all members of Li Bei's squad. The terrifying force akin to that of a titanic python constricting them, snapping their bones one by one. Clearly, your abilities are insufficient to join our ranks. As Wei Gong's words fell, the tentacles dragged Li Bei and his companions into an abyss, where they would face the ravenous parasitic mother nest. Chapter 65. You're truly hungry. Wei Gong, having entirely lost interest, casually tossed his phone to the ground. How boring. I wish to see rivers of blood. He had just perused various mainstream websites of the Great Yin, discovering that the nation was basking in prosperity, brimming with confidence in overcoming the current calamity. There was not a hint of negative news regarding military defeats or the fall of Shaodin. Clearly, such reports had been suppressed by the Great Yin authorities. The conditions in the afflicted cities had also been embellished, with photographs grossly misrepresenting reality. I came to witness rivers of blood, yet you present me with a children's show? R&M refund. Father, I have brought you the individual you requested. With a flick of her tentacle, Luo Wan unceremoniously tossed a disheveled man before Wei Gong. Despite his unkempt appearance and pallid complexion, he was merely a college student. The harrowing experience of survival in Shaodan City had taken a toll on both his mind and body, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. The man, bewildered, scrambled to his feet, fear evident in his eyes. What do you intend to do with me? Wei Gong smiled kindly, helping him up. Fear not. I am here to offer you a chance at survival. As he spoke, Wei Gong produced a bottle of mineral water and a cup of instant noodles. Upon seeing these items in Wei Gong's hands, the man's mouth watered uncontrollably. For days, he had been hiding and scavenging, often going 3 to 4 days without a morsel of food. The steaming cup of noodles before him seemed like a mirage from his dreams. A man is iron, and food is steel. One meal missed leaves one famished. Brother, it is time to eat. Though the man was ravenous, when the food and water were finally presented to him, fear gripped him once more. That I can see at a glance that you are not human. Food and water, given by a monster. Can such things be consumed? Seeing that the man remained unmoved, Luo Wan's expression darkened. A tentacle shot forth, tightening around the man's neck and lifting him off the ground. Father commands you to eat. Otherwise, I shall consume you. The man had initially been destined to be part of Luo Wan's dinner. It was only at Wei Gong's behest that he had been spared. Now, however, a mere morsel dared defy their father's command. Truly, he was courting death. Luo Wan's tentacle constricted further, rendering the man red-faced and breathless. If this continued, he would either suffocate or have his neck snapped by the tentacle. Luo Wan, do not do this. He is the pivotal male lead for our upcoming live broadcast. Very well, father. Luo Wan released her grip, and the man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Whew. Luo Wan regarded him with disdain. Your life was granted by father. You would do well to behave like a good dog. Wei Gong placed the mineral water and noodles before the man. As long as you follow my instructions, you may truly survive. I do not deceive. The man glanced from Luo Wan to Wei Gong, then to the food and water on the ground. Listening to them might lead to death, but ignoring them would certainly result in demise. It was better to take a chance. Perhaps there was indeed a path to survival. The man abruptly seized a bucket of instant noodles from the ground, disregarding the scalding broth within, and directly dug in with his grimy hands. As he hastily swallowed a mouthful of noodles, he shoved another handful into his mouth before he had even finished. In that moment, he considered this bucket of noodles, worth a mere $3.50, to be the most exquisite delicacy in the world. As he devoured the noodles with fervor, he raised the bucket to his lips to savor the remaining broth. Once the broth was gone, he began to suck the greasy residue from his fingers, oblivious to the thick layer of grime that clung to them. When he had consumed every last morsel, he licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Casting an eager glance at Wei Gong, with a chuckle, Wei Gong produced a packet of dry toast. You'll need your strength for what's to come, so make sure to eat well. In that instant, the man's hunger for sustenance eclipsed his fear of Wei Gong, and he audaciously snatched the toast from Wei Gong's hand. Delicious, he mumbled incoherently, stuffing the toast into his mouth with wild abandon. This was the finest meal he had enjoyed in nearly half a month. However, in his haste, he choked on his food, coughing violently. Observing the man pounding on his chest, Wei Gong compassionately opened a bottle of mineral water and brought it to his lips. The man immediately abandoned the toast and gulped down the water. In no time, he had drained the entire bottle. Discarding the empty vessel, he resumed gnawing on the toast, indifferent to the thick layer of dust that coated it. What bliss! He tossed aside the empty packaging and sank contentedly to the ground. This sensation brought back memories of his university days, when he would often indulge in all-you-can-eat buffets with his roommates, eating until they could barely walk. If only he could return to those carefree times. Are you full? Wei Gong's voice struck the man like a hammer, shattering his nostalgic reverie and yanking him back to the grim reality of his situation. The man hastily knelt before Wei Gong, panic writ large on his face as he nodded vigorously. I'm full. I'm full. His demeanor resembled that of a servile dog from ancient times, devoid of any semblance of a well-educated individual of the modern era. Wei Gong looked down at him. You long to return to the past, to those days of carefree indulgence, don't you? The man, having nodded twice, suddenly felt it inappropriate to affirm such a notion and quickly shook his head. No. Noda, don't be so anxious. I'm merely offering you a chance to survive. Wei Gong crouched beside him, patting his shoulder. Do you see that door on the other side of the bridge? Look closely. Yes, I see it. Beyond that door lies the normal life you yearn for. If you can reach it before the zombies catch up to you, you will live, but the zombies are chasing me. The man turned around to see hundreds of zombies glaring hungrily at him, occasionally emitting guttural growls of hunger. He was full, but those ravenous creatures were still waiting for their meal. Can we not release the zombies? Wei Gong smiled benignly. What do you think? The man's back broke out in a cold sweat, yet he felt powerless, swallowing hard. Fine. Then why are you still staring at me? Shouldn't you run? Wei Gong kicked the man in the back, prompting him to scramble towards the door at the end of the bridge. This bridge was his sole path to survival. Wei Gong signaled, and the ravenous zombies surged forth like unleashed tigers, chasing after the man with relentless fervor. Wei Gong sipped a cup of ice-cold cola, exclaiming, Brave youth, go forth and create a miracle. Chapter 66. The broadcast begins what can't be found. For living individuals can't just vanish into thin air. In the command center of the 66th Legion, A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He was Luo Yongyan, the commander of the 66th Legion. He was beside himself with anger over the disappearance of Li Bei's squad. 4 fully alive individuals had simply disappeared without a trace. And this incident occurred within a heavily fortified military base. We investigated their villa and found no signs of struggle. It didn't appear that a battle had taken place. The day after Li Bei's squad went missing, the military conducted a thorough investigation of the scene. Aside from a set of unidentified footprints, no other clues were discovered. Even more bizarrely, they found no trace of those footprints around the villa, indicating that they had appeared suddenly within the villa itself. In addition to Li Bei's squad, we also received reports of a soldier named Luo Mingsheng who had gone missing. Another one missing? Luo Yongyan cursed under his breath. Damn it. In a military camp of over 10,000 people, can we really be haunted? The silent disappearance of 5 individuals indicated a serious flaw in the camp security system. A fatal oversight for any military force. Report the disappearance of these 5 individuals to headquarters and enhance the camp's patrols. Conduct roll calls every 3 hours, just as Luo Yongyan was issuing these orders. A soldier burst into the command center, breathless. Commander, there's a serious situation. What now? The previous issue hasn't even been resolved, and now another one has arisen. As the commander, Luo Yongyan couldn't help but feel exasperated. The soldier activated a tablet, displaying a live broadcast to Luo Yongyan on the stream. A disheveled man was frantically sprinting across Shaojiang Bridge, with hundreds of ravenous zombies hot on his heels. Luo Yongyan's fury erupted. Absurd. How can such a live broadcast be allowed online? What are the network regulators doing? In this critical period, the Diyin government was exercising strict control over the internet. Any negative commentary regarding the disaster will be promptly deleted by the authorities. In severe cases, individuals could even expect a visit from the regulators. This was why the populace of Diyin remained relatively calm, perceiving the crisis as nothing more than a severe flu outbreak. However, this live broadcast acted like a bomb, igniting the powder keg of public sentiment. Within just 30 seconds of the broadcast, the viewer count soared to over 1 million, with a torrent of panic comments flooding the chat. Oh my god, those zombies are terrifying. I thought it was just talk, but there's really a zombie crisis. Why are they showing me this? I won't be able to sleep at night. May the Bodhisattva protect us. Buddha, please protect us. Jade Emperor, please protect us. Laozi, please protect us. Jesus, please protect us. Holy Mary, please protect us. Allah, please protect us. Retreat, retreat, retreat. I thought it was stated that the disaster was under control. How could there be so many zombies? The official channels keep proclaiming victory every day. What is going on? So the information from the official rescue channels is all fabricated. Are they deceiving us? Hey, stop playing dead. Come out and speak. Damn it, I've donated quite a bit. So you're taking donations without doing anything? Refund my money. Useless. You're all a bunch of worthless fools. The panic regarding the zombies was compounded by a burgeoning crisis of trust in the authorities. In just 30 seconds, all communication channels connected to the government were overwhelmed, including the city sanitation department's phone line, which was busy. Watching the chat scroll frantically, Luo Yongyan felt his head about to explode. Cut off the live stream immediately. Are the network regulators on vacation? The network regulators were already in action, but they seemed unable to shut down the stream. Not only could they not terminate Luo Wan's broadcast, but they were also inadvertently subjected to a reverse cyber attack, causing their entire system to crash. They could only watch helplessly as Luo Wan continued her live stream. If any foreign hacker from years past were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly leap with excitement. This is the feeling I remember. Meanwhile, as the Diyin authorities scrambled to regain control, the man on the bridge reached the entrance gate that, of course, the only reason he made it there was due to Wei Gong deliberately slowing the zombies' pursuit. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart long ago. The man pounded desperately on the alloy gate, his voice filled with anguish. Open the door! Open the door! This was his last hope for survival. His cries echoed through the live stream, resonating in the hearts of every viewer. The sheer despair and terror transcended space, sending chills down spines. Instantly, the chat exploded with frantic comments. Open the door. Are you going to let him die? Faced with the online outcry, the soldier hesitated, glancing at Luo Yongyan. "Commander, should we open the door?" Luo Yongyan, equally frazzled, replied, "Yes, but the orders state that no one is allowed to cross Shaojiang Bridge." Damn it, at this point, who cares about orders? While it is true that soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders, the current situation is undeniably urgent. Should the door remain shut now, it would amount to a tacit admission of the military's inaction in the face of death. If matters were to escalate to that extent, the credibility of both the authorities and the military would be irrevocably shattered, plunging the entire Dian into chaos and panic. That would signify the true onset of disaster. Yet, will Wei Gong truly allow them to have their way? The command from Luo Yongyan swiftly reached the guard stationed by the gate. "You have 10 seconds to pass through. If you exceed this time, regardless of whether you have made it, the small door will close. The soldier tasked with guarding the main entrance will unlock a small gate within the alloy door for the man. As soon as he passes through, the small door will shut immediately, keeping the horde of zombies at bay. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind the small door are fully armed and on high alert, prepared to prevent any zombies from breaching the entrance." "Good, good, good." As the small door gradually creaked open, a glimmer of hope ignited in the man's eyes. If he could just pass through that door, he could escape from his torment. He could survive. The man dashed towards the small door. Crawling and scrambling, if only he could reach that place. Just as he was nearing the small door, an unidentified object whizzed past his hair, slipping through the narrow opening and landing on the ground behind the door. The soldiers stationed behind immediately recognized the object and surrounded it. Can you guess what it is? Chapter 67. Open the door? Or not? A glass marble. Just as the soldiers pondered, the marble-sized glass orb suddenly shattered. Roar, a monstrous creature, towering 3 meters high, materialized before everyone's eyes. The beast let out a chilling roar, sweeping its bone-like claws across the area. In an instant, it cleaved through the ranks of soldiers, severing them in half. The hunter makes a grand entrance. Alert! Alert! It is a special mutated entity. It is a special mutated entity. Quick! Close the door. The surviving soldiers, nearly paralyzed with fear, hurriedly shut the door that had only been ajar by 4 or 5 centimeters. This glass marble had been flung from outside. If the door were to open any further, who knows what other surprises might come flying in? Don't close the door. I haven't gotten in yet. The small opening, which had only just begun to open, was swiftly shut, plunging the man into despair. In mere minutes, the man's emotions had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. One moment on the verge of entering paradise, the next spiraling into an abyss of hell. He glanced back at the encroaching horde of zombies, and he snapped. He was on the brink of collapse. The man pounded desperately on the alloy door. "Save me! Save me! Save me!" As the zombies drew nearer, his voice transformed from fury to panic, and then from panic to despair. "Save me!" The man even resorted to banging his head against the door, hoping to alert the soldiers behind that he was still outside. Meanwhile, the heart-wrenching scene of the man's desperate cries was broadcast live, igniting a frenzy in the streaming room. What on earth is the military doing? Why is the door closed again? Did you not see that monster? The moment the military opens the door, that creature will charge in. Who will save him? Who will save him? Quickly, open the door and let him in. Are you foolish? Can't you see this is a zombie's tactical ambush? If the door opens, a monster will come rushing in. Zombies have learned battlefield tactics now. The door must not be opened. Are you heartless beasts? Can you truly stand by and watch a man perish? His life matters. Are the lives of soldiers of no consequence? If that monster enters the military camp, do you realize how many soldiers would perish? Pingjiang City resolutely opposes opening the door. What are you? How dare you represent Pingjiang City? You don't even live in Pingjiang City, so of course, you can speak without feeling the pain. Shut your mouth, beast! Get lost, idiot! In an instant, 2 opposing voices surged online. One faction demanded the door be opened, standing atop a moral high ground, believing that they could not turn a blind eye to death. The other faction vehemently opposed opening the door, mainly comprising residents of Pingjiang City, who feared that if the door was opened, their city would become the next Shaotan city. For the sake of their own safety, they staunchly refused to open the door. Thus, the quarrel between the two sides escalated. eventually devolving into a heated exchange of insults across generations. Under normal circumstances, the moderators would intervene to maintain order in the streaming room. However, this streaming room belonged to Luo Wan, and they could only watch helplessly as the argument raged on. Just as the streaming room was embroiled in chaos, the soldiers behind the alloy door were equally frantic, for the hunter was wreaking havoc. Call for backup! Call for backup! Is a special mutated entity. Bring in the tanks. Guns are ineffective against this. Hundreds of soldiers formed an impromptu firepower wall, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the hunter at the door, attempting to halt its advance with a deluge of gunfire. But this hunter was no mere prototype. It was the second model birth from the parasitic mother nest. Its mouth split into 4 petals, resembling a grotesque flower of flesh and blood. Soon after, thick white smoke billowed from the hunter's maw, rapidly spreading in all directions. Within mere seconds, the hunter's form vanished within the dense fog. The target has disappeared from sight. Everyone, remain alert. Just as the soldier finished speaking, a sharp spike pierced through the smoke, impaling his chest. The zombie virus surged through the spike, infecting the soldier and transforming him into a zombie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More spikes flew through the haze, targeting the remaining soldiers. With visibility obscured by the smoke, the soldiers had no way of knowing when or from where the spikes would strike. In an instant, numerous soldiers succumbed to infection, becoming zombies. This was yet another function of the parasitic mother nest. After consuming a target, it could acquire the target's genetic sequence and abilities. Provided the mother nest willed it, the zombies produced thereafter would possess these newfound capabilities. Just like this as the soldier recited those figures. His countenance visibly darkened. This battle was fundamentally a one-sided massacre. Apart from heavy artillery such as rockets, they had failed to breach the enemy's armor. Against ordinary zombies, these soldiers could still hold their ground. Yet when confronted by such a peculiar mutated entity, they resembled fish on a chopping block, utterly at the mercy of their adversaries. Damn it, I have never fought such a humiliating battle since enlisting. Luo Yongyan, in a fit of rage, hurled his hat to the ground. And what of the survivor outside? Not long after the battle commenced, he was bitten to death by the zombies lurking outside the door. The soldier opened his tablet to show Luo Yongyan a video that was rapidly circulating online. Although Luo Wan's livestream had concluded, she had edited it into a video and disseminated it across various platforms. Within a mere hour, her video had amassed tens of millions of views. The network regulatory authorities of Dian were frantically deleting the footage, but for every one they removed, Luo Wan would upload 2 more, making it an endless cycle. Even worse, it wasn't just Luo Wan uploading videos. Many netizens had saved the footage and were secretly re-uploading it. Among them were marketing accounts seeking to capitalize on the trend, onlookers relishing the chaos, outraged citizens denouncing the authorities, and even antisocial elements attempting to destabilize society. If only a few hundred netizens were uploading videos, the regulatory authorities could manage it. However, this time, thousands were uploading every minute. Public opinion had spiraled completely out of control. Luo Yongyan, observing the barrage of comments attacking the Dian government and military, felt an insatiable rage. He longed to curse, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, a defeated general speaks not of valor. Having lost a battle, he could only endure the scorned that moment. Another soldier rushed in. Report Corps Commander, there's a large crowd gathering outside the military base. Demanding an explanation, the soldier hesitated, stammering. They are asking if we can ensure their safety, that if not, they want us to quickly replace the troops. Damn it. Luo Yongyan felt his blood pressure rising. I will find Liang Sun. If we don't turn this battle around, I swear I will not bear the surname Luo. Luo Yongyan, a general stationed at the northern frontier, had been battling terrorist factions and foreign forces for years, and his temper was far more volatile than that of generals from the mainland. This indignation he could not swallow. As for the people outside the base, tell them that I will eradicate the scoundrels of Shaodan City within a month. Let them know that it is I, Luo Yongyan, who declares this. Luo Yongyan spoke to Liang Sun on the phone. Liang Sun, we truly must engage in this battle, right? If we don't, I might wake up in a fury. How will we fight? What do you intend to use? What do you mean how? First, we'll use bombers to lay waste to the area. Then our mechanized forces will push through. I refuse to believe this rabble can withstand it. Range is justice. Caliber is truth. Once the shells and explosives have ravaged the land, I care not what kind of fiends they are. They shall perish, old Luo. You're just letting your anger dictate you. Wait until you've calmed down, then call me back. Hearing Luo Yongyan's fervent words, Liang Sun understood that he had yet to grasp the terrifying nature of the enemy they were to face. The best course of action regarding Shaodan City was to hold firm and not allow the host to send forth easy prey for development. They needed to stall until the survivor players in Dian had grown strong enough to combine their forces and annihilate the foe. So, will we engage in this battle? Remember, my orders are completely seal off Shaodan City, allowing no one in or out. With that, Liang Sun ended the call with Luo Yongyan. The secretary, with a grim expression, said, Minister Liang, what about the media outside? Not only was Luo Yongyan's side in turmoil, but Liang Sun's was equally harried. As soon as the live stream began, major media outlets descended upon him like hyenas sensing a meal. If an explanation was to be provided today, there would likely be protests and riots across Dian by tomorrow. Liang Sun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before rising. I had not intended to expose this so soon, but we must expedite our plans. Fetch Director Chu. We will hold a press conference. Meanwhile, in Shaodan City, Wei Gong and Luo Wan stood in a deep pit, watching as the pursuer number 2 continuously discarded live humans into the parasitic mother nest. After finishing this batch of live subjects, you must help me produce more formidable soldiers. Luo Wan's eyes curved into adorable crescents as she gave Wei Gong a thumbs up. You got it. My dear father, under Wei Gong's persistent feeding over the past few days, the parasitic mother nest had birthed over 100 pursuers. Yet Wei Gong had concealed this terrifying army within his mirror world. A multitude of ordinary zombies have been devoured by the parasitic mother nest, and the newly produced pursuers had been hidden away, resulting in the apparent reduction of the zombie count in Shaodan City. Just then, Rongyu descended from the sky with a tablet in hand. Master, there are movements from Liang Sun. Rongyu activated the tablet, revealing a live stream of a press conference that it was evident that. In addition to Liang Sun, Chu Zhangqing was also present. This was Wei Gong's first time witnessing Chu Zhangqing in person. He appeared exactly as Rongyu had described, adorned with black-framed glasses and clad in a white lab coat, exuding the air of a refined researcher. Yet beneath that cultured exterior lay a multitude of perilous and clandestine experiments. Wei Gong was uncertain of the danger posed to Dian and humanity. But he was certain that to zombies, he was undoubtedly a threat. Once the relevant personnel had gathered, Liang Sun commenced. Now that we are all assembled, let us begin the press conference that he spoke. The screen behind him flickered to life. I have watched today's live stream. I understand what you all wish to convey, and I am well aware of your intentions. However, I assure all citizens of Dian that the situation is not as dire as it seems. Although our campaign against the mother entity in Shaodan City ultimately ended in failure, we successfully evacuated a significant number of citizens. The screen behind Liang Sun began displaying videos of survivors being evacuated from Shaodan City. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these individuals resided in the outskirts of Shaodan City, far from the epicenter of the disaster, having fled at the first sign of crisis. Liang Sun had arranged for these successful evacuation videos to be recorded in advance as a means to soothe public anxiety. Official statistics indicated that this evacuation operation had successfully rescued over 1 million citizens, marking it as an exceptionally effective rescue endeavor. Observing Liang Sun's speech on the screen, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly that many? Clearly, Liang Sun was inflating the numbers. But what of it? After all, no one could verify the accuracy of these figures. The ultimate authority lay in Liang Sun's hands. However, we have also paid a considerable price. Liang Sun's tone turned somber. In the course of this rescue operation, over 10,000 soldiers perished. They sacrificed their flesh and blood to forge a path of life for the populace. Here, I propose a moment of silence for 3 minutes to pay the highest respects to the fallen heroes. With that, Liang Sun stood first. The highest-ranking individuals in attendance rose to honor the moment of silence. And others followed suit, standing alongside Liang Sun. After 3 minutes had elapsed, Liang Sun resumed his seat. In that instant, his gaze sharpened and became solemn. The success of this rescue operation is inseparable from the sacrifices of the 10,000 soldiers. It is sacred and must not be sullied. I do not wish to hear any slanderous rumors about this operation from any quarter. Undoubtedly, this was a warning. Should anyone dare to utter outrageous statements, they would face the most severe repercussions from the Dayan authorities. Mildly, they might receive a reprimand. Severely, they could face dire consequences. Impressive indeed. Truly, the upper echelons of Dayan wield their rhetoric with finesse. Even Wei Gong would have to applaud in astonishment, exclaiming that experience triumphs over youth. At the onset of the press conference, Liang Sun readily acknowledged the defeat in this battle, aligning himself with the prevailing public sentiment and deftly avoiding any potential backlash from the populace. He then skillfully reframed the narrative of the failed encirclement operation as a successful rescue mission, much like the renowned Dunkirk evacuation in history, which, despite being a hasty retreat from defeat, was transformed into a celebrated act of strategic withdrawal that preserved vital forces for future conflicts. To artfully recast a failure as a success is indeed a remarkable skill. Subsequently, Liang Sun emphasized the sacrifices made by the soldiers, asserting that their unwavering commitment to the battlefield and their noble sacrifices were all for the sake of saving ordinary citizens like you. By framing their deaths as a consequence of their dedication to the public, he ascended to the moral high ground, silencing dissenting voices almost instantaneously. After all, they too are mere mortals, and when calamity strikes, it is the military that must come to their rescue. That if the criticisms continue unabated, one must ponder what would happen if one day they themselves were to face a zombie crisis and the army chose not to respond. Thus, Liang Sun and the Dayan government occupied the moral high ground. That to voice opposition now would not be merely to challenge the Dayan authorities, but to stand against the very people, thereby legitimizing their efforts to control public opinion. That I apprehend you not for speaking ill of me, but for speaking ill of the populace. Wei Gong shook his head in disbelief. In just a few short sentences, they had masterfully quelled the uncontrollable discourse. Brilliant! Brilliant! Father, should I infiltrate and expose their lies? With Luo Wan's abilities, this task would be effortless for her. Wei Gong shook his head. It is futile. They have already seized control of the narrative. At this point, any argument is in vain. Moreover, we are the antagonists. Do you believe public opinion will side with those who protect them or those who threaten their lives? It is akin to Wei Gong being a tiger on a mountain. If he were to hungrily consume a single human, the next day rumors would spread that the fearsome tiger had devoured 100 people. At that juncture, no amount of explanation would suffice. Even if he were to slice open his belly and display his entrails, the narrative would remain unchanged. People consistently prefer to believe statements that serve their interests. So, what is to be done next? There is no need for haste. Let us wait for them to finish their declarations. Controlling the narrative alone cannot assuage the public's panic. It merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Prolonged tension can easily incite social unrest. As Wei Gong had anticipated, someone in the audience immediately raised a query. If the military cannot contend with the zombies, does that not spell doom for our world? Liang Sun had foreseen this as well, replying, "In the face of zombies, we are not devoid of strategies." He cast a glance at Chu Zhengqing, then spiritedly declared, "Now, let Director Chu introduce the heroes capable of combating the zombies." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. What? There are indeed experts. Chu Zhengqing rose to his feet. "Greetings, everyone. I am Chu Zhengqing, the director of the Dayan Research Institute." Even at this moment, a bashful smile adorned Chu Zhengqing's face. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the Research Institute promptly dissected and studied the zombie virus, ultimately extracting a mysterious substance hitherto unknown to science, which I have dubbed the X element. For the next 10 minutes, Chu Zhengqing embarked on an elaborate presentation, concealing the identity of the players and instead interpreting them as a type of enigmatic element. Our research indicates that a minuscule fraction of individuals exhibit adaptability to this element. We refer to them as saviors. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the audience. The title of savior sounded exceedingly intimidating. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, they genuinely required saviors to rescue them. Each savior possessed extraordinary abilities, some even capable of soaring through the skies like superheroes. They are, without a doubt, our rightful champions. A video began to play on the screen behind Chu Zhengqing, showcasing several survivor players vanquishing zombies and rescuing civilians. The footage depicted the survivor players as fierce and unparalleled, with no zombie posing a genuine threat to them. Their interactions with civilians were tender and kind, rendering them unquestionable heroes. There was no need to fear that they would morph into terrifying embodiments of destruction upon acquiring power. In the near future, our saviors will be dispatched to various disaster-stricken areas to provide aid and eradicate zombies. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, invigorated by Chu Zhengqing's impassioned address. Behind the screen, Wei Gong chuckled softly, a first glance. The press conference orchestrated by Liang Sun and Chu Zhengqing appeared to be a resounding success. Yet it was, in reality, a desperate measure born out of necessity. Chapter 70. Visitors from Donghai City. Prior to this, Dian could have allowed the survivor players to train vigorously in the training facilities until they reached a level where zombies were no longer a threat. However, Wei Gong's actions had ignited societal panic, compelling Liang Sun to hastily deploy the survivor players to the battlefield. The combat capabilities displayed by Li Bei's team indicated that the current growth rate of the survivor players paled in comparison to that of the primary players. At their present strength, encountering Wei Gong would likely result in only one outcome: demise. Of course, the reason humanity found itself in such a passive position stemmed from another crucial factor: the invaluable combat force. Rongyu, which had been instrumental in suppressing the zombies during the early stages, had been eliminated by Wei Gong. Without Rongyu's restraint, not only had Wei Gong's power surged, but so too had the growth of other zombie progenitors. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. "Minister Liang, Mr. Chen has been waiting for you in the reception room for quite some time." Upon hearing the name Mr. Chen, Liang Sun's brow furrowed once more. "He has come seeking me, no doubt regarding that matter. I understand. This Mr. Chen, whose full name is Chun Yun, is the chairman of Qinshuan, a leading internet company in Dian, headquartered in Donghai City." Liang Sun straightened his appearance before entering the reception room. On the sofa within, a short man with graying hair sat, appearing to be in his 60s. He was none other than Chun Yun, the chairman of Qinshuan. Despite his modest stature, his influence was immense. Should he become enraged, the entire internet industry in Dian would tremble. Liang Sun extended his hand to Chun Yun. "Mr. Chun, it has been a long time." Chun Yun rose and politely shook Liang Sun's hand. "Minister Liang, you are indeed a busy man. I have attempted to meet with you several times, but to no avail." Liang Sun's countenance stiffened, and he could only manage a forced smile. "You are aware that there has been an overwhelming number of matters to attend to recently. Since Minister Liang is so occupied, let us get straight to the point." Chun Yun released Liang Sun's hand. "When will you send someone to rescue my son?" During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Chun Yun was not in Donghai City. However, his son, Chun Tong, remained there. I am getting on in years, and I have entrusted the company's affairs to my son. That he is my lifeline, as well as the lifeline of Qinshuan." Chun Yun's gaze sharpened, resembling that of a hawk. "Minister Liang, would you not agree? In light of the zombie crisis that has erupted into Yin, Qinshuan, as a rising leader in the industry, has not only provided substantial support in terms of resources, but has also rendered significant assistance in internet technology. Given their unwavering support, it would be rather unreasonable for the Yin not to send anyone for rescue. However, the issue is not that the Yin is unwilling to send help. Rather, it is that such a rescue is currently impossible. Reports from the front indicate that Chun Yun's son, Chun Tong, has been captured by zombies and is being held in their stronghold. The Yin has dispatched several special forces units for rescue, as well as 2 squads comprised of survivor players. Yet the outcomes have all been met with silence. That it is evident that Chun Tong has been taken hostage by the progenitor zombies of Donghai City, serving as bait for the Yin. After a moment of pensive silence, Liang Sun replied, "Very well. I shall organize a team immediately. We will ensure your son is rescued from Donghai City." Chun Yun's face broke into a radiant smile, and he clasped his hands toward Liang Sun. "Then I shall await good news from Minister Liang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Qinshuan will provide unwavering support." Once Qin Yun had departed, Liang Sun's secretary approached him. Minister Liang, is it truly worth sacrificing so many lives for the sake of one person? Liang Sun sighed in resignation. What other choice do we have? Diyin is currently embroiled in turmoil, with countless citizens suffering immensely. If the forces allocated for the rescue of Chuntong were redirected to aid the other populace, one could only speculate how many lives could be saved. Yet Liang Sun found himself in a bind. Diyin desperately needed the support of leading companies like Qinshuan. Should Qinshuan withdraw its assistance, other companies would likely follow suit. This would represent a significant blow to Diyin in its current predicament. Liang Sun gazed up at the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh. They say that all lives are equal, yet in the face of disaster, the affluent can leverage their wealth to compel the military to rescue their children. But who, I wonder, will save the children of the impoverished? The night sky of Shaodan City was shrouded in darkness, with a solitary crow incessantly circling above. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the crow was adorned with decaying flesh. Unmistakably a zombie crow. Target locked. A sure hit. Commence. Suddenly, a crimson spear cleaved through the firmament, akin to a shooting star, striking the zombie crow with pinpoint accuracy. Caw! The zombie crow emitted a piercing cry of despair. Plummeting straight to the ground, Wei Gong surveyed the fallen creature with keen interest. Indeed, it was a zombie. This crow had been discovered by Callan, who reported that it had appeared 3 days prior, lingering over Shaodan City. During these 3 days, it had done naught but observe the surroundings, seemingly on a mission to gather intelligence. Rongyu remarked, this crow must have originated from Donghai City. Each city's core differs, and thus the forms of zombies vary accordingly. The core of Donghai City leans towards the beastly type, and the zombies it infects are somewhat aligned with the animalistic. Wei Gong chuckled lightly. Oh, the esteemed one from Donghai City. What brings you to my humble Shaodan City? According to Wei Gong's understanding, the number of infected in Donghai City had reached a staggering 2 million, surpassing his own by several 100,000. However, this did not surprise Wei Gong in the slightest. After all, as one of the core cities of Dian, Donghai City's population was 5 times that of Shaodan City. Given such advantageous conditions, if the number of infected were to be less than his own, it could only imply that the core zombies of Donghai City were truly inept. Moreover, should a confrontation arise with the core zombies of Donghai City, Wei Gong felt no trepidation, with the formidable forces of Rongyu and Callan at his disposal. Along with the parasitic mother nest capable of producing advanced troops, he held a distinct advantage in both personal prowess and large-scale warfare. More importantly, after triumphing in battle against Rongyu, Wei Gong had accrued a vast amount of points. He chose not to exchange these points for other rewards, instead utilizing them to enhance his physical and mental fortitude. With his current strength, his slashes could now be wielded almost like a basic attack. If a single spatial slash could not fell you, then I shall strike 10 times, 50 times, until you meet your demise, should that esteemed individual from Donghai City wish to share a drink with him. Wei Gong would not mind indulging for 3 days and nights. Yet if he sought to instigate trouble, Wei Gong would not hesitate to meticulously dismantle him. Chapter 71. A late-night visitor tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, that on a rain-soaked night, a woman with a black umbrella traversed the desolate streets, dimly lit and eerily silent, save for the sound of raindrops, that a month had passed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. And Shaodan City had descended into a veritable ghost town. Humanity had succumbed to the infection, becoming zombies, while the zombies were cast into the parasitic mother nest by Wei Gong, who subsequently concealed the special zombies produced within it in the mirror world. For a time, it became exceedingly rare to witness anything capable of independent movement in Shaodan City. Yet, amidst this desolation, a woman could be seen walking with an umbrella, presenting a strangely eerie sight. Don't move. The woman with the black umbrella halted, confronted by a figure clad in black-red armor. Rongyu had blocked her path. Not far behind, Callan remained concealed in the shadows, should the woman dare to make any untoward move. Callan's crimson spear would pierce through her skull, in the face of the 2 imposing figures. The woman with the black umbrella responded with a languid smile. Please inform your master, the core of Jianghuai City, Su Xilan, has come to pay a visit. Both Rongyu and Callan were taken aback. They had surmised that this woman was a zombie, yet they had not anticipated her to be a core zombie. What brings you to Shoutan City? Su Xilan gracefully unfurled her long, pale fingers. No need for alarm. I am but a frail woman, lacking the strength you possess. Despite her reassurances, Rong Yu and Callan remained on high alert. For she was undeniably a genuine core zombie at that moment. Wei Gong's voice resonated in their minds. Bring her to me. Understood. With their master's command issued, Rong Yu and Callan ceased their obstructions. Rong Yu extended her palm, revealing an exquisitely crafted mirror nestled within. The master requests your presence. Su Xilan unveiled a captivating smile, placing her delicate hand upon the mirror's surface. What a romantic ability. As if drawn by an invisible force, Su Xilan stepped into the mirror world. Thud, thud, thud. Upon entering the mirror world, Su Xilan beheld a procession of hunters passing before her. Over a dozen towering creatures, each 3 meters tall, moved in perfect unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Even Su Xilan, a core zombie, was momentarily taken aback. Shifting her gaze, she discovered that such colossal monsters filled every street. The outside world of Shoutan City was merely a facade. This mirror world was the true paradise for zombies. Such a plethora of special zombies. How could this be? Su Xilan had previously observed the live broadcasts and was aware of the remarkable achievements of Hunter No. Tuda, however, she had not anticipated the sheer number of hunters under Wei Gong's command. Perhaps nearing 10,000 instinctively, she compared her own forces to his, only to find herself utterly outmatched, should 10,000 hunters charge at her. Neither her subordinates, nor even she herself could withstand the onslaught. There would be no need for Wei Gong and his allies to intervene. The mere minions could obliterate her and her zombie legion. A silvery laugh escaped Su Xilan's lips. It seems I have come to the right place. Follow me. Rong Yu beckoned, leading Su Xilan onward. Even in the mirror world, Rong Yu did not relinquish her infernal armor. Callan's gaze remained fixed on Su Xilan, both maintaining their vigilance. The trio proceeded until they arrived at a grand hall. This hall had not existed before. It was conjured into being by Wei Gong's powers. After all, as the villainous overlord, one must possess a throne befitting their stature. Upon entering the hall, Su Xilan gracefully lifted the hem of her black lace gown and greeted Wei Gong with elegance. A pleasure to meet you. I am Su Xilan, the core of Jianghua City. Wei Gong reclined casually in his chair, crossing his legs. What a surprise, the core of Jianghua City is represented by such an elegant beauty. Su Xilan, adorned in a lavish black silk gown and a black lace veil, exuded an air of sophistication with every gesture. She appeared less like a harbinger of calamity and more like a noblewoman preparing to attend a grand soiree. Particularly enchanting was the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, radiating a captivating allure. With a delicate chuckle, Su Xilan remarked, "Had I not witnessed it myself, who could have guessed that the infamous core of Shoutan City would be represented by such a charming young man?" Wei Gong appeared to be just over 20, while Su Xilan exuded a mature femininity. Addressing Wei Gong as young man did not seem out of place at all that a stunning elder sister visiting in the dead of night surely wasn't here for a date with me. Was she? No sooner had Wei Gong finished speaking than the door behind Su Xilan slammed shut. Moreover, Rong Yu and Callan had positioned themselves not far behind her, awaiting Wei Gong's signal. There's no need for anxiety. My ability allows me to manipulate the emotions of those around me through song, provided their mental strength is inferior to mine. Su Xilan's enchanting gaze swept over them, and your mental strength surpassed mine. Wei Gong remained silent. Opting instead to snap his fingers, the colossal steel sword materialized from thin air, piercing through Su Xilan's chest. Su Xilan did not flinch or express anger. A smile remained upon her lips as crimson blood trickled from her mouth, adding a touch of shattered beauty to her already captivating visage. Wei Gong's casual strike had penetrated Su Xilan's form, inflicting harm. This indicated that her physical defenses were indeed lacking, even if she concealed her strength. Wei Gong felt confident in his ability to slay her. After all, this mirror world was his domain. With a wave of his hand, the steel sword vanished. Apologies, but I prefer believing what I see with my own eyes. Though her strength may have waned, as a core zombie, Su Xilan's regenerative abilities remained intact. The wound on her chest healed at a visible pace. While her recovery could mend her injury, it could not restore her black silk gown, revealing large swathes of her pristine skin, alluringly fair and enticingly flushed. Su Xilan made no effort to conceal her voluptuous form. No matter, being assertive and suspicious is a plus in my book. Then, might you elucidate the purpose of her late-night visit? As I mentioned earlier, I am here to extend an invitation for you to accompany me to a gathering. Wei Gong furrowed his brow. A gathering? What gathering? Su Xilan's face, obscured by her veil, registered a hint of surprise. Did you not receive an invitation? Chapter 72. Surviving a success with a flourish of her hand, Su Xilan produced an inky black invitation, as if by magic. This is an invitation from Donghai City. Did you not receive it? Wei Gong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Am I the only one who hasn't received a party invitation? This is bad. It seems I've fallen victim to American-style bullying. Su Xilan's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Before sending out invitations, Donghai City investigates the strength of the host and its influence. Only the powerful are deemed worthy of attending this gathering. Yet, given Wei Gong's prowess, it seems implausible that he would not receive an invitation. Su Xilan continued to inquire, have you ever encountered a black crow? Wei Gong's expression gradually morphed into one of awkwardness as he sheepishly scratched his cheek. Not only have I seen one, but I also brought it down. And where is that crow now? Wei Gong's face grew even more uncomfortable, and he could only manage a dry chuckle. A child, unaware of the consequences, devoured it. After bringing down the crow, Luo Wan approached Wei Gong, expressing that the creature contained a unique genetic sequence. If consumed, it might lead to the development of flying zombies, since the child had a penchant for eating. It was only fitting to let her indulge. After all, she is still growing, and nutrition must be comprehensive. This revelation left Su Xilan momentarily speechless. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Many have brought down crows. But perhaps you are the only one who has eaten one. Wei Gong turned to glance at Luo Wan behind him. Is it possible to regurgitate it? Luo Wan leaned back slightly, her expression suggesting, are you jesting with me? At that moment, Wei Gong realized why he had not received an invitation. Donghai City had indeed sent a crow to inspect Shaodan City, but it was shot down by Kalu before it could even be properly observed, leaving only some fur behind. During this period, the ordinary zombies in Shaodan City had been disposed of in the parasitic nest, and the enhanced hunter army had been concealed by Wei Gong. Coupled with Liang Sun's statement at the press conference about having evacuated 1 million survivors, Donghai City's mother body mistakenly believed that Shaodan City was merely a minor player, unworthy of a seat at the table. Not only had they disregarded the food, but they had also cooked their carrier pigeons. It would be absurd to expect an invitation under such circumstances. However, to be fair, was Donghai City entirely blameless in this situation? If you lack an invitation, you may accompany me as my partner, Su Xilan suggested, winking playfully at Wei Gong. Luo Wan narrowed her eyes, glaring intently at Su Xilan. Surely, she doesn't aspire to become my stepmother? Luo Wan subtly leaned closer to Wei Gong's ear, whispering, Father, be wary of this deceptive woman. Wei Gong looked at Luo Wan incredulously. You, my dear, seem to be filled with mischievous thoughts. This is a warning. A warning, Wei Gong playfully flicked Luo Wan aside. Adults are conversing. Children should refrain from interrupting. Ignoring Luo Wan, Wei Gong refocused his attention on Su Xilan. I'm curious about the true intent behind your unmasked goodwill. Su Xilan, without hesitation, laid bare her intentions. I seek an ally, one who can protect my formidable self. Su Xilan's abilities were rather awkward. The power to manipulate others' emotions through song sounded impressive, yet in practice, it was rather comical, as she could only control those weaker than herself. As the survivor players grew stronger, the enemy's combat capabilities also escalated. If this trend continued, Su Xilan, whose powers could only target the weak, would undoubtedly become a prime target for extermination among survivors. Thus, she required a reliable and powerful ally, and Wei Gong was the optimal choice. How can you be certain that I am the one you seek? Because of her, Su Xilan pointed to Rongyu. Her strength is formidable, yet she fell to your hands, indicating you are stronger. Jianghuai City is not far from Litai City, so Ronyu was more informed about the battles involving the Litai City mother body than most. The achievement of defeating Ronyu was something even the ostensibly strongest zombie faction, Donghai City, could not accomplish. Yet Wei Gong had done so. Particularly after witnessing Wei Gong's army of hunters, Su Xilan's conviction in her assumption deepened. Within the confines of Dian, Wei Gong was unrivaled. Wei Gong crossed his arms and smiled slightly. You possess a keen eye for discerning character, Su Xilan chuckled softly. As a weak woman, lacking in strength, I must rely on my vision to compensate in alliance as possible. But what can you offer me? Wei Gong was not a benevolent soul. He had no habit of protecting the weak. To gain his protection, one must demonstrate sufficient value. Jianghuai City is willing to become your subordinate. Whether human or zombie, we can serve as your sustenance. Wei Gong possessed numerous elite zombies, yet the absence of ordinary zombies suggested that creating elite zombies required substantial consumption of a latter. Since you require sustenance, allow me to serve as your food. Wei Gong was taken aback. Oh. By stating this, Su Xilan willingly closed off her growth potential, content to become Wei Gong's subordinate. If you still doubt my sincerity, I am willing to entrust you with my life box. Su Xilan opened her hand, revealing a box the size of a ring case that appeared in her palm. Wei Gong signaled with his eyes. And Ronyu stepped forward to accept Su Xilan's life box. To ensure there were no traps, Ronyu first opened the box for Wei Gong's inspection. Once confirmed, she presented the life box to Wei Gong. Inside, there lay a resplendent red crystal, resembling a ruby formed from coagulated blood, breathtakingly beautiful. This was Su Xilan's crystal core. To ascertain its authenticity, Wei Gong had the system conduct an appraisal, receiving a positive confirmation. Since the system attested to its legitimacy, Wei Gong had no reason for further doubt. After all, the only way to further validate it would be to crush the crystal core and see whether Su Xilan would perish. Wait, can you, in your mind, operate separately? Su Xilan's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, Wei Gong's remark was rather impolite for an elegant woman. Merely a few little tricks for self-preservation. You trust me so readily. Revealing everything, Su Xilan's gaze dimmed slightly. Because I wish to survive in the torrent of the apocalypse. The weak can only cling to the stronger for survival, even if they risk being sacrificed as cannon fodder. But at least they may extend their existence a little longer. As long as one lives, there is hope. With hope comes a future. Wei Gong accepted Su Xilan's life box. I accept your request for an alliance. But I will not stifle your growth potential. At least not for now. He sought powerful allies, not burdensome liabilities. Even though he was currently in need of sustenance, he would not consume Su Xilan. For she was not worth it. It was akin to raising pigs. A piglet could never be as valuable as a fully grown hog. Now, let us discuss Donghai City's forthcoming visit. Chapter 73. Me? To be honest, Wei Gong was not particularly inclined to attend the gathering. Firstly, he had little interest in the zombie mother body's feast, and secondly, he had not received an invitation to show up uninvited would somewhat resemble a disruption to the event. While Wei Gong feared no force, he also did not wish to cultivate too many enemies, especially among other mother bodies. After having just mocked humanity's penchant for infighting, it would be ironic to engage in a power struggle with other mother bodies. To be honest, I'm not particularly keen on attending this banquet. Wait, infighting. A chance for humans to exploit? Just then, a brilliant idea sparked in Wei Gong's mind. I have a rather dubious notion. Wei Gong smirked mischievously. No. I have a splendid idea. If this plan could be executed smoothly, the living across the river would not need his intervention. They would leap into the river like pigs lining up for a swim. One by one, aside from Su Xilan, several of Wei Gong's subordinates involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. Whenever Wei Gong wore such a smile, it usually heralded trouble. Wei Gong rose from his seat. I've changed my mind. I will accompany you to the gathering. I am delighted to have you by my side on this journey. Wei Gong turned to his companions. Kalu, you will accompany me. Rongyu and Luo Wan, stay behind. Ugh, I'm so tired. Why must we have another meeting? In a military facility in Donghai City, a middle-aged man, whose face bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, sat in a corner of the conference room. His appearance suggested years of enduring a dull routine, exuding an air of lethargy. The man lit a cigarette for himself, grumbling in dissatisfaction. I joined this game to escape the drudgery of work. Yet here I am, still burdened with it. The woman beside him inquired, "Why are you like this again in the morning? Come clean. What time did you sleep last night?" "For in the morning." The woman stared at him in disbelief. "For? You stayed up all night, gaming again." The middle-aged man sank deeper into his seat, hugging his arms across his chest, adopting a posture that suggested he was preparing to doze off. What else is there to do in this godforsaken base besides gaming? Though the main body of Donghai City has ostensibly conquered the area, it has only truly occupied 2/3 of the territory. Moreover, the regions under its control comprise primarily the old city and civilian districts. While the affluent neighborhoods and corporate parks have long been safeguarded by the forces of Dian, presently, over 5 million survivors in Donghai City have been relocated to this secured area, which is protected by 100,000 soldiers from Dian and several dozen survivor players. Furthermore, the outer layer of this refuge is fortified by a special protective shield sent by Chu Zhongqing, rendering the zombies of Donghai City utterly incapable of breaching it. The zombie forces have also gained control of the airspace over Donghai City, preventing Dian from evacuating the survivors. Thus, a stalemate ensues, with neither side able to advance or retreat, merely staring at each other in silence. Noticing a woman in the corner whispering incessantly, the speaker at the podium expressed his displeasure, admonishing sharply, "We are in a crucial meeting. What are you mumbling about over there?" The woman recoiled slightly, then lowered her voice to inquire of the man beside her, "Are you really going to just sleep? Aren't you going to listen to what the mission is?" The middle-aged man shut his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly parting as he lazily replied, "What's there to hear? Even if there's a mission, it has nothing to do with me." This middle-aged man was quite weak, ranking among the lowest in the entire base. Due to the peculiar nature of his abilities, the base seldom assigned him any tasks, allowing him to maintain a low-profile existence that, in his view, he was merely an ordinary person, lacking any extraordinary connections, content to idle away his days. After all, if the sky were to fall, someone tall would surely hold it up. It was hardly something for an ordinary person like him to worry about. The current mission involved rescuing the trapped Shentong. Given the significance and uniqueness of this task, it was imperative to select an appropriate candidate. The speaker at the podium opened a folder and glanced at it. The individual responsible for executing this mission is Song Chang. He then lifted his gaze, searching the conference room for Song Chang's figure. Where is Song Chang? Has he not come to the meeting? Upon hearing the name Song Chang, the middle-aged man suddenly shivered, straightening up as if reacting instinctively. Indeed, this middle-aged man's name was Song Chang. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself, exclaiming, "Me?" Song Chang's head popped up, and the speaker finally noticed him hiding in the corner of the conference room. Song Chang, so you are here. Incredulity filled Song Chang's small eyes as he stood up, brimming with confusion. "What? I'm going to rescue someone. Is that for real?" It was well known that Shun Tong was imprisoned in the Empire Building, which had become the stronghold of the zombies in Donghai City. Song Chang was aware that several teams had perished in their attempts to rescue Chen Tong, in terms of combat prowess. Song Chang ranked among the weakest in the Donghai City base. If it came to direct combat, he would struggle against even a professionally trained soldier. Sending Song Chang into that place to retrieve someone was no less daunting than asking Ben Borba to eliminate Tang Song and his disciples. The speaker glanced down at the task assignment document, confirming that it indeed bore Song Chang's name. "That's right, it's you." Song Chang shook his head, scanning the room, and continued to question, "Such a daunting task. Surely I won't be going alone, right?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he desperately reassured himself. However, the speaker's next words shattered Song Chang's final glimmer of hope. "You are the only one assigned to this mission." "No." Song Chang was taken aback, rushing to the speaker's side, seizing the task assignment document, and flipping through it repeatedly, only to find that his name was indeed the sole one listed. "I raise my hand. Report." "Boss, I wish to swap candidates. For such a perilous task to be assigned to him alone felt akin to a death sentence, earning a meager salary of a few thousand a month. What was the point of risking his life? No way, he refused to comply. The speaker promptly rejected Song Chang's request for a replacement. No substitutions are allowed. This is a task personally assigned by Director Chu. He stated that you are the best candidate for this mission. and it must be executed solely by you. Upon hearing Chu Zhengxing's name, Song Chong broke into a cold sweat. It was a widely acknowledged consensus among the survivor community that offending anyone was undesirable. But offending Chu Zhengxing was particularly perilous. With a despondent expression, he reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll do it, but is that all right? Chapter 74. Woohoo! Take off, is this really Donghai City? That was far too swift, as a ripple spread across a piece of glass. Wei Gong and Su Xilan materialized atop a skyscraper's rooftop. The journey from Shaodin City to Donghai City had taken them scarcely an hour. The distance was nearly 200 kilometers, even on the highway. It would typically require 2 hours. It was merely a unique application of their abilities that, in truth, it was quite simple. Wei Gong directly manipulated the ground of the mirror world, creating a road that led straight to Shaotin City. Both Wei Gong and Su Xilan needed not walk, as this road operated like an escalator, swiftly transporting them to Donghai City. Speaking of which, what on earth is this weather? Wei Gong looked up at the enormous dark cloud enveloping the entire Donghai City. The weather there was exceedingly unnatural, with simultaneous rain and wind, reminiscent of a typhoon. However, the issue was that no typhoon had recently made landfall in Dian. This meant that the bizarre weather was orchestrated by the main body of Donghai City. The ability to influence an entire city's weather suggested that the entity in Donghai City was no ordinary foe. Just as Wei Gong pondered this, the clouds above began to churn violently, as if some colossal creature were stirring the tides within. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, crashing into a distant milky white barrier. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder echoed through the skies, resembling the wrath of a deity. Wei Gong squinted, fixating on the tumultuous clouds that in that instant when the lightning fell, he sensed the presence of an immense being stirring within the clouds. Was that lightning its method of attack? Was it targeting that milky white barrier? Wei Gong shifted his gaze to the barrier. It was evident that the milky white shield was no ordinary structure. Withstood a strike of such a magnitude, it merely dimmed slightly, showing no signs of fracturing. Perhaps disheartened by the ineffectiveness of its assault, the creature within the clouds ceased its attack, and the roiling clouds returned to their stagnant state. Was that a mere accident? Su Xilan had also witnessed the earlier spectacle. She understood that the lightning was not a natural occurrence. Yet she was hesitant to confirm her suspicions. If it were indeed man-made, the assailant's power would be terrifying. It was not an accident. That strike was likely the handiwork of Donghai City's main body. Wei Gong remained remarkably composed. After all, such an attack was within the capabilities of Rongyu. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he gazed up at the overcast sky. I suspect that the main body of Donghai City has invited us here not merely for a meeting, but also for that eggshell-like object. Recently, Luo 1 had breached Dian's internal network, and by piecing together publicly available intelligence, it became evident that the main body of Donghai City had not completely subdued the city, that a significant number of survivors, approximately 5 million, were still hiding in shelters, an amount rivaling the population of Shaodin City. Coupled with the 100,000 soldiers and survivor players defending the base, this was akin to a bountiful treasure trove. The main body of Donghai City would undoubtedly covet such a resource. However, the issue lay in the fact that the main body of Donghai City was incapable of breaching the protective barrier, resorting only to sporadic lightning strikes to deplete its energy. The invitation extended to the main bodies of other cities was likely a quest for a method to penetrate the shield. Since it sought assistance, that made matters simpler, for across the entirety of Dian, only he, Wei Gong, possessed the capability to breach that barrier. Having arrived, he decided it was time to meet their host. You know where the main body of Donghai City is? Wei Gong pointed to the clouds above. Isn't it right above us? The colossal creature that had flitted through the cloudscape moments ago was undoubtedly the main body of Donghai City. Realizing Wei Gong's implication, Su Xilan turned pale with fright. So high up, how are we supposed to get up there? I can't fly. Wei Gong smiled mysteriously. The mountain man has his own clever schemes that in his palm. A glass orb materialized. You're the chosen one. Zombie Crow. With a flourish, Wei Gong tossed the glass orb into the air, as if throwing a pokeball. Ka! 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 As the glass bead shattered, a colossal zombie crow erupted from within. This was a specialized zombie created after the parasitic mother nest consumed the crow from Donghai City. This zombie crow possessed little in terms of combat prowess and had defensive capabilities no different from that of an ordinary zombie. Its sole purpose was to grant Wei Gong the ability to soar through the skies. With a flourish of his hand, Wei Gong struck a flashy, yet somewhat juvenile pose. Merge! Caw, caw, caw! After circling 3 times above Wei Gong. The zombie crow suddenly dove towards his location. During the dive, the crow's body began to twist and contort, ultimately leaving only a pair of claws and a set of massive black wings. With a piercing sound, the claws sank into Wei Gong's back, establishing a close connection with his nervous system. Thus, Wei Gong effectively acquired a pair of external wings. He gently flapped the black wings and found himself moving with remarkable ease. As if they were merely extensions of his limbs, Wei Gong was quite pleased with this. If Gula Duo were to witness this spectacle, he would likely shed tears of envy on the spot. Su Xilan, feeling anxious, inquired, "Do I have to go as well?" This meeting would mark the first clash between the 2 most formidable entities within the Great Yin realm, should the Great Yin become aware. The entire upper echelon would likely be thrown into a frenzy if the 2 were to engage in combat. The ensuing shockwaves could very well spell her demise multiple times over. In such a scenario, Su Xilan dared not involve herself in need. You would not withstand the cold and lack of oxygen at high altitudes. Upon hearing this, Su Xilan exhaled in relief. All right, standing at the edge of the rooftop, Wei Gong glanced down at the abyss below, a chasm of 100 meters. At this height, anyone suffering from acrophobia would likely faint on the spot. To be honest, I've never experienced the sensation of jumping from such a height. With an elegant turn, Wei Gong fell backward, straight as an arrow, as his feet left the ground. The sensation of weightlessness and the pull of gravity enveloped him, drawing him towards the earth from over 100 meters high. Wei Gong spread his arms wide, surrendering to gravity's embrace as he plummeted. With less than 10 meters to the ground, he grinned and shouted, "Woohoo! Take off!" with a powerful flap of the black wings behind him. His body shot skyward like a rocket. Woohoo! Take off! Chapter 75. I have come to discuss terms as his altitude increased, the air grew colder and thinner, and the wind howled with increasing ferocity. Were it not for Wei Gong's robust physical constitution, he would have likely been swept away like a kite severed from its string, carried off to distant realms. With a final push, Wei Gong broke through the torrential rain and gale, diving headlong into the swirling dark clouds. However, the moment he penetrated the cloud layer, 2 enormous eyes, reminiscent of ancient bells, flickered to life, fixating intently on the uninvited guest, like a booming voice, akin to thunder rolling across the sky, reverberated. Who dares approach? In an instant, the wind surged, and the entire cloud sea began to churn violently. Boom! Boom! A tornado ravaged the skies, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, as if the apocalypse had descended. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, the massive form concealed within the clouds finally revealed itself. It was a creature of mythic proportions, stretching several hundred meters in length, a beast that belonged solely to the realm of legends. Faced with such a monstrosity, Wei Gong remained undaunted, a calm smile gracing his features. I hail from Donghai City. I have come to discuss terms. What rank do you hold to dare negotiate with me? In the eyes of the beast, Wei Gong's stature was no larger than that of a chick, easily dispatched with a mere breath, sending him soaring thousands of miles away. Unqualified, Wei Gong did not take offense. Instead, he casually flipped his wrist, and an ancient black longsword appeared in his grasp. With this, can we not stand and negotiate the terms? Grasping the hilt with his right hand and the sheath with his left, he exerted a forceful motion, causing the blade, shimmering with an eerie red light, to be drawn forth in an instant. The other shore slice. With a swift motion, he unleashed a cutting strike, the black spatial slash extending for hundreds of meters. As if intending to cleave the entire cloud sea in twain, such a strike capable of slicing through the cloud sea could surely sever the head of the colossal beast. The very moment the other shore manifested, the beast's instincts were triggered, and the subsequent spatial slash sent it into a state of heightened alert, for it sensed that even with its monstrous form, it could not withstand such a blow. Facing the grim fate of being cleaved in two. Wei Gong aimed the blade of the other shore at the beast's head. Am I now deemed qualified? Strength is, after all, the most compelling bargaining chip. No amount of words could rival the impact of such a decisive strike. Who exactly are you? The beast fixed its gaze on Wei Gong, not daring to let its focus waver for an instant. From Shoudang City, I am Wei Gong, intruding uninvited. I hope for your understanding. Standing proudly amidst the clouds with his long sword in hand, Wei Gong vividly embodied the essence of speaking boldly while conveying humility. You are the mother entity of Shoudang City. Though the beast resided high above the clouds, it still received daily reports from its subordinates. According to the crow's intelligence, the mother entity of Shoudang City was deemed a failure, incapable of managing even a third-tier city. Yet the individual before it bore no semblance of such incompetence. Clearly, the crow's perceptions were clouded, leading to such absurd conclusions. The beast's voice rumbled low. Wei Gong, what business do you have with me? Since the other party had chosen to converse amicably, it would be rather impolite to continue brandishing the sword. Wei Gong twirled the blade gracefully, sheathing the other shore with flair, and restored a friendly smile to his face. I wish to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. I will assist you in cracking open that eggshell, and in return, you will cooperate with me in staging a performance. Wow, this Empire State Building is enormous. How long will it take me to find what I seek? Song Chong feigned reluctance, yet effortlessly infiltrated the Empire State Building. He was now darting through the densely packed rooms, glancing here and there, searching for the cell where Chun Tung was imprisoned. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner, indicating that something was approaching. Oh no, someone's coming. Taking a deep breath, Song Chong held his breath and activated his special ability to dilute his presence. Diluting one's presence, as its name implies, drastically reduces the user's visibility, causing surrounding beings to subconsciously overlook their existence, in addition to diminishing his own presence. Song Chong could also touch others to reduce their visibility. This capability was precisely why Chu Zhongqing had specifically assigned Song Chong for this rescue mission. The heavy footsteps rounded the corner, revealing their true nature. A zombie dog, its size nearly indistinguishable from that of a wild wolf. What the heck? Where did this dog come from? Song Chong, a middle-aged man, immediately stood at attention. Observing the entirety of Donghai City, one would notice that the zombies here exhibited varying degrees of animalistic traits, with some resembling quadrupedal animal zombies. This phenomenon was intrinsically linked to the evolution path of the Donghai City mother entity. Since the mother entity had adopted a beast enhancement route, its body was infused with diverse wild beast genetic sequences. Zombies infected by the Donghai City mother entity would inherit its animal genes, resulting in a phenomenon known as beastification. That if an ordinary person were to be infected by such beastified zombies, they too would inherit the wild beast genes, albeit with a dilution effect leading to less pronounced beast-like traits. For the more apparent the signs of beastification, the greater the strength of the zombie. The zombie dog before Song Chong was undoubtedly at least a small leader-level zombie, a canine zombie with a keen sense of smell. The zombie dog was tasked with patrolling the Empire State Building for security. Previous rescue teams had fallen victim to this very zombie dog, leading to relentless pursuits by countless zombies, resulting in total annihilation. You can't see me. As Song Chong remained perfectly still. He endeavored to keep his emotions calm, as this would further reduce his presence. The zombie dog passed by Song Chong, evidently oblivious to his existence, ultimately vanishing down the corridor's end. This exemplified the unique nature of Song Chang's ability. It was not invisibility, yet its efficacy far surpassed that of mere concealment. Had he been invisible, the zombie dog could have detected him by scent, but with his presence diluted, even the scent itself was rendered nearly imperceptible. With a sigh of relief, Song Chong reemerged into view. I've overexerted my abilities today. I'd better find a room to hide in and continue tomorrow, avoiding unnecessary tasks, procrastinating whenever possible, and exerting only 60% of his effort in any endeavor. These were the principles that guided Song Chang's work ethic. Even if he possessed the stamina to continue searching, he had no intention of pressing on today. After all, earning a few $1,000s a month was hardly worth risking his life. Suddenly, Song Chong chose a relatively secluded room to conceal himself. Chapter 76. The Innate Labor's Sacred Body. You wouldn't believe it, but the place these fellows reside in is quite splendid, after using a device provided by the base to unlock the door. Song Chong was astonished to discover an exceptionally luxurious business suite inside. The room's dimensions and decor were nothing short of top tier, if one were to calculate based on the real estate prices before the apocalypse. Staying a night in this room would cost at least 5,000 yuan. Yet it was hardly surprising, for the Empire State Building was a 5-star hotel before its fall, now tragically reduced to a den of zombies. Truly a waste of resources. The thought that he was living in a place inferior to a horde of zombies sent a chill down Song Chang's spine. Upon entering the room, he promptly locked the door and secured it with a chain. For safety's sake, he refrained from turning on the electricity and instead curled up in a dark corner to rest for a while. Just a brief moment of closing his eyes, Song Chong yawned and groggily shut his eyes. Just as he did, the glass in the room suddenly rippled. "Master, shall we eliminate this survivor player?" Song Chong presumed that hiding here meant he was undetected, unaware that he had been under Kalen's surveillance since he entered the room. The previous occupant of this suite was Wei Gong. However, for safety reasons, Wei Gong chose not to reside in the room, but instead in a suite within the mirror world. In no rush, let us first observe what this fellow intends to do. Wei Gong, in the mirror world, watched with great interest as Song Chong rested. The fact that he could infiltrate the Empire State Building alone without being discovered indicated that he possessed some remarkable abilities. Kalen informed Su Xilan to cease patrols in this area for the next few days. According to Wei Gong's script, he and Kalen were not yet due to make an appearance, thus requiring Su Xilan to convey the message. Understood. With Wei Gong's arrangements, this area became extraordinarily secure, allowing Song Chong to naturally regard this room as a safe haven. In the following days, Song Chong ventured out daily at 9 o'clock to search for Chun Tung's whereabouts. Scurrying around the Empire State Building like a mouse, he returned at 11:30 for a quick bite to fill his stomach, treating it as lunch. After his meal, he would opt for a 1-hour nap. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he would set out again to continue his search for Chun Tung. By 5:30, he would return to the room punctually. Returning at 5:30 again. Did he think he was at work? Observing Song Chong lying on the bed playing on his phone, Wei Gong found it hard to contain himself. Regardless of what transpired or what enemies he encountered within the Empire State Building, Song Chong would invariably return to this room at 5:30 each afternoon. He was simply like a conceptual deity. Wei Gong's lips twitched slightly. Could this fellow be the innate labor's sacred body? Punctually on duty, punctually off duty, absolutely no overtime. Despite his complaints, Wei Gong held a high regard for Song Chang's capabilities. Being able to move freely in this perilous lair without detection demonstrated that Song Chang's extraordinary abilities were indeed exceptional. After observing Song Chong for several days, Wei Gong deduced that it must be an ability related to concealment. Not particularly formidable in combat, but exceptional in evasion. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Song Chong also commenced his daily reporting. June 13th. Clear skies and still no sign of Chun Tung. The Empire State Building has become increasingly perilous. Today, I spotted the mother body from Jianghuai City. Had it not been for my rather unique abilities, I would have long since been a corpse. For the sake of my personal safety, I hereby request to terminate the mission. After completing his report, Song Chong casually tossed his phone aside, indifferent to it. Since the day he set out, he had been requesting to terminate the mission, yet the responses were invariably to continue. Although he already anticipated the reply, he still had to feign despair. Perhaps one day he might succeed? In life, one must always harbor dreams. If a person lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from salted fish? Lying on the soft bed, Song Chong scratched his backside. Perhaps I should take a shower today. I feel as if I'm starting to stink. Initially, Song Chong was too afraid to turn on the lights, only daring to hide in the dark corners for a brief nap. However, he soon realized that this area was devoid of patrols, gradually lowering his guard. Now, not only did he dare to lie openly on the bed to sleep, but he even felt bold enough to turn on the television to watch children's programs. Of course, he kept the volume muted, for he had yet to summon the courage for that. Just as he was preparing to undress for a shower, his phone, carelessly tossed at the foot of the bed, suddenly lit up, signaling a new response from the base. Could it be that my request was actually successful? Song Chong was elated. Eagerly picking up his phone, he noticed that this response was notably lengthy, containing far more words than previous replies. Perhaps his request had indeed been granted. However, just as he read the response, a sense of despair washed over him. What he saw was not a directive to terminate the mission, but rather an additional task. The message read, "According to reliable intelligence, the Mother Body in Donghai City has summoned several Mother Body zombies for a meeting, with the venue being none other than the Empire State Building. Additional task assigned. Infiltrate the Empire State Building and ascertain the purpose of the Mother Body's gathering in Donghai City." The message concluded with a firm rejection of his request to terminate the mission, instructing him to continue with the task. Enraged, Song Chong flung his phone onto the bed, feeling like a clown. After finally feeling a spark of hope, they utterly crushed him. Damn it. Song Chong was truly furious now. Knowing full well that the Empire State Building was teeming with mother bodies, fraught with danger, yet they assigned him such a perilous task. Even a horse's life is still a life. It was akin to a company sending you to Africa for 3 years, and every year you request to return home, only to be met with a response not just denying your return, but sending you to subdue the local tribes instead. That's something a person can endure. Endure it once, and the more you think about it, the more it feels like a loss. Take a step back. And the more you think, the angrier you become. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to explode at my dog of a superior, without regard for whether he might be discovered by zombies. Song Chong directly dialed the phone. Damn it, I quit. What's the difference between this task and suicide? Whoever wants to do it, go ahead. With emotions running high, Song Chong unleashed a torrent of curses. However, the voice on the other end calmly replied, "Complete this mission, and you can retire to..." In that instant, Song Chong froze. You must understand how powerful the word retirement is for a laborer. It is the dream of every individual. Will there be a pension after retirement? What about social insurance? When Song Chong uttered this, his voice trembled. Chapter 77. Can you keep up? After retirement, you'll be stationed in the capital, where you will have minimal tasks. And you won't even need to clock in. No one will supervise you. You can do as you please at AS for the compensation. It's $20,000 a month with full benefits if you wish to enhance your abilities. We can also prioritize your access to training facilities. Are you serious? Song Chong was on the verge of tears. He entered this deadly game precisely to experience such a life. This conversation will be recorded. Any questions? I'm in. If I don't do this job, no one else can. For the sake of his long-desired retirement, Song Chong ignited a fire of determination at 200%. Dreams are enticing. Yet reality is harsh. Song Chong immediately encountered his first dilemma. The Empire State Building is an enormous structure, and even if there are not thousands, there are at least 8,000 rooms inside. Finding the meeting place among so many rooms is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. More crucially, with so many dangerous mother bodies present, how could he eavesdrop on their discussions without being detected? In the mirror world, every move and word of Song Chong was under Wei Gong's watchful eye. He stroked his chin with intrigue. Our little mouse seems to be somewhat troubled from Song Chang's recent dialogue. It appeared that the meeting summoned by the Mother Body in Donghai City had likely come to the attention of the Dian authorities. The task assigned to Song Chong by Dian was probably to eavesdrop on the contents of the Mother Body meeting. Kalen's tone remained calm. He will die. Without the assistance of a benefactor, Song Chang's eavesdropping would be tantamount to suicide, for the number of Mother Body zombies present was simply overwhelming. Even with Song Chang's unique concealment abilities, he could not maintain that indefinitely. Should he be discovered during that time, his fate would be sealed. For this reason, Wei Gong merely smiled lightly. No worries. We shall become his benefactors. Just moments ago, Wei Gong had been searching for a camera capable of live-streaming the impending grand performance to the Dian authorities. Now, it seemed, Song Chong had delivered himself right to their doorstep. What shall we do? Wei Gong stroked his chin and chuckled. If he is unaware of the meeting's time, we shall serve as his alarm clock. If he lacks knowledge of the venue, we shall be his guides. And if he fears being discovered, we will divert the attention of the entire audience. On the afternoon of June 15th at 3:53, in a room, Song Chong anxiously glanced at his phone. There were only 10 minutes left until the zombie matriarch meeting commenced. Yet he still had no clue where it was being held. Yesterday, during the day, Song Chong had inadvertently eavesdropped on a conversation between the matriarch of Jianghuai City and other zombies, discovering that the meeting was set to start at 4:47 p.m. on June 15th. Now, with the meeting imminent, Song Chong still had not ascertained the location. Song Chong, think of something quickly. Otherwise, you will miss the precious opportunity of retirement. Just then, as Song Chong darted about like an ant on a hot pan, a sudden commotion erupted outside the room, catching his attention. What is that noise? Song Chong stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe the corridor. He beheld a black-haired man gripping a zombie dog by the head, abruptly applying force and, astonishingly, crushed the zombie dog's head with his bare hands. What the hell? Witnessing such a blood-soaked and violent scene, Song Chong instinctively gasped. Whose subordinate is this, so ferocious? The man in the corridor seemed to have heard Song Chang's voice and turned to look directly at the room where Song Chong was hiding. Damn it! The fleeting glance from the black-haired man nearly scared Song Chong out of his wits, prompting him to activate his ability and minimize his presence. Wei Gong chuckled in the corridor. Song Chong, you are peeking at me, aren't you? Wei Gong was aware that Song Chong was stealthily hiding behind the door, as he had purposely exposed himself for Song Chong to see, feigning ignorance. Wei Gong raised his voice slightly. The local gang really lacks manners. They hold an audio party without inviting me, and even unleash dogs to bite me. Just watch me smash their gathering to pieces. With that, Wei Gong dragged the corpse of the zombie dog and continued forward to ensure that Song Chong would not fall behind. Wei Gong even used the blood of the zombie dog as a trail marker for him. As Wei Gong walked further away, Song Chong finally exhaled in relief. That guy just now must be the matriarch from Shaodan City, following the direction of the sound. One could discern a man adorned with a raven-beaked mask bursting into the conference hall. He was none other than one of the affiliates of the East Sea City's core, specifically the one responsible for distributing invitations, known as Crow. With such a commotion erupting in the conference hall, it would be quite unreasonable if the zombies of East Sea City showed no reaction. Upon entering, Crow immediately spotted Chong Wei confronting Lu Benshu. What are you doing? To prevent any flaws in their plan. Only Wei Gong and the East Sea City's core were privy to the transaction, keeping it a secret from others. Hence, from Crow's perspective, Wei Gong and Kowloon were merely there to disrupt the proceedings. Kowloon shot Crow a cold glance, entirely disregarding his warning, and continued to launch his spear. The approaching dead thorn instilled a sense of impending doom within Lu Benshu, prompting him to shout, "Quack! Save me, my teeth! I command you to cease! Can you not hear me?" With a flick of his hand, Crow dispatched a multitude of crows, attempting to obstruct Kowloon's dead thorn. But dead thorn, with its dual abilities of certainty and lethality, was not so easily thwarted. The dead thorn effortlessly pierced through the swarm of crows, striking Lu Benshu squarely in the head. After emitting a chilling scream, Lu Benshu's eyes rolled back, his legs flailed, and he fell utterly silent. Damn, is he dead? This revelation left all the core members present in shock, springing to their feet. They had all come to witness the spectacle, believing that even in the worst-case scenario, it would only result in a loss of limbs, not lives. Yet now, Lu Benshu had been executed on the spot. The cores were dumbfounded, as was Song Chong, who had been eavesdropping in the corner, his jaw dropping as if it could accommodate an apple. What the hell? Is the plot this intense? Glancing at his phone, Song Chong exclaimed, "What the hell? This movie has only just begun, and already someone is dead. And not just any random passerby, but a bona fide core zombie." To put it in perspective, it was akin to a scene in a Detective Conan movie where, within the first 2 minutes, a key character from the Junior Detective League meets their demise. Chapter 79, Adorable Children. Such explosive plot developments were too tantalizing to keep to himself. He had to invite everyone to watch. Without hesitation, Song Chong pulled out his phone, fervently tagging his colleagues. Holy cow, explosive plot. You'll regret not watching this for 10,000 years. He resembled someone scrolling through TikTok, captivated by a beautiful woman. The head of the base immediately inquired, "Song Chong, what nonsense are you blabbering about?" Struggling to contain his excitement, Song Chong feverishly typed on the screen. Super juicy scoop. The core of Damlin City has been taken down by the core of Shaodan City. The head was left utterly flabbergasted. Song Chong, While it's permissible to indulge in wild speculation, you must not spread baseless rumors. The gravity of this information was so staggering that it instinctively led the head to suspect it was false intel. Don't believe me? I'll livestream it for you. This declaration triggered Song Chang's stubbornness, and without concern for being discovered by other zombie cores, he initiated a live broadcast. Through the livestream, one could see the core of Danlin City. Pinned against the wall like a dead dog, a crimson spear lodged in its head, utterly motionless, truly resembling a corpse. Holy cow, it's really dead. The head sprang from his seat, shouting now, immediately, alert all top officials of Dian. A major incident has occurred at the East Sea City Core Conference. Upon hearing this news, the entire upper echelons of Dian were thrown into turmoil. One core killing another was an unprecedented monumental event. Within 2 minutes, all high-ranking officials of Dian joined the teleconference to witness Song Chang's live broadcast. During the call, Liang Sun posed a question. Yang Xiangdi, what is the situation? Yang Xiangdi, the head of the East Sea City base, promptly began to explain the sequence of events. Director Chu, what are your thoughts? Chu Jingqing scrutinized the livestream. The distance is too great, and the image lacks clarity. I cannot ascertain whether the core of Danlin City is truly deceased. As a researcher, Chu Zhengqing refrained from making any judgments without concrete evidence. Can the camera zoom in a bit more? Chu Zhengqing shook his head. I'm afraid not. This is the maximum distance. He was well aware of the capabilities of every survivor player, and naturally understood Song Chang's limitations that if they attempted to get closer, Song Chang would surely be detected. Alas, Liang Sun despondently pounded the table. We can't see such crucial intel. Chu Zhengqing's glasses glinted as he intently observed the images relayed by Song Chang. Let us continue watching. If the core of Danlin City is indeed dead, this is merely the beginning. More explosive events are bound to unfold. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Empire State Building, Wei Gong lowered his voice and addressed Colin. You didn't actually kill that vegetable, did you? I control my strength. He won't die. Colin's mastery over his power was nothing short of exquisite. The previous shot had precisely damaged Liu Benchu's brain nerves but spared his core. As long as the core remained unharmed, Liu Benchu would not perish. Furthermore, due to the cursed power of Ka Luan's dead thorn, it impeded Liu Benchu's self-healing speed, rendering him incapable of regaining control over his body, leaving him sprawled there like a dead dog. Right. Since Ka Luan had assured him there was no issue, Wei Gong felt no further concern and resumed his performance. With a beaming smile, Wei Gong warmly greeted Crow. Well, isn't this our good friend Crow? It's been ages. I've missed you dearly. Shout-in City, what exactly do you intend to do? Crow's face turned a deep shade of green with anger. Wei Gong had just killed a core zombie before his very eyes, which was not only a slap in his face, but also an affront to his master. Crow's inquiry went unheard by Wei Gong, who continued speaking to himself. The pigeons you sent were simply exquisite. So nutritious and plump. My little darling adored them. Puffed. Crow was so enraged he nearly spat blood. It was one thing to mention it, but the mere recollection stirred his fury. Each Crow clone he created was akin to an extension of his own body. Any harm inflicted on a Crow clone would be genuinely felt by him. The agony endured when a Crow clone was devoured by a parasitic mother nest was reciprocated in full to his own body, casting a long shadow over his tender heart. This harrowing memory was the true reason Crow had not invited Wei Gong. Observing the darkening expression on Crow's face, Wei Gong pressed on. By the way, do you have any more of those free-range pigeons? My little glutton wants me to bring back a few. The price is negotiable. The onlookers gasped in unison. Shout-in City's core was truly skilled with words, each syllable striking home. You're pushing it too far. With that, Crow was thoroughly enraged, transforming into hundreds of crows that surged towards Wei Gong, intent on making him experience the sensation of being thoroughly devoured. Colin, can you catch him? I have locked onto his main body. Colin launched another dead thorn, weaving through the dense flock of crows, pinning an inconspicuous crow to the wall as the main body of Crow was impaled. The overwhelming swarm of crows vanished without a trace, leaving not even a feather behind. Song Chang, striving to keep his voice down, exclaimed, Holy cow, the core of Shout-in City has gone berserk. Both the cores present and those watching the live stream among the high-ranking officials of Dian were left with a singular thought. Has this guy lost his mind? Previously, attacking the core of Danlin City was merely a matter of disrespecting EC City. But now, Wei Gong had directly killed a crow, which was tantamount to declaring war on EC City. Liang Sun slammed the table, rising to declare, "Relay my orders. The EC City base and the Pingjiang City base shall immediately enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Prepared for action." Decades of political experience told Liang Sun that a significant event was on the horizon. AS Dian commenced its operations. Wei Gong within the conference hall also began to act. He finally stood up from his seat and approached Crow before the assembly. Seizing him, such a delectable pigeon, pluck its feathers, coat it in egg wash, roll in breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden and crispy, beloved by both young and old. Even the neighbor's children will be left drooling. AS Wei Gong spoke. Saliva dripped from his mouth, leaving everyone speechless. Is this a cooking show, or what? Suddenly, thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled, as if a calamity were descending upon the skies of EC City. A booming voice resonated through the air. Shoutan City. Whom do you wish to blow up? Chapter 80. Whether you are a dragon or not. The swirling clouds parted, revealing the colossal head of a beast amidst the sea of clouds. Its antlers resembled a deer, its head a camel, its eyes akin to a rabbit, its neck resembling a serpent, its belly akin to a mythological creature, its scales resembling fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws reminiscent of a tiger, and its ears akin to those of a cow. This appearance was strikingly similar to the dragons of myth and legend. Wei Gong grinned broadly. Wow, this dragon looks rather impressive. It was a colossal dragon, shrouded in darkness, as if forged from molten iron, each movement imbued with both power and elegance. The dragon spiraled majestically at the pinnacle of the sky, its body entwined with lightning. Resembling a deity descended from the heavens, stretching over 100 meters, its serpentine form writhed amongst the sea of clouds, each motion inciting wild winds and thunderous roars. The transformation into a dragon, known as dragonization, was an A-grade ability born from the EC City's core after acquiring numerous beastly powers. Unlike ordinary A-grade abilities, dragonization was a reward skill granted to the core upon gathering all 9 designated beastly powers. In simpler terms, it was akin to a set skill. This ability could not be obtained through conventional means. It required the collection of specific powers and weapons, necessitating not only a significant expenditure of points, but also a stroke of luck to secure the designated abilities and weapons. Therefore, the difficulty of acquisition was exceedingly high. The formidable nature of this skill inherently surpassed that of typical A-grade abilities. Take dragonization, for instance. With this power, the core of EC City would possess an immense body extending over 100 meters. Complemented by indestructible dragon scales capable of withstanding bombardments from aircraft. Beyond its unyielding physique, dragonization also endowed the core with the ability to fly and manipulate the weather. Lightning strikes, fierce gales, and torrential downpours became its most frequently employed offensive techniques. With such a multitude of abilities, in terms of direct combat prowess, the core of EC City was on par with the fully armed Rongyue. Shoutang City. Who do you wish to obliterate? The colossal dragon's head descended from the heavens, looming outside the glass walls of the conference hall, its ancient bell-like pupils casting a gaze that rendered everything beneath it diminutive, instilling a palpable sense of pressure that rendered all but Wei Gong and Ka Luan breathless. This was the core of EC City, Kai Yunteng, whose mere presence exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Were an ordinary person to be scrutinized by this dragon, they might very well faint on the spot. Wei Gong chuckled nonchalantly, tossing the crow in his hand. Do you wish to be deep-fried as well? Surprisingly, he genuinely contemplated feeding Kai Yunteng to the parasitic mother nest. The mother nest had only consumed a crow avatar, yet it produced a crow zombie. Should it devour Kai Yunteng, could it not yield a zombie dragon? Imagining a zombie dragon wreaking havoc was undeniably thrilling. Upon hearing this, the assembly of cores broke into a cold sweat. Exclaiming, "Brother, do refrain from speaking, please, no more." As the saying goes, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Whether Wei Gong would be slain by Kai Yunteng was of little concern to them. Their fear lay in being caught in the crossfire of their battle. In a fit of rage, Kai Yunteng laughed derisively. You arrogant fool. You know not your limits. With that, he opened his cavernous maw, bolts of lightning flickering within, preparing to unleash a powerful electric roar. Marlat, as the thunderous roar of the lightning dragon coalesced, tears nearly fell from the cores in the conference hall. Brother, it was him who provoked you. Do not take us down with you. Observing the core's frantic attempts to flee, yet unable to do so, Wei Gong couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you all. In such a hurry, he advanced rather than retreating, confronting Kai Yunting before the glass wall. Whether I perish from your spittle is uncertain, but your joy will surely be extinguished. Kai Yunting paused, realizing there was some merit to Wei Gong's words, and swallowed the lightning. So, what do you propose? Wei Gong beckoned with a finger. According to the rules of the martial world, let us ascend to the rooftop for a one-on-one duel. Those who do not come are but small dogs. The assembly of cores fell silent once more. The nature of his words bore childlike simplicity reminiscent of playground brawls. All right, no leaving after school. Kai Yunting retracted his dragon head, evidently preparing to ascend the rooftop to await Wei Gong. Wei Gong turned with a smile towards the gathered cores. What say you? Care to join the front row for the spectacle? The cores vigorously shook their heads. No, no, that would be detrimental to our health. To risk one's life merely for a spectacle would be utterly foolish. Disappointed, Wei Gong shook his head and exited the conference hall. Witnessing the departure of both Wei Gong and Kai Yunting, Song Chong, who had been covertly capturing footage from a corner, faced a dilemma. Should I follow them? Liang Sun immediately issued an order. Follow them. Wait, are you serious? Song Chong, neither blind nor foolish, understood that should those two titans engage in battle, the devastation would be cataclysmic. One misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Completing this mission would grant him freedom, allowing him to do as he pleased without oversight. What about the pay? The salary would double, with benefits remaining the same. Hiss, Song Chong inhaled sharply, genuinely tempted at that moment. Chu Zhongqing spoke. Song Chong, should you accomplish this task, I shall grant you one wish, any wish you desire. This wish may also be transferred to another. Song Chang's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Director Chu's promise. Undoubtedly, this was the most valuable reward of all. With this pledge, it was akin to possessing the pinnacle of resources within the Great Yin, something every survivor coveted. Even if Song Chong chose not to utilize it himself, he could easily pass it on to another survivor. At that point, all survivors would vie for his favor, eager to please him. In that moment, Song Chong felt akin to the protagonist of a dragon-slaying novel, with this task serving as his opportunity for redemption. Should he succeed, he would ascend to the zenith of his life, relishing in the privileges of a hero. A voice echoed in his mind. To succeed, one must first embrace madness, charging forward without hesitation. Strive for a legacy, for only through effort can one avoid failure. Today the floor, tomorrow the throne. Fight on. Karl Marx once stated that should there be a 50% profit, a person would take risks. At 100%, they would trample upon all laws. At 300%, they would commit any crime, even facing execution with indifference. Song Chong, it is time for grand endeavors. Go. With a resolute closing of his eyes and a firm clench of his teeth, Song Chong dashed forth, tailing Wei Gong. Chapter 81. The Clash of Two Titans. As Song Chong ascended to the rooftop, Wei Gong and Kai Yunting had already commenced their exchange of barbed insults. Kai Yunting extended his colossal dragon claw, beckoning Wei Gong. Come here. Despite the vast disparity in their sizes, Wei Gong's aura remained undiminished as he too extended his hand. Gesturing back, you come here, you come here, you come here, you come here. Just as Kai Yunting continued to gesture tauntingly, Wei Gong suddenly drew the Bian-Long knife, unleashing a gust of black energy towards Kai Yunting. What the hell? A sneak attack? You can't play fair, you little trash. Lacking in strength, Kai Yunting hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding Wei Gong's blade. Wei Gong summoned a crow zombie, merging with it. Enough of the chatter. Swift action is paramount. The black wings behind him flared, soaring like a hawk into the sky. You dare take flight? How audacious. Kai Yunting clenched his claw, conjuring a massive tornado. Category 8 hurricane. The howling winds surged forth, as if intent on shredding Wei Gong to pieces. Wei Gong merely smiled with indifference. Ha! Watch as I slice your mighty gale to pieces. The Bian cleaved through the air, sending forth multiple waves of black energy that dismantled Kai Yunting's tornado. Wei Gong twirled the Bian in a stunning display. Your winds lack power. Even my grandmother's fan creates a greater breeze. You motherf. Kai Yunting's lips twitched. Wei Gong's insults were truly unbearable. Were it not for the fact that this battle was fundamentally a performance for the higher-ups of Great Yin, he would have relished the chance to strike down this insolent fool with a bolt of lightning. Now that your attack is concluded, it is my turn. Wei Gong sheathed the Bian, adopting a draw stance. Cut! Nah! Judeng! A powerful, 100-meter-long wave of black energy surged forth from Wei Gong's strike. Kai Yunting's dragon eyes widened. No. Buddy, the might of this strike is on an entirely different level from your previous attacks. Should this blade strike me, I would not survive. Thunder, assist me. Kai Yunting roared, sending forth dozens of massive bolts of lightning to counter Wei Gong's black wave, seeking to neutralize his attack. However, the black energy aimed at the very fabric of space. Upon contact, the lightning disintegrated, utterly ineffective at halting its progress. In that moment, panic seized Kai Yunting, who bellowed in a frenzy. Wei Gong, why are you deviating from the agreed-upon plan? Initially, the battle was meant to be a stage performance for the upper echelons of Great Yin, leading Kai Yunting to underestimate the situation and remain stationary. Just as the black wave was about to collide with him, it unexpectedly veered sharply, grazing past Kai Yunting's head. In no way, I can stand still and still miss. Kai Yunting was perplexed when he noticed Wei Gong gazing at him with an ambiguous smile. It suddenly dawned on him that this wretched creature was deliberately trying to intimidate him, seeking to witness his embarrassment. How dare you? Kai Yunting opened his dragon-like jaws wide, unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning aimed at Wei Gong. Ha! Wei Gong nimbly evaded the thunderous breath with a graceful somersault. Although the lightning did not hit Wei Gong, it struck a towering building adjacent to the Empire State Building, under the devastating force of the attack. Even the multi-story edifice crumbled in an instant, reduced to mere rubble. Goodness, is this what a battle between two formidable beings looks like, despite the banter between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting in the skies above? The onlookers below were filled with trepidation, for any of those attacks, if they were to land upon them, would undoubtedly spell their doom. Song Chong cowered like a mouse in a corner, quaking as he watched the two powerful entities. In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of two emperors battling at the fringes of the cosmos, where the very foundations of the Tao were obliterated. Liang Sun, watching the live broadcast, fell silent. The combat prowess exhibited by Wei Gong and Kai Yunting had surpassed anything the Great Yin army could contend with. Liang Sun turned to Chu Zhongqing. Director Chu, if our survivor players were to confront them now, would they stand a chance? Chu Zhongqing adjusted his glasses. Rest assured, it is a foregone conclusion. Liang Sun slammed his hand on the table, the veins on his hand standing out prominently. Are we truly devoid of any options? Without the suppression of the Rongyue defense tower, the evolution of the Mother Zombies had far outpaced that of the survivors. To overtake them, unconventional measures must be employed. However, Chu Zhongqing cast a sidelong glance at Liang Sun. Given Liang Sun's temperament, he would never permit such actions to occur. Should we consider a change of personnel? Chu Zhongqing suggested. Minister Liang, do not fret. This battle presents an opportunity for us. Liang Sun managed to regain his composure. Indeed, initially, Liang Sun had harbored concerns that the conflict between Wei Gong and Kai Yunting was merely a stage performance for their benefit. However, it was now evident that there was genuine animosity between the two, as both had resorted to deadly tactics. The more fiercely they fought, the greater the delight for the Great Yin. Their greatest desire was to witness one being slain and the other gravely injured, thus allowing the Great Yin to exploit the situation and eradicate the two most significant threats in one fell swoop. Notify the Donghai City Base and the Pingjiang City Base to remain on high alert. Once the clash between the two mothers reaches a conclusion, they are to mobilize immediately. Acknowledged. The scene shifted back to the skies above Donghai City. Wei Gong glanced down at the distant milky white protective barrier. This charade has gone on long enough. If casualties do not manifest soon, it will appear far too contrived. Are you certain you want me to unleash my full power against you? In truth, Kai Yunting feared that a careless blow might inadvertently kill Wei Gong, as he still had need of him. From the earlier skirmish, it was evident that Wei Gong possessed high attack, but low defense. "Fear not, come at me. I have experience in this realm. You shall not perish." "Very well." Kai Yunting soared into the air, his massive form disappearing into the sea of clouds. In an instant, the entire cloudscape erupted into a tempest of lightning. Countless bolts dancing within that moment. The shroud that had cloaked Donghai City for a month vanished, replaced by a colossal dragon formed entirely of electricity, stretching nearly 1,000 meters long. Lightning Dragon Transformation. The thunderous roar of the lightning dragon surged towards Wei Gong. "With this move, I acknowledge your strength. I shall deem you the mightiest of Donghai City." Wei Gong inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into the blade of the other shore. "But I am destined to be the king of zombies." He swung the blade with unadorned simplicity. The other shore sends off the funeral. The imposing knife wind met the 1,000-meter lightning dragon, slicing through it as if it were mere paper, cleaving it effortlessly in two. The space slash was unstoppable, annihilating all in its path, reaching Kai Yunting in a heartbeat. With a sharp sound, the fierce knife wind passed, and crimson dragon blood cascaded down like a torrential rain from the heavens. Along with the dragon's blood, a severed dragon body, nearly 50 meters long, plummeted to the ground. Wei Gong's strike had directly severed Kai Yunting in half, transforming him into Kai Yunting. Yet, even as he became Kai Yunting, he remained unfazed, for he still had the lightning dragon. The bisected lightning dragon continued its charge, swallowing Wei Gong whole, engulfed by an endless sea of thunder. "Are you still trying to put on a show?" The relentless bombardment of lightning assailed Wei Gong's form, intent on helping this internet-addicted youth break free from his obsession. It must be said, Kai Yunting's electrical prowess was indeed formidable, not only incinerating Wei Gong, but also electrifying him to the core. After consuming Wei Gong, the 1,000-meter lightning dragon did not halt, but rather surged towards the Empire State Building below. "Don't come any closer." As the lightning dragon approached, the inhabitants of the Empire State Building screamed in terror. With their fragile forms, if they were to be struck by the lightning dragon, they would be reduced not merely to scattered remains, but to mere ashes. Are you mad? Who unleashes their full power towards their own home? Within the boundless sea of lightning, a faint sigh echoed, a sudden black knife wind appeared, only to vanish in an instant. Its existence was so fleeting that no one noticed. Yet, it was this very knife wind that severed the space between the Empire State Building and the lightning dragon, sparing the iconic structure from annihilation. Boom! 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 The Empire State Building was shielded by a powerful force. But the surrounding buildings were not so fortunate that, in an instant, the ground near the Empire State Building was consumed by lightning. Countless structures flattened to the earth. Before the apocalypse, this area had been one of the most prosperous regions of Donghai City, bustling with wealthy merchants and flowing with vast sums of money. Yet, in the face of catastrophic devastation, all that glimmered was but an illusory bubble, destined to dissolve into dust, forgotten by all. The overwhelming power of the lightning dragon disrupted the magnetic field in the vicinity of the Empire State Building, causing Song Chang's live stream to abruptly terminate. Immediately access the extraterrestrial satellite surveillance. I demand to see the situation at the Empire State Building. Yes, as the highest commander of the Great Yin, Liang Sun's words carried significant weight. Within 2 minutes, the extraterrestrial satellite footage was projected onto the large screen. As the sea of lightning receded, the visuals on the screen gradually became clearer. Faintly, a figure could be seen standing atop the Empire State Building. Liang Sun could no longer contain himself. Leaping from his seat, "Who stands atop the rooftop? What king did you claim you would become, boy?" As the lightning receded and the smoke cleared, standing on the rooftop of the Empire State Building was a towering man. His physique resembling a mountain, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with arms as powerful as a unicorn's. Despite having lost half of his body, he could not conceal his regal aura. This was Kai Yunting's human form. The injury inflicted by Wei Gong's earlier strike had been too severe, rendering Kai Yunting incapable of maintaining his dragon form, forcing him to revert to his human shape. For an ordinary human, losing half of one's body would undoubtedly be fatal. However, For a zombie, as long as the core within the brain remained intact, it was not a mortal wound, merely a temporary loss of combat capability. That strike earlier should have targeted my head. In Kai Yunting's grasp was a lifeless corpse, its body charred black, devoid of any intact flesh, with wisps of smoke rising from its lifeless mouth, indicating its demise. Kai Yunting's flesh writhed as the lost half of his body swiftly regenerated. He clenched his powerful dragon claw. I shall use this to crush your head, to ensure the upper echelons of the Great Yin could see clearly. Kai Yunting lifted Wei Gong's body high. With a sudden, forceful grip, akin to crushing a watermelon, he pulverized Wei Gong's head into a bloody pulp, splattering red and white fluids in all directions. As Wei Gong's head transformed into a puddle of gore. Ouyang Sun remarked, I understand that everyone is exhilarated, but we must not rejoice prematurely. We must remain vigilant until the intelligence has been verified. To be honest, Liang Sun himself was quite eager to join them. However, as the supreme commander of Dian, he needed to maintain composure and uphold his demeanor at all times. With his words dousing the excitement, the individuals in the conference room finally regained their composure. Indeed, Minister Liang is correct. This is not the moment for champagne to be uncorked. The bases in Donghai City and Pingjiang City promptly dispatched scouts to gather intelligence. The objectives for reconnaissance included the following. First, to ascertain whether the mother body in Shaodan City was truly deceased. Second, to detect any changes in the zombies of Shaodan City. Third, to evaluate the condition of the mother body in Donghai City. And fourth, to confirm the movements of the zombies in Donghai City. Upon receiving the orders, the attendees in the conference room immediately sprang into action. Liang Sun turned to the ever-composed Chu Zhengqing and inquired, Director Chu, what is your perspective on this matter? Chu Zhengqing inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. My lord, I shall observe. Liang Sun felt a pang of frustration. I am asking for your opinion. Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses and offered a bashful smile. Minister Liang, you are aware of my working habits. I refrain from commenting without concrete evidence. Liang Sun nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Suppressing his excitement, Liang Sun settled into his seat, awaiting news. Just then, a staff member rushed in, breathless. Report to Minister Liang. Chapter 83. Further investigation and reporting. Minister Liang, the drone from Pingjiang City has transmitted an image report indicating that not only has the number of zombies in Shaodan City significantly decreased, but their mobility has also markedly diminished. Immediately, the large screen in the conference room displayed photographs captured by the drone. It was evident that the number of zombies in Shaodan City had drastically dwindled, with the remaining zombies standing still, resembling disconnected figures frozen in time. Liang Sun furrowed his brow. Why has the number of zombies diminished? Could it be that the death of the mother body has led to the demise of the zombies in Shaodan City? A video was magnified, occupying the entirety of the screen. The protagonist of the video was an exceedingly ordinary zombie. Initially, this zombie wandered alone through the streets of Shaodan City, but as it walked, the flesh on its body began to rot rapidly. With each step, chunks of flesh would fall away. Eventually, the zombie became increasingly emaciated and collapsed onto the road, transforming into a mere skeleton as a gust of wind blew by. The remains disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. The zombie has perished? What is the meaning of this? Chu Zhengqing adjusted his glasses once more. Recently, a friend of mine conducted an experiment at their research institute and discovered that if survivor players are infected by the mother body, they are likely to be transformed into subordinates. Once converted, the life of the subordinate becomes bound to the mother body. Consequently, should the mother body die, the subordinate will also perish. The demise of the ordinary zombies in Shaodan City is likely due to the death of the mother body there. Liang Sun frowned. Director Chu, do be honest. This friend of yours, is it not yourself? Chu Zhengqing scratched his head and smiled shyly. Minister Liang, you know me well. I would never engage in such perilous experiments without your permission. My friend is from abroad. From abroad? Even in the absence of a zombie crisis, foreign research facilities occasionally come under scrutiny for conducting unethical experiments. Liang Sun dismissed further thoughts and stated, if the zombies in Shaodan City are dying off, does that not imply that the mother body there has indeed perished? Chu Zhengqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is one way to interpret it. Report to Minister Liang. We have received the latest footage from the drone in Donghai City. Soon, several high-definition photographs were uploaded to the screen. These images featured real-time visuals from the vicinity of the Empire State Building that, in addition to the debris strewn about, numerous charred beast-like corpses lay scattered among the ruins. These corpses belong to the beast zombies under Cai Yunting's command. The Empire State Buildings serve as the stronghold for the zombies of Donghai City, thus housing a substantial number of beast zombies as guards. Moreover, the extensive range of Cai Yunting's final attack had not only eliminated Wei Gong, but had also wiped out a significant portion of his own subordinates. What is this? Liang Sun's attention was suddenly captured by a particular photograph. It depicted a woman clad in a lead gray coat lying motionless on the ground, appearing as if she were deceased. I recall that this woman is a subordinate of the Mother Body in Shaotan City. Is she not? Although the battle in Shaotan City concluded with the total annihilation of the Dian army, valuable intelligence was still gleaned. Amongst this intelligence was information regarding Callan. While the specifics of Callan's abilities remain unclear, it is certain that Callan is a subordinate of the Mother Body in Shaotan City. Now, with Callan lying lifeless outside the Empire State Building, it indirectly confirms the suspicion that the Mother Body of Shaotan City has indeed perished. Report to Minister Liang. Commander Luo Yongyan from the Pingjiang City base is on the line. Put him through. As Liang Sun answered the call, he was met with Luo Yongyan's furious tirade. Liang Sun, are you aware of the current situation? I am in the conference room. How could I not be aware? Then why are you not hastily dispatching troops to engage? Ever since Wei Gong's live broadcast, pressure had been mounting on him daily. Among those pressing him were residents of Pingjiang City, demanding that Luo Yongyan swiftly eliminate the zombies across the river. Others were online critics condemning him for failing to save the survivors on the bridge that day, asserting that the rampant zombies were a direct result of his negligence as commander. It is worth noting that this was the first time in his many years of service that Luo Yongyan had been openly berated. Unable to retort in defense, with a fiery temper, he was left sleepless, unable to savor food, tossing and turning in distress. He was on the verge of developing a nervous disorder. Just at that moment, news arrived from Donghai City that the Mother Body in Shaotan City had been killed while attempting to assert dominance. Luo Yongyan's distress instantly dissipated. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. The demise of the Mother Body in Shaotan City meant he could immediately reclaim it. Once he recovered Shaotan City, Luo Yongyan was eager to see who would dare to stab him in the back. Having known Luo Yongyan for several decades, Liang Sun could easily discern his intent. Old Luo, I understand your urgency, but do not rush. There are still many matters that require confirmation. Exercise patience. Patience be damned. Do you not comprehend the importance of swift action in military affairs? Are you not aware that now is the optimal moment for both Shaotan and Donghai City? Will you simply stand by and watch this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? Luo Yongyan spoke with fervor, spitting words across the screen. Old Luo, while you may express your thoughts, please refrain from spraying saliva. Liang Sun, having served as a soldier and commanded several troops himself, surely understood the principle of swift military action. Indeed, for Dian, this moment presented the most advantageous opportunity. The two most dangerous mother bodies were currently incapacitated, one deceased, the other gravely injured. First, concerning Shaotan City, numerous indicators suggested that the mother body there was genuinely dead. Without the mother body, the zombies in Shaotan City were akin to wooden puppets. It would be illogical for Dian to let such an opportunity pass. Regarding the mother body in Donghai City, having lost half its body to the mother body of Shaotan City and unable to maintain its dragon form, the ominous clouds that had loomed over Donghai City for a month dissipated, and a significant portion of the beast zombies at the Empire State Building were struck down by a bolt of lightning. Undoubtedly, this was the weakest state of the mother body in Donghai City. If they did not take advantage of this weakness, once it recovered, eliminating it would prove exceedingly difficult. Liang Sun, do not hesitate any longer. Issue the command. Finally, Liang Sun gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. Very well. Relay my orders. Both the Donghai City and Pingjiang City bases shall launch a full-scale assault. Our objectives are to reclaim both Shaotan City and Donghai City. Chapter 84. The Horn of Counterattack Sounds Report. Commander, the troops have assembled completely. Behind the alloy gates of Pingjiang City, Luo Yongyan sat in an armed off-road vehicle, awaiting reports from his subordinates. This time, he intended to personally lead the charge into Shaodan City. Luo Yongyan's purpose in this campaign was not to showcase his prowess, but to assure the nation that he would reclaim what Dian had lost. Where Director Chu's personnel, after the disappearance of Team Li Bei, Chu Zhengqing had dispatched a new 4-member squad for defense that IT was certain that survivor players would also participate in the operation to reclaim Shaodan City, that a soldier hesitantly reported. Commander, they said we are too slow and they cannot wait any longer. They have already set off. Luo Yongyan slammed his fist against the vehicle door in anger. Luo Yongyan despised defiant mavericks who disregard orders. Luo Yongyan glanced back at the formidable steel torrent behind him. Never mind them. Let us depart. In this operation to reclaim territory, Luo Yongyan directly mobilized 40,000 soldiers and hundreds of tanks, leaving only a handful of troops to guard the base. This clearly demonstrates Luo Yongyan's determination to succeed in this endeavor. Within Shaodan City, a motionless zombie suddenly turned its head, having sensed the approach of a living person. With a low growl, it began to shuffle towards the source of the footsteps. However, after taking just a few steps, it stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, akin to a dog eating excrement. Upon looking down, the zombie was bewildered to discover that its legs had inexplicably vanished. If it were a human, they would have surely screamed in terror. Yet, the zombie, devoid of pain and oblivious to the concept of suffering, was only aware of the living being ahead, intent on biting it to death, should its legs be absent. It would simply crawl forward on its hands. Just as the zombie prepared to do so, it realized that its arms had also disappeared without explanation, before it could comprehend the unfolding events. A black insect, no larger than a fingernail, landed on its nose. Shortly thereafter, a swirling black vortex descended upon it, engulfing it entirely. The black whirlwind came and went in an instant. That be why the time it departed. Only a pale skeletal frame remained on the ground, completely devoid of life. Area B, cleared out a man, clad in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, emerged. This man, named Lu Jing, was a survivor player who had taken over from Li Bei's squad. With a gentle gesture, the black whirlwind obediently concealed itself within his sleeve, leaving behind only the tiny black insect resting on the back of his hand. This insect, known as the corpse-eating bug, is an exceptionally ferocious creature. While a solitary bug poses minimal threat, a swarm can effortlessly reduce a tank to scrap, devouring everything in its wake. The earlier whirlwind was composed of countless corpse-eating bugs. Area A, cleared. Area C, cleared. Continuous reports emanated from the man's Bluetooth earpiece, indicating that his squad members had also successfully completed their tasks. If only we had arrived sooner. With so few zombies, they hardly posed a challenge. Lu Jing's earpiece crackled with another voice. Unlike Li Bei's squad, Lu Jing's team had persistently sought permission to hunt zombies in Shaodan City ever since they settled in the Pingjiang base. They regarded Shaodan City as a vast treasure trove, brimming with countless points waiting for them. However, Luo Yongyan had consistently denied their requests, leaving them to languish at the base day after day. Now that they had finally secured an opportunity to hunt in Shaodan City, they found a number of zombies pitifully scarce, each appearing as dull as wooden dolls. There was no thrill in hunting zombies at all. Focus, Yangwu. Our mission isn't solely to hunt zombies, Lu Jing stated, opening his phone to reveal a map of Shaodan City and the mission assigned by Chu Zhengqing. After the battle in Shaodan City ended in failure, the Dian had been monitoring the city via extraterrestrial satellites. The commotion caused by Luo Wan's fusion with the parasitic mother nest could not have gone unnoticed by the Dian. Yet due to the presence of the formidable Wei Gong in Shaodan City, the Dian refrained from taking rash actions. With Wei Gong now deceased and the zombie horde leaderless, Chu Zhengqing promptly dispatched Lu Jing's squad to investigate the city. Yang Wu could only nod nonchalantly. All right. Since the zombies around the target have been mostly cleared, let's regroup and prepare to enter the pit. Received. Soon, Lu Jing's squad completed their assembly, standing before a seemingly bottomless pit with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. Yang Wu, a hot-headed young man sporting a mohawk and adorned with bizarre tattoos on his arms, exclaimed, "What the hell? This pit is enormous. How was it even created?" Lu Jing raised a hand, and a black, corpse-eating bug flew out from the pit, landing on his palm. "Everyone be cautious. This pit is excessively deep, far beyond my control over the corpse-eating bugs." The Dayan had previously attempted to capture images of the pit using extraterrestrial satellites, but due to its depth, the footage was unclear, necessitating a human examination instead. Yang Wu shrugged dismissively. "What's there to fear? The mother nest of Shoutang City is dead, and what remains are merely harmless experience packs. Better safe than sorry." Lu Jing replied, turning to the girl beside him. "Yang Wu, you and I will descend first. Jiang Xiaochun, use your ability to lower us down, while Lung Zhe stays above to protect Jiang Xiaochun at a damp." Shadowy figure nodded. "All right." The long-haired girl beside Lu Jing also agreed. "You all need to keep your distance." Once her teammates made space, Jiang Xiaochun's hair began to grow at a visible rate, reaching several dozen meters long in about 10 minutes. This was Jiang Xiaochun's ability. She could control her hair to attack others. Jiang Xiaochun wrapped her hair around Yang Wu and Lu Jing. "Xiaochun, make sure it's secure. I'm a bit afraid of heights." Jiang Xiaochun shot Yang Wu an exasperated look, a grown man afraid of heights. How embarrassing. "So what if I am? You're scared of ghosts, aren't you?" Lu Jing could no longer tolerate their banter, delivering a swift kick to Yang Wu's backside, sending him tumbling down. "Captain, you rogue," attacking a mere 16-year-old. Lu Jing glanced back at Jiang Xiaochun and Lung Zhe. "Be careful. We're going down now." Chapter 85. What lies at the bottom of the pit following Jiang Xiaochun's hair. Lu Jing and Yang Wu descended, discovering the pit's terrifying depth, resembling a gaping maw that devoured all living things, even light itself. "Captain, it's so deep. Aren't you scared?" Yang Wu's heart raced with an ominous premonition as he gazed into the abyss. "Weren't you quite the show-off up there? Why are you suddenly so timid?" Yang Wu looked down. "It's not that I'm timid. I just feel like something down there is watching us." Lu Jing glanced down as well. "There's nothing there. Stop scaring yourself." "I'm not scaring myself. Haven't you heard the saying? When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes back into you." Upon Yang Wu's words, Lu Jing too felt a creeping sensation, as if something down below was observing him. It felt like a predator waiting for its prey to leap into its maw. "Oh, we've reached the end." As they descended, they discovered that Jiang Xiaochun's hair had indeed reached its limit. "No way, this is just too deep." Fortunately, both Yang Wu and Lu Jing had ropes with them. They secured one end to Jiang Xiaochun's hair and the other to themselves. After a further rapid descent of several dozen meters, they finally touched the ground, only to find it somewhat slippery and sticky. "Yang Wu, keep watch while I notify the others to come down." "Got it." Although Yang Wu's words seemed unreliable, his prowess was commendable. With a commanding shout, a thick layer of metallic skin enveloped his body. This was Yang Wu's ability. He could generate a layer of metallic skin to cover himself and enhance his muscle density, transforming into a formidable steel warrior for a short duration. "Xiaochun, Lung Zhe, any updates from above?" "Reporting, Captain. Nothing to report." "All right, you can come down now." After a brief interval, Jiang Xiaochun and Lung Zhe descended to the bottom of the pit via hair and rope. "Wow, this place is incredibly deep." Due to the pit's profoundness, even lights struggled to penetrate, forcing the four to rely on their portable flashlights to survey the environment. "Ugh, this place is so sticky and disgusting," Jiang Xiaochun remarked, lifting her foot to reveal a layer of an unidentifiable viscous substance clinging to her sole, reminiscent of slime. Yang Wu crouched down, directing his flashlight at the ground, which was not only black, but also slick. Curious, Yang Wu poked at the surface, discovering that it sank upon pressure and then bounced back. "What the hell? This ground feels like muscle." Suddenly, Lu Jing's expression changed dramatically. He lost contact with the corpse-eating bug he had dispatched. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the dark expanse, as if someone clad in iron armor was approaching. A feminine voice echoed, for individuals, for survivor players. Accompanying the voice were flickers of black and red flames. Illuminated by the eerie flames, a figure clad in a violent, metallic armor emerged before the four that Lu Jing immediately roared. "All units, take caution. The 4 members of Lu Jing's team instantly entered a state of combat readiness. The black and red iron armor, merely standing there, emanated an aura of terrifying strength. Lu Jing mustered his courage and inquired of the imposing figure in the armor ahead. "Who are you? Are you other Survivor players, or the Mother player? The adventure game has concluded. You should not be here." Just as Rong Yu was about to continue speaking, a powerful melody suddenly erupted. Thump thump, thump thump. The abrupt music indeed disrupted Rong Yu's rhythm. Could you refrain from playing such music at this moment? A playful and lively female voice chimed in. "Haha, don't you think this music is quite impressive right now?" "Who is it?" The 4 of them frantically looked around, yet found nothing. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions. "Shut off your music, or I will smash your speaker." All right. You have the final say." Luo Wan reluctantly turned off the speaker, plunging the pitch-black abyss into a deathly silence. Faintly, one could only hear the heavy breathing of the 4 and the crackling sound of flames dancing. "We mean no harm. Can we talk?" Rong Yu disregarded Lu Jing's question and continued to advance step by step. With each step Rong Yu took, a red pattern illuminated on the infernal armor, as if a hellish demon was gradually awakening. Sensing Rong Yu's hostility, Lu Jing immediately shouted, "We need to leave right now. Do not attack us. The moment you set foot here, your demise was sealed." As the words fell, Rong Yu charged forward like a cannonball. "Damn it, Yang Wu." "All right," Yang Wu roared, enhancing his iron frame to its maximum hardness, then positioned himself in front of Rong Yu. "You wear iron armor, and so do I. My steel is no less durable than yours." Before Yang Wu could finish his declaration, Rong Yu's fist had already struck his chest. Ah! In an instant, Yang Wu's metallic armor shattered like fragile ice, and he flew away like a kite with its string cut, his fate uncertain. "Is that all?" Rong Yu glanced at her fist. According to her habit, initial attacks were merely exploratory, hence she had only utilized a fraction of her strength. Yet even that mere fraction had inflicted severe injury upon Yang Wu. Seeing his comrade flung away, Jiang Xiaochun shouted anxiously, "Yang Wu, he'll be fine. Focus on the enemy before us." Indeed, just as Rong Yu lifted her foot to continue her assault, she discovered it had become ensnared in a dark, mysterious liquid. This liquid, akin to quicksand, incessantly sought to drag Rong Yu downward. This was Cold Zay's ability. Dead water. Within the dead water, not only could it effectively restrain an enemy's movement, but it also corroded their body like sulfuric acid, causing damage that, in the distance, Yang Wu, now severely injured, spat blood and gazed at Rong Yu trapped in the dead water, unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. "Cold Zay, your dead water is truly sinister." Chapter 86. But this is reality. Dead water is indeed sinister. Cold Zay's lips twitched as he looked at Rong Yu standing in the dead water. Feeling a twinge of unease, based on the feedback from the dead water, it seemed that Rong Yu was perhaps not truly ensnared. She stood there motionless not because she couldn't move, but simply because she chose not to. Cold Zay furtively glanced at Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun. Should he inform them of this predicament? No, perhaps it would be better to keep it to himself. "Xiaochun, take advantage of her immobility and strike now." All right, Jiang Xiaochun immediately activated her ability, her once smooth hair transforming to become long and rigid, wrapping Rong Yu in layers as if she were being cocooned. "Captain, I've captured her." "Okay, now leave it to me." Lu Jing raised his hands, and a swarm of corpse-eating bugs poured forth from his sleeves. This was all the corpse-eating bugs Lu Jing possessed, now unleashed to eliminate the foe before them. Witnessing the black whirlwind of bugs engulf Rong Yu, Jiang Xiaochun couldn't help but cheer. Success! They were well aware of the terrifying nature of Lu Jing's corpse-eating bugs. Once in sufficient numbers, they could devour even a tank in an instant. No matter how tough the enemy, could they withstand the might of a tank? Observing Rong Yu utterly subdued by the swarm, Lu Jing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought she was formidable. Turns out it was merely bluster. The severely injured Yang Wu, coughing blood, joined in the celebration. This is our exhilarating combo attack. Cough, cough, just as Lu Jing's team was popping champagne in triumph. A cold voice suddenly interrupted. "Is this it? Is it over?" A scorching black flame surged skyward. The whirlwind of corpse-eating bugs was met with this black flame, melting away as if snow had encountered lava. Seeing Rong Yu unscathed, Lu Jing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Impossible! Why didn't the corpse-eating bugs consume you? This was the first time someone had been able to withstand the assault of the corpse-eating bugs head-on. Rong Yu pinched one of the bugs between her fingers and, with a gentle flick, reduced the creature, renowned for its ability to crush steel, into a mere pile of fragments. While I don't know what you were expecting. This is reality. Ironically, these corpse-eating bugs, unable to even touch the infernal armor, were incinerated into charcoal the moment they approached due to the intense heat radiating from its surface. Lu Jing had yet to comprehend how Rong Yu remained intact when he heard Jiang Xiaochun let out a blood-curdling scream. Focused, he turned to see the black flame creeping toward Jiang Xiaochun's hair. "Captain, save me! Cold Zay, use your dead water!" Cold Zay swiftly unleashed the dead water upon Jiang Xiaochun's hair, attempting to extinguish the bizarre black flame. However, the result was that the flame remained unextinguished, evaporating Cold Zay's dead water completely. How is this possible? You can never extinguish this flame. Standing in the dead water, Rong Yu lifted her foot as if retrieving it from a shallow stream. Throughout the ordeal, she had never been ensnared by Cold Zay's dead water. She remained still merely to assess the extent of the survivor player's development. What a disappointment. They were grotesque, akin to mere jesters. If they could not even triumph over her, they were unworthy of even encountering Wei Gong, let alone protecting this world. Indeed, only a deeper darkness can vanquish the shadows. Rong Yu stepped forward once more. "Be careful," just as Lu Jing intended to warn his teammates, he found Rong Yu's infernal armor already mere inches away from him. Boom! There was no need for Rong Yu to strike. The black flames radiating from the infernal armor incinerated Lu Jing into charcoal. "Captain!" Witnessing Lu Jing's instant demise, Jiang Xiaochun cried out in panic. "Focus on yourself." Rong Yu cast a dispassionate glance, and the black flames on Jiang Xiaochun's hair ignited as if doused in gasoline. Burning even more fiercely in an instant, the black flames enveloped Jiang Xiaochun, transforming her into a charred husk. Her fate unknown to that moment. Luo once sprang out from an obscure corner, a speaker slung over her shoulder. "Oh my. Such nutritious treasures. Please don't kill them all. I want them alive." Though these survivor players were somewhat inept, their abilities were still quite useful. Especially that one who controlled bugs, Lu Jing, that if she could consume him, the parasitic mother nest would be able to produce new special zombies. Rest assured, I know my limits. Despite reducing them to ashes with a mere flame, Rong Yu had deliberately left them a breath of life. "You're quite fortunate. I'll roast you to medium doneness." With a wave of her hand, two tendrils emerged from the ground, swallowing Lu Jing and Jiang Xiaochun whole. Rong Yu glanced toward Yang Wu's location, only to find it EMP Rong Yu, a former soldier, harbored an intense disdain for deserters, the soldiers who abandoned their comrades in the throes of battle. With a cold huff, she immediately entered an overloaded state, determined to engulf the entire pit in flames. And no matter how ominous the still waters of Longzhe appeared, Rong Yu resolved to incinerate everything in her path, turning it all to ash. "Let us see if you remain so eerie." As Rong Yu prepared to ignite the pit, Luo once swiftly intervened. "Goodness, stop! You must understand that the ground beneath our feet is not genuine earth, but rather a protective layer of the parasitic nest tendrils. There is no need, absolutely no need." If Rong Yu unleashed her fire, Longzhe would undoubtedly perish, but the tendrils would also surely be scorched. "We are already acquaintances. There is no need to become any more familiar. Leave the rest to me. Can you handle it?" Luo Wan pointed to herself with a proud lift of her chin. "Of course, you should consider whose territory this is." Chapter 87. No place to escape, surely. I am safe here now. From a murky pool of stagnant water, Longzhe cautiously emerged, his damp head breaking the surface. After a thorough inspection, he finally dared to drag his entire body from the depths. Phew. Thankfully, I ran fast. After a couple of steps, he felt a slick, firm wall, since I have reached the boundary. It indicates I have fled far enough. I should be able to rest easy for a moment. As Longzhe's spirit began to relax, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to lean against the wall and take a seat. Although the Deadwater ability is both offensive and defensive, its consumption is considerably high. Just as Lung Ze's eyes began to close, the light, hopping footsteps echoed like the tolling of a reaper's bell. Luo Wan appeared with a charming smile, bouncing towards him. "Keep running. Why have you stopped?" Lung Ze jumped as if he'd seen a ghost. "I fled this far. How can you still find me?" Luo Wan tilted her head in confusion. "Fled far? You are still spinning within my grasp, aren't you?" As Luo Wan's words fell, the wall behind Lung Ze inexplicably opened a multitude of eyes. The so-called wall was, in fact, an extraordinarily thick tendril. The dim light at the bottom of the pit had concealed this from Lung Ze until now. Cold sweat broke out as he sprinted deeper into the darkness in a panic. "Still have the energy, huh?" Luo Wan remained unhurried, standing still to admire her nails. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Having run this far, surely you cannot catch up with me now." Lung Ze glanced back, only to find that Luo Wan was nowhere to be seen. "Finally, I have shaken her off." Just as Lung Ze exhaled a sigh of relief, Luo Wan appeared, suspended upside down before him. "Hey, were you looking for me?" "Ah!" Lung Ze screamed in retreat, only to find a hand resting on his shoulder. He stiffly turned around to discover yet another Luo Wan standing behind him, gazing at him with a knowing smile. "Hey, were you looking for me?" That smile resembled a wolf eyeing a delectable lamb. "Another one." Lung Ze attempted to flee in another direction, only to find a Luo Wan waiting for him there as well. "Why are you everywhere?" Lung Ze felt he was on the brink of madness. Countless Luos emerged from the shadows, their voices a chaotic symphony. "We told you, you cannot escape." The cacophony not only confused him, but also assaulted his psyche, causing his sanity to plummet. Clutching his head, Lung Ze howled towards the heavens. "Ah, my brain is trembling." Faced with the multitude of Luos, Lung Ze sensed his mind quaking. With a roar, the pitch-black pit suddenly illuminated. Yet sometimes it is better not to see certain things. Lung Ze beheld a mass of writhing tendrils. Not only around him but even beneath his feet, the ground was a tapestry of tendrils. Scattered across them were countless eyes, all now fixated on Lung Ze. "Ha ha!" Lung Ze laughed despairingly, his knees giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He gradually came to terms with the grim reality. From the moment they set foot in this pit, their fates had been sealed. No, it was not merely upon entering the pit, but rather from the moment they stepped into Shoudang City. Their doom was inevitable. From beginning to end, the death of the Shoudang City womb had been a ruse, a complete and utter deception. The moment Lung Ze grasped the truth was the moment of his demise. That ha, ha, ha. He watched helplessly as the tendrils before him opened like a lamprey's mouth, devoid of any will to resist. Ack! The tendrils of the parasitic nest swallowed Lung Ze whole. "Luo Wan, you ought to reconsider your habit of toying with your prey." Rong Yu emerged from the shadows, standing beside Luo Wan. Luo Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. "Hey, I promise, next time for sure." Rong Yu shook her head in exasperation. Luo Wan always made such promises that it was a pattern of sincere apologies, yet she never changed her ways, always returning for more. With the survivor players dealt with, it was time to address the army on the ground. "According to the plan, I will destroy the Shaojiang Bridge, while you devour them." With that, the infernal armor on Rong Yu's back erupted with searing black flames. Propelling her toward the top of the pit, Luo Wan winked charmingly. "Just leave it to me." "Report, Commander, the urban area has been cleared." Luo Yongyan sat in the armored command vehicle, awaiting updates from his subordinates. Based on the information received thus far, the situation appeared favorable. The total number of zombies in Shoudang City amounted to merely 20,000. In contrast, Luo Yongyan commanded over 40,000 soldiers. 1 tank could be equated to 100 soldiers. Thus, 200 tanks represented 20,000 soldiers. With 60,000 against 20,000, the odds were in his favor. Even the Flying Dragon Riders could not lose. Luo Yongyan inquired, "What of Director Chu's personnel?" Since departing from the Pingjiang base, the Lujing team had been silent, marking the sole misfortune of this operation. Still no word. TSK, how troublesome. Have the communications officer continuously call for them. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Luo Yongyan. Unexpected events in battle often began with a unit mysteriously losing contact. Report, Commander, the northern troops have sent word. Connect. Report, Commander, the northern area has completed the cleansing task and is now establishing a forward base. Good, continue. Just as Luo Yongnian was about to speak, a scream erupted from the radio. Ah, what is happening? Report, Commander, a violent earthquake has suddenly struck the northern area. Countless tendrils are emerging from the cracked ground. We are suffering heavy losses. We need support. We need support. Before the communicator could finish, the transmission was abruptly severed, likely due to the destruction of the communication equipment. Immediately ascertain what transpired in the north. Rumble! Rumble! Just as Luo Yongnian stood to issue orders, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Ah! Accompanying the quake were the screams of soldiers outside. What is going on? Luo Yongnian rushed from the armored command vehicle, only to be met with a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Chapter 88. Massacre. How could it have come to this? Having served for decades, Luo Yongnian believed he had witnessed it all, guarding the borders and participating in countless battles. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment and dread. The earth split open, and innumerable ancient divine tendrils descended from the abyss, rampaging through the camp. Run, run! The soldiers, aware of their disadvantage, fled in a panic. Yet their speed was no match for the tendrils, which swiftly pierced through their chests. Ah! As the tendrils impaled them, the once robust soldiers deflated like punctured balloons. Visibly withering, as crimson blood seeped into the tendrils, the eyes on their surfaces squinted in delight, as if indulging in some exquisite delicacy. After piercing one soldier, the tendrils lunged for the next, and then the third, and the fourth. Soon, the tendrils were adorned with the shriveled bodies of soldiers, resembling skewered lamb, and there were hundreds of such tendrils in the camp. They stood tall, akin to a dark forest engaged in an unholy ritual, with the shriveled soldiers serving as living sacrifices to the ancient gods. Luo Yongnian seized a soldier fleeing in terror and bellowed, "What the hell are you doing? Stop dawdling! Quickly, blow those tendrils to pieces with tank shells." The soldier's face reflected an indescribable terror as he trembled, stammering, "See, Commander, the people on the tendrils are still alive. If we were to use artillery shells, wouldn't that be the case?" Luo Yongnian's pupils widened in shock, and the bone-chilling coldness caused a slight fissure in his ironclad resolve. "What did you say? They're still alive." Luo Yongnian looked incredulously at those tentacles, discovering that although the soldiers clinging to them were nothing more than skin and bones, they were indeed alive. Even more horrifying was the fact that these soldiers were fully conscious. "Help me! Help me! I don't want to die!" The tentacles pierced through their bodies, denying them the mercy of swift release, forcing them to witness their vitality ebb away bit by bit. This was no longer a war. It was a merciless slaughter. Beasts! You wretched beasts! Luo Yongnian had never felt such fury. He dodged the nearby soldier's rocket launcher and prepared to blast apart these malevolent entities that were extinguishing lives. "Commander, don't be impulsive. We must retreat." The sergeant beside Luo Yongnian quickly restrained him, sensing his overwhelming anger. "Let me go. I will fight these brutes. Quick, take the commander away. We will stay behind to buy you time." With a group of soldiers pulling him back, Luo Yongnian was forcefully shoved into the armored vehicle. Inside, he finally managed to regain a semblance of calm. Report on the situation of the various units. The troops dispatched to different areas of Shoudang City had lost contact. Preliminary estimates indicated that the casualty count had exceeded 30,000. Luo Yongnian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just 10 minutes prior, every unit was reporting victories, and it seemed that Shoudang City was within their grasp. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. Countless tentacles tore through the earth, as if an ancient evil entity from the abyss had descended, annihilating his pride, the 66th Army, with overwhelming force. That was the fruit of his decades of toil. Luo Yongnian struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice. "Have we identified the assailants?" The tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground, and they were all over Shoudang City. "We never even saw the true form of the attackers." Puff! At this revelation, Luo Yongnian felt a surge of blood rise to his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful. "Commander! Commander!" A soldier rushed to support Luo Yongnian. who almost collapsed. How could the esteemed 66th Army be wiped out without even having seen the enemy's face? What a profound humiliation! What a profound humiliation! Luo Yongyan's face turned pale, devoid of color. The once vigorous leader of the army now appeared wan and dispirited, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The blow this event dealt him was simply too great. Even if he miraculously managed to escape back to the base in Pingjiang City, he would have much time left. Notify all surviving soldiers. If we can retreat back to Pingjiang City, there is still a glimmer of hope. The tentacles were terrifyingly powerful, yet they had yet to strike Pingjiang City across the river, indicating that their maximum attack range was confined to Shaoding City. Luo Yongyan slumped in the vehicle, letting out a deep sigh. Escape, he chuckled bitterly. After decades in the military, he never thought he would utter such a word. The armored vehicle carrying Luo Yongyan roared to life. Reaching the Shaojiang Bridge in less than an hour. By then, many surviving soldiers had gathered at the bridge. Look, it's the Shaojiang Bridge. We can escape this hellish place soon. Ah, this place is utterly terrifying. I never want to return here in my lifetime. As long as I can reach that spot, I can survive. Undoubtedly, these soldiers, having encountered such a horrific attack, were mentally shattered, becoming paranoid and neurotic. Their trembling hands gripped their already loaded firearms tightly, their vacant gazes frantically scanning their surroundings. Any sound could provoke them to fire. Run, everyone run. As they caught sight of the towering walls on the other side of the bridge, the soldiers frantically dashed toward Shaojiang Bridge, crazed enough to disregard the safety of their comrades. Some, desperate to escape this nightmare sooner, even pushed their fellow soldiers aside, trampling over their bodies to forge ahead. Others driving vehicles felt that the crowd was obstructing their path, flooring the accelerator and plowing through the soldiers ahead, crushing them underfoot. Bastard, do you want to die? Bang, bang, bang. Chaos bred casualties, and casualties incited further turmoil, as soldiers, in their frantic bid to escape, even aimed their weapons at their former comrades. Wah! Witnessing the pandemonium outside, Luo Yongyan pounded his chest in fury. How could his pride, the 66th Army, have descended to such a state of despair and insanity? Luo Yongyan felt a deep-seated hatred for the deranged mother body zombies, for their inhumanity, and also for his own impotence, facing such foes without the means to retaliate, forced to abandon his subordinates in a panic. How could he return like this, facing the families of his fallen comrades, bearing the shame of disappointing the people who had placed their hopes in him? Chapter 89. To live or to die. Soon, we will be home. Soon we will be home. As the soldiers at the forefront approached the middle of Shaojiang Bridge, a black fire meteor descended from the heavens, crashing violently onto the bridge. The impact of the inferno armor hitting the ground caused a substantial portion of the bridge's surface to cave in. Amidst the black flames, Rongyu slowly stood up, coldly stating, "This path is blocked." According to the original plan, Rongyu had already intended to destroy Shaojiang Bridge, but Luo once suggested holding off. As the only escape route, Shaojiang Bridge was to be used as bait to gather all surviving soldiers together, before ultimately capturing them all in one fell swoop. This would save her the hassle of rooting out those soldiers from their hiding places. The soldiers at the front still attempted to charge through. Get out of the way. In the face of death, they were willing to overlook everything else. However, as they neared the inferno armor, the searing heat instantly engulfed them, turning them into flaming corpses, their deaths excruciatingly tragic. Witnessing the first to perish, the others halted, glancing at one another, uncertain of what to do next. That moment, Luo Yongyan approached. "Might I have a word?" Having experienced today's upheaval, the once vibrant commander was now reduced to a weary figure, struggling to walk. Huff, huff. Luo Yongyan forced himself to stand before Rongyu, panting. "Do not be deceived by my struggle to walk. I am, in fact, the commander of the 66th Army." Rongyu remained silent, standing still. She, of course, recognized him. The once magnificent general, now reduced to this state, evoked a myriad of emotions within her. Yet, despite her reflections, Rongyu would never emulate Guan Yu by allowing Luo Yongyan and his subordinates to pass through this path of mercy. "I have an unreasonable request." Luo Yongyan unexpectedly knelt before Rongyu, declaring, I wish to exchange my life for the safe passage of my subordinates. This act of kneeling left everyone present in shock. No one could have anticipated that a man like Luo Yongyan would kneel in public. It is worth noting that he had always held honor and dignity above all else. Commander! Commander! The soldiers behind Luo Yongyan rushed forward, attempting to help him up, but he sternly commanded, "Do not come near." Luo Yongyan turned to face the person cloaked in black flames. "I do not know who you are, and I understand this seems absurd, but I still beseech you. Allow my subordinates a chance to live." Watching his soldiers brutalize one another in a desperate struggle for survival, Luo Yongyan felt a profound heartache that surpassed the pain of losing this battle. Losing a fight meant they were outmatched. Conceding defeat, least they would die with dignity on the battlefield. But if they resorted to killing each other to survive, it would be an unspeakable disgrace, an utter failure of a soldier. Luo Yongyan did not wish for his subordinates, the pride of his 66th Army, to suffer such a humiliating fate. The failure of this battle was solely his responsibility, and if possible, let Luo Yongyan bear the brunt of the defeat alone. Let him be the one to lose his dignity, to slink back with his tail between his legs. Was that not shameful? Upon hearing Rong Yu's words, Luo Yongyan's pupils dilated in shock. Why did that voice sound so familiar? No, that person was supposed to have died in Shoudang City. Could it be that a path to survival could be obtained at the cost of the commander's life, and they would walk away feeling justified? Rong Yu slowly raised her hand, pointing at the Shoudang City behind the soldiers. Return and fight. That is the only choice left to maintain your dignity. As Rong Yu's words fell, everyone present, including Luo Yongyan, felt the weight of their breaths intensify, and their previously vacant gazes were infused with renewed purpose. Indeed, Rong Yue retreated 2 steps, then suddenly stomped her foot. A flicker of black flame ignited at her toes, spreading to either side and ultimately forming a boundary upon the Shaojiang Bridge. With one hand resting on her hip, Rong Yue declared, "I accept the challenge from all of you. Should you manage to defeat me, you shall triumph with honor." In the entirety of Shoudang City, only Luo Wan and Rong Yue stood as worthy targets. If they could eliminate Rong Yue, it would indeed be considered a victory that, of course, engaging the tentacles within the city offered a slim chance of survival. But confronting Rong Yue head-on would lead to certain demise. Boom, boom, boom. As the conversation unfolded, countless tentacles erupted from the ground at the end of the Shaojiang Bridge nearest to Shoudang City. Yet these tentacles refrained from immediately attacking the survivors of the 66th Army. They remained still, waiting for the soldiers to make their own decisions. Suddenly, Luo Yongyan rose, throwing his head back in a hearty laugh. Ha! 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 His eyes regained their former brilliance, transforming him back into the spirited commander he once was. Seizing a soldier's rifle, Luo Yongyan expertly conducted a pre-battle inspection with such speed that it left all present in a dovey. It dawned on them that Luo Yongyan was not merely the commander of the 66th Army. He was also an exceptional warrior of unparalleled skill. Luo Yongyan slowly turned to the bewildered soldiers behind him, proclaiming, "Listen well, my comrades. Do you hear me? Will you choose to stand and perish, or kneel and live? I hold no authority to make this choice for you, nor do I wish to." He paused, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "However, if you desire to die with dignity, then join me in fighting back." His voice resonated with strength. Like a thunderous bell, awakening the dulled spirits of the soldiers, they raised their weapons high, their blood surging with fervor as they cried out, "Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!" Indeed, defending their homeland and dying valiantly on the battlefield had been their initial dreams and their only destiny. "Let us go! Annihilate these beasts!" As the leader of the army, Luo Yongyan charged forth, embracing death, with all the fearless soldiers of the 66th Army rallying behind him. Their eyes shone with clarity and courage. Devoid of any fear of death, consumed only by the fervor of defending their homeland and dying in battle. The fight was intense, yet utterly predictable. In less than an hour, the remaining 10,000 soldiers fell in battle, becoming sustenance for the parasitic mother nest. Rong Yue understood that the tentacles had refrained from attacking immediately out of respect for Luo W. and no need for thanks. next time you make an appearance. Just agree to let me play some music. That is out of the question. How stingy. Before departing, Rong Yue glanced back at the distant Pingjiang city, knowing that Wei Gong's next target would be it. Enjoy the last moments of peace, perhaps to allow those on the opposite side of the bridge to relish their final tranquility. Rong Yue unleashed her full power, striking the Shaojiang bridge with a fist. In an instant, the colossal bridge cracked into two segments. Chapter 90. Are you the one singing? Ding! 4,000,000 points credited. How I relish such sound. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Even from afar in Donghai City, Wei Gong was aware of the triumphant battle in Shaotan City. It seemed the plan was proceeding smoothly. Wei Gong lounged on the edge of the Empire State Building's rooftop. Observing the fierce clash between the Dian army and the horde of zombies below, that a legion had been dispatched to Shaotan City and Donghai City had not lagged behind, sending forth 100,000 infantry and over 1,000 heavy tanks, with at least 30 survivor players joining the fray. Their objective was not only to uproot Cai Yunting and his forces, but also to eliminate all other mother bodies within the Empire State Building, thus putting an end to the zombie crisis plaguing Dian. However, they had miscalculated the strength of the zombie faction in Donghai City. Setting aside the unengaged Wei Gong and Cai Yunting, just the other mother bodies within the Empire State Building were sufficient to give them headaches. After ensnaring the Dian army, Cai Yunting and the rejuvenated Wei Gong stepped forward to elucidate the plan's intricacies to the other mother bodies in the Empire State Building. Cai Yunting promised the others that if they aided Donghai City zombies against the Dian army, they would form an alliance with Donghai City. Should Dian ever assault their city, Donghai City would undoubtedly send reinforcements. Furthermore, Cai Yunting assured them that rewards would be dispensed based on their contributions in this battle. It was important to note that even if humans were infected in Donghai City, the points would belong to them, not Cai Yunting. This meant that infecting a human would yield double rewards. Seeing such an enticing opportunity, the other mother bodies surged forward with enthusiasm. United, their collective strength was exponentially greater than the mere sum of their parts. It was a multiplication effect. Wei Gong lounged at the rooftop's edge, his legs swinging leisurely. Kai, your generosity is commendable. Cai Yunting stood beside Wei Gong, gulping down high-proof liquor. It's but a drop in the bucket. Why did Cai Yunting dare to offer such lavish rewards? Because he understood that no matter how much the mother body scrambled, the largest piece of the pie would always remain in his hands. This was a testament to his confidence in his own strength. What the other mother body scrounged was merely a trifle. He was more than willing to grant them that. Exchanging trivial gain for the labor of those mother bodies was a shrewd investment. Upon hearing Cai Yunting's words, Wei Gong rolled up his sleeves, eager to participate. You said it. Seeing Wei Gong's exuberance, Cai Yunting nearly spat out his drink. You are not allowed to participate in the silver party. Damn it, Wei Gong was full of cunning ideas. If this guy got involved in dividing the spoils, it wouldn't just be a matter of how much he would take, but rather that he would take it all. Wei Gong pouted in disappointment. How dull. Despite his words, Wei Gong harbored little desire for the Donghai City spoils, for he still had Pingjiang City waiting for him to harvest. Although Pingjiang City could not compare to the established metropolis of Donghai City, it was nonetheless an emerging first-tier city with a population exceeding 10 million that should he manage to conquer Pingjiang City, the rewards he would ultimately receive would undoubtedly rival those of Cai Yunting. Look to the sky, way up on high. There in the night stars are now right. Eons have passed. Now, then at last. Prison walls break, old ones awake, as Wei Gong conversed with Cai Yunting. A melodious yet eerie song drifted from the Empire State Building, scattering across the battlefield. Upon hearing this enchanting tune, the zombies seemed invigorated, their combat prowess soaring. Where one zombie could previously contend with a single human, now they boasted the audacity to declare they could take on 10. Yet for the humans, the song elicited palpable emotional turmoil, their reactions noticeably dulled. Some with weaker mental fortitude succumbed to panic and chaos, ultimately standing vacantly, akin to fools, and becoming infected as zombies that a song. Wei Gong chuckled softly. Even without turning around, he knew who was singing. Su Xilan. Is it you singing? Su Xilan stood gracefully behind Wei Gong and Cai Yunting, lifting her skirt slightly as she curtsied. I possess no combat prowess, so I can only sing to uplift everyone's spirits. This was Su Xilan's ability, to manipulate the emotions of her targets through song. Enemies would suffer mental damage upon hearing her voice, resulting in erratic states of mind, while her subordinates among the zombies would become revitalized, their combat effectiveness significantly enhanced. Kai Yunting crossed his arms, observing the dramatically empowered zombie army below. To offer such potent buffs and debuffs through song, your ability is quite extraordinary. Indeed, while Su Xilan's combat strength was lacking, as a support, she proved to be exceptionally competent. With the assistance of someone like Su Xilan, top-tier warriors like Wei Gong and Kai Yunting would become an unstoppable force. Su Xilan smiled softly. Even with such abilities, my own strength remains too feeble to make any substantial contribution. Wei Gong discerned her unspoken implication. Even if Su Xilan granted formidable buffs to her allies, the points awarded for humans transformed into zombies would not reach her hands. Her efforts would ultimately be in vain. Wei Gong chuckled. I see. You're here to borrow manpower, aren't you? Kai Yunting was momentarily taken aback. Borrow manpower? Su Xilan cast a charming and alluring wink at Wei Gong. Wei Gong. My dear, could you lend me the talented and exquisite Miss Kaylin for a while? As a token of gratitude, I promise to reward you handsomely. Wei Gong waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Kaylin. Kaylin emerged from the shadows. As the first to form an alliance with him, Wei Gong had no reason to refuse Su Xilan. Moreover, this arrangement would ultimately benefit him rather than harm him. Love you. 3. After planting a kiss on Wei Gong's cheek, Su Xilan skipped away with Kaylin. Kai Yunting finally snapped back to reality, angrily exclaiming, Damn it, you can't just play like this? Chapter 91. A promising future. Wei Gong innocently shrugged. It was Kaylin who was helping Su Xilan earn points. What does that have to do with me? Out of respect for appearances, Wei Gong could not openly snatch Kai Yunting's points to be while lending Kaylin to Su Xilan. It would merely appear that Kaylin was assisting Su Xilan in earning rewards, with no connection to Wei Gong himself. However, in reality, the points earned by Kaylin from the infected humans would ultimately find their way into Wei Gong's pocket, as Su Xilan gained Kai Yunting's rewards. And Wei Gong reaped the points allocated by the system. Thus, the only one left in a state of disarray was Kai Yunting, the unfortunate victim of this scheme, infuriated by Wei Gong's cunning manipulation. Kai Yunting could only grind his teeth in frustration, muttering, I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless person. Boom! 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 At that moment, the sonic boom from the fighter jets reverberated across the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention at Indonghai City, where there was no thundercloud weather present. The Air Force of Dian created the illusion of clear skies and ceased rain, preparing to demonstrate the might of modern firepower to the zombies below. Wei Gong raised an eyebrow, watching Kai Yunting with great interest. So, what will it be? Shall I take action, or will you? Wei Gong was certainly willing to intervene, though his services came at a rather steep price. Kai Yunting glared at Wei Gong with malice. If I let you take action, you might leave me with nothing but my underwear. I'm not interested in your underwear. Kai Yunting lifted his hand, conjuring a small thundercloud above the battlefield. Although Wei Gong's earlier strike had severely weakened him, preventing him from transforming into a dragon, summoning a small thundercloud was still within his capabilities, with a few flashes of lightning. The fighter jets that had just arrived to showcase their prowess were struck down by Kai Yunting's electricity. Wei Gong cupped his head in his hands, admiring Kai Yunting's thundercloud. How wonderful! How magnificent! When will I possess such an impressive skill? Although the strength of the mirror world and the other shore was not inferior to Kai Yunting's dragon transformation, and perhaps even surpassed it in functionality, the sheer coolness of his skills was undeniable. Just think about it. In other novels, those capable of wielding such powers are often the reigning overlords. Don't be envious. Once you collect the complete set of skills, you'll be even more impressive and magnificent than I am. Kai Yunting looked at Wei Gong with disdain, his words dripping with jealousy. While the evolution path of the B system was relatively easy to establish, its upper limits were not particularly high. The dragon transformation could be considered the pinnacle of Kai Yunting's evolution. Any further advancement depended on whether the system would grant him the opportunity. However, Wei Gong was on a different trajectory. His showcase skills indicated that he was following the evolution path of the space system. Ultimately, the set of skills he would acquire would undoubtedly be top-tier spatial abilities. As the saying goes, when time is absent, space reigns supreme. As long as Wei Gong could obtain the set of space-related skills, he would inevitably dominate. Moreover, another indication of Wei Gong's tremendous potential lay in the level of the other shore. As a part of the skill set puzzle, the other shore was already at the same level as the dragon transformation, classified as A-grade. Once the set was complete, just how formidable Wei Gong would become was beyond Kai Yunting's imagination. For individuals whose growth potential seemed boundless, there were typically two choices: either strike them down before they fully develop or cultivate a favorable alliance. However, the problem was that Kai Yunting currently had no confidence in being able to defeat Wei Gong. If he failed to vanquish Wei Gong, then given Wei Gong's character, it would inevitably be himself who faced demise in the future. Thus, Kai Yunting had no choice but to seek a cooperative relationship with Wei Gong. This was one of the key reasons why Kai Yunting was willing to risk significant energy loss to collaborate with Wei Gong in this charade.